Chapter 924, Malicious Sand Spirits. Every person has a secret, and every living soul has secrets, which all those who are not of the same species do not know. If no one told a person, they would never learn of them. Su Ming had his secrets. Dgomo Sha had his secrets. The Abyss Dragon had its secrets, and the Bald Crane, too, had its own secrets. Right then, the Mountain of Stars turned into one of its many secrets. When Su Ming walked off the mountain, and they slowly left into the distant galaxy, the Bald Crane turned its head around to look at the mountain. It stared at the summit, and its tears seemed to have seeped through its wound-ridden heart to fall on some unknown place. "Is it worth it?" The Bald Crane whispered softly. This was something that rarely came out of its mouth. It did not add in any of its usual adjectives, nor called itself Grandpa Crane. It left into the distance. The Mountain of Stars was left behind, and the memories were left behind, too. When Su Ming turned his head around, he did not see the Bald Crane's tears. He only saw that the Bald Crane still seemed to be simple-minded, comical, and loved money as much as its own life. It was just like how no one could see the tears of fish because they lived in water. No one could differentiate what was water and what was their salty tears. "Bald Crane, why does it feel as if there's something off about you?" the big yellow dog that was the Abyss Dragon asked in a low whisper. "How could anything be off about this, Grandpa Crane?" "I was just thinking. Say, do you think there is a crystal mine in that Mountain of Stars?" The Bald Crane turned its head around and looked towards that Mountain of Stars once more. The Abyss Dragon did not see the hint of grief and absent-mindedness on its face when it did so. Another month went by. They moved past the Star Ocean, went around the Mountain of Stars, and what was revealed in front of Su Ming's eyes was a boundless desert, which was the same as the Mountain of Stars. It floated in the galaxy, looking like a large piece of land. That desert was formed from dust, which came from shattered planets and stones that had crumbled apart. All that dust had been gathered together by some sort of force and formed a desert whose end could not be seen. Moaning wind blew past the desert, lifting sand off the ground. It also stirred up sandstorms. Wherever it went, countless sand dragons would tumble about and roar, forming a ghastly sight. Once we pass this shattered desert, we will be able to see my tribe. Relatively speaking, this is also the most dangerous part of our journey. After the Great Destruction, the god of sand Earthlings cast a great divine ability before he fell asleep and sent it sweeping through the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean to gather all the dust after the planets had shattered. That action of his created this desert of dust. It acts as a natural barrier and a place for sand Earthlings to rest and grow, since all of them are male and they are spirits that are born from sand. Most sand Earthlings are short. They do not possess much offensive abilities and do not have any power. They are very weak, but if a race can survive in Divine Essence Star Ocean, then they're not that simple. If there is something about them that is incredibly weak, then there is also something about them that is incredibly strong. Sand Earthlings can raise malicious sand spirits, who are powerful, ferocious beasts from ancient times. They are extremely tall and large, and usually lie in the desert, which makes it hard to distinguish them from the sand. But when they wake up, they become the kings of the desert. Dgomo Sha turned his head around and cast Su Ming a glance, then looked at the Abyss Dragon and the Bald Crane, and said cautiously, "Sand Earthlings don't raise too many of these ancient, powerful beasts, but each of them is exceptionally powerful. We will need half a month to pass through this desert. During this time, it'll be best for us not to bother Sand Earthlings." Once Su Ming nodded to show his understanding, Dgomo Sha sucked in a deep breath and stepped into the desert. Then, with his full speed, he charged forward, and Su Ming followed behind him. As he passed through the place, he looked at the desert around him. The main color here was brown, with seldom any yellow. Neither was there a lot of black. The color made it seem as if the sand had been dyed in blood, which had dried up in time. A primitive and savage air surrounded the place. The moaning wind lifted the sand and sent it sweeping into the distance, causing the area to look hazy. It was incredibly easy for people to lose their way here, especially since divine sense was limited in this place. But Dgomo Sha clearly had a way to know the direction. Perhaps he was worried that Su Ming would misunderstand him, or perhaps it was because his speed was not on par with his companions. But when he moved, he always maintained a set amount of distance between them. Time trickled by. When the 6th day arrived, they had already stepped into the depths of the desert. Wherever they looked, there was only sand, and all they could hear was the moaning wind as well as sand moving about. Dgio Sha let out a sigh of relief and turned his head around to whisper to Su Ming. So far, so good. We should not run into any accidents in this trip, since no sand earthlings have blocked our path. Honestly, as long as we don't provoke them and avoid breaking their taboo, we should be safe. Taboo. A focused glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Yes, sand earthlings are very unique because they don't have any females among them. All their people are spirits born from sand, which is why they treat this region of sand as their race's mother. Hence, they only have one taboo. They will not allow any female living beings to step into the place. They believe that this is a form of blasphemy. If any female living creature stepped into this place, they would be captured and buried here so that they would become part of their race's mother. But this has nothing to do with us. Dgio Sha said in a relaxed tone, but just when he did so, the ground underneath them started trembling. These tremors made it seem as if there was a huge dragon tumbling about below the ground. There was also a rumbling that sounded like roars coming from all directions. At the same time, Su Ming saw the windstorm from the desert roar behind them. It swelled up, and a hand that was thousands of feet big pushed out from within a puffed-up sand bump. It was a hand formed from sand. Soon, another hand appeared, and then, a giant of several tens of thousands of feet stood up from the ground. When it hoisted up its simple and heavy body, a large amount of sand fell down. Windstorms rose up and circled around the area. They formed an armor and a cloak for the giant. The spirit had no eyes, only a mouth, and when it opened it, sand fell from its upper lip like rain pouring down from the sky. A loud rumble echoed in all directions. Group. The giant lifted its head and roared. It did not even look at Su Ming and the others, but instead took large strides to charge in the direction from which the group had come. With each step it took, the ground would tremble. After a moment, Su Ming saw another giant climbing up from the ground farther away. As it roared, it let out a loud rumble. Malicious Sand Spirit. Dgio Sha's expression changed, and he instinctively took a few steps back, but when he saw the giant leaving into the distance, he relaxed. I wonder who provoked the sand earthlings in this desert. He shook his head and looked towards Su Ming. At that moment, he noticed that Su Ming had a crease between his brows. A sound like that of a whistle rose abruptly from the ground. This sound rose and fell, and there were also piercing screeches echoing alongside it. Thankfully, they could tell that all the noise was heading swiftly into the distance. A female has entered the desert. Dgio Sha's eyes focused swiftly. That's definitely the case, or else the whistles from the sand earthlings would not be sounded out, and they would not head forward either. If this was just a normal provocation, they would not appear. Su Ming sighed and rubbed the center of his brows. Where does your tribe lie? Su Ming looked towards Dgio Sha. If you go straight from here for around 10 days, you'll be able to leave this desert. From there, you will see a broken planet, and that planet is where my tribe is located, Dgio Sha explained in detail. When Su Ming heard this, he lifted his right hand and pushed it downwards at the ground. Immediately, the sand below sank down, showing signs that it was burning and melting. The outline of a runic symbol was formed. Then, as Su Ming swung his arm, the sand around him swam about and covered the runic symbol. This is... Dgio Sha was momentarily stunned. I will leave for a while. Wait for me and your tribe. In a month's time at most, I will come there, Su Ming said faintly, then turned his head around to look at the bald crane and the abyss dragon. The bald crane had the same train of thought as Su Ming and naturally understood his intentions. With a single move, it rushed towards Su Ming and was put into his storage. As for the abyss dragon, even though it was not willing, it did not refuse being put into the storage bag as well. Once Su Ming did this, a stern look appeared on his face, and a freezing glare shone in his eyes. Before it could fade away, he took a step in the direction from which they had come, and he was so quick that he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, stirring up sand and slicing through the air. It was as if the void had clashed with those that possessed corporeal form, and sharp, piercing sounds rose from that clash. Before Dgio Sha could even say anything, Su Ming had already left into the distance. A focused glint appeared in the thin man's eyes, and he looked pensive. He hesitated for a moment, then turned around and left in the direction of his tribe. He might not be able to guess what the man wanted to do, but it had to be related to the abnormal reaction from the sand earthlings. With his level of cultivation, it was difficult for the thin man to participate in this, so there was no need for him to follow Su Ming. Bringing the other to his tribe could already be considered as repaying him for saving his life, and from then onwards, they would no longer have anything to do with each other. In a place far away from Su Ming was the edge of the desert. At that moment, the sand was tumbling about, and rumbling sounds were echoing in the air, as if the ground had turned into an ocean. Sharp whistles resounded in the air. Su Hui's expression was one of determination, and there was a murderous look in her long and narrow eyes. She was looking at the area around her with a cold smile on her lips. Dressed in red robes, she was an incredibly distinct presence in the desert. She was like a multiflora rose in bloom that showed off a tempting beauty. She did not retreat. Instead, with a single move, she charged into the deeper parts of the desert. The rumbling sounds in the area grew even stronger. After a moment, as the ground trembled violently, Su Hui saw a giant tens of thousands of feet tall roaring and charging towards her from the distance. Before it could even come close, it lifted its right hand and drew it swiftly upwards. Immediately, the sand before it roared and tumbled about to stir up a whirlwind of sand. As it whistled, it swept through the sky and closed in on Su Hui within an instant. Chapter 925, Sand Earthlings. Su Hui let out a cold harumph and did not stop moving even when the whirlwind closed in on her. At that time, he quickly formed a seal in front of her and spread her arms outwards. Scatter! Her hair danced in the wind, but the moment she said that one word, the whirlwind in front of her abruptly stopped. A roar that seemed to have come from an ancient time came from the whirlwind. That roar contained a will that desired to destroy the universe. It turned into flames in the depths of the whirlwind and spread out abruptly. Immediately, the whirlwind in front of Su Hui was set ablaze and turned into a whirlwind of fire. The roar gained a sharp edge and turned into a screech in the end. As it traveled out, a fire phoenix rushed out of the fire whirlwind. It was several thousands of feet long and looked incredibly mighty. It circled around the world, and its screeches burned everything in all directions. Flame Phoenix, come forth. A murderous glint shone in Su Hui's eyes. She lifted her right hand and pointed towards the sand giant in the distance, and the fire phoenix instantly charged towards the giant. As the giant roared, the two of them crashed into each other. A loud bang shook the ground and spread out with great intensity. The powerful divine ability from Lunar Culpa Realm was shown in its full glory at that moment by Su Hui's hands. Her speed did not change. Within an instant, she reached the giant whose entire body was engulfed in a sea of fire. Its knees caved in, and with a loud thump, it knelt down on the ground. It appeared to be in pain as its body started burning away. But Su Hui did not relax her guard. Instead, a grim expression appeared on her face. She stopped moving and stood where she was, looking around the area. As the giant burned, the ground around her started shaking, and a dozen more sand giants appeared. These malicious sand spirits took big strides forward, and each time their feet landed on the ground, it would tremble. All of the creatures were swiftly closing in on her. These giants alone were not enough to make Su Hui react, though. What caused her pupils to shrink was a sand giant that was thousands of feet tall in the distance. The sand by his feet seemed to have gained sentience and formed a small hill. He stood on the small hill, and a bitingly cold glare shone in his eyes as he stared at Su Hui from the distance. In his left hand was a yellow longbow. That bow was several thousands of feet tall, the same height as his body. In fact, the sand farther away from Su Hui formed a round barrier as it tumbled about. Whistles resounded from there, and dwarves of only half an average man's height appeared in swarms. They were dressed in simple clothes, and their bodies were incredibly dirty, as if they had never washed themselves since they were born. These dwarves stood close to each other, and they numbered to tens of thousands. They surrounded the area, whistling to each other. The piercing noise acted as a background to the area around Su Hui, and it created a bizarre atmosphere. Su Hui's expression was dark, but before she could do anything, the dozen sand giants around her had already closed in on her. As they roared, the sand on the ground flew up, and a dozen something whirlwinds manifested to swiftly rush towards her. The whirlwinds were quick, and in the blink of an eye, they submerged Su Hui. During that moment, the sand giant of thousands of feet tall on the hill lifted the bow in his left hand. He held the bowstring with his right hand, and with a yank, he drew the bow. The sand around him floated up and gathered together. In the span of a few breaths, a sand arrow formed on the bow. Buzz! A sound echoed through the world, for the giant had released the string. Immediately, The sand arrow let out a piercing whistle that shook the sky and earth and turned into a shooting star that charged towards Suiyun. It sliced through space, burning it, and the arrow's tip turned into a statue of a deity. The deity had its arms wrapped around its chest. Its eyes were closed, and it was a man dressed in armor. Within an instant, the statue closed in on Suiyun, who had been attacked by a dozen-something whirlwinds. Bang! 8 of them turned into flames, but at the instant the arrow shot in, they turned into loud booms that surged into the sky. Amid that noise, Suiyun retreated swiftly. When she had moved thousands of feet back, blood trickled out of the corners of her mouth. With a pale face, she glared at the giant with the bow in the distance. Excited and agitated roars tumbled out of the mouths of the sand Earthlings who were only half an average man's height around her. These people were all men, and in the mid of their excitement, they raised their heads and roared, as if they were in a rut. The killing intent in Suiyun's eyes grew stronger. When she saw that the dozen-something giants were getting closer, she moved and disappeared without a trace. But at the instant she vanished, another gigantic statue of a deity appeared in the desert. It was in a spot that was incredibly far away. That statue was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. Its appearance was the exact same as that of the statue formed on the arrow shot by the giant with the bow. However, it was more majestic and seemed to possess a more corporeal form. At the top of the 100,000 feet deity statue was an old man that was only half an average man's height. He was dressed in beast skins, and his body was incredibly dirty. However, there was intelligence shining in his eyes. In his hands he held a black skull. Once he raised it above his head, he roared. That roar contained words of his language, which was complex and sounded awkward, and was difficult to understand. Yet as the man roared, the entire desert started moaning, as if it was communicating with him. At that moment, a chilling glare shone in the old man's eyes, and he lifted his right hand to point into the distance, at Suiyun. The moment he pointed at her was the moment she had fused into space. Ripples instantly appeared at the spot she had vanished, and she was forced out. Her expression changed. She gritted her teeth and moved once more. This time, she did not fuse into space, but shifted. Yet at the instant she disappeared, the sound of something crashing came from the left side of the round barrier that encircled the area. The expressions of the hundreds of sand Earthlings on the barrier remained the same. They were still excited and agitated, and the vulgar looks were still on their faces. Suiyun was once again forced out from the space before them, and this time, more blood trickled down the corners of her lips. Her face was pale. She had failed in her attempt to fuse into space, and she had also failed when she tried to leave the place. A powerful seal that was even greater than her power had been placed in this area. She could not rush out of this seal. She could ignore the dozen-something sand giants around her, but with just one arrow, that person with the bow had managed to injure her. In her eyes, this person was a powerful warrior who was at Lunar Culpa realm, just like her. She could still handle this sort of encirclement, albeit with some difficulty, but if anyone else showed up, it would become difficult for her to escape. Almost at the instant she was forced out, a piercing buzz could be heard. The second arrow from the person with the bow shot through space and appeared in front of Suiyun. She gritted her teeth and turned around. As her hair swayed in the air, she formed a seal in front of her, then pointed at the incoming arrow. The arrow crumbled with a bang, but Suiyun still coughed up blood. She took a few staggering steps backwards, but she did not show weakness. Instead, she disappeared again. When she reappeared, she was already next to the person with the bow. She lifted her right hand and pushed forward. When she moved her fingers away from each other, 3 crimson rings flew out from them. Right after these 3 rings appeared, they connected with each other and charged towards the person with the bow. A glint appeared in the eyes of the person with the bow. He did not dodge, but bent his body slightly and pushed against the ground with his left hand. With it, loud bangs rose into the air. The endless sand in the area gathered around him and turned into a protective barrier. Once the 3 rings crashed into it, the sand barrier crumbled, but at the same time, the third arrow rushed out. With a loud whistle, it rushed at Suiyun's face. She was about to dodge it when a cold harumph followed by complicated and difficult to understand sounds echoed in the air. Those sounds were coming from somewhere far away from this place. That voice belonged to the old man sitting on the 100,000 feet statue that could not be seen from the spot in which Suiyun was fighting. He lifted his left hand and seized the air in the direction of the sky. A ferocious smile appeared on his lips. Suiyun was in the air, but it was completely impossible for her to dodge, because she could sense that her body had been seized by an invisible hand. The power coming from that hand belonged to those in Solar Culpa realm, and it seemed to want to crush her. She could not dodge, and the arrow arrived with a bang. Suiyun coughed up blood, but her body regained mobility. As she continued retreating, her robes were torn, and her right shoulder became a bloody mess. Yet she still didn't choose to give up. While retreating, she lifted her left hand and struck a few places on her body. 17 figures instantly appeared around her. 18 strikes on the Lake of Phoenix. Suiyun shouted out in a low timbre, and all the figures around her immediately gathered on her body, which was in midair. Together, they turned into the shape of a crescent moon. The power of Lunar Culpa realm erupted from her body, and a sea of fire erupted from the moon, as if it had turned into a phoenix. It charged towards the person with the bow, and it was so quick that it closed in on the target in an instant. The expression of the person with the bow changed. He immediately retreated while drawing his bow. 3 arrows were formed, and he shot them out at the same moment. All of this happened in quick succession. In an instant, both sides crashed into each other, and a powerful, piercing light burst forth. It prevented everyone in the area from seeing anything. At that moment, Su Ming was at a spot that was not too far from that particular area in the desert while traveling at his greatest speed. He even asked the Duke of Crimson Flame to shift them. When he occasionally disappeared, he would reappear far from his original place. His expression was dark as he charged forward. If the person who was trapped was not the person he thought to be, then he would ignore her. But if she was who he believed her to be, then Su Ming had to save Suiyun, who had followed him in secret. After all, she had come to this place to protect him, and since he was not Dao Kong, his personality was not that of Dao Kong, which was why he had to save her. He traveled so quickly that he swept up sand with the wind. He stirred up. Booming sounds echoed in the air as he got closer to the place where Suiyun was trapped. Chapter 926. Her husband in name. It hurts. This was the main thought Suiyun had at the moment her body was flung away. When she fell on the ground, she forced herself to stand up and remain on her feet. Her face was pale, though, and she coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Her body was covered in injuries, and she looked a bloody mess, as if she could not remain steady for much longer. She had already done her best. The level of cultivation of the person with the bow was about the same as hers, which forced her to use the art of Lake of Phoenix. She had not mastered this art, and every single time she used it, she would have to suffer repercussions. But the might from that art was definitely not something ordinary. The bow in the person's hand had already landed in the distance. His right arm was gone, and 17 wounds that penetrated his body had appeared on his chest. His face was pale. He coughed up blood as well, and his body, which was thousands of feet tall, started shrinking rapidly. Only when he was 100 feet tall did he manage to control his injuries. He glared at Suiyun and let out a low roar. As he did so, the sand around him gathered together to stop his blood from flowing out. It also gathered on his right arm to form a new limb. Once it appeared, he seized the air in the direction of the bow, and it swiftly flew over at him. As sand continued gathering on his body, he became thousands of feet tall once more. He stood there as if he had never been injured before. The sand also gathered above his head to form a moon. It was a moon formed of sand. For the first time, despair appeared in Suiyun's eyes. She staggered backwards, but just as she was about to retreat, she suddenly bent her back, and out of nowhere, her body was sent to the ground. She crashed into the sand with a bang. A semi-transparent, short person appeared in the spot where Suiyun had previously stood and pulled back the punch he had just thrown. The short person's figure might be indistinct, but anyone who saw him could tell that he was an old man. He was the old man whose physical body was on the 100,000 feet statue in the distance. This current existence of his was an illusory body formed by his divine ability. The old man might be short, but the moment he appeared, the person with the bow that was thousands of feet tall immediately knelt down to worship him. The sand giants that were tens of thousands of feet tall in the area also knelt down and worshipped him. The tens of thousands of sand earthlings on the round barrier also prostrated themselves on the barrier with excitement, exhilaration, and fervent fanaticism. Suiyun struggled up from the ground, but before she could do anything, the sand around her closed in and turned into 4 chains that fastened themselves to her limbs. They lifted her up and hung her in the air. The old man with the illusory body lifted his right hand, and a sand blade appeared in his hand. He grabbed that blade and walked slowly to Suiyun. The cries of joy from the sand earthlings around him grew stronger when he did that. Voices rose and fell, as if they were chanting words of some ritual. Suiyun bit the bottom of her lip. Her cultivation base had completely scattered due to the old man's punch just then. A seal had also been placed in her to prevent her from self-destructing. She looked at the sky quietly, and pictures from her past flashed before her eyes. She was born in a normal family, but when she was young, she was taken away by Phoenix sect. Because of that, her parents' appearances had already become indistinct, and she could no longer remember them clearly. She had returned to her hometown once, but that place had already turned to dust in the passage of time. Her family had become old and passed away a long time ago, and all traces of them had disappeared long ago. Yet at this moment, the pictures before her eyes suddenly became much clearer. She saw her parents and her family. Those pictures continued one after another, and a gentle smile blossomed on Suiyun's lips. She gradually closed her eyes. This is my life. From the moment I became a disciple of Phoenix sect, my fate was set in stone. I had to live my whole life for a direct descendant of Morning Dao sect. This was my life, but now, I can consider myself to be free from it. Suiyun sighed softly in her heart. When she closed her eyes and waited for death, a loud noise shot up from the barrier's outer side. Along with it came the panicked cries of tens of thousands of sand earthlings. There were also furious roars from the dozen-something sand giants and a cold harumph from the illusory old man. Because of all of this, Suiyun, who had already given up on hope, attempted to open her eyes, and her eyelashes fluttered. However, her body had lost all strength, and she even lacked the power to open her eyes. She could open them only a small crack, and through her eyelashes and blurriness, she saw a familiar figure ramming his fist against the barrier as he stood in the distance, right outside the barrier. It's him, Suiyun mumbled in her heart. He should not have come. With his personality, he should have regarded everything with his own personal interests in mind. So why is he here? When the waves of tears attacked us, he returned. Now he also came back. Is he really Dao Kong? Can a person really change so quickly? But no matter who you are, whether you are Dao Kong or someone else, thank you. Suiyun's heart was calm. As she mumbled in her heart, she was uttering words that only her soul could hear. Su Ming rammed his fist against the barrier again, and violent sounds rang in all directions. A powerful rebound came from the barrier, causing Su Ming to stagger a few steps back. When he lifted his head, he saw Suiyun inside, her limbs shackled by sand chains. He saw that her eyes had already fallen shut, and her presence was like a barely discernible thread. At the same time, he saw the sand earthlings and the dozen-something malicious sand spirits, along with the person with the bow reaching up to thousands of feet tall and the illusory old man. The mighty pressure of lunar Kulpa realm from the person with the bow, the power of solar Kulpa realm from the illusory old man, and the dozen-something sand giants with the power of the later stage of world plane realm caused Su Ming's pupils to shrink. This was not something he could stand against with his current power. The dozen-something sand giants were still manageable, but the person with the bow alone was already a great threat to Su Ming, let alone the illusory old man. Su Ming remained calm. When he retreated, the dozen-something sand giants in the barrier roared and took long strides forward. Their bodies could seep through the barrier, and they charged towards Su Ming. As for the person with the bow, a scornful look appeared on his face. In his eyes, Su Ming, who was only in world plane realm, did not even possess the qualifications for him to use the bow. In fact, he was confident that he could reduce Su Ming to ashes with just one arrow. Su Ming sighed in his heart. Suiyun's life was hanging on a thread, and with each second, her life was exposed to more danger. He did not have the leisure to think anymore, unless he chose not to save her. But since he decided to save this slightly silly girl, then exposure of his power was no longer part of his considerations. Oh well. Su Ming shook his head and took a step forward. At the instant he did that, the power of divine essence rose swiftly in his body. Countless, uneven runic symbols appeared on the sacred constellation robe that had turned into sackcloth. At that instant, his power started rising. He was so quick that in the blink of an eye, he was already on the verge of crashing into a sand giant. That sand giant laughed ferociously and hurled a fist forward, but Su Ming did not even spare it a glance. In fact, he did not even bother dodging. He simply rushed forward. With a bang, Su Ming crashed into the sand giant. At the instant they came into contact with each other, the ferocious smile on the malicious spirit turned into disbelief, and its right arm crumbled with a bang. Su Ming shot through the giant's body, completely uninjured, then lifted his right hand and hurled a punch backwards. With that one punch, the sand giant's body trembled and crumbled to pieces. Too weak. Su Ming lifted his foot and took his second step. His level of cultivation had already risen to the later stage of World Plane Realm at that moment. This was due to the fusion between his physical power and his cultivation base, and it was the power that erupted from him after they synthesized with each other. The two sand giants in front of him whipped up whirlwinds as they roared. Those whirlwinds swept up their bodies and instantly closed in on the incoming Su Ming. They crashed into each other in an instant. Bang! Bang! Two loud bangs shook the sky and earth, shocking all the sand Earthlings when they looked over. Right before their eyes, the two sand giants shuddered and fell apart together as if a power they could not withstand had shattered their entire existences. Su Ming did not stop moving and took his third step. At that moment, his rising power fused with his divine essence, and he obtained the power equivalent to those who had attained great completion in the later stage of World Plane Realm. With just one more step, he would step into Lunar Culpa Realm. This was Su Ming's current limit, and it was also the strongest power he could muster, but that was just if he did not use his Ikang clone. With the next breath, when Su Ming took his fourth step forward and four sand giants appeared in front of him, a word that only he could hear came from his mouth. Ikang. At the instant he said that, within Western Ring Nebula's foreign land, which was located in Western Ring Nebula, a galaxy under the jurisdiction of the four great true worlds that was incredibly far away from Divine Essence Star Ocean and had black ink planets situated in between them, Su Ming's Ikang clone opened his eyes within the purple galaxy. There was a purple tint to his eyes, and a matchless, mighty pressure erupted from his body with a bang. At the instant Su Ming in the desert crashed into the four sand giants, his level of cultivation rose once again, and in a flash, he reached Lunar Culpa Realm. This did not mean that he had truly reached Lunar Culpa Realm, because there was no moon around his body, but at that moment, the presence that came from his body gave off the feeling that he was in Lunar Culpa Realm. Bang! 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 Four consecutive bangs shot up, and the four sand giants in front of Su Ming shattered. He took his fifth step and threw a punch against the barrier. It was just one punch, but the barrier instantly started trembling. Cracks spread out, and the barrier collapsed into pieces with a bang. That punch was incredibly close to Solar Culpa Realm, and it contained divine essence. So even though Su Hui could not break the barrier, Su Ming could. The expression of the person with the bow changed drastically, and disbelief appeared on his face. He saw how Su Ming continued to become stronger. With just 5 steps, he had managed to climb up from his initial level in World Plane Realm, which the man with the bow had scoffed at, straight up to Lunar Culpa Realm. That last punch had also exuded a power that was incredibly close to Solar Culpa Realm, and his heart trembled. The illusory old man by the side also had a grim expression which had never appeared before on his face. "Sir, who are you?" The illusory old man instantly shouted out in a shrill voice. "You can call me Dao Kong. I am the husband in name of the woman beside you." Chapter 927, God of Berserkers Palm. Husband in name. That sentence seemed to last for 1,000 years as it echoed in Su Hui's ears. The words were long, drawn out, and slow. They rang in her ears as if they were from a different era. A layer of ripples stirred in Su Hui's heart, which had gradually fallen into dead stillness. Those ripples were like a blossoming flower that continued spreading outwards. They echoed in her, until they turned into a force which allowed her to open her eyes at that moment. Her eyes that could be seen through the slit they had opened were dark, without light, and lusterless. Still, they saw things, and they focused on the figure of her husband in name standing beyond the crumbling barrier. The pieces from the barrier seemed to be serving as a background, as a foil to his figure, making him into the center of attention. Su Ming's words echoed far and wide, causing the illusory old man's heart to sink, and the person with the bow standing by his side hoisted the bow in his left hand without hesitation. He swiftly drew the bow with his right hand, then released the bowstring, and a sound of an arrow shooting through the air could be heard. A sharp arrow formed from sand charged towards Su Ming at lightning speed, and within an instant, it appeared in front of him, who was walking through the broken barrier. The arrow was so quick that its speed was difficult to describe with words. Even if it was still in the distance before a person blinked, it would be at the center of the person's brows when he finished blinking. Su Ming raised his head and looked towards it coldly. At that moment, He was infinitesimally close to Solar Culpa Realm, which was due to the power sent to him from his Akang clone. However, this was not his strongest form before his Akang clone personally came to this place. He could become even stronger. As he raised his head, he lifted his right hand. He did not retreat, but instead took a step forward once more. Before his foot even landed, he had already seized the air before him, and a powerful force spread up his body from his hand. That force was like an entire mountain range crashing into him, causing Su Ming's arms to go numb. But as the power was split across his body, he forcefully resolved that great power. At the same time, he completed his sixth step. Bang! The ground trembled due to Su Ming's foot, and the sand shivered because his foot had landed on it. Clouds and wind surged up at that instant. As the winds howled, they grew stronger, sweeping up Su Ming's long hair, because of which he looked frightful and aloof. There was also a monstrous sinister air about him. What he had seized with his right hand was the sand arrow the person with the bow had shot. That arrow hummed in his hand, but it could not escape from his palm. Su Ming raised his head. With a squeeze, the sand arrow crumbled in his hand, turning into fine sand that fell through the gaps between his fingers. Wind blew past and swept up this sand, turning it into a veil that floated past Su Ming. Kill him. The illusory old man retreated swiftly as his shrill voice echoed in the air, and the remaining sand giants charged towards Su Ming with a furious roar. At that moment, the person with the bow had an incredibly solemn expression on his face. As he rushed forward, he drew the bow once again, and this time, there were 3 arrows on the bow. As the illusory old man retreated, the sand blade in his hand disappeared. A black, illusory skull appeared in his hand, and as he rubbed it, complex chants tumbled out of his mouth. As they rang in the air, muffled bangs came from up in the sky, as if it had turned into a barrier and there was someone behind it trying to break through. A cold sneer appeared on Su Ming's lips. He swiftly moved forward and instantly came in front of a sand giant. He then lifted his right hand to press against the center of that sand giant's brows. His size might seem as insignificant as an ant's compared to that of the giant, but when he pressed his hand between its brows, the sand giant started trembling violently. Despair appeared on its face, and cracks tore through its forehead, then spread through his whole body. Su Ming's strike contained the offensive power that was infinitesimally close to that of Solar Culpa Realm, and it was definitely not something that a malicious sand spirit with the power equivalent to those in the later stage of World Plane Realm could withstand. Bang! The sand giant's body crumbled, disassembled layer by layer. When Su Ming left, it had already turned into a small hill of sand. The creature had lost its spirit and its life force. At the same time, another sand giant swung its gigantic fist, and like a sandstorm, it swept up Su Ming's robes. At the instant it closed in on him with a furious roar, he turned his head. He did not attack, and neither did he dodge, but in his eyes appeared the shadows of the sun and moon. THS was the illusion of stars, sun, and moon. This art contained a power that existed if one believed in it, and it was something Su Ming had mastered a little in Black Ink Planet. That power had fused into his illusion of stars, sun, and moon. At that moment, it erupted, and the incoming sand giant's body immediately trembled. Its fist came to a swift halt in front of Su Ming, and a dazed look appeared in its eyes. There was also a hint of struggle in them. Su Ming no longer bothered about the sand giants. With a leap, he stepped onto one's head, then jumped into the air as his long hair danced in the wind and his robes fluttered. His gaze was bitingly cold, and it was not missed by the person with the bow. At that instant, booms echoed in the air. There were still 8 sand giants that were coming towards Su Ming, along with the 3 arrows from the person with the bow. Whistling, they sliced through the air towards Su Ming, who was airborne. Before they closed in, a low roar tumbled out of the mouth that belonged to the person with the bow. Explode. While his voice echoed in the air, loud bangs rang out from the 3 arrows. They crumbled at once and exploded in midair. These arrows were not used to injure someone, but to use the impact from the explosion to shock the enemy. This was the intention of the person with the bow. As booming sounds echoed in the air, the person with the bow paused momentarily on the ground. He stabbed the bow into the sand as his body trembled, then pulled the bowstring and let out a roar that shook the skies. Murder in 100 arrows. As he roared, the sand around him floated up. Within an instant, it turned into 100 sharp arrows. At the instant the man released the bowstring, the whistles from the 100 arrows shook the sky and earth. They shot out in one motion and charged towards the airborne Su Ming. Long-distance attacks are indeed effective. Are you taking advantage of me for not having such an art? Su Ming asked flatly. At that moment, he tapped his storage bag with his right hand, and immediately, a gourd appeared in his palm. He swept his left hand across the gourd before he released it in the direction in front of himself. Then, he bowed down to the gourd. Treasured gourd, please kill. Once he said these words, a powerful light erupted from the gourd. That light contained 6 colors, and as they continued changing, an eye appeared. It locked onto the person with the bow, and a small person with a sharp blade in its hands flew out from the gourd. The little thing did not have eyes, but it still managed to instantly charge towards the person with the bow. It flew past the 100 arrows as if they weren't even there, which was an incredibly shocking. The 100 arrows continued to come for Su Ming, while the treasured gourd came for the person with the bow. Murder in 1,000 arrows. The expression of the person with the bow standing on the ground changed, and his pupils shrank. At the instant the treasured gourd was taken out, a sense of danger rose in his heart, especially when the eye on the gourd locked onto him. In fact, this gourd reminded him of a treasure he'd seen in the memories he inherited. That item had made him tremble in the same manner, and it looked very similar. Under this threat, he executed his most powerful divine ability without hesitation. Once did so, a gigantic vortex appeared around his feet. Some of the sand earthlings who did not manage to escape in time let out shrill screams of pain in the vortex, for their bodies were reduced to pieces of flesh and blood. But at that moment of danger, the person with the bow could no longer care about the sand earthlings. Protecting his own life was the most important thing. Sharp arrows shot out from the gigantic vortex. Thousands of them came out, causing loud bangs that shook the sky and earth as they sliced through the air. The sight that this created was one that would definitely be handed down through generations if it was painted into a picture. The arrows closed in on Su Ming at an incredibly fast pace, and a glint appeared in his eyes. He lowered his head in midair, ignoring the arrows. Instead, he looked at his own right palm. He looked at it, and at the palm lines there. At the moment the arrows closed in on him, he pushed forward with his right hand. God of Berserkers. Palm, he said flatly. Immediately, an illusion that was several tens of thousands of feet tall appeared in the air. That illusion spread around Su Ming, eventually forming a huge palm. The palm lines on him were the exact same ones as those on Su Ming's right palm. At that moment, the shadow of the sun and moon in his eyes also started flickering. The palm stood erect when it appeared in the world. When Su Ming pushed forward with his right hand, booming sounds surged into the sky. The palm seeped through his body, then traveled forward with deafening booms. Cracks appeared in space, and fissures tore through the sky. Like a wall, the palm crashed into the 1,000 arrows. This was Su Ming executing an art of the god of Berserkers after his level of cultivation had come infinitesimally close to Solar Culpa Realm. Chapter 928. Who? Summon me. This was not a simple god of Berserkers art. It was an art that was cast after Su Ming had fused the illusion of stars, sun, and moon in it, along with the mysterious power that would exist as long as he believed in it. It could be said that only Su Ming alone could cast this divine ability in the universe. This art might have started with the base of second god of Berserkers' palm, but even the second god of Berserkers would find it impossible to cast this divine ability to this extent. This was Su Ming's palm. He believed his palm could break through space. He believed that his palm could destroy all those arrows, and he also believed that his palm was a barrier that could not be shattered in this battlefield. The palm grew larger. With a bang, it crashed into the 1,000 arrows. Booming sounds rose up, shaking the sky and earth. The small human from the gourd had turned into a long arc to charge towards the person with the bow, whose expression changed and who retreated swiftly. He had also seen the scene in the sky, and his heart trembled. He could not help but shout a word. Transform. Right when this word was said, the 1,000 arrows immediately turned, and an even sharper penetrating force erupted from them. They gathered together with the other 100 arrows, and all of them turned into one arrow. Its might exploded, and it was several times greater than before. At this moment, Su Ming smiled. The power that would exist if he believed in it was fused into Su Ming's divine ability. Its form was derived from the god of Berserkers' palm. Its spirit was from the illusion of stars, sun, and moon, and its power was the art that would exist as long as he believed in it. However, even if Su Ming believed in the art, he would only have executed half of the art. The other half of the art could only be completed when another person believed in it as well. Only then would it truly become Su Ming's unique divine ability. And at that moment when the person with the bow spoke, it was clear that he believed. Because of that, Su Ming's gigantic illusory palm was no longer an illusion. It swiftly gained corporeal form, and with a bang, it crashed into the arrow. Booming sounds surged into the sky. Loud bangs resounded in all directions, causing the empty air to tremble. In the mid of those bangs, an impact that was as great as a windstorm tumbled swiftly through the area before surging backwards. The one arrow formed by 1,100 arrows was disassembled in the sky. Once the arrows separated, they crumbled and exploded, unable to stop Su Ming's palm for even a moment. The person with the bow on the ground no longer had any time to think. He retreated swiftly, but no matter what, he could not avoid the small person from the gourd slashing his neck. The treasured gourd murdered a person. It was a murderous gourd. Blood poured out from the neck of the person with the bow. He staggered, lifted his hands to press on the wound on his neck, but he could not do so. With just one slash from the gourd, his head flew up. Sand rushed towards him swiftly from the area, as if it wanted to connect his head back to his body. Even with this sort of injury, the person with the bow was still not completely destroyed in terms of body and spirit. There was sand swiftly gathering on his empty neck, and he seemed as if he was about to recover in a moment. His body shrank swiftly, as if he was using the reduction of his body size in exchange for the recovery of his wound. I am the malicious sand spirit warrior. I am a spirit of the sand. I am the 3691st scion of the sand spirits. I will not die here. The head that had flown up let out a roar that shook the skies. However, that roar was suppressed by Su Ming's gigantic palm in the sky. That palm had turned several hundreds of thousands of feet big from its initial tens of thousands, and it was fiercely pressing down on the ground, the roaring head, and the now headless person with the bow. There were nearly 10,000 sand earthlings besides the person with the bow in that area of 100,000 feet. Their feeble bodies started trembling at that moment, and in the mid of their fear, they started fleeing in all directions. They were afraid. They believed that the palm that seemed to be able to replace the sky could crush their bodies to pieces. As they believed in it, that palm grew increasingly stronger and more corporeal. Don't run. It's fake. Don't run. The more you believe in it, the stronger it will become. The person's head fell on the ground and started roaring. If he still could not understand how Su Ming's art worked, then he would have been unworthy of possessing power of Lunar Culpa Realm. Further into the distance was the illusory old man. At that moment, his art had reached its crucial moment. He wanted to warn his people, but he also knew that his warnings in this life and death situation would be useless with how terrified his people were and how feeble their hearts were at that moment. That was why his eyes gained a cold edge, and his incantations grew even louder. He raised his arms and started calling to the sky. The muffled booming sounds in the sky grew increasingly clearer. The color of the sand has become slightly duller, Su Ming said softly as he stood in midair. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air. The ground trembled. Once Su Ming's palm disappeared, a gigantic palm print was left on the ground. The sand chains around Su Hui's body were gone, and she lay on the ground quietly, completely uninjured, but around her were nearly 10,000 sand earthlings who were reduced to bloody mess. Their bones were completely crushed, and a bloody stench spread out. Their blood dyed the sand, making its color much more brilliant. Right at the center was the person with the bow. His body had completely shattered, and it was the same for his head. His body and spirit had been destroyed. Only the gigantic bow remained by his side. It was buried in the sand, with only its tip peeking out. As it quivered, it let out mournful whines. Su Ming looked at his right index finger. Faint waves of fragrance that belonged to God Ascension nectar spread out. This was due to him being unable to suppress the nectar with the seal once he brought out all his power into play. Fortunately, this fragrance only filled the area around him and did not spread out. With one move, Su Ming landed onto the ground. He passed the places with all the bloody puddles of sand earthlings. When he walked up to the place where the bow was buried, he stomped on the ground with his right foot, and the bow shot up from beneath the ground. Su Ming caught it. At the instant he caught the bow, it started shrinking rapidly. Once it turned into a size Su Ming could use, the whines and shivers from the bow gained a submissive tone. Su Ming put away the bow and walked towards Su Hui. He gently picked her up from the ground. with one arm around her waist while letting her head rest against his chest. Waves of faint fragrance from Su Hui's body wafted into Su Ming's nose, and he sent his life force into her body so that she could recover faster. Dao Kong. Her voice was incredibly faint and weak as she struggled to open her eyes to look at Su Ming. Rest well. I'm here, he said softly and raised his head to look at the illusory old man, who was amid the tens of thousands of scattered sand earthlings, and who had his arms spread open, looking as if he was summoning something from the sky. The old man's hair danced in the air, and his body shone as he shouted loudly towards the sky. Hong La Sen, Suiyun Jin Changlin 1. As his voice echoed in the air, a roar came from the sky. That roar spread through the entire desert. During that instant, every single grain of sand in the endless desert started trembling. Near the end of the desert was Djo Mo Sha, and he was rushing forward swiftly. He could already see the end and the area beyond the edge of the desert. That was a tranquil galaxy, but at that instant, his expression changed swiftly. He dipped his head down to look at the sand in the desert, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Once he turned his head around to look back into the distance, he gritted his teeth to charge out of the desert even faster. He could sense a wave of madness and murderous intent coming from the sand. In fact, as he moved forward, the sand under his feet started moving like flowing water. He had always been able to move quickly, and at that moment, he even bit the tip of his tongue to cough up a mouthful of blood. His body turned into a blood shadow, and he left into the distance. He could sense that the sand in the region was not the only one that moved. Instead, all the sand in the desert had started moving. As it tumbled about, it stirred up a great windstorm. The booming sounds caused by the storm were mixed with moans, and that sound was reverberating through the entire desert. After a moment, he finally rushed out of the desert and stepped into the tranquil galaxy beyond. Then, he turned his head around to look back and saw a scene that caused his heart to tremble uncontrollably, because he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. He saw a gigantic face in the sky above the desert. That face looked as if someone was lying in the sky. At that moment, that someone's body started sinking. After the face, the body also appeared, and that body was the size of the entire desert. The 100,000 feet statue started shivering in the desert. When it started showing signs of rousing from slumber, the old man at the top of its head sat down and meditated on it without moving a single inch. Meanwhile, the black skull he held in his bosom shone with a black light that could bring fear to people's hearts. Who summoned me? A voice that reverberated through the entire desert came from the sky. Su Ming lifted his head swiftly, and his pupils shrank. He saw a huge body in the sky as well as a boundless face. That face belonged to a man whose eyes were shut. A long scar ran from the center of his brows to his neck. There were parts in that scar that had yet to close up completely, and those remaining wounds were ghastly white. A mighty pressure Su Ming had never sensed before descended from that body at that moment, and Su Ming could sense that this pressure even surpassed that possessed by the masters of fate, lives, and death. This pressure might be unable to compare to a Kang when it was at the peak of its condition, but it was incredibly close to it. This pressure was only slightly weaker than Sui Chenzi's, but it gave Su Ming a feeling that this person was a powerful warrior who was in the same realm as Sui Chenzi. The hair of the person who was descending danced in the air, and they looked like dragons moving about the heavenly spirits, too. His skin was incredibly fair, making it look as if he had snow for skin, so all those who saw him will definitely not be unable to forget him. At the spot where the center of his brows was torn was a cracked and broken mark. That mark was of a desert, and it was exuding waves of power of divine essence that caused Su Ming's heart to tremble. Ancestral spirit? Antecedental spirit. His pupils shrank. It is I, Long Di, the leader of the Sand Earthlings who have received your protection. I have disturbed your slumber because the Sand Earthlings are facing extermination. This person has killed more than 10,000 of our people. He killed the spirit which you have bestowed upon us. The illusory old man shouted out in a shrill voice. He had already knelt down on the ground, since the moment the person who was like a god had appeared in the sky. All the other Sand Earthlings around him had prostrated themselves on the ground as well. The fervent zeal on their faces made it seem as if they were ready to burn their own souls. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. 1. Hong La Sen, Suiyun Jin Changlin. Just a chant, no meaning. The second part is a name, though, so I like to think of it as come forth, Suiyun Jin Changlin. 2. Heavenly Spirits, Tinggong, Tian 1 Gang 1, these are actually planets. In Shui Hu Xuan/Water Margin, there is a thing called 108 Stars of Destiny, and it is believed that a person's destiny is tied to a star of destiny. These stars of destiny are divided into two groups, 36 Heavenly Spirits and 72 Earthly Fiends. Chapter 929, Suiyun Jin Changlin. Su Ming's expression was cold. He held Su Hui in his arms and lifted his head to look at the gigantic body, as well as the pale face in the sky. A sigh came from the sky. The gigantic person in the sky did not open his eyes, however. He kept them closed, and while he sighed, his words echoed in the air with a boom. This is a race I favor. They are my people. Thou shouldst be buried in the void. The fragmented words rang in all directions. They brought with them a great mighty pressure that made it seem as if laws themselves were contained in them. At the instant they spread out, the sand around Su Ming started spinning about swiftly. The gigantic body in the sky then opened his mouth slightly. An indescribable suction force came out, and the sand on the ground instantly started dancing. It flew up and charged towards the giant's mouth. The sand vortex around Su Ming turned into a whirlwind, sweeping up his body as if it wanted to devour him. You're just a broken spirit, and you dare to bury me, Su, as a punishment? Su Ming laughed coldly. Su Hui had already fallen unconscious and was completely unaware of everything around her. She lay in Su Ming's bosom without moving. Su Ming had his left arm wrapped around Su Hui. As he raised his right hand, he pushed against the ground, and with it, the ground started rumbling and moving. The vortex around him stopped moving for an instant. At that time, without the suction force moving him, he shot up from the ground and charged towards the giant's mouth in the sky. When he was in midair, Su Ming formed a seal with his right hand and pointed forward. Immediately, a mountain appeared in front of him. Most of the mountain was white, and it looked like clouds. Only the edge near the top was black, and that area had the form of a malicious spirit. That creature was half sprawled out on the mountain while holding a black bat in its right hand. Naturally, this was Dao Avenue Mountain, the one Su Ming had obtained from the Yu family. This treasure could be used without any need for divine essence, and its might was also extraordinary. At that moment, once Su Ming brought it out and pointed forward, Dao Avenue Mountain started growing bigger endlessly while charging at its target. The giant in the sky still had his eyes closed, but his act of inhaling had very clearly become slightly faster. Yet even if it had only become slightly faster, the power of divine essence which had manifested around him burst forth in a magnitude that was stronger by several folds. The wind seemed to have become sharp blades. As it roared, it charged towards Dao Avenue Mountain, which was rushing at the giant. While that mountain trembled, Su Ming formed a seal with his right hand and pointed forward again. A roar instantly came from Dao Avenue Mountain. The malicious spirit looked like it had become alive and separated itself. As it roared, the bat in its right hand let out a piercing screech and shot out, turning into a long arc that charged towards the giant in the sky. At that moment, the gigantic person in the sky finished inhaling, and just like a mortal who needed to breath out once he breathed in, he started swiftly exhaling. Violent gusts of wind roared. A large amount of cracks instantly appeared on Dao Avenue Mountain, and it started falling backwards like a kite. Even the malicious spirit could not maintain its form. It looked as if its entire body was about to be blown apart, and the bat could not get close, either. Su Ming felt violent gusts of wind crashing into his face, as if they wanted to batter him until he was reduced to dust and fused with the void. As his body fell backwards, intense pain shot up his body, and even Su Hui's flesh and bones started showing signs of separating from each other. Su Ming turned around swiftly, using his back as a barrier to fight against the violent gusts. At the same time, he saw the mockery and the smugness on the illusory old man's face on the ground, and saw the bloodthirst as well as excitement on the faces of the tens of thousands of sand earthlings around him. A bitingly cold glare shone in Su Ming's eyes. He formed a seal with his right hand and even bit the tip of his tongue to cough up a mouthful of blood. Once the blood fused with the seal, it immediately turned into a layer of blood mist. Through that blood mist, a white mountain rock shot out. This treasure that was peace arrives when the elephant is here swiftly manifested. The mountain rock, which was the size of a palm, swelled up, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a large elephant that could trample the skies. At the same time, the gigantic scale also took form. A piercing roar reverberated in the air, and the malicious spirit which had appeared previously seized the scale once it saw it. Su Ming's hair danced in the air. His robes floated, and the divine essence runic symbols began to flash with light in his eyes. With each burst, the treasure's might would grow stronger. Malicious spirit, Su Ming roared. The malicious spirit instantly turned around with the scale in hand, and its body swelled up limitlessly. The scale in its hand also grew bigger. Its size and strength would depend on how much divine essence Su Ming possessed. If he possessed a sufficient amount of divine essence, then it could grow endlessly. He formed a seal with his hand and said in a cold voice once again, "Weigh the elephant." The malicious spirit roared. As its body grew bigger, it lifted the scale, and with a swing, the elephant landed on the scale pan. Dao Avenue Mountain turned into the weight. This elephant weighs 8 maces and 7 tails. After having this malicious spirit weigh the elephant several times, Su Ming could already figure out some patterns in it. When that spirit weighed the elephant, it would be better if it was heavier, because the weight represented the amount of divine essence that had accumulated. However, when it weighed their enemies, it would be better the lighter they weighed, because the weight represented how much of his opponent's strength he could reduce. At that moment, as the malicious spirit weighed the elephant and said those words, the gigantic elephant raised its head and let out a roar. It shot up and, with an indescribable speed, charged towards the giant in the sky. It was fast. While wind blew against its face, it crashed into the gigantic body with a bang. Booming sounds shot into the sky, and rumbles echoed in all directions. A large amount of ripples fell backwards in the sky. Su Ming coughed up blood. He fell backwards, and a brilliant light shone in his eyes. Divine essence. A booming sound said flatly, "Thou art a succeeding spirit. Still, thou wilt be buried in the void." When the giant opened his mouth, while he still did not open his eyes, he lifted his right hand slowly and pushed it swiftly towards Su Ming. It rushed through the air towards him, and his fingers were so big that they gave Su Ming the feeling that he was facing off against a master of fate, lives, and death. Ikang. In the face of this life-threatening crisis, Su Ming summoned his Ikang clone without hesitation. He lifted his right hand and swung it forward. As he said that word in his heart, the world immediately roared, and a gigantic shadow manifested behind him. It was a tree, the projection of Su Ming's Ikang clone. Once the tree appeared, Su Ming's power increased exponentially. At the same time, the hand of the giant in the sky froze and stopped in midair. Ikang. The giant opened one of his eyes in an instant. It was a yellow eye with a vertical pupil. Its edge was burning in flames, and the giant glared at Ikang's illusory form behind Su Ming. Su Ming did not speak. If he wanted to summon the Ikang clone to this place, then he had to first form the clone's projection. Only when the projection appeared could he use his soul as a guide to open a tunnel in space and allow his Ikang clone to come to this place. At that moment, his projection was swiftly gathering together, but he still needed a dozen-something breaths before he could open the tunnel in space. Ikang, an ancestral spirit who was fortunate enough to obtain eternal life in the ancient Ballad. You have also become so weak. The legend is true. Could it be that the legend is true? The giant's left eye stared at Su Ming's Ikang shadow. Every single time the cycle of an aeon ends, Old Man Extermination, one reactivates the power of reincarnation and creates the ballad for all lives once more. In that ballad, the slots for eternal life are given again. All manner of lives in the universe have the possibility of being added to the ballad. They will be sent to the heavenly ship and head to the vast sky. Then, when the cycle of an aeon ends, they will not be destroyed. You are so weak, and you have existed for much longer. Now, you have reached the end of your life. The gigantic figure in the sky suddenly started laughing loudly. His voice was like thunder, and the right hand, which had come to a pause in midair, suddenly increased in speed to charge down. Su Ming's pupils shrank. When he lifted his right hand, he sucked in a deep breath. His Ikang clone needed several more breaths before he could arrive, and the arm of the person in the sky would definitely reach him beforehand. Su Ming had already made preparations to enter the dimension in the fragment. With the dimension helping him, his Ikang clone could move through space and arrive in this area on time. The black stone fragment's presence spread out in his soul, faint black ripples traveling out. Right at the instant Su Ming was about to step into the dimension in the fragment, a change suddenly occurred. At the instant there were 10,000 feet between Su Ming and the right hand, the hand froze once again. In fact, it even shuddered. The giant's right eye flew open to reveal a crimson pupil with windstorms raging around it. This was the first time he opened both eyes. Disbelief appeared in these two completely different eyes. The giant's right arm was not the only thing that trembled. His entire body shivered as well, and as it did so, the entire sky seemed to quiver. Ripples traveled outwards, and an excitement that had never appeared on the giant's face before showed up. I can sense, not just a Kang's power, in your body. This is the seed of life extermination's presence. There is no mistaking this. I have gone to Old Man Extermination around 30,000 times in the past and offered numerous offerings, but I never obtained a chance for my name to be written in the ballad. You are not a Kang. You are the precedent to reactivate Old Man Extermination. As the giant in the sky trembled, excitement that could not be hidden showed up in his eyes. He pulled back his right hand quickly, and he swiftly turned his body in the sky so that he was no longer lying down, but standing up. As he stood up, the sky roared. If anyone stood by his feet, they would be unable to tell just how tall he was, because no end of him could be seen. However, he did not stand up completely. Instead, he bent his body slowly and knelt down before Su Ming to worship him. Please forgive my offense. Please give me the right to obtain eternal life once more. Please write down my name in the ballad you will reactivate. I am the antecedental spirit of sand Earthlings, Suiyun Changlin. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. He quickly recalled the other name of the black fragment, Seed of Life Extermination. He also remembered the old and broken ship in the galaxy, along with the old man sitting on it, as well as everything he witnessed in the past. An ancient ballad. An old voice seemed to echo in Su Ming's ears. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. 1. Old Man Extermination. Someone who already appeared in ISSDH and RI. Chapter 930. A Time for a Ballad. If the time the song was sung was the total time of a world's birth and subsequent destruction, then when the song ended, it would mark the moment when the world disintegrated. How would you decide the rhythm for such a song? If the time the song was sung was the total time of a person's birth and road into death, then when the song ended, it would mark the moment when the person's life ended. Who would you choose to mention in your song? How would you sing it to yourself? There was a ballad that rang throughout the existence of a universe until it was destroyed. During that period of time, the ballad was time itself. The composer of the ballad could add names into the song so that they would be with the ballad and exist eternally. They would never rot away and die. In the ancient past, there were 9 lives and 4 races whose names were mentioned in the song, and they became glorious existences during the cycle of their aeon with the ballad. At the moment, the ballad had reached its coda. It had not ended, but it was nearing that time. The current moment was also the time for Old Man Extermination to write a new piece. Su Ming looked at the giant in the sky kneeling in front of him. He looked at his gigantic body, but for some unknown reason, he saw a great wave of aura of death around the giant's body. This was a living being that was so old he was nearing the end of his life. He was still alive, but at the same time, he was already a candle that had burned to its end. The flames of his life were about to be extinguished. Please write my name in your ballad. I am willing to offer you everything in my life. The giant bowed his head while speaking in anguish. At the moment he noticed that the person in front of him possessed Old Man Extermination's presence, he gave up all thoughts of attacking Su Ming. The seed of life extermination was something that could not be snatched or wrestled over. If someone wasn't acknowledged by that seed, perhaps another could still snatch it. But once the seed of life extermination was reactivated and fused with the person it acknowledged, then while all people and all forces could destroy the person who was acknowledged, but they could not destroy the seed of life extermination, they would not be able to fuse with it either. The person who killed the acknowledged person would also lose the right to be written into the ballad eternally. This knowledge was something that existed in the giant's memories from the ancient past. Su Ming fell silent. After a long time, he imitated the actions of the old man he'd seen in the dimension and said in a calm and leisurely manner, "What will you offer?" When Su Ming said these words, there was an ancient air to his tone. The black fragment in his soul spread out waves of ancient presence. That presence existed in Su Ming's soul. It had been slowly accumulating over time, and now, when it spread out faintly, he seemed to have become the old man from the past. The giant raised his head and cast his gaze on the ground. With a flash, the tens of thousands of sand Earthlings on the ground let out shrill, pained screams. Their bodies instantly melted, and all of them turned into sand, forming sand dunes on the ground. The illusory old man trembled. This change had occurred too quickly, not giving him a chance to react. In an instant, all his people had died. As he trembled, he wanted to retreat, but when the god of his people fixed his gaze on him, his body turned into sand, and he scattered into the wind. His physical body, which was located far in the distance on the statue that was 100,000 feet, disintegrated as well. The statue, too, disappeared. At that moment, there was no more life in the desert. Grains of sand that looked like crystals flew up from the ground. Each grain of sand symbolized one life. They gathered together to turn into a purification vase that came to float in front of Su Ming. This is the source of life for the Sand Earthlings. It is my first offering. Please accept it. The giant stared at Su Ming with brightly burning eyes. Su Ming met his gaze. After a moment, he slowly lifted his right hand to seize the purification vase in front of him. At the instant he did so, a black vortex appeared on his palm. The vortex was not formed by Su Ming's will, but the black fragment in his soul had manifested it on his palm on its own. Once it devoured the purification vase, it even sent out a black thread. That black thread instantly charged towards the giant. Once it fused with him, the giant shuddered. Excitement appeared in his eyes. He might have been certain that this person was the one who reactivated the seed of life extermination, but there had still been a hint of uncertainty within him. Yet the moment he saw the black thread he obtained every single time he would get in the ancient past after he made an offering, the uncertainty in his heart disappeared. He became completely certain of the person's identity. My life has reached its end, but I can attack thrice for you. This is my second offering. It is also all that I can do now. The sand giant's voice was filled with age. As his words reverberated in the air, he looked as if he was waiting for Su Ming's reply. I can promise you that I will write your name into the ballad, but after you attack thrice, you must offer your divine essence as the third offering. Su Ming said calmly. If my spirit is preserved, then I will have eternal life. I will fulfill my promise, the giant said in his ancient voice after remaining silent for a moment. His body gradually shrunk down, until he turned into an Earth's yellow sand bracelet. It floated over in front of Su Ming. There was an indistinct face on the bracelet, and that was naturally the sand spirit. Su Ming looked at the bracelet. After some time, he picked it up. Once he placed it in his storage bag, he looked at the space around him. As of then, this place was filled with a dead silence. After remaining silent for a moment, Su Ming rubbed the center of his brows. Everything had happened too fast, and too suddenly, just then. Many thoughts rushed past his mind at that moment, but he calmed his heart and started thinking about it with calmness. After a long while, he instinctively touched the space below his neck. There was nothing there, but he seemed to be able to feel the black fragment. Everything about this stone was slowly revealed before him as he gained more experience. Seed of Life Extermination. Old Man Extermination's reactivation, composing the ballad. The experiences he had went through in the dimension in the fragment surfaced in Su Ming's head. The ancient ship should be the heavenly ship that the sand spirit had mentioned. After some time, Su Ming took in a deep breath. He no longer thought about the things that left him confused and lost. He dissipated his Ikang projection and resolved the power he had obtained after fusing with his clones. Then, with the unconscious Su Hui in his arms, he charged forward. Several days later, Su Ming reached the end of the desert, now filled with a dead silence, based on the marks he had left in the past. When he stood at the edge, he turned his head around to cast a look at the desert behind him. He could sense that the desert was moving towards death. There was no longer any life force there, nor any life forms. He kept watching, and suddenly came to understand slightly why the black stone fragment was known as the Seed of Life Extermination. He remained silent for a moment before turning his head around and walking out of the desert. In front of him was a galaxy which was incredibly clean. When he cast his gaze on it, he could not see too much dust or rotten matter. It was like a calm swamp. He could vaguely see a planet at the forefront. This was a cultivation planet that had been split in two, as if it had been cut in half by someone. There were some parts of it that were still connected together, but when he looked at it, he found that it was a wasteland. When you walk out of the desert, what you see in the galaxy will be my tribe. Dgomo Sha's words before he left echoed in Su Ming's ears. He stared at the broken cultivation planet and walked silently over. He gradually got closer. In silence, Su Ming stared at the cultivation planet, and his footsteps became faster. He had no idea how much time had passed, but eventually, he closed in. A decadent air of time filled the galaxy, causing people to be immersed in it, as if they would also become ancient beings from it. Su Ming walked quietly. As he came even closer to the planet, he saw that there seemed to be endless debris on the left side, and among it was a broken statue. When he saw the statue from the distance, a sharp stab of pain appeared in Su Ming's heart. With one move, he instantly appeared on that cultivation planet and stood on a piece of black ground. In front of him was an endless stream of debris. Death existed in the form of a bloody stench that persisted through the passage of time. The ancient air and silence were the only themes in this place. The statue that stood erect among the debris had lost its right arm, but it was still gigantic in size and covered head to toe in black fur. Sitting cross-legged on its head was an old man. He was dressed in a robe whose color could not be determined, and he had his head lifted to look into the distance. He was also a statue. Su Ming looked at the old man, then put down the still unconscious Su Hui from his bosom to slowly walk over to the statue. He descended on the top and stood beside the old man, looking at the familiar face. Various memories appeared in his head. The old man who loved changing his clothes when he ventured out of the ninth summit. The person who brought him to the land of the shamans so that he could get used to the battlefield. The person who taught him the art to clear his mind. And also the person who let him find a home in Freezing Sky Clan. At that moment, he was right before Su Ming. He stared at the statue with a dazed expression, then tears fell down from his eyes. He quietly knelt down and kowtowed 9 times to the statue. Master. When his tears fell on the statue, they spread out and sank into the fine cracks, leaving behind only a wet mark. 1,000 years ago, this was the place where I was born. A deep voice echoed in the air. It came from an abandoned house below the statue, the thin man who was sitting there with a desolate air. Needless to say, he was Djio Mo Sha. He lowered his head and touched the house beneath him. His voice spread through the wreckage, and his words were filled with grief, nostalgia, and an anguish that could not be wiped away. The old man in front of you is our patriarch. He did not like to speak, and most of the time, he would just look into the distance silently. The place he watched was the sacred mountain, the symbol of our tribe. Our patriarch called it the ninth mountain. The patriarch said that he had 5 disciples in his life, and all of them made him proud. He believed that his disciples would someday be the center of attention of the entire universe, so that their names would spread through the whole world and reach him even here. Which disciple of the patriarch are you? My master only had 4 disciples, and the mountain is not called the ninth mountain. It's the 9th summit, Su Ming muttered under his breath while staring at the statue. Djio Mo Sha's body trembled in a barely discernible manner. He raised his head slowly and directed his gaze at Su Ming. There are 5 stones in front of you. You can place your hands on them. Chapter 931, The 5th Kiln. Love. It is the pillar of support for people as they live their lives. It can be love between friends, love between lovers, familial love, and love born out of kindness. When they are shown to the world, they reveal uniform joy and grief. Dark Mountain allowed Su Ming to feel the love for home. His elder gave him the love born out of kindness. His companions gave him the love between friends, and the women in his life allowed him to feel affection but not romantic love. All of these were Su Ming's precious memories. His love for the 9th summit was one between familial love and love born out of kindness. It had dissolved into his blood and was branded into his memories, turning into a form of warmth that was different from his mother's murmurs when he was swathed in darkness. This love and warmth was the thing that allowed him to continue down his path when he closed his eyes in the darkness. In the end, he was still human, a person with flesh and blood. Even if he had a limitless amount of divine abilities at his disposal, even if he had lived for many years and was now an ancient existence, even if he had already grown numb to killing, and even if his hands were stained with blood when he closed his eyes, the things that came up the most often were still those carefree peals of laughter in Dark Mountain, as well as the warmth he experienced in the 9th summit when he was protected by his senior brothers and master. But reality was harsh. It was as if it had reduced all of his longing into fragments filled with all sorts of twists and turns, and they were stranded in the depths of the swamp known as memories. He could stretch a hand into that swamp, but he would never be able to fish out all of them. He would only be able to drag out bits and pieces of those memories. He truly wanted to use his divine abilities to freeze those scenes that were gone from his sight in the blink of an eye. But even if he could not freeze them, there would always be one small little stone that would fall into the swamp, causing faint ripples and giving a light tap so that he would remember. There were so many things that happened in the past, which had now turned into a sigh that echoed in the air as he looked at his master in this silent wasteland. Su Ming stared at the statue before him and sensed the ancient air about the statue. How could he forget this person? Su Ming knelt beside the statue, and tears fell from his eyes. Dgyo Sha's voice entered his ears, then left. Su Ming seemed to not have heard him. He looked at his master's statue quietly, as if time had stopped because of his stare. When an unknown amount of time had passed, Su Ming lowered his head and saw 5 stones the size of his palm by his master's feet. They were placed there and were connected to the stone statue of the giant. It was as if they had existed since the statue was created. Su Ming looked at those stones, and his gaze fell on the 4th stone. That stone had a slight, purple tinge, and it was slightly different from the other 4. When Su Ming's gaze fell on it, he had a faint feeling that his soul was being led to it. Our patriarch left behind these 5 stones. He said that if his disciples arrived someday, they would be able to find their stone among the 5. If they can make those stones melt, then there would be no need to suspect them. They are his disciples, Dgyo Sha said in a low voice. Su Ming stared at the 4th stone. He raised his right hand and slowly placed it on the stone. At the instant he did this, Dgyo Sha focused his eyes on the stone and watched it attentively. He saw a flash of purple. That purple light instantly surged into the sky and illuminated the entire sky. Su Ming's figure was fused into that purple light. When Dgyo Sha looked over, he found that Su Ming's figure was only barely discernible. Su Ming shivered. At the instant the purple light spread out, he sensed Tian Xiezi's presence incredibly clearly. That presence seemed to be just around him, as if it had always existed in this place, just waiting for his disciple to arrive. After a long while, the purple light dissipated. Su Ming stood beside Tian Xiezi's statue, and the 5 stones on the ground had now turned into 4. I, Dgyo Sha, greet my 4th senior brother. Once Dgyo Sha witnessed this scene, he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to Su Ming without any hesitation. Su Ming did not speak. His gaze fell on the 5th stone beside the statue before he turned his gaze towards Dgyo Sha. What did you call me? A fierce look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. After the patriarch arrived in Divine Essence Star Ocean, I became his disciple in name when he provided enlightenment for the 9th tribe. My patriarch told me about the divine abilities his 4 disciples have. Since you could awaken the 4th stone, then based on what the patriarch said before he left, you must be Su Ming. Dgyo Sha raised his head to stare at Su Ming. Of the 4 disciples my master took in, I am the most ordinary of them all. My eldest senior brother is the Lord of 9 Li. My 2nd senior brother is the king of all phantoms. My 3rd senior brother is above all runes and seals. What right do you have to become our junior brother? Su Ming's expression was calm, but the fierce tone in his words had a faint, freezing quality to them. He was no longer the teenager who was immature and who did not have enough experience behind his back. He had gone through far too many things and also had a deep understanding towards the cruelty of the world. He no longer trusted in someone easily. Even if a person called him his 4th senior brother and was truly Master's 5th disciple, some sort of change might occur. Besides, this was not something that concerned Su Ming alone. This was something he would have to share with his senior brothers. Acknowledging another junior brother into their mid was no child's play. Dgyo Sha remained silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, I am very ordinary. Even when I was in my tribe, I was ordinary. I don't know why Patriarch took me in as his disciple in name. Before he left, he told me his 4 disciples' names and told me to come to this place often so that I could wait for his disciples, who might come to this place someday. Su Ming looked into the distance. If the cultivation planet had not shattered, he would have been able to see the 9th summit that was built on the planet from this spot. Why did this place fall to desolation? Su Ming asked calmly after some time. The races surrounded and attacked us. Dgyo Sha's eyes shone with great killing intent and hate as he spat these words through gritted teeth. Why did they surround and attack you? Su Ming asked faintly. Because the 5th stone appeared, and because our patriarch obtained it. Dgyo Sha clenched his fists, and his voice echoed in the air. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before finally asking, Is Master still around? Around 1,000 years ago, our patriarch took the 5th stone and led the 4 races away for us. We don't know whether he is alive or dead. However, over the course of years I've spent conducting investigations in secret, I've found some hints. The 4 races have not obtained the 5th stone, and I believe that the patriarch did not die in the past. Djiomo Sha told everything he knew while looking straight into Su Ming's eyes. What is the 5th stone? Once you have that stone, when you are in the 5th ocean located at the core of Divine Essence Star Ocean, you can use it to point you in the direction of the 5th true world's key, which has been lost in the passage of time. With it, you can even step into the 5th true world. Su Ming fell silent again. How do you gain possession of the 5th stone, and how did it appear? He asked while looking at Djiomo Sha. There are 2 ways to obtain the 5th stone. One of them is to snatch it from the person with it. The other is to wait for the activation of the 5th kiln. It is unknown when the 5th kiln will be activated. Sometimes it will be activated once a decade. Sometimes it will be activated once a century. Sometimes it will need 1,000 or 10,000 years or even longer to activate. Once the 5th kiln is activated, flames that will spread through the entire Divine Essence Star Ocean will burst forth. This is something that even the galaxies beyond Divine Essence Star Ocean will be able to see. The flames will burn continuously for a period of time. During that time, it will be a form of torture and trial for all living beings. We need to avoid the fire, or our bodies and spirits will be destroyed. But there are some powerful warriors who can head towards the fire and step right into the 5th kiln. In it, they might be able to obtain a great serendipity. Their bodies will become sanctified, as if they had been refined. They might also be able to obtain enchanted treasures. The hardest to obtain among them is the 5th stone. However, the possibility of death in there is extremely high. It is said that the 5th kiln is not a product of Divine Essence Star Ocean, but an enchanted kiln. When it burns, it can create supreme treasures possessing endless spiritual energy for the 5th true world. It was in the 5th true world, but once that disappeared, the kiln appeared in Divine Essence Star Ocean. No one can use it as their personal enchanted treasure. They can only watch it erupt time and again in the passage of time, and there are always people who step into it to search for serendipities. By now, this 5th kiln has become one of the 4 great mysteries in Divine Essence Star Ocean. Djiomo Sha explained. As for the other 3 mysteries, one of them is the vortices in space that occasionally appear in Divine Essence Star and have been in the galaxy since its birth. Once someone falls in there, there's no way to get out. We call these vortices Divine Essence Star Ocean swamps. They might lead to another world that is not known to us. The second mystery is the endlessness of Divine Essence Star Ocean. Even if you manage to find the core, it doesn't matter for how many years you move away from it. You will never be able to get out of Divine Essence Star Ocean. It's as if this galaxy is the epitome of the word boundless. The third mystery is the place where all ancestral spirits were born. It is also known as All Spirits Hall. It is said that the secrets of Divine Essence Star Ocean's origins are kept there, but when All Spirits Hall appears, those who are not masters of fate, lives, and death cannot enter the place, which is why it is very difficult for people to know just what is inside. Djiomo Sha's voices reverberated in space as he spoke about the secrets in Divine Essence Star Ocean. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he asked again. Do you know where Master has gone? The entrance to the 5th true world. In fact, there's a high possibility that Master is already in the 5th true world, Djiomo Sha said without any hesitation. Su Ming sank into a contemplative silence for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, a piercing whistle suddenly came from within Djiomo Sha's body. This sound contained 2 long whistles and 3 short whistles, giving off a very urgent feeling. At the instant the sound came, Djiomo Sha's expression changed drastically. He turned around and looked into the distance. As anxiety appeared in his eyes, he also let out a bunch of sounds. They were 3 short whistles and 1 long whistle, as if this was some form of language, and he was replying to whoever it was that made the initial whistle. Once he made this sound, another sound came faintly from his body. This time, it was 4 long whistles and 3 short whistles. Djiomo Sha's expression changed. Without hesitation, he moved forward, but after he took a few steps, he turned around to look at Su Ming. His usually aloof eyes now held a hint of complicated emotions and nostalgia. I finished what the Patriarch instructed me to do, to come to this place once in a while to wait for his disciples. It doesn't matter to me whether you acknowledge my status or not. I, Djiomo Sha, am the Patriarch's disciple, and even if I die, my soul will be the Patriarch's disciple. Once he finished saying this, a determined and resolute look flashed in Djiomo Sha's eyes. He turned his head around, turned into a long arc, and instantly charged into the distance. Su Ming remained silent for a moment. Then, he looked at his master's statue before letting out a light sigh. With a swing of his arm, he swept up Su Hui and took a step forward. His body instantly disappeared. As he had the Duke of Crimson Flame shift, he appeared right next to Djo Mo Sha, who was in the distance and was charging forward in a hurry. You? Djo Mo Sha was taken aback. Chapter 932, Common Sense. What happened? Su Ming asked calmly. Djo Mo Sha remained silent for several breaths. Then when he looked at Su Ming, his expression was filled with a hint of gratitude. The tribe is in danger. It should have been an invasion by the hearers. After the Patriarch shifted the tribe to this place from the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean, we had to keep migrating over the past 1,000 years. We kept hiding from everyone. The 4 races might not chase after us anymore, but the minor races affiliated to them kept whittling down the number of people in our tribe ceaselessly, Djo Mo Sha said through gritted teeth. From a tribe of nearly 100,000 people, we were reduced to less than 1,000 people. Take me to your tribe, Su Ming said calmly. Djo Mo Sha nodded. He moved, and blood fog erupted from his body, causing his speed to instantly increase by several fold. Su Ming took one step forward by his side, and with it, he had already traveled the distance. They rushed on their way, and after about 2 hours, Djo Mo Sha came to an abrupt halt. He carefully observed his surroundings, then brought out a stone from his bosom. He crushed it and spread it outwards. Immediately, in a spot not too far from where they were, a vortex the size of a palm took shape. It sucked in the powder from the crushed stone. The vortices in Divine Essence Star Ocean might have their own mysterious aspects, but after years of investigation, the people here found that while some of the vortices are endless chasms that lead to unknown destinations, there are some vortices that are connected to others of their king in Divine Essence Star Ocean. Once we find these safe vortices, they can be turned into a kind of natural relocation spot. We can use them to make initially long distances no longer so far away. The records of these vortices in each tribe are the most important treasures, and we cannot let any outsiders learn of them. In fact, there are only a few members of a tribe who can have this knowledge. The Patriarch used some sort of unknown method to discover the 9th tribe's relocation vortices, and he discovered quite a number of them. The planet where our tribe was built was also shifted from the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean to the periphery in this manner. In fact, if it was not because of the existence of these vortex tunnels, it would have been impossible for my tribesmen to continue surviving after being chased ceaselessly for the past 1,000 years. There are plenty of vortex tunnels the Patriarch has uncovered which other tribes do not know of up to this date. Clearly, Djo Mo Sha no longer treated Su Ming as an outsider. As he observed the powder from the stone around him, he provided him with detailed explanations. When we return to the tribe, I will tell you all the vortex tunnels that have been recorded. It'll be much more convenient for you to travel around in Divine Essence Star Ocean like this. Djo Mo Sha's eyes focused on the spot where the stone powder disappeared. Then he raised his right hand to seize the air in that direction. Just touching the vortex with your body will be sufficient. When you're being relocated, do not open your eyes. We will be able to walk out of the other tunnel in about a dozen-something breaths. Djo Mo Sha's voice still echoed in space when his body was sucked into the fist-sized vortex. He was pulled inside straight away, as if the edges of that vortex were soft and bouncy, which allowed it to devour all matter. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. After a moment of pensive silence, he took a step forward and touched the vortex. At the instant he did so, he felt that he was enveloped in something soft. Right when this feeling appeared, he noticed a powerful suction force that pulled him into the vortex with a bang. Su Ming did not close his eyes. Instead, he kept them constantly open. He could sense that his body was being moved by some sort of force leading him forward. Before him, he saw Djo Mo Sha, who had his eyes closed. Aside from him, Su Ming saw a colorful world. There were countless living beings that were like jellyfishes shining in this world while they floated around the area. When he looked down, he found no bottom. There was only darkness. When Su Ming saw this, his gaze focused, and he saw 6 brownish-yellow flames suddenly lighting up in a small region of the darkness beneath him. At the same time, a furious roar came from the darkness. Right when that roar sounded, the colorful jellyfish-like creatures around him dispersed. Immediately after, Su Ming saw the 6 flames burn up brighter in the endless darkness beneath him. They swiftly grew bigger, as if they were 3 living spirits swiftly rushing out. "Close your eyes," an anxious voice immediately said from a spot not too far away from Su Ming. That voice belonged to Dgomo Sha, whose body was moving forward due to the force leading him. Once he heard the furious roar, he kept his eyes closed, but anxiety appeared on his face. Su Ming did not close his eyes. He instead continued looking at the endless darkness beneath him. The 6 burning flames came increasingly closer. About 6 to 7 breaths later, the furious roars turned into a powerful impact, and a horse that was entirely black and was stepping on flames appeared before Su Ming's eyes. The 2-headed horse was black and had flames surrounding it. There was murder in its eyes, and the 2 dragon heads kept tossing about. Enraged roars reverberated in the air and charged towards Su Ming. A powerful, mighty pressure erupted from this foreign creature's body, and it was so strong that Su Ming once again understood that becoming a master of fate, lives, and death was absolutely not the limit and did not constitute to someone being the strongest. "Don't look at anything." "Huh." Dgomo Sha's voice turned into a sigh in the end. His figure disappeared from the colorful world, and no trace of him could be found anymore. It was a telling sign that he had been sent out on the other side. The black horse with 2 dragon heads drew closer. Its roars shook the air in all directions. Su Ming could feel that the power drawing him forward was on the verge of collapse due to the tremors. He narrowed his eyes, but he still did not close his eyes. Su Ming had grown incredibly fond of this horse the moment he saw it. The creature's fierce presence matched well with his own murderous aura. When he saw it stepping on flames while on its way, this appearance coincided with a thought that had blossomed in the depths of his head when he had heard Dgomo Sha's words. He was also extremely satisfied with its speed. It had only used the span of a few short breaths to reach this place from the seemingly endless darkness. There were no flaws in its cultivation base, either. Su Ming's eyes were trained on the horse, without any attempt of hiding it. And since his thoughts were revealed in his gaze, the black horse with the 2 dragon heads felt provoked, which was a rare emotion. It also noticed Su Ming's intent to enslave it. This caused the beast's roars to become stronger and its speed to become faster. However, this was just a short relocation to Su Ming. The period of a dozen-something breaths had ended, and his body swiftly disappeared. "You are mine." At the instant Su Ming disappeared, he said those words. He knew that the black horse would be able to hear his voice and would also be able to understand him. He did not know whether anyone had said the same words to the black horse before him. If there was, then the effect of Su Ming's words would not be great. But if there was not, then Su Ming's words would turn into a seed that would be planted in the black horse's heart. As long as it remembered that someone had said such words to it, the seed would exist in its heart. This was Su Ming's art. It evolved from the art that would exist if he believed in it, and it was also a divine ability that surpassed the great art of Berserker seed in terms of standard. Roar. As the black horse's roars reverberated in the air, Su Ming disappeared from the colorful world. When he appeared, he was standing in the galaxy that belonged to Divine Essence Star Ocean. Before him was Dgomo Sha, who had a wry smile on his face. "Fourth senior brother, I am to be blamed for not telling you clearly earlier. You are not supposed to see anything in the world within the vortex. Once you see it, and its image is imprinted in your memories, you will be remembered by the strange power in the world within the vortex. Once you use them again, the living creatures you saw will not let you leave. Even if you manage to leave by a stroke of luck, if you keep using the vortexes to relocate, your journeys will become increasingly more dangerous." Dgomo Sha sighed and rushed forward. He was feeling anxious about his tribe's safety, and was also feeling a little sulky about Su Ming's previous actions. Su Ming took a step forward before he suddenly asked, "Do you know why you are only Master's disciple in name and not his proper disciple?" Dgomo Sha was momentarily stunned. "It's because I only have normal potential and am very ordinary," Dgomo Sha said in a low whisper. "You're wrong." Su Ming shook his head. "Who told you that you are not allowed to open your eyes in the world within the vortex? There's no need for anyone to tell me about this. It's common sense. It's a general piece of knowledge almost everyone living here knows. Those who open their eyes out of curiosity, before long, they are unable to walk out of some vortex. Too many of such incidents have happened over the years. I've seen more than you did." Dgomo Sha felt slightly indignant. "Then has anyone managed to tame the creatures in the vortex and bring them out?" Su Ming asked. "Never," Dgomo Sha said without any hesitation. "You're wrong. Su Ming looked at Djiao Emosha. He stared at this fifth junior brother of his, who he had not admitted verbally, but had already accepted slightly in his heart. Common sense is just a circle. If you believe in it, then it will exist in your life and limit your steps. It will limit everything about you. While it might be able to protect you, it will also limit your growth. It's not because of your potential that Master took you in only as a disciple in name. It's because you lack the courage to challenge common sense, or rather, you don't have the will to shatter common sense in you. Have you ever thought why Master would know more of these vortex tunnels than other tribes when he was in this place? Have you ever thought about why the four races are still unable to find Master even when they have been pursuing him all this while? In fact, I am certain that the black giant Master is sitting upon is a fierce creature that you've never seen before. It's not a creature from Divine Essence Star Ocean, but you've never wondered where it came from, Su Ming said slowly. But when his words fell into Djiao Emosha's ears, they turned into thunderous roars. He knew full well that the Patriarch's fierce black giant was indeed a living creature that he had never seen before. That fierce creature should have come from the world and the vortex. Master was able to discover more vortex tunnels than other tribes because he opened his eyes in the world within the vortex, and he even enslaved a creature from there, Su Ming said faintly. Djiao Emosha's feet came to an abrupt halt. He looked at Su Ming with a dazed look. His voice echoed in his heart, and every single word caused his heart to tremble. Only at this moment did he suddenly understand why, among his four disciples, his patriarch had spoken the most about this fourth senior brother standing in front of him instead of his eldest senior brother, his second senior brother, or his third senior brother. Chapter 933, The Flower That Sank into Darkness. When the fifth kiln appears in the world, its flames fill the entire Divine Essence Star Ocean. The boundless sea of fire burns all those who try to be disrespectful to it. Only the powerful warriors who have practically eternal lives can charge through the sea of fire, and only they can head into the fifth kiln in the sea of fire to seek death, serendipities, and the legend of the fifth true world allegedly existing there in fragmented pieces. If a person could step into the fifth true world, then all the resources of a true world, all the world plane power there could be obtained by that person. Then they could turn the power of 10,000 worlds into the power of Culpa Realm, and with one single move, become a master of fate, lives, and death. This legend was about the fifth true world and the fifth kiln. Yet since the past, every single time the fifth kiln had appeared, there were few who managed to walk through the sea of fire. To be able to do this, a person needed to have a deep understanding towards the original essence of fire. They would need to turn their bodies into fire, or at the very least, they would need to have a ferocious beast that can dance around with fire. Only then would that person be able to move through the sea of fire. Su Ming's understanding towards fire had not reached the state where he understood its original essence or was deep enough that he knew all the origins of fire and its full structure. Neither did he have an understanding great enough that fire would appear out of nowhere when he breathed. His understanding towards fire was only slightly greater than that of a normal person. After all, he inherited the legacy of the Fire Berserker, but to the current Su Ming, the Fire Berserker's level was a little too low. This level of understanding towards fire was not enough for him to be able to walk through the sea of fire when the fifth kiln was activated. That was why he needed a fierce beast that could live even if it was swathed in fire. This sort of ferocious beast could not be seen anywhere. All the fierce creatures in Su Ming's memories did not fulfill this requirement. But when he saw the black horse in the world in the vortex, its heroic bearing as it moved forward while stepping on fire had given Su Ming a powerful hunch the moment he saw it. He had a feeling that this was the creature that could allow him to move through the sea of fire. This was a ferocious beast that could let him look down on fire in the sea of fire. That was why he wanted to obtain this creature. Before the fifth kiln was activated the next time, he wanted to make this creature his pet. It would be incredibly difficult. However, Su Ming had already made his decision. If this matter only concerned Lai Shanxiu's disappearance, then he might hesitate. Even if he came forth to search for clues regarding the first god of Berserkers and guessed that there was a high possibility that he had entered the fifth true world, Su Ming might still eventually choose to give up and return to true Morning Dao world. After all, he still had not prepared himself fully. However, Tianxie was now added into the mix, and this became incredibly important in Su Ming's heart. Besides, he also had a mind and heart to return to the fifth true world and the Abyss Builder's homeland and have a look. All of these things caused him to make his decision. He He wanted to wait for the 5th kiln to be activated in Divine Essence Star Ocean and obtain the 5th stone in the 5th kiln, then bring this stone to the 5th ocean in the core of Divine Essence Star Ocean, and from there, step into the 5th true world. This is my path, a path that was already set for me when I descended into the barren lands of Divine Essence's Crimson Flame planet. I tried to escape from it, but in the end, my path still led to the 5th true world. Su Ming walked beside Dgyo Sha and looked at the galaxy in the distance with a calm expression on his face. I could not escape from it, not because there was a will that chose this path for me in the dark, but because I had subconsciously chosen this path for myself. An ancient presence appeared in Su Ming's eyes. As he grew older, as he experienced more things, as he grew used to thinking, grew used to being alone, and grew used to being lonely. Perhaps his world was not colorful and full of excitement. However, in this world where the strong preyed on the weak, there was a possibility for a rare peace in a person's life. After all, he was only one person. If the bald crane had not been with him, Su Ming did not know how he would have turned out by this time. Perhaps he would have gone to the extreme, become obsessive, or perhaps when he closed his eyes, he would have gained a presence akin to a blade, and when he opened them, shadows stained with blood would appear before him. Because I am someone from the 5th true world. Su Ming shook his head. He did not acknowledge this, but he could not stop that thought and feeling of wanting to take a look at the 5th true world. Perhaps it's because of her. Su Ming walked through the galaxy. It was dark all around him, bringing back the memory of the woman who had appeared when he was in Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. The woman who gave him an unfamiliar yet familiar feeling, who gave him a cold feeling but also one of warmth, his mother. Perhaps it is also for her. Su Ming remembered the girl who had long since stopped calling out to him, his younger sister. He had never experienced true love in his life, be it with Bai Ling or with Xuan. Their figures were like willows in his heart. They drifted about in the wind, never able to fall on the ground, and even if they did, they would soon rise once more due to a passing breeze. Because they were not the only ones who were willows. Even Su Ming himself was a willow without roots. He drifted about without a home and without a place in which he could stay. If he had to mention one thing, then the only experience he had with love was the experience of having a crush when he was still ignorant towards love. In the darkness of his emotions, it was a fleeting rainbow. It was akin to a sigh when snow fell from the sky and wind blew past, like snow that could not make a person's hair completely white even if the person continued walking under it, like how he had been unable to fulfill his promise in the past. Some of his memories were now covered in a light layer of dust from the passage of time, and they were fragmented, no longer connected to each other. I don't understand love, and neither do I understand affection. Su Ming sighed softly. It turned into faint ripples in the galaxy, and sadness was contained in them. They were a blossoming flower that no one could understand as it revealed its loneliness in the quiet darkness. Su Ming looked at the galaxy. He realized that as he grew older and gained more experience, he always subconsciously immersed himself in his memories, constantly turning his head back to look at all the things he regretted in his life. I'm old now, because I always think back on the things that happened when I was young. My young La Su, when a person is old, he starts to feel sentimental about his life, and only then does he start counting all the exciting things that had happened in the past. In Su Ming's ears, his elder's words echoed, brimming with mirth, but he had already forgotten the year and the season his elder had said them. Time trickled by. For hours later, 6 piercing whistles came from Dgyo Sha's body, interrupting Su Ming's thoughts. Those whistles were shrill and piercing to the ear, sounding like a shrill, pained scream. Dgyo Sha's expression changed, and because Su Ming couldn't understanding anything, Dgyo Sha immediately brought out a medicinal core from his bosom. That core was pitch black, but when it appeared in his hand, it instantly started moving. This was not a medicinal core. It was a black centipede that resembled the shape of a medicinal core after it had curled unto itself. A resolute look appeared in Dgyo Sha's eyes, and with gritted teeth, he swallowed that centipede. Once he did so, black smoke immediately rose from his face. The faint mark of a centipede appeared on his face, causing him to look incredibly ferocious. I'll be rushing forward and burning my life. The tribe is in grave danger. Once you walk past this galaxy, you will see a floating continent. That place is where my tribe lies. Once he finished saying these words, black smoke immediately spread out from Dgyo Sha's entire body. He lifted his head and roared. Then with a speed he had never shown before, he vanished. Su Ming's eyes focused. He had tried shifting before, but there was something incredibly strange about this galaxy at this particular moment. He could not shift. It was as if there was a natural barrier placed in this area. At the instant Dgo Sha disappeared, Su Ming took a step forward and sliced through the galaxy like a bolt of lightning to charge into the distance. Right when he had traveled for about a dozen-something breaths, he heard a barely discernible sound from the area in front of him. The seventh whistle. He did not stop moving but traveled even faster. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he saw a floating continent in the distant galaxy. There were uneven cracks on that continent, a telling sign that it had been separated from a planet after it had collapsed. On the fragment, he could see shattered mountains, dried-up ground, and countless withered and yellowing plants. He also saw hundreds of ferocious beasts with blades growing out of their backs floating in the galaxy. They were hundreds of feet tall and had armor. On their backs were tall and lean figures whose earlobes drooped down to their shoulders. There were thousands of people who had the same appearance around the beasts. There were also a large number of black insects of several dozens of feet big moving about in all directions. They had already formed a sea of insects that was rapidly spreading outwards. Roars and booming sounds echoed in all directions. This sea of insects was spreading towards a mountain. Around the edge of that mountain were hundreds of people, and on their faces were despair. However, they did not back down and were continuously killing the insects in that sea. There were also hundreds of people in midair who were casting divine abilities against their enemies in the sky, causing loud bangs. Old people, young children, as well as sick and disabled could be seen on the mountainside. They were watching the sky and earth in silence with the expressions of people who knew they were about to die. A loud bang echoed in the area. A crack appeared in the sky, as if it had been torn apart. Dgo Sha walked out of that crack in one swift step. Black smoke surrounded his body, and it turned into a gigantic, ferocious centipede behind him. As it twisted its body, it opened its mouth wide against the sea of insects on the ground, and a vast amount of black fog instantly shot out of its mouth. As that poisonous fog came out of its body, Dgo Sha's body immediately withered, but there was not a single change in his expression. The only thing that changed on him was that the killing intent in his eyes had grown stronger. His appearance immediately caught the attention of the people standing on the ferocious beasts' backs in the distance. Compared to the usual practice of cultivators speaking to each other before they fought, this alien race that survived in Divine Essence Star Ocean did not speak even a single word when they saw Dgo Sha and recognized him. However, 7 people did fly out, and with murderous intent, they charged towards him. At the same time, the thousands of people in space lifted their hands. As they formed a seal, an innumerable number of black beetles from the sea of insects on the ground went mad. With a purple tint to their bodies, they rushed forward as if they had descended into madness, not caring about the poison fog corroding their bodies. This scene was reflected in Su Ming's pupils in the form of a miniature image. He moved forward and closed in on the continent. Chapter 934. Hearers. Hearers were a small tribe in the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean. There were about 10,000 people in the tribe, but only a few thousand of them were warriors. If those who did not understand the distribution of the powers in Divine Essence Star Ocean saw hearers for the first time, then perhaps they would think that this was a big tribe. However, those who truly understood Divine Essence Star Ocean would know that there were plenty of tribes like this one in Divine Essence Star Ocean. They were like Dgo Sha's 9th tribe. Perhaps they were once a big tribe in Divine Essence Star Ocean. However, as time shifted its gaze away from them, they gradually fell into a state of decline until they could no longer survive in the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean and could only shift to the periphery. Only in this place could they continue growing. All tribes with history behind them would have a complicated connection to the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean. Even though hearers had already lived in the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean for a long period of time, they still had a close connection to several big tribes in Divine Essence Star Ocean. With just one order from those big tribes, they would send out all the warriors in their tribe along with the ferocious beasts they had been rearing for years to launch a siege. As Su Ming watched this scene, he turned into a long arc that charged forward, as loud bangs erupted in space as he broke through it, drawing the attention of the hearers to him. Yet when they turned their heads around, they only saw a blood-red shadow passing by them. This was an arrow. It was an arrow that had no corporeal form, as if it was formed from space itself. It had appeared in the people's eyes as a crimson shadow because once it had been shot out, it pierced through a dozen-something people's chests, and the blood that was brought out from their wounds had dyed it red. This arrow shot past thousands of hearers in space and landed at the foot of the mountain, right on a black beetle that was corroding but still rushing forward with its mouth wide open to devour a member of the 9th tribe. With a bang, the black beetle crumbled to pieces. The impact that was stirred up tumbled through the entire area, stirring up fog that pushed the member of the 9th tribe hundreds of feet back. After that, not a single living creature could be found in a circular area of 100 feet around the spot where the arrow had landed. There was only a dozen-something dead insects whose bodies had shattered due to the vibrations from the force that had wrecked their bodies. There was also a person who stood with his back straight and his hair dancing in the wind in the area. He was dressed in a sackcloth and held a longbow in his hand. He also had a woman he carried close to his chest. She was incredibly beautiful, but her eyes were shut tight, as if she was deep asleep. "Take care of her for me," Su-Ming said faintly and loosened his grip on her. The woman was then sent to the member of the 9th tribe behind him, who had escaped death just moments ago. This was a member of the 9th tribe whose face had turned pale because of how shocked she was by Su-Ming's arrival. The danger her tribe faced had forced her to fight for her tribe, even though she was a woman. At this moment, she almost instinctively took over the unconscious Su-Hui. Su-Ming's eyes were calm as roars surged through the area. This battle was an incredibly grand sight to others. After all, this was a fight between thousands of people, and there was even a sea of insects composed of tens of thousands of black beetles. However, this sort of situation was really nothing in Su-Ming's eyes. Whether it was the war between the Berserkers and the immortal sects when he was in the land of Berserkers, or the recent battle against the Waves of Tears, the scale of those fights far surpassed the scale of this battle. He stood in place. With his left hand holding onto the sand spirit's bow, he raised his right hand, and an arrow shot out. That arrow was still without form. As it sliced through air, it landed in the ground in front of him. Booming sounds reverberated in the air, and an area of 100 feet shattered once again. Su-Ming did not hesitate and continued to fire arrow after arrow. Each one that he shot could turn an area of thousands of feet into a region of death when it landed on the ground. For a period of time, booming sounds shot up ceaselessly in the battlefield. At one point, Su-Ming leaped up from the ground and appeared at the peak of the mountain behind him. When he stood there, he drew the bow with his right hand, and arrows poured down like rain towards the ground. He had sufficient cultivation base and a powerful physical body. Because of this, each arrow Su-Ming shot felt as if it was a dozen arrows fired at full strength. It could be said that when this bow was in Su-Ming's hand, he could bring forth an even more powerful destructive force than the person who had previously held on to it. Within a short period of time, his arrival and the arrows he shot caused an uproar among those of the 9th tribe and the hearers. Those from the 9th tribe had excited expressions, and their fighting spirit had been kindled once again. The strength of Su-Ming's arrows made it so that all land belonged to him. The sea of insects that was close to the mountain continuously disintegrated amid the booming sounds every time an arrow landed on the ground. As the members of the 9th tribe in the sky executed their divine abilities, their morale was boosted. Occasionally, they would look at Su-Ming who stood on the mountain. The image of that person with the bow was then deeply engraved into their eyes. To the hearers, Su-Ming's appearance brought a disturbance to the battle, preventing the sea of insects on the ground from moving forward. Fierce, murderous looks appeared on their faces, and they glared at Su-Ming with powerful killing intent burning in their eyes. Dgo Sha roared, and the centipede which had manifested behind him immediately left his side. Once it grew to several thousands of feet big, it charged towards the thousands of hearers. Su-Ming remained composed. When he shot out another arrow, the ground rumbled, and a deep pit of 1,000 feet appeared. Then, he put down the bow. If anyone looked down from the sky at that moment, they could clearly see that 5,000 feet away from the foot of the mountain was a deep pit. It drew a line between the mountain and the black beetles. Not a single black beetle could be seen behind the line, only the members of the 9th tribe. A dense sea of insects could be seen beyond the line, but not a single one took half a step into that line. They only roared and hissed furiously from beyond. This line was drawn by Su-Ming with his arrows. Within it was the remnants of Su-Ming's aloof, murderous aura, along with a ruthless declaration that needed no words but could be felt by all manner of lives that possessed intelligence. All those who step into the line will die. Killing this sea of insects and all the hearers was not difficult for Su Ming. This was a tribe that did not have even a single cultivator in Lunar Culpa tribe. The strongest that had appeared in this place was only in the later stage of World Plane Realm. As for the other hearers, their levels of cultivation range from Earth Cultivation Realm to the middle stage of World Plane Realm. This sort of tribe was completely unable to make Su Ming feel threatened. He stood at the top of the mountain without saying a single word. However, his existence and his arrows were even more intimidating than words. It could make the sea of insects on the ground not dare to take even a single step forward. The rise in the magnitude of his presence with this action alone caused Su Ming to become an existence that could look down on the world in all the people's eyes. Roar! The old man in the later stage of World Plane Realm among the hearers in space let out a low roar which turned into two waves of impact. One of them landed on the ground, making the sea of insects on the ground even more savage and violent. Some of them then were no longer able to bear with the violence raging in them, and the impulse to move past the boundary rose within them. The other wave turned into a sound that rushed towards the hundreds of members that belonged to the 9th tribe standing in the air, as well as Su Ming standing behind them. At the same time, the thousands of hearers around the old man charged out. They turned into thousands of long arcs that rushed towards the mountain, the hundreds of members that belonged to the 9th tribe. As they rushed out, the sea of insects on the ground let out a piercing screech stepped onto the line formed by the pit, intending to cross over. The old hearer in the later stage of World Plane Realm kept his gaze fixed on Su Ming. Killing intent shone in his eyes. He could tell that Su Ming was only in the middle stage of World Plane Realm, and he had already made a judgment that Su Ming was only this powerful because of that bow. He believed that if he got close to this stranger, then with his power, he would immediately let him know the outcome of going up against the hearers. With a cold harumph, he took a step forward. When he raised his right hand, a rattle drum the size of his palm appeared on his palm. The drum was white, and it was clear that it was made of bone. With one shake, rattles reverberated in the air. The sounds seemed to be able to permeate through everything. They spread throughout the area and fell into each person's ears. The sounds of the drum was not loud, but even Su Ming could hear it. Almost at the instant he heard it, the old hearer let out a ferocious bark of laughter, and with one move, he shifted, even though he was just in the later stage of World Plane Realm. This was something that was almost impossible, unless he was like Su Ming and had the soul of a powerful warrior in Lunar Culpa Realm by his side, so that he could borrow the power of shifting from that person. Otherwise, it was incredibly difficult for those in the later stage of World Plane Realm to shift. It was especially weird, since it was impossible to shift in this galaxy. Su Ming had tried it before. Yet now, the old man's body had vanished. Su Ming's expression remained the same. Not a single hint of change could be detected on him. He watched the sea of insects rushing past the line. As they spread out swiftly, they stirred up a momentum that made it seem as if they wanted to push down the mountain from where it currently stood. This time, Su Ming did not draw the bow. He raised his right hand, then dipped his head down to look at it for a few moments before pushing his hand towards the ground on the mountain. With it, the world rumbled. The ground started trembling intensely. A gigantic palm appeared in the sky and charged towards the ground with louder rumbling. The movement was so quick that in the blink of an eye, the palm had already reached the ground. The entire land trembled. Booming sounds reverberated through the world, shaking the sky and earth at this moment. The black beetles within the sea of insects let out cries of despair, and their infestation immediately fell apart as they started fleeing in all directions in a frenzy. It was also at this moment that distorted ripples appeared behind Su Ming. The old man who had previously disappeared took a step out of those ripples, and with a ferocious smile on his face, he raised his right hand, intending to strike Su Ming's back. His fingers were pitch black, and wisps of black smoke surrounded his hand, turning into the souls of black beetles. Just as he was about to touch Su Ming, he saw a palm appear in the sky and saw the sea of insects collapsing. This scene caused his pupils to shrink and his expression to change drastically. It revealed shock and disbelief. Master of fate, lives, and death. This is impossible. The old man sucked in a sharp breath. In his shock, the thought of injuring Su Ming became the least of his concerns. Instead, as he filled with astonishment, he started moving back, as if the intention of harming Su Ming could not even rise in his heart anymore. The only thought he had was to get out of this place as quickly as possible. Chapter 935, Malicious Eye. Suiyun did not turn his head back. As his right hand fell, a loud, deafening bang instantly came from the ground and drowned out the countless shrill screams of pain that rose into the air. While echo lingered in the air, a shudder ran through the bodies of all the people who were fighting against each other, and as if they had been frozen, they cast their gazes at the ground. All of their jaws then fell slack, and shock on their faces could not be concealed. On the ground was a huge handprint that had sunk in hundreds of feet deep. It was branded onto the land, and there was an innumerable amount of mangled black beetles in there. That handprint was incredibly clear, as if a giant had placed his hand on the ground. On the edges of the handprint were the black beetles who had narrowly escaped death. Their bodies trembled, and they lay on the ground, not daring to move even a single inch. They could sense a terrifying presence that could destroy their entire race coming from that handprint, and it was a mighty pressure that was impossible for them to stand against. Suiyun watched this scene unfold before his eyes calmly. The heart of the old hearer behind him was trembling at that moment. He was retreating swiftly, filled with regret and terror. He was regretting that he had come so close to such a scary person. He was frightened by that palm which contained a will that he could not resist. He had never seen a master of fate, lives, and death in his life, but he had heard about the divine abilities possessed by the powerful warriors on this realm. When he saw all that had happened, only the title of a master of fate, lives, and death echoed in his head. These were the only words that could describe Suiyun. Coming to my side is not something that you can do at will, and neither is leaving, Suiyun said flatly. The old hearer's expression changed drastically. When he raised his right hand, the rattle drum appeared. As he shook it rapidly, he left in an instant. He had been already scared out of his wits by Suiyun's palm. If he knew that there was such a powerful existence in the 9th tribe, he would have never brought his tribe, no matter what. This was no longer them hunting down the 9th tribe, but the hearers bringing upon themselves a threat of extermination. His pupils shrank. As he charged forward, he began fleeing desperately. He wanted to escape from this place. In fact, he could no longer care about the survival of his other tribe members here. He wanted to get back to his tribe as quickly as possible and have it migrate quickly to get as far away as they could from this place. If they slowed down even the slightest bit, then he believed that what would await his tribe would be complete annihilation. Suiyun lowered his right hand, then struck his storage bag. The gourd immediately appeared and floated above his palm. Suiyun touched it gently a few times. "Treasured gourd, please kill him," Suiyun said faintly, and eyes immediately appeared on the gourd before fixing themselves coldly on the fleeing old hearer. A multicolored light instantly erupted from within, and a small person with a blade shot out from the gourd, charging over at its target. After a moment, a shrill scream of pain rang out in the air, resounding swiftly in the battlefield which had fallen silent due to Suiyun's palm, attracting all of the people's gazes towards the source. When the people of the 9th tribe looked over, their spirits were immediately lifted, but when the hearers looked over, their faces turned stark pale. If Suiyun's palm strike to the ground had scared the hearers out of their wits, pushed their fighting spirit into the dumps, and gave rise to incredible terror within their hearts, then the sight of the old hearer being beheaded was like a funeral bell that struck fiercely in all the hearers' hearts. "Elder, run! Get out of here quickly!" After being stunned for a moment, a commotion rose among them. All of the hearers were filled with limitless terror at that moment. Their minds instantly broke down, and all of them started withdrawing. All their minds were focused on only one word: run. "All members of the 9th tribe, heed my orders. Come with me, and kill them. The hearers have been slaughtering our people for years, and this time, we will have them pay by several fold." Dgomo Sha let out a roar, and monstrous hatred burned in his eyes. As he roared, the gigantic shadow of the black-furred giant manifested behind him, along with Tian Xiezi's figure sitting on its head, which brought Suiyun's eyes to him once more. Roars immediately answered his call. It was an outburst that came from all the warriors of the 9th tribe after it had been suppressed within them for countless years. Hundreds of people flew out at that moment, turning into long arcs that charged towards the sky before launching a crazed slaughter on the fleeing hearers, who were now scattered and lacked any unity. One party was fleeing in desperation, and the other was chasing them down in a frenzy while roaring. Clearly, this battle would not end within a short period of time, and the battle line would be elongated. Suiyun stood at the summit and watched this scene, then sighed. He had no grudge against the hearers, And with his principles, as long as they did not provoke him, he would not exterminate an entire tribe without reason. This day was the first time Su Ming had ran into the hearers. However, once he cast his gaze on his master sitting on the black-furred giant right behind Dgyo Sha, who was chasing down the hearers in the distance, a determined gaze appeared in his eyes. He could change his principles for his master. This is the tribe master developed in Divine Essence Star Ocean. They were his companions through many lonely years. Su Ming raised his right hand. Once he formed a seal, he swung his arm in the air. With it, the totem on his arm that was the Duke of Crimson Flame instantly formed a fire cloud that appeared in an incredibly distant place. That spot was the border to the continent the fleeing hearers have not managed to get close to just yet. When they arrived, the Duke of Crimson Flame walked out from the fire cloud. His expression was aloof, and when he spread his arms open, he roared at the sky. With just one roar, a sea of fire spread out around him with loud booms. In an instant, a fire barrier was erected around the land. This barrier was like a lock that completely cut off any chance of survival for the hearers. No, we're willing to pledge allegiance. We're willing to join the 9th tribe. Please spare us. All of this was the elders' orders. We had to come. Pleas for mercy, shouts of madness, and cries of despair instantly echoed in all directions. But all of them turned into pained screams that were drowned out by the enraged roars mixed with the intent for vengeance from those of the 9th tribe. Su Ming closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged on the summit. He did not want to join in this massacre. Helping the tribe kill the strongest person among their enemies and resolving the threat of the sea of insects infestation was something Su Ming had done for his master, but that was also all that he would do. To Su Ming, who had already grown used to seeing life and death, whether this tribe could continue thriving and growing was of no importance. Shrill screams of pain rose and fell in his ears. The stench of blood was thick and refused to leave. Once it collided with the sea of fire, it formed an unpleasant smell. As time passed, the screams grew less in number, but at that moment, Su Ming's eyes suddenly flew open and he swiftly looked into the distance. His gaze was trained on a male hearer who was fighting for his life against Dgyo Sha once his path to escape was cut off by the sea of fire. He had outstanding power and seemed to be either in the later or middle stage of World Plane realm, possessing power of equal level to that of Dgyo Sha. Their divine abilities rang in the air, and when their fight had reached its most intense moment, Su Ming's expression remained as calm as ever, but he let out a cold harumph. Dgyo Sha could not see it, and neither could anyone from the 9th tribe, but Su Ming could see a fine crack appearing in the air behind that hearer. It was swiftly tearing open, and in just the span of a few breaths, it would be completely ripped open. Su Ming's harumph did not travel too far. It only echoed 100-something feet in the area, but the fine crack behind that hearer that no one else could see abruptly stopped moving. The divine essence runic symbols in Su Ming's eyes shone, and the world before his eyes seemed to have been frozen, as if it was due to the power of divine essence. It did not move, and was turned into a still picture. Su Ming was momentarily stunned by this sight. When he looked over, the picture was instantly magnified before his eyes, as if it was moving. As it grew ceaselessly bigger, it looked as if Su Ming and the hearer's distance was being reduced. It continued until Su Ming's gaze seeped through the man's body and landed on the fine crack in the seemingly normal air behind the man. As Su Ming stared at it, the air was magnified endlessly. Once it grew several hundreds of times bigger, he saw a fine crack. He magnified it once more, and when it was made several thousands of times bigger, that crack turned into a gigantic ravine. Su Ming's gaze shot through it, and he saw a layer of light. It moved about in Su Ming's eyes until he saw a black piece of land. On that land was a black volcano, which was erupting. There was a tribe that was formed of black towers at the foot of the volcano. Within that tribe were men, women, the elderly, and the young, but at that moment, all of them were kneeling on the ground and surrounding a statue. That statue was an eyeball. A feeble, frail old man with festering wounds all over his body was gasping as he circled around the eyeball with movements, as if he was dancing. His eyes shone with hatred and anxiety, and complicated chants tumbled out endlessly from his mouth, causing a cloudy look to gradually appear in that eyeball, as if wind and clouds over the course of 10,000 years had just flashed past it. Judging by the appearance of the people who were kneeling on the ground in worship, Su Ming could tell that they were hearers, and this was clearly where the hearers' tribe was located. As for that eyeball, It was definitely the god that the hearers had been worshipping for countless years. It was clear that they had sensed their tribe members' deaths and were worshipping their god, hoping that it would show them a miracle. Almost the moment Su Ming's gaze looked towards the eye through the crack, a vertical pupil appeared on the eye that was being worshipped. That pupil was brown, and there seemed to be endless vengeful spirits struggling to rush out from within it, making it seem incredibly wicked. The pupil turned around and instantly looked at Su Ming. At the instant their gazes met, the pupil in the eye shrank abruptly, and a piercing screech reverberated in Su Ming's heart. With a bang, he tumbled out of the magnified version of the world before his eyes. The ravine turned into a crack, and when the world he saw was no longer a picture but had regained mobility, the burning of flames reverberated in the air, a bloody stench spread out, and the hearer continued fighting against Dijo Emosha. Su Ming moved backwards, as if an invisible force had crashed into him. Then a freezing glint shone in his eyes. Chapter 936, Your Life. A Divine Essence Treasure. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he swiftly stood up. He clearly knew that he did not possess divine abilities which could make the world turn still and even allow him to magnify what he wanted to see, then be able to see fine details that he would otherwise be unable to see. Even if he gathered divine essence in his eyes, he would still not be able to do this. He had been stunned when it had happened. When he connected the pieces together at that moment, he knew that this was not his art, but was due to divine essence in his eyes possessing some kind of connection with that eyeball that Su Ming did not understand. It was this connection that resulted in that divine ability, which he thought was incredibly powerful when he recalled it. Su Ming's eyes shone. At the instant he stood up, he took a swift step forward. He was so quick that he appeared beside Dijo Emosha and the hearer in the blink of an eye. Almost at the instant he arrived, a roar that echoed in Su Ming's heart came from behind the hearer. Su Ming's footsteps faltered, but as the divine essence runic symbols in his eyes shone, he recovered, and the brilliant light in his eyes grew even brighter. Without even sparing a glance at the man, he walked past him, then seized the air behind with his right hand. With it, booming sounds surged into the sky, and an endless amount of ripples instantly appeared in the air. Other people could not see it, but Su Ming could faintly sense that the crack in the air was swiftly closing up at that moment. Immediately after, an even more powerful roar echoed in Su Ming's heart, showing faint signs of fighting against the power of his divine essence. When he connected this sound to the roar that reverberated in his heart, it was clear that it wanted to stop him from continuing. When he looked at the crack that was swiftly closing up, he was certain that the eyeball worshipped by the hearers had noticed something terrifying. It sensed the threat Su Ming brought with him, which was why it refused the hearers that had worshipped it for years, abandoning their tribe members. Instead, it chose to close the crack to prevent Su Ming from coming closer. Roars that shook the sky shot up from the hearer's tribe at that moment. All the tribe members surrounding that eyeball had their hands pressed against their ears, and as they screamed in pain, blood poured out of their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Some of them even died straight away. The old man, who was incredibly frail, feeble, and was covered in festering wounds, found his expression changing drastically. He did not know what had happened, but he could sense the terror coming from the eyeball. It was as if the eyeball had sensed an existence that left it uneasy, and at that moment, it was swiftly closing up the tunnel it had opened. The eyeball's pupil was shrinking. The countless vengeful spirits in it were letting out piercing roars, because of which the hearers either died instantly or let out pained screams, while Su Ming's heart trembled. Due to that, his body showed signs of stopping. Who is it? Who is it that is terrifying the malicious eye? With faltering steps, the feeble old man went up to the eyeball and raised his right hand. He pressed it against the creature, intending to sense and see the person who destroyed his tribe's warriors and terrified the malicious eye to the point that it would not care about his tribe members' survival, going back against its promise to exterminate the ninth tribe. On Su Ming's side, as his divine essence fought against those rumbles, he seized the air with his right hand, then yanked it swiftly outwards. His power erupted with a bang, and the air was immediately torn apart. At the same time, a violent force erupted from the crack and charged straight towards him. As bangs echoed in the air, he instantly moved backwards, seized Dijo Emosha, and brought him hundreds of feet away from the place. Then, Su Ming lifted his head swiftly to look at the crack he had torn open in the air. Others would not find anything strange about this crack, but when Su Ming looked at it, he sensed that it was incredibly similar to that eyeball's pupil. Su Ming's appearance and his subsequent act of seizing Dgyo Sha to retreat stunned the latter momentarily. Soon, though, he retreated without question himself as well. He might not know why Su Ming had suddenly come over, but the crack that had appeared behind that hearer gave rise to a sense of danger within him that caused his heart to shiver. Because of this, he had an idea why Su Ming might have arrived. As for that hearer, he looked towards Su Ming with an enraged expression, but he did not move forward. Instead, he moved back swiftly, moving to touch that crack behind him. Su Ming stood in the air and made no move to stop him. When he saw the man touching that crack and the desire to return to his tribe alive on his face, Su Ming smiled coldly. At that moment, the man let out a shrill scream of pain. At the instant he touched the crack, he was not relocated, but had all his vitality and his cultivation base sucked out of him. His body instantly withered away, and in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to skin and bones which soon turned into ashes. Once the crack sucked out the man's life force, it began to close up right before everyone's eyes, just like how a person's wound would heal. During that process, it also retreated swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, only a fine crack was left of it. So, you are afraid of me. Su Ming moved forward and charged towards the rapidly closing crack. Let us not interfere with each other. A buzzing sound mixed with screeches and an old, ancient air traveled out swiftly from the rapidly closing crack. That sound echoed in the world and stirred up an endless amount of lingering echoes. Let us not interfere with each other. Heh. If I was not powerful enough, would you still have said those words? Su Ming asked flatly. He continued closing in on the crack, then raised his right hand and seized the closing crack once again with his fingers. With a loud rip, the crack was torn open again. This time, Su Ming did not stop. While enduring the roars in his heart and the violent force charging at him from the crack, he rushed inside. When he stepped into the crack, the roars from the Malicious Eye and the hearer's tribe reached their most intense state. Under the barrage from that voice, the old man with his right hand on the Malicious Eye became the first whose body instantly dispersed. After him, all the hearers around the eyeball immediately died wretched deaths. When they fell on the ground, their bodies withered, and they turned into ashes that vanished into the air. All of their life force was absorbed by the Malicious Eye during that moment. The eyeball flew up swiftly from the now completely silent tribe formed by black towers and fled into the sky. During that moment, at the spot where the hearers died in the tribe, a booming sound rang in the area where the Malicious Eye had previously stayed. A huge crack tore through the air, and Su Ming walked out. The moment he did so, he raised his head and looked at the hastily fleeing Malicious Eye in the sky. Become my eye, Su Ming said calmly. He did not chase after it, but lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the sky. With a loud bang, a huge hand appeared high above. That hand was several tens of thousands of feet big, and it was swiftly charging towards the Malicious Eye to seize it. No! A furious roar came from the Malicious Eye. As it reverberated in the air, it stirred up a large amount of ripples. They crashed into the palm coming towards it from the sky. As booming sounds surged into the heavens, the palm crumbled and disintegrated. The Malicious Eye shot through then and left into the distance once more. You and I were fated to meet today. When Su Ming said these words flatly, he still remained unmoving. But the Duke of Crimson Flame walked out of the air right in front of the Malicious Eye with the sea of fire behind him. When he raised his left hand, the sea of fire turned into a gigantic hand that rushed forward to seize the Malicious Eye. Damn it, I refuse. Within the cloudy and smoky hue of that Malicious Eye's pupil were countless malicious spirits roaring ferociously. Some of them had even rushed out of the eyeball to turn into endless ghosts. Quite a large number of them were hearers, and they all rushed towards the fire palm the Duke of Crimson Flame had created. At the instant they touched each other, booming sounds rose into the air. The fire palm fell apart and turned into endless embers in a sea of flame that plunged down to the ground. The Malicious Eye noticed a crack that did not have any flames in the plunging sea of fire, and in a flash, it shot out of there, looking as if it was about to fly out of Su Ming's gaze. But Su Ming remained as composed as ever. This is your life. Su Ming uttered the latter half of his sentence calmly and completed what he had intended to say. At the instant he said these words, a gigantic shadow appeared right in front of the charging Malicious Eye. That shadow was that of a tree, and it was the projection of Su Ming's Ikang. The appearance of the Ikang projection brought a presence that filled the world and turned into a suppressive force which made the Malicious Eye to let out a screech filled with despair. Akang. Damn you, Akang. You killed my original body in the past to offer it to Old Man Extermination in exchange for your eternal life. You ambushed me when I was at my weakest when I segregated my malicious eyes. If that was not the case, how could you have been my opponent? I am the first eye that was born before even the universe was even created. I am the first eye that witnessed the rise and fall of the universe. I won't accept defeat. The roars from the malicious eye were filled with an indescribable madness and hatred. It rushed straight towards Akang's projection. When it rushed over, it started expanding rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to be 100,000 feet tall and stood erect in the air. With a bang, it crashed into Akang's projection. However, at that instant, a hand stretched out of the Akang's projection. Compared to the gigantic eyeball, this was an incredibly tiny hand. When it crashed into the malicious eye, a shrill scream of pain reverberated in all directions. Booming sounds surged into the sky, but Su Ming stood his ground and remained still. Once the booms subsided and Akang's projection disappeared, a handsome, long-haired man dressed in purple stood in the sky with a presence that could allow him to look down on the world. In his hand, he held an eyeball. The eyeball was currently gray, but there was smoke and clouds surging within it, as if the rise and fall of the universe was contained within its pupil. Naturally, the purple-haired man was Su Ming's Akang clone. This was the first time Su Ming had successfully used his Akang clone as a tunnel and his soul as a guide in Divine Essence Star Ocean to summon his Akang clone. You are mine. This is your life, Su Ming and his Akang clone said together. Chapter 937. Her hair lifted by the wind. There was nothing in the world that served as the true epitome of fairness. It was just like what Su Ming had said in the Yu family in the past. He had already seen through this so-called fairness in the world. Since there was no fairness in the world, then the law of the jungle was an eternal rule. It was no surprise then that the malicious eye had been ambushed by Akang in the past when it was at its weakest, and that Akang had offered its physical body to Old Man Extermination in exchange for his name being added to the ballad, thereby gaining eternal life. It was no surprise then that one of the eyes of the powerful creature in the past that had managed to escape by a pure stroke of life had returned to Akang's hand once again. However, this time, the one who had orchestrated this was not Akang's will, but Su Ming's soul. His Akang clone took the malicious eye and slowly placed it at the center of his brows. At the instant the eyeball touched his forehead, the world rumbled. Endless lightning bolts appeared out of nowhere and started spreading outwards in all directions from Su Ming's Akang clone. The sky looked as if it had been turned into a huge lightning net. In this net was Su Ming's Akang clone. When he slowly lowered his right hand, a new eye opened up its center of his brows. It was a malicious eye that shone with a purple light, a malicious eye that exuded a strange and wicked presence. This eye had a vertical pupil. Countless vengeful spirits struggled and roared at the edges of it, and some of them even spread outwards. Because of it, Su Ming's Akang clone left the impression that he was absolutely not a good person. His appearance and the wicked air around him was enough to give a great impact to all those who saw him. That impact would give rise to a thought within those who saw him, and it would be that they could not provoke this person for any reason whatsoever. They would also have a vague sense that he was filled with maliciousness. The aura of it around him was so thick that it was already close to the peak of its density. If it truly reached the peak, then the word malicious would no longer be capable of describing it. Perhaps a new word would then be created by all those who were shocked and intimidated by Su Ming's presence. The malicious eye moved at the center of the Akang clone's brows. The pupil looked swiftly towards the net of lightning in the sky, and with it, the lightning that filled the sky distorted, as if it was trembling, and within an instant, it vanished. It was as if with the malicious eye, the Akang clone's existence became a proud sun in the sky that not even the net of heavens could cover. When the lightning in the sky vanished, the Akang clone lowered his head. Once he met the gaze of Su Ming on the ground, his body gradually disappeared. When not a trace of him could be found any longer in the area, he returned to Western Ring Nebula's foreign land and the 100,000 purple galaxies that belonged to him. Once the Akang clone left, Su Ming closed his eyes. At the instant he did so, a fine, purple line appeared at the center of his brows. That line was incredibly clear, and its appearance caused the wicked air that had always existed around Su Ming to become as thick as the one possessed by his Akang clone. He stood quietly on the ground and did not move as time trickled by. On the third day, Su-Ming opened his eyes. He raised his head to look at the sky, and an incredibly peculiar feeling rose in his heart. The sky was the same as it was 3 days ago. Nothing had changed. The world in his eyes was as it always was, a gray sky, a boundless galaxy that could be seen at the edge of the horizon in the distance. This unusual phenomenon in the sky was one that could only be seen in Divine Essence Star Ocean. The ground was dry, and not a single hint of life could be seen on it. When he swept his gaze across the land, he saw only a flat land that gave off an air of stillness. However, Su-Ming could sense that he was able to see more, and he could see things that others could not see. "Malicious Eye," he said calmly. At the instant he said these words, the thin, purple line at the center of his brows flew open. This was not a thin line. This was the projection of the Malicious Eye on Su-Ming's cultivation-based clone, and his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. When that eye opened, the vertical pupil and the countless struggling figures of the vengeful spirits were immediately revealed at the center of Su-Ming's brows. Roars that could cast hearts in awe and terror reverberated around Su-Ming intensely. However, they did not affect him this time. If there were other cultivators around him at that moment, though, then the wave of impact from the piercing roars would definitely affect their hearts and bodies. Those roars surged into the sky. Su-Ming raised his head once more, and when he looked towards the sky, he saw a completely different sight. He saw 900-something different skies. This was a scene that was incredibly difficult to put into words. It was as if there were 900-something people lifting their heads to look at the sky at the same moment, and the scenes they saw were all gathered into one person's eyes. Because of it, it could be said that he saw 900-something images of the same sky. However, it was not true. It wasn't the exact same sky. Soon after, when the 900-something skies in his eyes overlapped, the sight before him changed, and it was magnified by 1-fold. But it did not stop there. Once the sight was magnified by 1-fold, it continued expanding like flowing water. Only when everything had been magnified by 9 times their original size did it stop. At that moment, Su-Ming saw endless fine particles in the gray sky. These particles were gray, and they were the ones which gave the sky its color. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that this was not a sky, but a gray layer of fog. Su-Ming lowered his head and looked towards the ground. He saw endless fine cracks on the seemingly flat ground, many of which were continuously spreading outwards. However, no one else could see it. This was Su-Ming's Malicious Eye. Before it opened, it was a fine, purple line. When it opened, it turned into the first eye that had seen the universe's rise and fall. Su-Ming sucked in a sharp breath. The Malicious Eye at the center of his brows closed up and turned into a fine, purple line once again. A great surge of confidence rose in Su-Ming's heart. This confidence did not come from his power, but from control. Once he came to possess this eye, he was qualified to say that he could control all things. He could control the battlefield, control all battles of arts, and control all lives and death. There are 900-something souls in this eye, which is why it can magnify something up to 9 times their original size. If that is the case, then the more vengeful souls this eye absorbs, the more shocking the extent to which the eye would be able to magnify something will become. Su-Ming swung his arm and, with a single move, turned into a long arc and disappeared from the ground. Several days later, on the floating continent in which lived the 9th tribe was a mountain. In the middle of it was the tribe, and stone houses surrounded the entire mountainside. Nearly 1,000 members of the 9th tribe were preparing food in the morning in the mid of chimney smoke. Some children played around. Their naive and young laughter echoed in the morning, bringing rarely seen smiles on the adults' faces when they occasionally looked over. The women in the tribe put down their weapons to take care of the elderly and the young, as well as to prepare food. The warriors in the tribe sat down and meditated at the foot of the mountain. They were all training there. There were also a portion of the members in the tribe who went out to hunt. They had yet to return. The entire tribe was brimming with an air of peace that came to them after the Great War, and it was one that had been absent from them for a long time. A line formed by deep pits thousands of feet away from the foot of the mountain showed how devastating the previous battle had been, and it had by then turned into a barrier. Suiyun opened her eyes on this morning and woke up. When she did so, she looked around her in confusion. The last thing she remembered was a familiar figure. Right when this picture appeared in her head, she saw a figure sitting on a mountain rock outside the house. The sun was shining on him. She could only see the person's back, but that back had already overlapped with the final scene she recalled. "You're awake," The porridge in the 9th tribe is pretty good. You can eat some of it. When a familiar voice of the familiar figure reached her, Suiyun lowered her head and looked towards the bowl of porridge that was still steaming hot. Her face was still slightly pale. She averted her gaze from the porridge and cast her eyes on her own body. When she saw herself, her eyes focused. She saw that her robes had been changed to sackcloth, and she was wearing nothing else beneath. Her wounds were healing, and her cultivation base was slowly beginning to reassert itself. The injuries she had suffered were too grave. They were enough for her to possibly lose her life. Even if she was currently recuperating, she would be unable to circulate her cultivation base for a short period of time. A sense of feebleness rose in Suiyun's heart. This sort of feeling was incredibly strange and unfamiliar to her. It was as if she had become a weak mortal. She picked up the hot bowl of porridge, took a light sip out of it, licked her lips, then immediately began taking large gulps from it. Soon, the entire bowl was finished. Her facial color gained a slightly better hue, but the sickly paleness wasn't gone from her face. However, she felt much better than before. She slowly stood up, and her breathing quickened slightly due to that simple action. With her hand on the stone wall beside her for support, Suiyun walked out of the stone house and stood under the sunlight. She looked at the sky, then at the ground at the foot of the mountain, and breathed in the refreshing air. Suiyun lowered her head to look at Su Ming, who was by her side. She remained silent for a moment before saying softly, "Thank you." "Don't mention it," Su Ming answered faintly while sitting on the mountain rock and looking at the sky in the distance. "You were the one who changed my clothes?" Suiyun suddenly asked. "MHM." Su Ming nodded. Suiyun fell silent once more. She did not continue standing, but sat down instead. She, too, looked into the distance. Mountain breeze blew past, lifting a strand of hair, but she caught it with her hand. However, the next moment, the breeze did not just lift up a few strands of her hair. Instead, it blew up most of it up, and she could not catch all of the hair with her hand. It was just like how her heart could not return to her usual, calm state, despite her quiet appearance at that moment. "You have a nice figure," Su Ming said faintly with his face as calm as ever. But when his words fell into Suiyun's ears, she immediately looked towards him. Yet soon, she suddenly smiled elegantly. "Thank you." Su Ming turned his head sideways to look at Suiyun. He stared at the elegant smile on her face, and for the first time, he thought that this woman was quite interesting. "But you have too many moles," he said calmly. "Can't help it. My parents gave them to me, and I don't want to erase them. You'll just have to be bothered by it," she said lightly. She lowered her right hand, not bothering to continue trying to grab the hair that was lifted by the wind. Chapter 938. Who gave rise to this obsession? It was dusk. Su Ming watched the sun rise in this continent within Divine Essence Star Ocean, watched the sun set, and also saw evening arrive. He could not explain this. This was supposed to be a completely pitch-black galaxy and was a continent floating in a galaxy. So where did the sunlight come from? And why was there daylight and nighttime? However, there was indeed a sun here. Strangely, when he stepped into the galaxy, he did not see the sun, but when he stepped onto a cultivation planet or the continent the 9th tribe chose, he could see it. Su Ming had asked Dgio Mo Sha about this before. That is, the light and heat spreading out of the 5th kiln. Before the 5th kiln appeared, Divine Essence Star Ocean was pitch black. The darkness lasted eternally, and the people there had grown used to it. When the 5th kiln arrived, it brought light to Divine Essence Star Ocean. However, while we can see it, we can never find it, unless it appears on its own before us once in a while. Some people say that the 5th kiln's true location is within the world in the void, he had answered. Su Ming sat on the mountain rock and looked at the sun that was the 5th kiln gradually set in the distance. When he looked at it, he could tell that the sun was indeed not round. Instead, it contained the outline of a kiln. The afterglow of dusk shone on the ground with the warmth during the day, fusing together with the freezing wind that blew towards him. When it landed on his body, he could not tell whether it was warm or cold. Su Ming had been sitting on the mountain rock for 2 days. His heart was calm, a sight rarely seen ever since he came to the barren lands of Divine Essence. He could watch the sun rise and the sun set. Perhaps cultivators would not be used to the lifestyle of the tribes here, but to Su Ming, this place was brimming with familiar sights. Humans always loved to reminiscence about the past when swathed in a familiar feeling that they might have coincidentally ran into. They loved immersing themselves in that feeling to turn their heads back and look at their own lives. The sounds of children playing brought back the memories of Dark Mountain Tribe. The friendship between the members of the Ninth Tribe made Su Ming remember the Ninth Summit. Not for the first time, he became aware that this was the tribe his master had once lived in for many years. Perhaps his master's image still remained in these people's memories. If eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and Huzi learned about master and came here as well, it would be great. Su Ming shook his head. The sun set, and night fell. The area became quiet. The children's playful laughter turned into even breathing. The elderly slept. The members of the Ninth Tribe started to either meditate or fall into deep sleep one after another, so the mountain became completely silent when night arrived. Su Ming continued to sit on the mountain rock and look at the dark sky. He could not see the moon, and neither could he see any stars. The only thing he saw was endless darkness, as if he was the only person left in the world at that instant. It was a familiar feeling. Since he was used to being lonely and knew that this was his grief-laden fate, then why was he still immersed in his memories and unable to free himself from them? Why did he always love to watch the black sky and have the fireworks of those beautiful moments in his memories be set off in his heart? Since he was already used to walking down the path of his life alone, then if there was such a thing as a person having past lives, he would have definitely reincarnated plenty of times over tens of thousands of years. Su Ming smiled in the darkness. No one could tell that this smile was filled with anguish. Only the people who had smiled in this manner before would be able to see the heartache that seemed to have fused into the water when they looked at their own reflection in the lake, and only those who tasted that water before would know just how bitter it was. "What's wrong?" a gentle voice asked. It did not interrupt Su Ming's thoughts as he sat in the darkness, but fused into the air quietly and surrounded him. A lovely figure dressed in a sackcloth walked out from the house and sat down by his side. "I miss home," Su Ming replied softly. "If that is the case, then we can leave tomorrow." Su Hui looked at Su Ming in the darkness. She could only see the outlines of his face, but she liked watching him in this manner, because she knew that only at this moment was she looking at that person and not Dao Kong. She understood what was going on, but she did not want to say it. "Do you believe in fate?" Su Ming shook his head. After remaining silent for a moment as a few pictures flashed through her eyes, she gently said, "I do. There are few cultivators who believe in fate." Su Ming looked towards Su Hui. "I do believe in fate, or else why would I be here? When your wounds are healed, you can head to the 9 old frail darknesses. I still don't want to go home." An ancient air had seeped into Su Ming's voice in the darkness. "Did you stay here to wait for my wounds to heal?" Su Hui looked towards Su Ming. "Sleep. I want to meditate alone here." Su Ming did not answer her, but instead told her to go and rest. There was no longer any ancient quality in his voice, and neither was there any nostalgia. Su Hui did not stay beside him. She stood up and walked towards the house, leaving the darkness for him alone. "Perhaps you miss home, but you miss a person even more," Su Hui said from the house, her voice drifting into Su Ming's ears. He fell silent and closed his eyes, immersing himself in the darkness, and quietly meditated. He circulated his cultivation base, and in the freezing wind, he felt as if he had returned to the 9th summit, as if he had returned to the spot outside his cave abode, and was meditating there and watching the sun set and rise as he did in the past. Cultivators did not dream, because dreams would only appear when a person was asleep, and deep sleep could be replaced by meditation for a cultivator. However, on that night, when Su Ming was meditating, he dreamed. In his dream, he returned to the land of Berserkers. In his dream, he saw the 9th summit. In his dream, he also saw Dark Mountain. He saw the figures that existed in the forest, which was where his tribe was located when he was younger. There was Xiaohong. There was also a beautiful girl filled with wild beauty standing alone under a big tree in the snow, dressed in a white mink fur coat. She was waiting in the snow alone. She was waiting for a promise to be fulfilled. A promise of walking in circles with a boy. Mountains aligned close to each other in the mountain range could be seen in the distance. The cold moon in the sky was indistinct. With the white snow on the ground and the pine tree as her companions, the girl continued standing in place and waited foolishly. Snow, wind, and dust blew past her. Years went by. Was there ever any regrets within her? Yet in those clouds were several galaxies and several layers of sky between them. No form of letters in the world could allow them to speak to each other any longer. Thousands of years had gone by. No traces of anything could be found when water landed in a lake. The pine tree appeared the same every year. No one known whether beauty will eventually subside, and whether still water will leave no traces behind when it disappears. You left me with a promise saying you will fulfill it tomorrow, and I have been waiting for you for 1,000 years, but don't make me wait too long. Don't let this silence fade away. Su-Ming opened his eyes, the soft murmurs from the dream still echoing in his ears. He suddenly came to an understanding. Perhaps he was truly not thinking about his home or that one person, but was thinking about that promise he'd made 1,000 years ago. Is this an obsession of mine, or is this an obsession someone placed in me? Su-Ming watched the sky gradually brighten in the distance and the night be washed away by the streams of time. Or else why would I always remember that promise instead of Bai Ling? Why would I dream while meditating? Su-Ming's eyes swiftly grew sharp from their previous dazed state. There was a piercing cold look within them, as if an ancient, ferocious beast had woken up from deep sleep and was exuding the presence that allowed no form of transgression against it. A domineering air spread out from Su-Ming's body. With the first rays of sunlight shining on him, he stood up to move to the bottom of the mountain rock. His body was enveloped by sunlight at that moment, and with a turn, Su-Ming trained his gaze towards the sky, from where the sun was shining. The purple line at the center of his brows opened up and turned into the Malicious Eye. The clouds and fog in it turned into ghosts that looked ferociously towards the sky in the direction of Su-Ming's gaze. At this moment, another Su-Ming appeared in the sky, but in a way that no one else would notice it. This was his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole after he had separated it from his body. The Malicious Eye had also appeared at the center of his brows, and he looked at the sky in the same direction as Su-Ming's cultivation-based clone. In Western Ring Nebula's foreign lands was Su-Ming's Ikang clone, and he was sitting and meditating in the purple galaxy. Wrapped around his arm was the small candle dragon. Soon after both of Su-Ming's clones looked towards the sky, his Ikang clone's eyes flew open, and the true Malicious Eye also opened at the center of his brows. Once this happened, Su-Ming's Ikang clone turned his head around and fixed his stare at the spot Su-Ming was gazing upon. This was all three of Su-Ming's great bodies as he walked down the path of cultivation, executing the power of the Malicious Eye at the same time. They let out all of their power to look towards the boundless space. Their gazes penetrated through space, as if they were moving through the passages of time. They moved past the area which the four great true worlds fended, moved past the entrance to the barren lands of divine essence, and looked towards true morning Tao world. They saw the land that belonged to the immortals in the gigantic galaxy there. At that moment, a war was raging in that place. It was a war between immortals and those from Morning Tao sect. There were countless cultivators casting endless divine abilities. Behind the boundless battlefield was a rune formed by a tremendous amount of fragmented continents. At the center of it was a body made of flesh and blood that was just lying there. There was a figure dressed entirely in a black robe standing beside that body. That person had his slightly withered right hand lifted and pressed against the top of the lying man's skull. Beside the first figure was another person who was also dressed in a black robe, but based on its shape, it could be seen that this was a woman. She was mumbling softly beside the body, her voice echoing in the area. But don't make me wait too long. Don't let this silence fade away. The woman's voice was gentle. There was a hint of nostalgia and a hint of grief within her words. At the instant she finished speaking, the tall person in black who had his right hand pressed on the top of the body's skull raised his head swiftly to look towards space. With a bang, a powerful impact spread out of nowhere. The wind stirred up by the impact did not lift the tall person's robes, but threw off the hood of the woman beside him, revealing a face before Su-Ming's eyes. It was Bai Ling's face. Her expression and the grief in her voice were not matched at all. There was only an aloof look on her face, a calm expression that contained no shred of emotion. Chapter 939, a sigh that came hundreds of thousands of years late. Su-Ming's Ikang clone closed his eyes. The clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole, too, closed his eyes along with Su-Ming's cultivation-based clone. If his soul had eyes, then at that moment he witnessed the aloof expression on Bai Ling's face. They would have closed as well. That was Bai Ling, not Bai Su. There was no way Su-Ming would mistake it. Cultivators originally did not dream, but Su-Ming dreamed. When he woke up, he was in a daze, and he questioned just who was the other's obsession. Perhaps she was his obsession, but perhaps he had always been her obsession. He woke up from his dream, but he did not wake up. In a shattered space, there was a ballad that sang about time. In the ocean of memories was a lone ship that slowly sailed to the sea in the sky. Who is she? This question did not appear for long in Su Ming's heart before he obtained his answer. When he was still in the land of Berserkers, the three powerful warriors in Lunar Culpa realm sealed in Su Ming's soul had provided him with a picture. Within it, he'd seen a woman. She was Bai Ling, Bai Su, and also the sacred lady of True Morning Tao World's Phoenix sect. She was also Su Hui's senior sister. So this is the answer, but I am no longer the same person I was back then. The passing of 1,000 years has allowed me to understand many things. Su Ming shook his head. With a calm heart, he realized that his heart did not clench in pain, and he did not experience that feeling of being at a loss as if his heart had been devoured by the void. It was as if he had been prepared for this answer for a long time. Even if he saw the truth at that moment, he was already used to loneliness, as if the more experience he accumulated, the less things in the world could make his heart feel as if it would be torn apart. By then, there was nothing that could break his heart. Even if it was the girl filled with wild beauty he met in Dark Mountain during his early days, planting an obsession in his heart. This obsession had been deeply rooted in Su Ming's heart for 1,000 years, and when he met Bai Su in the Ninth Summit, it had grown deeper. It was as if there was always a weak force that would lead him once in a while to remember and think about that white head, as well as make him recall that promise made in the snow. Bai Ling in her youth, Bai Su in her adult years, and also Phoenix Sect's sacred lady, when she has become an ancient presence. What a powerful obsession. With each step, she connected more incarnations together and weaved a net that has lasted for 1,000 years. I wonder just what it is about me that makes Di Tian and even the sacred lady from Phoenix Sect be so obsessed with me. Su Ming smiled. If it was not for the Malicious Eye's presence, perhaps he would have continued lying to himself and refusing to think about the net of lies weaved to last for 1,000 years. He had wanted to keep that beautiful and joyous moment in his heart and did not want to have it all be turned into a brutal reality. He did not want to. He just did not want to. But he woke up from his dream, just as if he had walked out of a material world. When people are in materialistic worlds, they remember and yearn for each other. They do not forget each other. They think about each other, learn about each other, but never meet each other. Once they walk out of that materialistic world, they do not remember, do not think, and do not learn about each other. They forget each other and only meet when they had become strangers. If that was the case, then it was better to place no importance on separations and reunions. It was better to just smile and face the end that no words could describe, to wake up with a smile, to have less of an obsession and more of a sense of freedom. If there was a promise, he would fulfill it one day, but he would just fulfill it to complete his life. He would not do so for another person. Su Ming stood on the mountain with the sunlight on his face. His long hair rose and fell in the mountain breeze. However, that wind only managed to lift his hair and the corners of his robes. It could not move his heart. It was as if the rising and falling strands of hair were Su Ming's memories. They were gradually scattered away by the wind, and the ones that could not be blown away were the dust that had been frozen in the sky. Hence, his heart would also start freezing over, and those layers of ice would envelop him. He would no longer long for anything good or happy. His expressions would become as cold as frost as his heart became frozen. Only at the bottom of his frozen heart, which no one could see, in an area where no sunlight would shine, he would find that it was not made of ice. It was wet, and as wind would blow past, drops of blood would fall, dyeing all the fallen leaves in the mountain red. His love was over. That first love of his, acquired when he was still ignorant of everything, was like a bud that did not come to blossom. In the end, even if it was a choice that came 1,000 years late, it still chose to wither. Su Ming smiled. There was no anguish in that smile, only a faint sigh that held a hint of an ancient air. No words were spoken. He suddenly came to a realization. He had thought that the sigh he heard in the wind and snow in the past had come from none other than himself, but that wasn't fully correct. The sigh had indeed come from himself, but it had not come from him at that time. Instead, it had come from him at this very moment. So, even the sigh arrived hundreds of thousands of years late. As Su Ming smiled, he gradually began laughing until he was roaring. His laughter echoed between the sky and earth, filling the morning with peals of his laughter. This laughter stunned the members of the 9th tribe, and they looked towards him. It also attracted Su Hui's attention, and she cast him a sideways glance from the house. "Fifth, do you have wine?" Su Ming's voice traveled outwards with his laughter and landed in Degio Mo Sha's ears at the foot of the mountain. He was first taken aback, because this was the first time Su Ming had called him fifth. There was no way Su Ming would not understand the meaning behind that word. Dgomo Sha shuddered, and excitement appeared on his face. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. Yes, he shouted out loudly, and with a single move, he rushed up the mountain. Then, he turned into a long arc to instantly appear beside Su Ming. With a swing of his right hand, several pots of wine appeared beside them. Su Ming picked up a pot, patted off the soil crust, and without even using a bowl to drink, he placed the pot to his lips and took a big gulp. This wine was brewed by those in Divine Essence Star Ocean, and it was quite different from the ones drunk by the cultivators. The spiciness in it was like a hot wave that erupted swiftly in his body before it rushed straight to his brain. However, it would not knock out a person, but would just affect their mind. Dgomo Sha also picked up a pot of wine and drank with Su Ming. If only life was as beautiful as it seems at first sight. Su Ming put down the pot of wine and leaned against the mountain rock. His long hair spilled over his shoulders, and there was an expression of indulgence on his face. Once he said these words with a smile, he took another big swig from the pot. Fourth senior brother, what does that mean? Dgomo Sha was momentarily stunned. He mulled over these words carefully in his heart, and the more he thought about them, the more he believed that there was something ancient to those words. They were heavy, so heavy that they brought a sense of depression with them. You won't understand it. The one who answered was not Su Ming, but Su Hui, who walked out of the house with a pale face that gave an air of weakness. Her footsteps were light, though, and sunlight shone on her face, emphasizing her beauty that was like that of rainbow. In that beauty was purity, age, and a form of gentleness. If only life was as beautiful as it seems at first sight. I've heard plenty of people say these words before, but no one had the tone as profound as I heard just now. Su Hui looked towards Su Ming and saw him drinking under the sunlight. Wine spilled out of the corners of his mouth, causing people to be unable to tell whether he was drinking wine or whether he was treating that wine as anguish. When you've gone through the vicissitudes of life, experienced the changes in a person's heart, lived through everything that you do not wish to face in your life, then you will sigh in when you are old and have walked through the path of your life. If all people and all things could return to their earliest moments when we first met them, then how good would that be? Because the beautiful moments in your earliest days will be memories that you can no longer live through again once you have been baptized by time. If only life was as beautiful as it seems at first sight. Su Hui mumbled and shook her head. You still have plenty of things you need to do in the tribe. You should go and do those things. I'll stay and accompany your fourth senior brother. Su Hui moved beside Su Ming and sat down. Dressed in a sackcloth, she took the empty pot of wine from Su Ming's hand, then brought out another pot. She wiped off the soil crust on it, then placed the pot in Su Ming's hand. Dgomo Sha fell silent. Once he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to Su Ming, he turned around quietly and left. When he did that, there was a look of recollection on his face. In his head were Su Ming's words. If you want to drink, then I'll drink with you. Su Hui picked up a pot of wine as well. With a gaze that could make a person calm down, she met Su Ming's eyes when he turned his head towards her. I've already drunk one pot. Su Ming stared at Su Hui with an unruly look in his eyes. Su Hui smiled. Her smile was incredibly elegant, and there was a resplendent air to it. She looked at Su Ming and lifted the pot of wine with her hand. Once she took a gulp from it, she quickly lowered the pot and furrowed her dainty brows. Clearly, the spiciness of the wine was beyond her expectations. A red flush appeared on her pale face, and she only recovered after some time. However, when she picked it up again, she drained the entire pot in one go. Once she finished drinking, she placed the pot of wine by the side and lifted her head to look at Su Ming. There was a slight, watery look in her eyes. I caught up. Su Ming stared at Su Hui for a moment and lifted up the pot of wine to his mouth. Su Hui sucked in a deep breath by the side, then picked up a pot of wine filled with wine again, as if she wanted to compete with him. Once she picked it up, she started taking large gulps. She drank at an incredibly fast pace, and before long, she had already finished the entire pot. There was a smug look on her face, and when she looked at Su Ming, her expression immediately froze on her face. There was even hostility and slight anger in her eyes. Su Ming lowered the pot of wine. He had only drunk a small half of it. We're done for the day. Let's drink on another day, he said faintly. No, I've already drunk 2 pots. Su Hui stood up in anger. Su Ming cast a look at Su Hui and retorted calmly. I didn't ask you to drink it. You're not drinking, huh? Su Hui glared at Su Ming and nodded before she picked up another pot, and right in front of him, She finished another pot with loud, noisy gulps. I don't drink with people with a lot of moles. Su Ming's eyelid twitched. He turned his head around and put down the pot of wine. The wine was too spicy, and when Su Hui arrived, for some reason, her presence calmed his heart, and he no longer felt tipsy. Su Ming. Anger raged in Su Hui's eyes. With a single move, she picked up an empty pot and hurled it against the floor. The pot shattered with a loud crash. At that moment, she could not circulate her cultivation base, and as a woman, drinking 3 pots of wine from a tribe in Divine Essence Star Ocean had resulted in her getting drunk. What did you say? Su Ming looked towards Su Hui. I might have been unconscious, but I could still hear. Su Hui, do not care whether you are Su Ming or Dao Kong. What I care is that you asked to drink wine, but you can't outdrink me. Now drink. A hint of scorn appeared on Su Hui's face. She picked up a pot of wine and shoved it in Su Ming's face. You're drunk. Su Ming rubbed the center of his brows. Are you going to drink or not? Su Hui glared at him. Her body swayed, and a misty look appeared in her eyes. Yet she continued holding herself straight so that she would not fall. Let's drink on another date. Su Ming sighed. I drank 3 pots. Su Hui shouted loudly. Chapter 940. Change in True Morning Dao World. Su Ming had never seen a woman with such a personality before. She was usually elegant with a hint of aloofness in her, as if she was a noble, solitary presence. Once she learned that Su Ming had changed her clothes, her expression had only changed momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. The lack of concern about the matter from her had made even Su Ming think about it carefully for a moment before he could tell whether it was genuine. This was still nothing, though. Once she drank, the change of personality in her was so great that it stunned him. Su Hui's voice was incredibly loud. Her words echoed in the area, and when most of the members of 9th Tribe heard it, they raised their heads and looked over. Dgo Sha sucked in a breath and felt fortunate that he had left beforehand. He did not expect that this woman would become so unreasonable once she started drinking. Fellow Taoist Su, good job, a woman's voice said from 9th Tribe. There was a merry lilt to it, and once it was heard by many, other voices immediately started echoing in the air as well. Fellow Taoist Su, you're a warrior among women to be able to drink 3 pots of our tribe's wine. Savior, your wife has already drunk 3 pots. How can you not drink? That's right, drink it. Drink 3 pots. 3 pots won't do. She drank 3 pots, and she's a woman. Savior, you'll have to drink 9 pots. That's right, Savior. We can't lose to women. Drink 9 pots for her. Savior, drink it. Most of the members of 9th Tribe had learned from Dgo Sha that Su Hui was a cultivator from beyond Divine Essence Star Ocean. Su Ming did not bother hiding it, since there was no need for him to lie about it. The gratitude 9th Tribe felt towards him could be seen from the respect they had showed him during the past few days. They had also showed great concern for Su Hui. Based on Dgo Sha's words, they had also deduced that Su Hui and their savior were a couple. Otherwise, why would they stay together? Su Ming laughed wryly. A smug look appeared on Su Hui's face, and she placed a pot of wine in Su Ming's bosom. Once she did so, she turned around and wrapped her fist in her palm towards the members of 9th Tribe at the foot of the mountain. She was beautiful to begin with, and once she became drunk, her act of wrapping her fist in her palm gained a heroic air. It was a bearing that could not be seen on her on normal occasions. Thank you, my friends from 9th Tribe. I've drunk a little too much today, but I can still continue drinking. Still, I am unhappy, because even though I've already drunk 3 pots as a woman, your savior has stopped drinking after only half a pot, she said loudly. It's 1.5. Su Ming was just about to explain himself when his voice was drowned out merry cheers from 9th Tribe. Su Ming shook his head. As he watched Su Hui's heroic bearing as well as the smug look on her face, a smile gradually appeared on his face. The sadness that had previously lingered in his heart disappeared without his knowledge, and the wound left in him, due to seeing Bai Ling with his malicious eye, slowly closed up. If only life is as beautiful as it seems at first sight. With a faint smile, Su Ming stood up and moved to stand at the foot of the mountain rock. Amid the merry cheers from the members of 9th Tribe, he picked up the pot of wine, placed it beside his mouth, and started drinking. The sounds of him gulping down wine echoed in the air. Soon, when he emptied an entire pot of wine, he wiped the corners of his lips with his sleeve, then raised his head and let out a long roar towards the sky. His roar echoed in all directions. At that moment, in the morning sun, Su Ming seemed like a great dragon looking down at the world from the mountain while roaring at the sky. When Su Hui saw his figure, she started laughing as well. Her laughter echoed along with that of the other members of the 9th tribe. Another! Su Ming shouted loudly. Someone from the 9th tribe swiftly brought out more pots of wine and placed them around Su Ming, who picked up one of them, patted off the soil crust, and placed the mouth of the pot to his lips. The wine was spicy and seemed to have turned into a ball of raging fire in his stomach. Some of the wine trickled down the corners of Su Ming's lips and drenched his hair, giving him a domineering air. Another. Su Ming put down the pot of wine and picked up another. The 4th, the 5th, the 6th, and once Su Ming downed 9 pots, his body swayed. As he laughed with his head thrown back, he fell to the ground with a thump. He was drunk. Su Hui was also drunk, and her eyes gradually fell shut. Su Ming could become drunk without worry, because he had the Duke of Crimson Flame's totem on his arm. Besides, while his cultivation-based clone was drunk, he still had his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole in him, as well as his Akang clone protecting everything and the Malicious Eye keeping an eye on the area, which was why he could become drunk, and he needed to be drunk. If anything dangerous happened in the meantime, he could have his clone hold the threat back until he bought enough time. Dgomo Sha watched Su Ming and Su Hui fall to the ground and shook his head with a smile. He personally carried Su Ming, then arranged another woman from the tribe to carry Su Hui and sent the both of them into the house before placing them on a bed. Time trickled by. Su Ming and Su Hui slept deeply in the house on the mountain that belonged to the 9th tribe. During that time, Su Ming felt that he had another dream. In his dream, he felt that he saw his physical body, Di Tian, and also Bai Ling, whose hood was lifted, revealing her face. He also saw the battle between the immortals and those from Morning Dao sect in true Morning Dao world. During it, he heard shrill roars as well as the booms from the execution of divine abilities, but those sounds seemed to be very far away from him. Gradually, those pictures faded away. However, there was a woman who seemed to be in his bosom. She was very warm and delicate, and subconsciously, he wrapped his arms around her. He forgot everything after that. When the morning sun of the next day shone in the house, Su Ming opened his eyes. He was first stunned. Then when he moved his head to the side to look over, he found that he was the only person on the bed, but he did see a long strand of hair by his side. It did not belong to him. It was Su Hui's. Su Ming rubbed the center of his brows. Once he circulated his cultivation base, his mind instantly gained full wakefulness. He saw Su Hui with her back turned towards him, and she was sitting on the mountain rock where he had previously sat outside the house while looking into the distance. He could not see her face. The only thing he could see was the refreshing breeze lifting up her hair, making it dance and curve, drawing beautiful arcs in the air, just like the graceful lines of Su Hui's back. All of this was an incredibly beautiful sight under the sun. Su Ming got up and walked out of the house. The tranquility during the past few days was a period of serenity that was rare in his life. There were no dangers, no killings, no deaths, no shrill screams of pain. All of this made Su Ming feel as if he had found the life he wanted to live the most. In fact, a desire to live in this peace and quiet permanently rose in the depths of his heart. However, this desire could not stay in the wind. It did not matter whether that desire was willing or unwilling. The mountain breeze that blew towards it took it away without stopping for even a single moment. This was something he had no control over. There were still plenty of things he had to do, plenty of regrets he still had not resolved, plenty of people, plenty of things that Su Ming worried over, preventing him from finding a place in which he could live in permanent peace. May I see your true face? Su Hui did not turn her head. She had her back facing Su Ming when she said those words softly. Su Ming remained silent for a moment. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his face had changed. His clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole had replaced his cultivation-based clone, allowing him to transform into a face that was completely different from Dao Kong's. It was Su Ming's face. Su Hui seemed to have noticed it. She turned her head around slowly and looked at him in a daze. Then, a faint smile appeared on the corners of her lips. The equals-at smile was incredibly beautiful in the refreshing breeze. I know you. You are Su Ming, and also Mo Su. 1,000 years ago, you were a wanted criminal by the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds. When you appeared again, you caused a huge ruckus in the area where true Sacred Een world was stationed and caused a progenitor who is a master of fate lives, and death to personally go after your life. But in the end, even he did not manage to kill you. Instead, he canceled the bounty over your head and tacitly acknowledged your existence. Su Ming, your name rings far and wide in the barren lands of divine essence, and you are the person who gathered the most attention over the past 1,000 years. You are also the one person who Dao Kong wanted to bring to his side more than Yuan. I didn't expect. Su Hui shook her head and smiled. I didn't expect that you would have such influence in Black Ink Planet and turn something that is decaying into something amazing. You flipped the universe over its head and possessed Dao Kong. The main organizer behind the scenes for Black Ink Auction was you. Am I right? You are the master of Black Ink Planet. You control everything within Black Ink Planet, along with the auction, so you had them put that sacred constellation robe on auction to lure Dao Kong into your trap. I'm curious, how is it that not only the 9 old frail darknesses didn't notice that you possessed Dao Kong, but there wasn't even a single change in behavior among the fearless warriors Dao Kong controls with his soul? In fact, nothing changed within the soul link formed by Morning Dao's progenitor between Dao Kong and me. If it was not because there are simply too many things that are different between you and Dao Kong, and if it was not because of us having this chance to be alone, I would have only been able to suspect, but not obtain even a single proof to serve as evidence that you are not Dao Kong, she said while looking at him. I still remember that there is a seal on Dao Kong that prevents the direct descendants of the Dao family in Morning Dao sect from being possessed. This mark would attract the attention of the powerful warriors in Morning Dao sect, since they want to be sure that none of their family gets possessed. But you, how did you avoid being detected? In fact, that seal is still in you. How did you do it? There was disbelief on Su Hui's face. This was a question that she could not find an answer for in the depths of her heart. You will not want to know, Su Ming said flatly as he sat down on the mountain rock. Are you afraid that I will expose you after I learn of it? Su Hui suddenly asked. It doesn't matter to me. Su Ming smiled faintly. Su Hui fell silent. She knew that Su Ming truly did not care about it, because it did not matter whether it was his blood or his soul. Everything about him showed that he was indeed Dao Kong. In this situation, no matter what she said, she would not be able to bring about an effect, and there were no benefits for her in this either. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he asked calmly, what happened yesterday night? You won't want to know. Su Hui glared at Su Ming and turned her head around. Su Ming frowned before his expression suddenly changed. He lowered his head swiftly. The sackcloth on his body changed instantly and returned to the appearance of the sacred constellation robe. Once it did so, a great ripple of power spread out. Su Hui turned around swiftly. There was surprise on her face, along with a solemn expression. This is the interworld voice transmission for the direct descendants of the Dao family in Morning Dao sect. Right when Su Hui finished saying this, a loud bang immediately came from Su Ming's body, and a powerful ray of light that surged into the sky erupted from him. This powerful light spread out from his sacred constellation robe. As it did so, an ancient voice began speaking. Dao Kong, the immortals have revolted and broken ties with Morning Dao sect. Make haste and hurry back from the barren lands of divine essence. Chapter 941. If you gain something, you will lose something in return. There are 379 direct descendants who will participate in the activation of the ancestral temple in different batches. Once they inherit our ancestors' glory, they will volatilize their blood that shows they are Dao Qin's descendants, and your power will rise once more. Make haste and return. The old voice echoed in the air, but the crowd did not hear it. Only Su Ming and Su Hui could hear it properly due to the link they shared between their souls at that moment. Su Ming's eyes focused. He had seen the change in true Morning Dao world as spoken by the voice from the sacred constellation robe with his malicious eye previously and could tell what was happening. Su Ming did not know the details of the break between the Immortals and Morning Dao sect, which was why he could find no clues from what he saw. And when he could not find the cause for it, he could not imagine the reason behind why the Immortals would fight against true Morning Dao sect. However, since they started a fight, they had to be confident in themselves. Su Hui's expression also changed, because at the same time, she heard the old voice from Su Ming's sacred constellation robe. A voice akin to a phoenix suddenly spoke in her soul. That voice echoed in her heart and turned into a power that could avoid the link binding her soul with Su Ming's. Once it formed a faint wall separating her and Su Ming, it uttered words that only she could hear. Huier, this is the first time I use this method to send a message to you. Do not panic. and do not reveal any clues. This was from her sect, the voice transmission from Phoenix sect, based on the fact that it could form a barrier that separated the link binding her soul to Su Ming's. He should not be able to hear the message. This was a force of power that Su Hui had never known existed. She also did not know that her sect had the ability to create such a barrier. This barrier was like a crack on a dam. In fact, with Su Hui's intelligence, she could already imagine that this so-called seal and promise to unite Phoenix sect and Morning Dao sect through marriage was not so firm that it could not be torn. A screen could be placed over the seal, and if that was the case, there was naturally a huge flaw in it. However, this flaw was usually hidden very deeply, and it could only be found during crucial moments, thereby allowing them to break the seal and have Phoenix sect leave Morning Dao sect. Dao Kong is by your side. Don't let him see anything off about you. When you were sent to Morning Dao sect to be his wife, I felt deeply unhappy, but I could do nothing about it. The only thing I could do for you is to fight for a promise for you. Now, this promise is no longer important. Phoenix sect has decided to break off from Morning Dao sect. All the seals will be broken, and from now onwards, you will be free, and Phoenix sect will be free as well. But you must kill Dao Kong. Your level of cultivation is much higher than his. Look for a chance and kill this boy. Once you do, hurry back to true Morning Dao world. Remember this. The boy Dao Kong is incredibly important to Morning Dao sect. I did not notice how important he was in the past, but when I thought about it during the past few years, there seems to be a profound significance to Morning Dao sect's act in sending him into the barren lands of divine essence. I've only learned about this recently, but the one who ordered Dao Kong to be sent to the barren lands of divine essence was the sleeping Kulpa Lord of true Morning Dao world. Your mission is to kill Dao Kong. I will help you break the seal once he dies. Su Hui's face was pale to begin with. Once she heard the voice in her soul, she staggered, and her face turned even paler when she looked over at her companion. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. A brilliant light shone within them. Just like Su Hui, a voice that only he could hear was echoing in his head at that moment. This voice had similarly created a barrier that prevented Su Hui from hearing the message. Kong Air, do not be in a hurry to come back. The voice you heard from the sacred constellation robe just now was for Su Hui, who followed you to the barren lands of divine essence. The woman's sect has harbored the intention to rebel since a long time ago, and the hilarious thing is, they thought Morning Dao sect did not know about it. Be careful. You can decide on your own whether to kill her. The 9 old frail darknesses have a treasure specifically tailored to target those from Phoenix sect. If this woman is on your side, you can relax, but if she harbors any other intentions, you can just kill her. With your intelligence, I will leave the choice to you without worry. Remember, Kong Air, do not return within a short period of time. The voices gradually faded away, and Su Ming looked towards Su Hui. Their gazes met. Su Hui remained silent for a moment, then said softly, My sect asked me to kill you. They chose to break off from Morning Dao sect. The immortals are not the only ones who joined in the change within true Morning Dao world. Phoenix sect is part of it as well. There must be other forces of power who have also joined the rebellion. Su Hui rubbed the center of her brows. There was a slightly haggard look on her pale face. You're still injured. You should rest, Su Ming said plainly. He sat down on the mountain rock and did not continue with the topic. Su Hui remained silent for a moment before she looked towards Su Ming. Are you going back? It's still not time for us to go back. Su Ming shook his head. When are you leaving? Su Hui closed his eyes. After some time, she opened them, and a resolute look appeared on her face. With your injuries, you will need another half a month before you can recover from most of them. At that time, I will leave, Su Ming answered her softly while he watched the sky in the distance. I will go with you, Su Hui said calmly. Su Ming remained silent. After a moment, he turned around and looked at her. A long time passed before he nodded. Su Hui's lips curled up into a faint smile. Then she turned around to return to her house. As if he had already forgotten about the battle waging in true Morning Dao sect at that moment, Su Ming lived on the mountain that belonged to the 9th tribe in peace. He watched the sun rise and set, and by his side was good wine as well as Su Hui's occasional company. This sort of life passed by them like flowing water and was like a dream. It lasted from morning till dusk, then from night till dawn. The two of them did not discuss anything related to true Morning Dao world, as if neither of them was willing to speak of it. Like that, half a month passed by slowly. Flowers might not have bloomed and withered during this period of time, but the moon became full, then was reduced to only half of its full form. Half a month passed in just the snap of a finger. It could not be said that plenty of things had flourished and died, and neither could it be said that the stars had lost their brilliance. However, during this half a month, Su Ming forgot his frustrations and his confusion, as if he had returned to the mortal world. Su Hui's smiles had also increased throughout this half a month. It could be seen that she experienced the same things as Su Ming. The joy she felt during the past half a month was comparable to the happiness she had during the first half of her life. However, happiness does not last forever. Joyous moments are always temporary, and all beautiful melodies are fated to end at some point since the moment they are started. One day, it started drizzling in the sky above the 9th tribe. This was the first time Su Ming saw rain in this place. He did not want to use the malicious eye to see how this rain appeared, afraid that he would see too much and make rain lose its meaning. When raindrops fell on the ground, they stirred up fog and dust. As these tumbled about, anyone who looked closely at it would feel that it was like a wave and have a sense as if they were surrounded by mountain fog. Anyone who saw it would at it quietly, and they would be unwilling to avert their gaze. It was as if all the bitter and cold moments of life were subconsciously turned into merely grumbles in a book or a song that seemed to speak of something that happened many years ago as they watched the rain. The murmurs of the wind in the distance sounded as if someone was playing a Xuan, and it was strong enough to chase away the rain that filled the entirety of their field of vision. Su Ming watched. Su Hui. He turned his head around and looked at the woman who was packing their luggage in the house. Her hair spilled over her shoulders, giving her a gentle charm that made her look like a beautiful flower that had blossomed. She turned her head around and looked at Su Ming. "Sit there. Let me draw for you," he said faintly. Su Hui smiled light at him. She put down their luggage and did not even bother putting it back to her storage bag before walking over to Su Ming's side. She went to a mountain rock and sat down on it. Behind her was the rain pouring down from the sky and the obscure land. Moaning wind blew past the strands of her hair, lifting up her dark locks that did not scatter away. "You know how to draw?" "I drew in the past." When Su Ming spoke, he patted his storage bag. A drawing board immediately appeared in his head. This drawing board was not the item he had obtained when he was in the land of Berserkers, but was something he had come by coincidentally when he was in Black Ink Planet. "Oh, how are your skills?" Su Hui smiled, then lowered her head to look at her clothes, straightening some of the wrinkles on them. "I can't draw those with only a few moles, but I might be able to draw those with plenty of moles well." "Don't change your expression, you'll affect me when I'm drawing you," Su Ming said with a frown on his face when he saw Su Hui's expression stiffen. "Su Ming, you're going overboard." Su Hui stood up swiftly with rage on her face. "Just where exactly do I have plenty of moles, huh? If you don't tell me clearly today, I'll fight you to death." "Do you really want me to tell you?" Not a single change in expression could be detected on Su Ming's face. You. Su Hui sucked in a deep breath before she suddenly turned around and shouted at the foot of the mountain, where the members of 9th tribe were. "Dgomo Sha, your senior brother wants to drink. Bring 20 pots of wine from the tribe over here." Dgomo Sha had been meditating at the foot of the mountain. When he heard those words, his expression did not change. He constantly heard these sort of words during the past half a month and knew that his senior brother would definitely back down once they were spoken. There was absolutely no need for him to bring any wine up to them. "You have no moles on your body." Su Ming laughed wryly. Su Hui glared at him before sitting down again. She straightened her robes, then looked over with a faint smile. Su Ming picked up the drawing board and opened his mouth to say, "You don't have 8 moles on your body." When he saw that Su Hui's expression had changed again, he raised his right hand, tapped the puddle of water by the mountain rock with his finger, as if he was dipping his finger in ink. Then, he drew on the drawing board. The paper was clear, just like how his heart was calm. A dash of ink gradually stained the paper with colors that seemed like they came from another world through Su Ming's hand, as if it brought with it the happy moments that remained in his eyes. The paper could no longer return to how it was at the start, but it gained a beauty that it had never possessed before. When you gain something, you lose something in return. This is the way of life. If only life was as beautiful as it seemed at first sight. The situation at that moment was like those words. However, there were certain times when the beauty that was initially seen could not compare to the peace gained after years had accumulated in a person's life. It was like this paper. When nothing was drawn on it, it was empty and blank. Once colors were placed on it after a person drew on it, which one exactly was the one that was more beautiful? Only the person drawing would know. Only those who had experienced such things before would understand. Su Ming continued drawing. In the picture was rain, land, sky, and also the figure of a woman. The beautiful moments in the past when he was still in Dark Mountain remained faintly in his head, but as years went by, as wind and clouds continued changing, they became like dust which would fall on the surface of water and not leave a single trace or stir up a single ripple. They would not ruin the drawing paper. The wind from beyond the mountains filled his sleeves. A beautiful lady sat before him in the rain. No emotions were present on his face, and neither did they enter his heart. This was a change of heart. Chapter 942. You are already my junior brother. Su Hu's heart was trembling before Su Ming had even finished his drawing. She stared at him blankly, because she had discovered that once he drew his first line, he looked as if he had gained an ethereal air. This made it seem as if his body had disappeared. In fact, he looked as if even his presence as well as his soul had vanished without a trace. But she did not notice even a single hint of it in the connection she had with Su Ming's cultivation-based clone. It was as if he was sitting there, but at the same, he did not seem to exist. It was as if he had fused together with the mountain, with the land, with the sky, and everything under the heavens that their eyes could see. He had even fused together with the rain and the wind that blew towards him. There was no distinction between them. This was not him drawing. He was imprinting everything from the wind, the rain, the sky, the earth, and everything else in the universe. What caused Su Hui to suck in a deep breath was when the ripples of power from Su Ming's body swiftly stirred up at the instant he reached that ethereal state before her eyes. Then, in a manner that shocked her, those ripples rapidly gained power. Within a short period of time, he became infinitesimally close to the later stage of World Plane Realm from the middle stage of World Plane Realm. This method of cultivation immediately caused a word to surface in Su Hui's mind: enlightenment. This was enlightenment. Besides this word, Su Hui could not find any other that could allow a person's cultivation base to erupt suddenly in this manner without any use of medicinal cores or training. This made her remember a few sentences her master had told her in the past. When the ancients trained, they placed primary focus on their hearts. They would continuously ask their own hearts and continuously try to understand the truth about the universe. It did not matter whether it was a great truth or a small one. Training their hearts was akin to training their psyche. They tried to understand the universe, and when they ran into enlightenments, their levels of cultivation would reach a state that defied common sense. Now, the method of cultivation we employ only places half of our focus on the heart, and the other half is on arts. We might never be able to reach enlightenment. Su Hui's breathing quickened, but she was incredibly careful in not bothering Su Ming in his drawing. The smile remained on her face, and she made sure that she did not move, because she was worried that if she did anything, she would affect his epiphany. Once he woke up from it, he would lose this serendipity. She saw the ripples of power from Su Ming become stronger as he continued drawing. After a moment, thunder roared beyond the mountain as rain poured from the sky. The ground even started trembling faintly. A gigantic vortex appeared above Su Ming at the top of the mountain. This vortex spread out in all directions, sweeping up rainwater and the mountain breeze to create an abnormal phenomenon. The members of Ninth Tribe noticed it. As they raised their heads, they looked towards the vortex in the sky, and in doing so, they also noticed the ripples of power from Su Ming. Right when an uproar broke out among them, they were immediately silenced by Djio Mo Sha. He stared at the spot above in a daze, watching Su Ming's back. His breathing quickened, and excitement appeared on his face. Change of heart. This is the change of heart, the art that Master once said belongs solely to his disciples. Djio Mo Sha understood the change of heart and knew that this moment was incredibly important to Su Ming, which was why he did not just silence the commotion caused by the members of his tribe. He even personally began defending the entire area with a vigilant expression. I wonder when will my change of heart arrive, he mumbled softly. Time trickled by, and several hours passed since Su Ming began drawing. The rain in the sky gradually lessened, and the wind, too, slowly became weaker. Su Hui kept to the same pose. Even if rain poured on her body, she still continued remaining still. She still had a smile on her face, but there was anxiety in her eyes. She was not anxious because she had not been moving for several hours, but because she had seen Su Ming attempt to reach the later stage of World Plane Realm 7 times during the past few hours. But he failed every single time. She knew deeply that there was a barrier between the middle and later stage of World Plane Realm. This barrier was incredibly difficult to break. She had been able to break that barrier in the past because her master had helped her with all her strength, and only then did she succeed, albeit with great difficulty. However, she believed that as long as Su Ming had enough time, he would definitely be able to reach a break and step into the later stage of World Plane Realm. Even if she did not know why he occasionally gave off a feeling that he was weak, while at other times that he was strong, she believed this was related to him possessing Dao Kong. However, at that moment, Suiyun could sense that the rain was lessening and the wind was gradually fading away. Once the wind and rain were gone, the sky would return to normal. At that time, Su Ming's picture would be finished. If he still had yet to reach a breakthrough by then, his process of gaining enlightenment would end, and he would need another serendipity before he could continue. Su Ming knew this. Every single time a person experienced a change of heart with this art, it would allow their heart to go through a metamorphosis, and even their soul and everything about them would move to a greater state. However, even with this sort of metamorphosis to stir up his cultivation base, there was still a barrier within him. If he could not break through it, then he would be forced to stop in his tracks. This was why Su Ming had chosen Dao Kong as his cultivation base clone. In truth, this cultivation base clone was like a vessel, and Su Ming chose it to make it easier for him to break through the barrier. If he thought about it on a fundamental level, this so-called potential was really just how many barriers a person had in his path of cultivation and how thick those barriers were. This was why Su Ming had chosen to cripple Yi Wang's Kismet. Once he destroyed the Kismet in him, the only person who could have the Kismet gather on his person for years to come in true Morning Dao world would be only Dao Kong. This was the reason why Dao Kong was so highly valued by Morning Dao sect. However, Kismet was insubstantial. Very few could understand it completely and use it. Even Su Ming could not do it. He could only use his own method to change or move it about, indirectly guiding this Kismet that existed in the unseen world. Such as right then. Bang! A loud clap of thunder rang out in the sky. That thunder roared and shook the world in all directions. As it echoed, the rain that was about to disappear started pouring from the sky once more, and the wind that was about to fade away became strong once again. The rain did not stop, the wind did not pause. All of them raged violently and frantically again. Was this Kismet? Perhaps. Perhaps even without this so-called Kismet the rain was fated to not stop, but if this rain continued pouring for several days, then perhaps this would truly be the work of the Kismet. The second day, the third day, until the fifth day arrived. On the fifth day, rain still poured from the sky and continued falling on the ground. Dark clouds filled the sky. Wind raged in the mountains and blew violently in the world. Suiyun sucked in a deep breath. During these 5 days, she did her best to keep still and not move, so that she would not bother Su Ming when he drew. When dusk eventually arrived on the 5th day, Su Ming's cultivation base charged against that barrier once again, and loud banging sounds came from his body. A vast wave of power from his cultivation base erupted from within him. That was not power of the middle stage of World Plane Realm, but the later stage. Su Ming's cultivation base clone had finally stepped into the later stage of World Plane Realm and was at the same stage as his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. Only at this moment could Su Ming truly be considered to have moved into the category of powerful warriors. All his clones could become an overlord of an area. When his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole overlapped with his cultivation base clone before, Su Ming could bring forth power that was close to someone who had attained completion in the later stage of World Plane Realm. Yet right then, the power that would erupt from him would be one that truly belonged to someone who had reached great completion in World Plane Realm, and he had not even added his divine essence into the mix. If he added his divine essence, he would no longer need to use the projection formed by a Kang's power to fight against those in Lunar Culpa Realm, such as what he had done when he was trying to rescue Suiyun in the desert. At that moment, even without using a Kang's projection, he would be able to fight against those in Lunar Culpa Realm. That was if he did not include his Akang clone into the equation. If his Eknag projection appeared, Su Ming did not know just how great his offensive abilities would become, but it was clear that he would then be able to fight against those in Solar Culpa Realm. If his Akang clone came personally and the 3 clones fused together, then with his soul linking them together, the offensive power that would erupt from him would be able to shock even the heaven. Su Ming would be even stronger than when he had first walked out of Western Ring Nebula's foreign land and broken into the galaxy, where the forces of power from true Sacredine world were stationed. Perhaps he could still not be considered as the most powerful person beneath masters of fate, lives and death, though. But if he took a step further and made his cultivation-based clone, as well as the clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole, attain great completion in the later stage of World Plane Realm, then he would become the most powerful person beneath the masters of fate, lives and death. If his Akang clone devoured the other Akangs, then his combat abilities would increase exponentially. And this was the terrifying composition of power that came from the Abyss Builder's inborn ability. Su-Ming opened his eyes, or rather, he had never physically closed his eyes. The eyes he opened were those that belonged to his soul. The sky instantly fell silent. There was no longer thunder. The rain disappeared, the wind faded away, and the sky was clear across tens of thousands of leagues. Su-Ming looked at the drawing board in his hand. On it was a picture of rain pouring continuously from the sky along with a delicate figure. Wind lifted her hair, and it looked as if a world was contained in her smile, causing those who saw it to be unable to help themselves but smile as well. "Thank you." Su-Ming raised his head and looked towards Su Hui. A faint smile blossomed on Su Hui's face, and it was identical to the one in the picture. There always comes a time when people have to be separated. There always comes a time when a song ends and people leave the theater. On the second day since Su-Ming woke up, he left the mountain in which Ninth Tribe was located, left the land, and left the near 1,000 members of Ninth Tribe bowing down to worship him. He did not take Dijo Emosha with him, but instead picked up a map. It was a map detailing the locations of the 4 great races, which were ones who had surrounded and attacked his master when he was in the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean. If Su-Ming had a grudge against someone, he would definitely take vengeance. This was his principle. On his way out, he left behind some words which caused Dijo Emosha to lower his head and bow to him. "No matter what Master thinks, to me, you are already my junior brother." These words caused Dijo Emosha to tremble. He looked at Su-Ming and saw a light shining with wisdom in his eyes, making it seem as if he could read his thoughts. Slowly, an ashamed look that caused him to be unable to speak appeared on Dijo Emosha's face. He quietly lowered his head, but those words still echoed in his heart. This was Su-Ming's acknowledgement. When Su-Ming first saw the 5 stones under his master's statue, he could already tell that the 5th stone had been placed there later on. It might not have seemed as if it was different from the other 4, but the 4 stones that signified the 4 original disciples were under his master's feet, while the 5th was placed away from his feet. This small detail allowed Su-Ming to understand plenty of things. He could imagine a young boy many years ago standing by his master's side and longing to have Tian Xiezi as his master, but up till the moment Tian Xiezi left, he still did not take the boy his disciple. Yet the boy did not give up. He protected his tribe and fulfilled the request Tian Xiezi made before he left without any complaints or grumbles. In fact, as he grew over the 1,000 years, he treated himself as Tian Xiezi's disciple and placed the 5th stone by the statue's feet. This was why Su-Ming had only said half of what he thought. He had the other half remain in his heart. The complete sentence was, "Master will not take in a 5th disciple, but no matter what Master thinks, to me, you are already my junior brother." Su-Ming left. This time, the loneliness he had grown used to was no longer his companion. Su Hui had taken its place. The 2 of them turned into 2 long arcs that headed to the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean and the 4 races that had went after Master's life in the past. They gradually disappeared from Ninth Tribe's sight and vanished from Dijo Emosha's eyes. "Senior brother," Dijo Emosha mumbled. This was the first time no anguish appeared in the depths of his heart when he said these 2 words. Chapter 943, On the Way. Who is it who was unable to see through the mirages of life? Just like how the figures who have left into the distance remained as indistinct blurs in other people's eyes. Who is it who saw through the beautiful moments of life? Just like how Su-Ming did not turn his head back to look. He merely watched the clouds around him as he moved. Then with a smile, he lowered his head and snapped his fingers. Perhaps the dust that flew up when he snapped his fingers was a brilliance that no one could see, but Su-Ming knew that it would only last for the time he blinked, just like how 1,000 years in the world would pass in no time. He would no longer think about it, no longer reminisce. He would have those beautiful moments from the past remain forever at the bottom of his heart and not have them come into contact with the truth. He would retain his happiness and also leave behind a fixation in others. What he cut off was the love in his heart. What he did not cut off was the obsession fixed on him by someone else from the distance, a fixation that tangled itself around him. I retained this happiness, but I've never been a person who would just allow another to scheme against me. A piercing, cold glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He had not cut off his obsession because he wanted to personally find the person who planted this obsession in him. This was how Su Ming was. He would definitely take revenge for all the slights done to him, just like the reason he was heading to the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. Searching for clues about Lishan Xiu had become secondary. His true goal was to wreak havoc in Divine Essence Star Ocean. He would have all the 4 venerated races who went after his master's life to pay what was due. Su Ming walked calmly in the galaxy when he asked without turning his head back, "Have you killed many people in your life?" "Quite a lot." Su Hui had recovered most of her cultivation base, but she still wore the sackcloth and did not bother to change her clothes. "I haven't killed that many," Su Ming said calmly. Su Hui turned her head to look at him with a slightly strange expression on her face. Forget the ones she did not see, just the waves of tears alone was enough for her to sense the murderous aura about his body. If that was not considered a lot, then Su Hui suddenly felt that she should have answered that she had only killed a few people in her life. The 4 venerated races have 100,000 something people each within the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. I won't kill many of them. Just 30,000 something from each race, Su Ming declared flatly. Su Hui remained quiet for a moment before she said softly, "If they can become a venerated race in Divine Essence Star Ocean, then the race will definitely have someone who is a master of fate, lives, and death among them. There is one in each race. I know about that." Su Ming turned into a long arc and charged forward through the galaxy. Su Hui kept him company by the side. Once she heard his words, she smiled faintly and did not continue questioning him. Since Su Ming knew of how dangerous this trip was but still chose to go, then he had to be quite confident in himself. After all, if he was not confident, he would be just walking to his death for no reason. A normal cultivator would need a long time before they could arrive at the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean from the periphery, and they would face countless dangers in their journey. But Su Ming and Su Hui could both shift, so their speed was exponentially faster. Yet even so, even if they were much faster, they would still need several decades to reach the inner parts. However, the map from 9th Tribe marked several relocation vortex spots. Because of that, they could shorten the distance. Based on Su Ming's predictions, they would need only about 10 years to be able to step into the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. This journey wouldn't be short. Based on Su Ming's calculations, the distance from the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean to the inner parts would be the same as the one to the entrance of the barren lands of Divine Essence from this place. Such a great distance was a ravine that a mortal would not be able to cross even after he had been reincarnated thousands of times. Thankfully, this time, Su Ming was not alone. There was a woman by his side. And thankfully, before this woman left 9th Tribe, she had taken a lot of the wine when Su Ming was not looking. Hence, Su Ming, who had already grown used to loneliness, was interrupted by occasional conversations which would fill the trip with a unique air. Just what happened that night. On a day several years later, Su Ming sat cross-legged on a meteor flying rapidly forward. He looked at Su Hui drinking wine by his side. At that moment, her heroic and valiant bearing gave Su Ming a feeling he could not put to words. "You don't know what happened?" Su Hui blinked and looked towards Su Ming. The contact they had during the past few years seemed to have gone by with just the snap of their fingers, but the company she provided him for nearly 1,000 days in the galaxy caused their relationship to become slightly different from before. Su Ming cast Su Hui a look and said faintly without any expression on his face, "I seem to have held something very soft." Su Hui smiled faintly. She continued drinking for a time before picking up a pot and throwing it to Su Ming. "Can you stop drinking like this all the time? You always get drunk." Su Ming frowned and picked up the pot of wine. "Getting drunk is good. You can just leave on your own." Su Hui narrowed her eyes into the shapes of crescent moons, and a misty look gradually appeared in her eyes. When Su Ming saw this, he sighed. He knew that Su Hui had become drunk again. After a moment, he hugged the sleeping Su Hui and jumped from the meteor. This was not the first time he carried this drunk woman. Over the course of the past few years, he seemed to have grown used to this action. Every single time she drank, she would not circulate her cultivation base to get rid of the alcohol, and every time she got drunk, she would fall into deep sleep. A smile would appear at the corner of her lips, causing Su Ming to feel as if he could sense the fatigue and the guard she put up against everyone in the past within her heart every single time he saw that smile. It was as if she could only sleep without worry when she was with him. Perhaps it was also because she liked the feeling of being held by Su Ming after she became drunk. He did not know whether she was doing it intentionally or unintentionally, but she wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her head into his bosom. Her long hair drifted in space, tangling together with his, and giving off a feeling that they could not be discerned from each other. Perhaps this was what she wished for. Su Ming moved forward quietly through the galaxy, with Su Hui in his arms. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, his footsteps suddenly came to a halt. He looked at the area around him carefully before raising his right hand and swinging his arm before him. A wave of air spread through the area and was then rapidly sucked into a spot that was about the size of a palm in front of him. Su Ming's eyes focused. After giving the place a few scrutinizing glances, he took a step forward and headed into that formless vortex, disappearing without a trace. This was not the first time Su Hui and he used a vortex to relocate on their journey to the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. Su Ming was already well-versed in using them. Within an instant, he appeared in that colorful world. He did not close his eyes, but had them open. As his body charged forward due to him being dragged, he lowered his head to look at the darkness and the bottom of the colorful world, and in just a few breaths, a faint smile appeared at the corners of his lips. A roar came from the darkness, shaking the colorful world. At the same time, the jellyfish-like existences floating around Su Ming withdrew. The black horse with two dragon heads rushed out from the endless darkness. The two dragon heads glared at Su Ming while panting harshly, and with a kick, fire instantly burned the entire area. The color of the fire was black, matching the horse's body and giving it an incredibly might air. During the course of the journey, Su Ming had used the vortices to relocate 3 times, so this would be the 4th time he saw this horse. Previously, every single time Su Ming appeared in the world within the vortex, the black horse would immediately notice him, and no matter how far away it was, it would use the unique method it possessed to swiftly reach him. Furious roars echoed in the air. When the black horse lowered its head, it rushed swiftly towards Su Ming with the intent to kill in response to the earlier provocation. Su Ming's expression remained the same. During the previous few encounters, he had come to know that the horse would always get a little closer each time, but it would not be close enough for it to kill him. Judging from the spot where it appeared, the horse would need 7 breaths after he left the place to be able to close in on him. You are mine. One of these days, you will carry me on your back to ride to heaven and hell. Su Ming smiled. As he spoke faintly, the black horse's roars became even stronger, and it looked as if it was about to reach Su Ming, but by then, he had already disappeared and left the world in the vortex. Once Su Ming walked out into the galaxy with Su Hui in his arms, he did not immediately move forward, but stayed close and listened attentively. 6 breaths later, a faint rumble echoed from the vortex he'd left earlier. It's 1 breath short. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. After some calculations, he estimated that he would need at least 3 more trips to the world in the vortex before the black horse would catch up to him, and then the time would come for him to capture it. After mulling over this for some time, Su Ming looked at Su Hui in his arms. Once he pushed her away, he shook her forcefully until she opened her bleary eyes. Wake up. It's your turn. When Su Ming saw that Su Hui had opened her eyes, he let go of her, sat down, and closed his eyes. Su Hui rubbed her eyes and said with resignation, "You're cheating. We promised each other that each of us would take the other and travel a distance." "It's your turn," Su Ming told her without opening his eyes. "Vortex relocations doesn't count." Su Hui glared over at him. "You didn't mention that before, so it counts. Are you a woman or not? Aren't you going to admit to what you said?" Su Ming opened his eyes and looked at her sideways. "You know more than I do whether I am a woman or not," Su Hui retorted without any hesitation. With that one sentence, she managed to render Su Ming completely speechless for a long time and make him think that something seemed to have been reversed here. In silence, Su Ming chose to just close his eyes and ignore her. Su Hui let out a light snort, then circulated her cultivation base. Once she chased away her drunkenness, she raised her right hand and swung her arm in the space before her. A fire phoenix immediately appeared under her. With a screech, it swept up the seated Su Ming and charged forward. Su Hui stood at the top of the phoenix and occasionally looked around her, as well as glanced back at Su Ming training calmly behind her before grumbling under her breath. So petty. I don't have any moles on me, so of course I'm petty. Su Ming opened his eyes for a moment, then closed them again. I know what you want me to say. I just refuse to say it. Su Hui smiled, having uttered words that only Su Ming could understand. Chapter 944 Them. In True Morning Dao World, a battle that shook the entire True World so much that even True Sacredine World and the Emperor of Abyss True World were paying attention to it had just started, and it was already incredibly devastating. This was a great war in which almost every single race in True Morning Dao World had banded together to fight against Morning Dao Sect. It could be said that Morning Dao Sect was surrounded by enemies on all sides. The rebellion had been started by the immortals who had managed to get the other races working together with them by some foreign method, which caught the people from Morning Dao Sect slightly off guard. However, Morning Dao Sect was a sect that controlled an entire true world on its own, so its strength was definitely not something ordinary. Once they fended off the first wave of attacks launched by the Immortals Union, they executed a violent counterattack. Roars surged into the heavens from the battlefields throughout the entire true world. Loud bangs became the constant noise in True Morning Dao World. Cultivation planets shattered and numerous people died, causing a bloody stench to fill every single corner of True Morning Dao World. Within the Immortals territory was a sect called 100 Flowers Sect. Every single person in it was either handsome or beautiful, and in the Immortals world, this place was considered a small sect. 700 years ago, a man had entered this sect. He was a person with gentleness and elegance akin to a flower, and he was fond of having sunlight shine on the profile of his face, fond of playing around with flowers and plants, and fond of forming ambiguous relationships with the female disciples in the sect, because they always communicated with each other as if they were flirting. 700 years ago, he had been an inner sect disciple in the sect. 700 years later, he became a core disciple, but he still retained his personality. He was likable, but there were some who felt envious yet could not do nothing about it. Of course, that envy came mostly from the men. His name was Hua Yinyu, a man whose family name meant flower. You heir. A woman's resigned voice came languidly from a garden in the mountain where 100 Flowers Sect was located. Please call me second senior brother. A man with long hair dressed in a white long robe stood under the sun, and with a smile, he looked towards the woman who had a mature and charming elegance. I am your master. The woman sighed. But 700 years ago, you were my junior sister. The man shook his head and walked next to the woman. He helped her tug a lock of hair behind her ear, which had been made messy by the wind. Just like what you said previously, the Immortals Union has waged a war against Morning Dao Sect, and I've organized plenty of small sects based on your request. 700 years might not be a lot of time, but it's enough to make 39 sects become our affiliates. The woman lowered her head. She did not resist the man's actions as she spoke softly. Then, has my slot on the ship heading to the barren lands of divine essence been confirmed? The man asked softly while blowing into the woman's ear. I can't confirm it yet. The woman instinctively took a step back. It's all right, but those from Morning Dao Sect acting as garrisons in the barren lands of divine essence should have already been summoned back, right? The man smiled softly. The woman raised her head, and with puzzlement in her voice, she asked him, why do you insist on going to the barren lands of divine essence? That place is a prison. The man shook his head and looked at the sky, not speaking. At the bottom of his heart was a string of words, and they were words he could not say to the woman. Because my youngest junior brother is there. Within True Morning Dao Sect was a galaxy that did not belong to the Immortals. That galaxy belonged to a race called Heaven's Howlers. Within that galaxy was a huge sect, and if anyone saw it from outside, they would find that it was formed by endless swords. It floated in the galaxy and surrounded a cultivation planet. There was an incredibly distinct building on that planet. It was a huge sword whose half revealed outside was already 100,000 something feet tall. It penetrated through the planet, and even the tip of the sword itself was 100,000 something feet long. From the distance, the planet and the sword were incredibly eye-catching. There were 300 cultivators dressed in black robes sitting cross-legged around the sword. These cultivators had hoods covering their heads and did not move, but a murderous aura that surged into the sky was brewing around their bodies, as if they could cause the weather in the world to change and clouds as well as wind to surge the moment they stood up. All of them appeared to be in the middle stage of world plane realm. In fact, any person could sense clearly that there was a seal contained within them, and if that seal was broken, No one knew just what sort of brilliance would explode from them. Dong, dong, dong. The beats of a war drum echoed swiftly in the area. As the sounds of the drum traveled outwards, the 300 cultivators in the area gradually raised their heads. Their gazes were all trained on the tip of the huge sword they surrounded. It might be blurry in their eyes, but a picture had already appeared in their heads. In that picture were clouds that looked like they were hovering above the tip of the sword in the galaxy. Within those clouds was a person sitting cross-legged. Before him was a huge drum, and the beats came when he struck the drum with his right hand. That person did not have a head. He was half naked. His nipples served as his eyes, and his navel was his mouth. In his left hand was a battle axe of several dozens of feet. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he struck the drum. He was known as Shingon by the people in the sect. 700 years ago, he had joined the sect, and during those 700 years, his level of cultivation rose at a pace that shocked everyone. But what cast them even more into disbelief was the fighting spirit this person possessed. It was so strong that his murderous aura was so thick that it was enough to make a person feel as if they were cast into hell the moment they saw it. This was a natural fiend, a presence publicly acknowledged by all the cultivators in the sect. The sounds of the drum were like thunder. As the booms surged into the sky, the headless Shingon stood up. At the moment he did so, his tall body caused the world to lose its color and all roars to fall silent. Lightning crackled in the sky. As it illuminated the ground, the bolts of lightning formed a gigantic face in the sky. Heaven's Howler, the headless man shouted out in a low growl that rumbled in all directions. His voice boomed in all directions and drowned out the thunder. You promised me that once I, Shingon, joined your sect, you would execute your divine ability and send me to the barren lands of divine essence. As the man roared, the 300 people under the sword stood up together. An indescribable murderous aura erupted from their bodies, and it was so strong that their presences connected together. A powerful aura then surrounded the sword. As it swept outwards in all directions, it filled the entire cultivation planet. Anyone who looked over would find that the cultivation planet was surrounded by fog. It was formed from murderous aura, and it had manifested after the kismet in the place was chased away. Within that fog were countless vengeful spirits. There were men and women among them, as well as ferocious beasts and cultivators. They were all howling shrilly. Over the course of 700 years, I've killed 1 billion lives for you. When the man at the tip of the sword said these words, the shrill cries from the illusory, vengeful souls surrounding the cultivation planet grew even stronger. Needless to say, they were the 1 billion souls he had killed. When are you going to send me to the barren lands of divine essence? He roared loudly. At the instant he did so, the 300 people on the ground raised their heads together and let out roars that shook the sky. When are you going to send me to the barren lands of divine essence? These 300 people shouted in anger, and as they did so, the hoods over their heads were blown off by wind to reveal bald heads filled with marks exuding the shaman's presence. These 300 people were the souls of Ninely. The face formed by lightning in the sky remained silent as he looked at the man. In his eyes was a hint of high praise and deep respect. He then said in a low voice, "Once the war against Morning Dao sect ends, I will personally send you to the barren lands of divine essence and help you search for your junior brother. If I go back on my word, then all heaven's howlers will face the disaster of extermination." All right, the headless man at the tip of the sword agreed unhappily. Warriors of Ninely, we will go to war. To war. The ones who answered him were the 300 people on the ground. Their roars surged into the sky and shook the lightning so much that huge waves of sound surged up. Kill him. Damn you, you bastard. How dare you ambush me? I'll bite you to death. On a battlefield in the war between Morning Dao sect and the Immortals Union, enraged roars rang in the air. Cultivators from Morning Dao sect were all watching a man they had surrounded in shock. The man was the height of 3 average men. He was abnormally built, and he had endless strength. The tiger skin he wore made it seem like he was a ferocious beast in the shape of a tiger from the distance, or maybe the manifestation of a tiger spirit. At that moment, he had his teeth snapped tightly shut on a young cultivator who he had seized with his right hand. As the cultivator screamed in shrilly from pain, the tiger person ripped off a layer of his flesh, and with blood filling his mouth, he threw his head back and laughed. I don't even need to enter any dreams to kill every single one of you damn bastards. How dare you ambush me? If you force me to a corner, I'll drag you all into my dream. The man lifted the cultivator in his hand, and with a roar, rushed at the people from Morning Dao sect. If he was just a reckless person, the cultivators would not have bothered with him. But as he moved forward, runes continuously appeared under his feet. As they overlapped with each other, divine abilities were ceaselessly cast from them into the area, and there were light screens protecting them, making it difficult for others to fight back. Damn it, it's that person again. Just where did he come from? He looks like a fool, but I've never seen an idiot having such great skills with runes. This person's runes can already gain corporeal form. How are we supposed to surround and kill him? After a moment, the Morning Dao sect cultivators in the area swiftly retreated and left the place while nursing grievances in their hearts. Their departure caused the people within the Immortals Union to laugh loudly. Fellow Taoist who, how many did you kill this time? That's right. Fellow Taoist who, every single time you rush out, you will draw a crowd over here. I've calculated the number this time. You should have killed 12 people, right? There were several dozens of those from the Immortals Union around the tiger person, and they were all smiling as they looked towards him. There was a smug look on the man in tiger skin. He brought out a pot of wine from his bosom, and once he took a big swig from it, he let out a loud roar. I've killed 14. He lifted the pot of wine and drank from it again. He was about to speak smugly when he lowered the pot, and a shudder wrecked his body. He looked swiftly at a figure in the distance. It was a person dressed in long black robes. He had his back turned towards the tiger person, and he had long hair. In his hands he held a long spear. He was a cultivator, and while he was not tall, he stood with his back straight. The tiger person took a swift step forward and seized the cultivator's shoulder. When the cultivator turned his head around, a fearful face was revealed before the man's eyes. Grandpa? Grandpa who? What is it? Get lost. Don't you dare wear black in front of me ever again. And don't grow your hair so long. Don't use spears either. As the man roared, he pushed the cultivator away, then picked up the pot of wine to drink from it again. However, no one saw that when he lifted his head, wine was not the only thing that flowed into his mouth. Tears flowed in as well. Youngest junior brother, are you well in the barren lands of divine essence? I miss you. Chapter 945, Heaven Traverser. He had time in his grasp. He imprisoned old age, keeping with him a period of time and a collection of beautiful memories. In the 5th year since Su Ming had left 9th tribe, a buzzing echoed in the galaxy as a colony of 2-headed scorpions swarmed forward. They chased after 2 incredibly disheveled and pathetic-looking figures before them. They were a man and a woman, Su Ming and Su Hui. I told you a long time ago that we shouldn't take this path. You only said it after we took this path. I did not. As the 2 fled, Su Hui's grumbles rang in space. As their voices slowly faded into the distance, their figures also gradually vanished from sight as the colony of scorpions screeched. In the 7th year, our figures were imprinted into the soul of the galaxy so that it would remember us. These words were turned into ripples of that beautiful period of time due to a man and woman named Su Ming and Su Hui. Enraged roars shook the galaxy. 3 gigantic ferocious beasts that were originally hidden in the void roared and swam about 2 people. The woman's face was pale, and she held the man's hand in a tight grip. This is the path we chose after I listened to your suggestion. I was talking about another path. You did not. Su Ming shook his head. When he closed his eyes, a Kang's projection manifested, and at the instant the 3 creatures in the void were shocked. He held Su Hui's hand and left hastily into the distance. In the 10th year, Su Hui appeared in the vast galaxy as if she had come out of thin air. There was anxiety on her face, and once she appeared, she immediately lowered her head. The worry in her eyes was incredibly clear. Time trickled by with each breath she took. As Su Hui's expression continued changing, she gritted her teeth. Just when she was about to step into the vortex, a hand suddenly stretched out of space. Su Hui quickly grabbed it and yanked it outwards. She immediately dragged Su Ming out of the vortex. He was an incredibly pathetic sight, but he had a handful of black fur in his left hand. That fur was burning fiercely, but Su Ming did not throw away that fur. That is a ferocious beast with power equivalent to a master of fate, lives, and death. You. Su Hui immediately said in anger. So what if it's a master of fate, lives, and death? Su Ming smiled, though this ended up in causing the injuries in his body to get worse. However, when he saw the black fur in his left hand, he still started laughing loudly. I can't use the vortex to relocate anymore, but when I choose to use it again, then. I will subdue you. Su Ming looked at the space under his feet. There was a vortex there, and enraged roars were coming from the distance. In the 13th year, in the galaxy, there was a ferocious beast of around 40,000 feet. That creature looked like a crocodile, but if anyone looked closely at it, they would find that it was a creature that could blend into space. Yet at that moment, there was a tent at the top of this ferocious beast's head. Light spread out from within that tent. There was a pearl in there, and it was the one exuding the light. Underneath it sat Su Ming, who was meditating, and Su Hui did the same thing by the side. Clearly, during the past 3 years, they had somehow managed to subdue this creature and had had a lot less setbacks in their trip. However, based on how wretched the void beast currently looked, it was clear that it had suffered quite terribly during the year it was subdued. Whines echoed in the quiet galaxy. Those sounds came from the void beast, and they were growing increasingly urgent. In the end, they were practically piercing to the ears. It's feeding time. Su Ming, go and feed it. Su Hui opened her eyes. It's always me. You do it this time. That's my pet. I subdued it. Su Hui declared smugly. Su Ming fell silent. After some time, he shook his head, got up, and walked out of the tent. After a moment, the whines disappeared. When Su Ming returned to the tent, he saw the grinning Su Hui and let out a fake cough. It's strange. He only said these 2 words before he shook his head and stopped speaking. What's strange? Su Hui asked, puzzled. It's nothing. Su Ming closed his eyes. Su Hui blinked and asked again, what's strange? Do you really want to know? Su Ming's eyes remained closed when he said this. Tell me, quickly. I find it strange that so many moles has grown on this void beast over the past few years, he stated expressionlessly. Once he finished speaking, he immersed his heart and soul in meditation, not bothering to look at Su Hui's expression. The 17th year. At the perimeter of the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean was a gigantic ring, and it could be seen clearly from the distance. That ring was formed by endless sparkling but shattered stars. They were grouped together and formed a circle, causing this place to look like a stellar stream. There was a faint layer of fog in it, along with countless planets, so all those who saw this sight at first glance would be attracted, but once they looked at it for a prolonged period of time, they would slowly notice that in this region of this ring-shaped stellar stream, there were shapes in the fog, and they formed the contours of ferocious beasts. All who saw that would be shocked. We've finally reached the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean. Su Ming stood on the void beast and looked into the distance. By his side, Su Hui had a solemn look on her face. She remained silent for a moment before saying softly, Heaven Traversers, Virtue Rooters, Rung Wu Race, 1, and Dust Burners are the 4 venerated races in the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean, and they have already lasted for an unknown number of years. With our power, it'll be very difficult. Or perhaps it should be said that it'll be impossible for us to even shake the foundations of these races. We'll have to try before we know. Su Ming smiled faintly. When he lifted his right hand, he patted his storage bag, and a jade slip immediately appeared in his hand. Once he casted a few scrutinizing glances, he passed it to Su Hui. Based on the plan I told you earlier, wait for me in the spot I marked on the map, then activate the rune 1 month later. Su Ming turned his head sideways to look at Su Hui. She hesitated for a moment before she raised her head to look at him. I want to go with you. If you come, then who will activate the relocation rune? Su Ming shook his head. Then tell me your full plan. Why do you need to activate a relocation rune a month later in a designated spot? Su Hui stared at Su Ming. I want to give the Heaven Traversers, who are the closest to us, a huge gift. The plan is set, Su Ming said calmly. With one move, he turned into a long arc that charged into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he was already far away, leaving behind the void beast and Su Hui staring after him as he traveled into the distance. Su Hui remained silent for a moment, fusing into the void with the void beast only much later. They disappeared without a trace and headed to the spot marked on the map based on Su Ming's request. Su Ming rushed through the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. As he charged forward, he had his Atman sweep through the entire area. Everything around him was incredibly unfamiliar. In fact, when Su Ming swept his Atman outwards, he could sense that there were plenty of ferocious beasts in the place, but most of them were in deep sleep. They seldom ventured out, which was why when he cast his gaze on the area, it was quiet. Heaven Traversers. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and the descriptions of Heaven Traversers in Digio Mo Sha's jade slip appeared in his head. This was a race that worshipped the heaven. It was made up of 100,000-something people which lived a primitive life and regarded the sky as their paragon. The divine abilities and arts they practiced were completely different from those of other cultivators. They were somewhat similar to those of berserkers and shamans, but they had their own cultivation system. However, no matter how many branches of cultivation systems there were, they would eventually converge into one. Despite them being different at the start, once a person reached a certain level of cultivation, they would end up walking the same road. This race also had cultivators in Lunar Culpa Realm, Solar Culpa Realm, and also a master of fate, lives, and death. They believe in the will of heaven and worship the sky, believing it to be their god. As long as the sky is around, they will not die and can then change the galaxy. Su Ming's eyes sparkled, and he became even faster. They are dressed in long blue robes, since blue is the symbol of the sky to them, and so they love this color. Since they have plenty of people and the environment here is different from the world outside, the Heaven Traversers have wings. The fierce cold look in Su Ming's eyes grew stronger. With wings, Heaven Traversers were the lords of the sky. The records in Mo Sha's Jade Slip are 1,000 years old. After so much time had went by, I wonder how greatly Heaven Traversers have grown. 1,000 years might not be that long, not enough for anything abnormal to happen to a race. But I'll still have to learn about them through trial and error to perfect my plan. Su Ming smiled coldly. With one move, his speed increased exponentially, and after shifting once, he had already traveled an incredible distance. Several days later, he entered the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean and into the territory belonging to the Heaven Traversers as indicated on the map. Based on Mo Sha's understanding, Heaven Traversers controlled 173 cultivation planets and nearly 5,200 floating continents in the northeast portion of Divine Essence Star Ocean. Even if the territory that belonged to them could even be considered 1/10,000th of Divine Essence Star Ocean, this territory was already enough for the Heaven Traversers to be known as one of the 4 venerated races. After all, they were one of the 4 large tribes who dared to live in the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean, and this was something known to the world outside, because there were plenty of ferocious beasts in this area. Compared to the tribes, the numbers and strength of the ferocious beasts exceeded the tribes by far too much. The most dangerous beings in this area were not the tribes, but the ferocious beasts. The 4 venerated races are spread around the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. They are very close to each other. Heaven Traversers and Virtue Rooters are located in the northwest and southeast regions of the inner parts. Dust Burners are closer to the center. As for the most mysterious Rongwu race, all of them live at the center, and they exist together with the powerful ferocious beasts. The 4 venerated races have a way to communicate with each other so that they would have a sense of propriety. Since that's the case, Heaven Traversers are my first target. You chased down my master in the past. Now, I, Su, have come forth to make you pay. Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. With one move, he charged towards a black cultivation planet located ahead. This planet was known as Outer Skies Planet, and it was located at the outermost layer of Heaven Traversers territory. Bang! Su Ming moved like a shooting star and charged towards the planet. Before he even closed in, he already stirred up huge waves that surged into the heavens, forming layers of ripples that spread through the galaxy. They shook the area and caused loud booms. These violent sounds turned into waves of impact that instantly charged towards the planet, causing the weather on the planet to change. Violent gusts blew, and as the ground trembled, the seas tumbled, and trees were torn apart. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. 1. Rongwu race. Rung means many and Wu is a family name. Chapter 946. Stepping into Outer Skies. A layer of green filled Outer Skies Planet. Anyone who cast their gazes towards it would find that forests covered the land, and there was no end to them. There were plenty of big trees of thousands of feet tall, standing tall in the area. From the distance, the gigantic tree crowns looked like giants standing on the ground. There were also trees that were 10,000 feet tall. If anyone saw them, a feeling that they were ancient would rise spontaneously in their minds. Farther down was a huge, azure ocean. As waves tumbled about there, it looked as if there were endless huge trees swaying about at the bottom of the ocean. This was a cultivation planet filled with spiritual aura. The source of the world was so thick that it caused all lives in the planet to naturally possess faint power since the moment they were born. There were no cities here, and no tribes could be detected in the planet either. It was as if this was a peaceful planet that posed no threat, but if anyone took a closer look, they would find wooden houses under the tree crowns of the gigantic trees. Some figures with wings would occasionally move between the wooden houses. However, all of this peace and quiet was swiftly torn apart by thunderous rumbles from the sky. Booming sounds surged everywhere. The ground trembled, the trees swayed violently, and quite a number of them were torn apart. The ocean in the distance roared, and waves rose up with loud booms. The figures with wings in the wooden houses immediately raised their heads. Their eyes had a faint yellow hue, but at the instant they looked towards the sky, they turned crimson. A ruthless presence erupted from all the people with wings. Roars then echoed in the air, their voices fused together to turn into a sharp sound that charged at the sky, as if it wanted to fight against the sound coming from above. Booms shook the sky and earth, and during that moment, a shooting star appeared in the sky. That star turned into a long arc, as if it wanted to tear through everything in its path. It charged forward, heading straight for the ground. The long arc's appearance had caused the eyes of the heaven traversers under the tree crowns to turn crimson. At the same time, they flew up swiftly. As they flapped their wings, they charged towards the spot where the shooting star was about to land. As the garrisons placed in the planet at the outermost layer of the territory that belonged to heaven traversers, they were used to fighting and had a brutality that was usually hidden within their bones. On normal occasions, they would sometimes venture out to hunt in the galaxy. If there was really a ferocious beast foolish enough to intrude into their planet, then the only outcome for it would be that it would end up becoming food in their stomachs. In fact, there were occasionally members of tribes from the galaxy beyond or cultivators not from Divine Source Star Ocean intruding on their planet, but these people were also torn apart and eaten alive. Almost every single one of the soldiers stationed here had done this sort of thing before, and they were incredibly fond of the supple taste of flesh and blood of cultivators. Hundreds of heaven traversers traveled at extreme speeds. As they charged forward, 2 old men flew out from the gigantic tree, reaching up to 10,000 feet. These 2 were dressed in long blue robes. They had old appearances, and the presences of those in the later stage of world plane realm spread out from them. Those who trespass into heaven traversers' territory must die. One of the old men let out a harumph. He raised his right hand and swung his arm forward. The forest before him immediately started rustling and formed a gigantic palm made of tree leaves in midair. As it rushed forward, it charged towards the place where the shooting star was. Bang! Loud bangs shook the land as the shooting star landed on the ground. With a loud noise, a wave of impact swept through the area, lifting the earth and uprooting many trees, while roars from the quaking ground spread far and wide. Then, from the pit that appeared on the ground, Su Ming slowly stood up. Dressed in a sackcloth and with his hair dancing in the wind, he seemed cold and aloof. There was a piercing cold glare in his eyes. At the instant he stood up, swishing sounds came from the sky, and hundreds of heaven traversers came swiftly towards him. Once they saw Su Ming, their eyes immediately sparkled. To them, Su Ming was like a lost lamb, and the tenderness of his flesh was definitely one that would make them think back on it fondly after all of them had taken a bite out of him. Almost in an instant, all heaven traversers opened their mouths to reveal sharp, brownish-yellow teeth. From a certain perspective, they, who lived in the inner parts of Divine Source Star Ocean, had already assimilated with ferocious beasts and could no longer be known as humans. After all, the wings behind their backs alone already made it difficult for the cultivators beyond Divine Source Star Ocean to acknowledge these heaven traversers as humans. Almost at the instant they rushed towards Su Ming, the huge hand formed by countless tree leaves arrived. It surpassed the member of the tribe and appeared beside Su Ming, then went to seize him with a vicious grip. Su Ming raised his head, remaining as composed as ever. When the huge palm made of tree leaves charged towards him, he lifted his right hand, and without even using his cultivation base, but just his physical strength, he hurled a punch forward. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air, and Su Ming took a step backwards. His robes fluttered fiercely in the wind, and the hand broke apart and turned into countless tree leaves that shattered before disappearing. This scene caused heaven traversers to come to an abrupt halt. With a flap of their wings, they flew up together, and with hostile expressions glared at Su Ming. At the same time, the 2 old men approached the area as well. At the moment they saw Su Ming, their pupils shrank together. Later stage of world plane realm. The old men exchanged glances with each other. Which tribe do you come from? Why did you come to Heaven Traverser's territory? One of the old men asked coldly. His words rolled off his mouth, and he spoke in a language that most cultivators would not be able to understand. Their language was similar to the one used by berserkers and shamans, but there were differences as well. Su Ming had fumbled around with the language with Dijo Mo Sha for some time before he mastered it. After all, he had the foundation of the berserkers' language, and he was not unfamiliar with these sorts of tribal societies. Su Ming did not speak. He flicked off the dust on his body, and a faint smile appeared on the corners of his lips before he took a step forward. His body became obscure, then disappeared altogether. When he reappeared, he was already in midair, and he was right behind one of the Heaven Traversers. Careful! Almost at the moment his people warned him. The young Heaven Traverser curled his body, but he did not rush forward to escape. Instead, he sent his body hurling backwards, and his wings became as sharp as blades that sliced swiftly towards the area behind him. This was the difference between Heaven Traversers and the other races. This was a race that was skilled in fighting. Even a normal member of their race possessed incredibly great battle experience. However, while this method would be effective when there was not a great disparity between their levels of cultivation, to Su Ming, no matter how quick this person's reaction was, his actions were useless. A rain of blood poured down from the sky, along with shrill screams of pain. Su Ming had simply allowed the young man to crash into his body and his wings sliced through his skin, while Su Ming himself seized the young man's neck with his right hand. With a squeeze, there was a loud crack. When he crushed the youth's neck, Su Ming sent his power straight into the person's body and crushed his nascent divinity. When he released his grip, enraged roars came from all around. The hundreds of Heaven Traversers instantly rushed towards him. You're asking for death. The eyes of the two old Heaven Traversers in the later stage of World Plane Realm shone with killing intent, and these two people were the fastest among the group. One of them appeared beside Su Ming right away. As he raised his right hand, it immediately turned into a piece of dry wood. Branches grew from it, and as they spread out, it looked as if the old man's arm had turned into a tree which was rushing towards its target. Su Ming's expression remained calm. During that instant, his cultivation-based clone and his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole fused together, and he was filled with the offensive power of those who had attained great completion in World Plane Realm. When he turned around, he raised his right hand and formed a seal before pointing at the old man's incoming tree arm. With it, a shudder wrecked the old man's body. I curse that 3 out of 10 Heaven Traversers will die, Su Ming declared flatly. This was the curse he had mastered when he was in the land of Berserkers. This art was extremely vicious, so Su Ming seldom used it. Now, since his level of cultivation had increased, the curse's might when he cast it became much stronger than it had been previously. Almost the moment Su Ming finished speaking, his finger turned pitch black. Black smoke instantly flew out, and with a rotten and decaying stench, it collided with the old man's tree arm. The black hue swiftly spread out, and as the old man's expression changed drastically, the color spread through half of his body. Su Ming did not bother about the old man anymore. With a single move, he charged towards the incoming Heaven Traversers. For a short period of time, slaughter and bloodshed filled the sky. Shrill screams of pain continuously rang out, while Su Ming was so aloof that it seemed that he had no emotions. He truly didn't feel anything by oppressing the weak because the difference between his and Heaven Traverser's level of cultivation were simply too great. In fact, as long as they were among these hundreds of people, even the female Heaven Traversers were treated in the same fashion as the men and were killed by Su Ming. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Heaven Traversers died in Su Ming's hands. The expressions of the people in the area changed, and they retreated at the same time. Only the other old man who had attained great completion in World Plane Realm let out an enraged roar and charged towards Su Ming. He took one step in the air, causing it to tremble and roar. When he took his second step, his feet turned into trees, and when he took his third step, he raised his right hand to seize the air in the direction of the sky. A greenish-black whip manifested in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, cracking sounds shook the sky and earth. With his fourth step, his body turned into a long arc that pressed in on Su Ming. During that moment, the power of those who had attained great completion in World Plane Realm erupted from his body. At the same time that presence spread out, the entire cultivation planet looked like it was showering its love towards him. All the trees swayed in his direction, and the ocean in the distance roared. As waves surged into the sky, they looked as if they were sending their power to the old man. Su Ming felt as if this incoming old man could influence the entire cultivation planet, as if the flow of his blood were the surging waves in the ocean. The fall of his footsteps held the vitality of the trees on the ground, and the beating of his heart were part of the operations of this cultivation planet. Interesting. Su Ming smiled faintly. At the instant the old man closed in on him, and the whip came cracking down. Divine Source runic symbols appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Right when his divine source appeared, Su Ming's power erupted with a bang, and he raised straight from having attained great completion in World Plane Realm to Lunar Kulpa Realm. Even if the shadow of the moon did not appear behind him, his current offensive power was that of Lunar Kulpa Realm. In the face of the old man charging towards him, Su Ming lowered his head, raised his right hand, and just hurled a punch forward. His fist landed in the air. The bang that came with it shook the skies, and the air in front of Su Ming immediately shattered. It tumbled backwards and turned into a whirlwind. Within an instant, it crashed into the old man who seemed to have the love of the planet gathered on him, surrounding him. The ground trembled, and the trees stopped moving together. The ocean's howl seemed to have become silent as well. Every single heaven traverser in the area watched the blood flying out from the whirlwind with a dumbfounded gaze, and in their ears, they heard shrill, forlorn screams that rang continuously in the air. Not too far into the distance was the cursed old man whose body was now entirely black, rotting away. There was anger on his face, and he demanded with a roar, "Who are you?" Su Ming pulled back his right hand, lifted his head, and said flatly, "Tian Xiezi's fourth disciple, Su Ming. I came to Heaven Traversers to take 30,000 of your souls to make you pay for chasing after my master's life in the past." Chapter 947. Curse the Planet. Run, all Heaven Traversers, run to the tree crowns. This person isn't someone you can fight. As the rotting old man roared, he moved forward instead of retreating and charged towards Su Ming. The Heaven Traversers in the area were already shocked by the fact that Su Ming had managed to kill the other old man. Without any hesitation, they withdrew by turning into long arcs that charged towards the forest on the ground. Su Ming looked coldly towards them. Once he averted his gaze, he looked at the old man coming towards him while roaring. Unstable ripples were spreading out of his body. His eyes were crimson, and a rotten stench came from his entire body. Judging by the crazed look on his face, it was clear that he wanted to self-destruct to hold his opponent back. Su Ming raised his right hand, and a gourd appeared in his hand. A five-colored light flowed out of the gourd, and Su Ming swept his left hand across the gourd. "Treasured gourd, please kill them." Once he said these words, an eye instantly appeared on the gourd. It blinked once, and right after that, a small person with a sharp blade flew out. It turned into a stream of flowing light that instantly went after the fleeing Heaven Traversers. At the same time, the old man closed in on Su Ming. His body swelled up in a bizarre manner, and a loud bang shot out from his body, a clear indication that he had chosen to self-destruct. As his body exploded, the energy from it instantly spread through the area. The ground trembled, and the sky roared. This was a self-destruction triggered by someone who had attained great completion of World Plane Realm. If the power of the explosion spread out, it could destroy the planet, but the old man executed some unknown method and restrained the power in a set area. Because of that, once this area was destroyed, it would turn into an eternal black hole. The black hole would deliver a huge amount of damage to the planet, but since the explosion had been limited, the planet would not shatter. The sky and earth lost their color while the wind and clouds surged about. Just as the destructive power from the explosion was about to submerge Su Ming, the old man's head disappeared. Before he died, a ferocious sneer appeared on his mouth. Quite a large number of fleeing Heaven Traversers raised their heads while on the ground. When they looked towards the explosion in the sky, hatred appeared in their eyes. Su Ming remained as calm as ever. He was not afraid of his enemy's self-destruction. Almost the moment the destructive power of the explosion spread towards him, he raised his right hand and drew a circle in front of him. "That which exists between the past and the future is destiny," he stated flatly. He swung his right arm forward, and the art possessed by all Abyss Builders was immediately executed. As Su Ming's level of cultivation increased, he could use his race's inborn ability with more and more ease. What he wanted to change was not the already dead old man, but the area around him. As the world continued being destroyed by the destructive force, Su Ming's inborn ability reversed the flow, causing the destruction to go in reverse. After a moment, when the ripples of destruction dissipated, what appeared before the Heaven Traverser's eyes was Su Ming standing in the sky, completely uninjured, while staring at them with aloof eyes. Almost the instant they saw him, screams of pain echoed in the air, and all of them were due to the small human from the gourd slaughtering its targets. It moved so quickly that in an instant, it had already beheaded 3 people. Screams of pain traveled outwards, and Heaven Traversers fled even faster. The shock they felt in their hearts and souls could no longer be described with words. To them, the strength of the intruder this time already surpassed their expectations. Blood rain poured down from the sky as Su Ming stood and watched the heads of Heaven Traversers flying into the air with an aloof expression. There was not a single hint of compassion in him. He came to this place to kill. Even if they were weaklings and their power was not great enough for them to stand against him, the only thing they could blame was themselves for being born Heaven Traversers. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame the powerful warriors of their tribe, because they should not have chased down Su Ming's master. I will not attack unless I am attacked. You have not attacked me in the past, but if I learned that someone among you chased after my master in the past and did nothing about it, then it would be presumptuous of me to still call myself his disciple. Heaven Traversers, I will make you pay. As Su Ming mumbled that, the slaughter on the ground reached its end. There were only 4 of Heaven Traversers who could be considered the fastest left alive. As shrill screams of pain echoed in the air, these 4 Heaven Traversers fled into the forest. A glint appeared in the small human's eyes. He raised his head to glance towards Su Ming, then rushed towards him and disappeared into the gourd. Not enough essence. Replenish it, and you can activate the 2nd-tier divine art. Once the small human flew into the gourd, the buzzing voice belonging to the gourd echoed in Su Ming's heart. Su Ming put away the gourd and walked down towards the ground, where the forest was. If he wanted all Heaven Traversers in this planet die, then the 4 people who fled could not escape death. However, at the instant Su Ming was about to descend into the forest, he suddenly frowned. An incredibly dense wave of life force erupted from the ground, the ocean in the distance, and the endless forest. That life force was so thick that it practically had corporeal form. It created a layer of fog that covered the forest. That fog did not spread outwards, but surrounded the area to form a sort of defense, which was so strong that Su Ming could tell that only those possessing the power of Solar Culpa Realm could break it. As expected of the 4 venerated races, the protection of the planet alone is already incredibly powerful. Looks like Heaven Traversers were careless just now. Otherwise, if they had just hidden themselves here, it would have been enough to cause me quite a large amount of trouble. Su Ming swept his gaze across the fog in the forest. The entire cultivation planet is rejecting my presence. Heaven Traversers have been acknowledged by the planet, so me wanting to kill them would mean that I am going up against the cultivation planet itself. It was the same with the old man's divine ability just then. What he executed was the power of Kismet gathered on him after he was acknowledged by the planet. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before a cold smirk appeared on the corners of his lips. He raised his right foot and stomped in the direction of the forest. His body immediately sank, and once he touched the fog, his power erupted from within him. Booming sounds reverberated in the air, and he forced his way into the fog until he eventually touched the ground in the forest. The fog around him was so thick that he felt as if he was surrounded by seawater. When he wanted to move, his body was tangled by countless threads, making it difficult for him to even lift his foot. The grass on the ground wound itself around Su Ming's legs, and as the trees around him swayed, they blocked his sight. The sky was dark, and the ground trembled irregularly. The ocean roared and howled, and even the air he breathed in thinned out. All of this was due to the cultivation planet rejecting Su Ming. If the cultivation planet was sentient and was a person, then its hatred towards Su Ming would have surely reached its peak. Since you don't like me, there is no need for you to continue existing. Su Ming could sense the planet's hatred towards him and how it rejected his presence. With a cold sneer, he slowly raised his right hand and pushed it against the ground. As he closed his eyes, wisps of red smoke appeared on his right index finger. More red smoke appeared, and they gradually formed a ring, one. After a moment, a red ring manifested on Su Ming's right index finger. The ring was blood red, and it was shining with a strange light. At the instant it appeared, the curse's dense power erupted and surged into the ground from Su Ming's right hand before spreading out. The ring was Su Ming's treasure, and it was the source of his curse. Since this planet rejected Su Ming, then Su Ming chose to curse the planet and have it destroyed. If the planet was destroyed, then it would no longer possess such dense life force. If it had no life force, it would no longer be able to offer protection. In fact, Su Ming even had an idea in his mind. Since the planet had a soul, he wanted to know whether the planet would absorb the remaining Heaven Traverser's life force to replenish its life force once it was almost completely drained. Su Ming smiled faintly. A freezing glare shone in his eyes, and the power of the curse spreading out from his right hand continued expanding on the ground. The earth trembled. The trees swayed so violently that it sounded like they were roaring. The ocean howled, and the thunder in the sky rumbled. I curse you, that your ground will be shattered. As Su Ming spoke, the red ring on his finger began flashing as if it was a red eye. Immediately, cracks appeared on the spot against which Su Ming had pressed his palm. The cracks continued spreading outwards, and in the blink of an eye, they had already spread in all directions. I curse you, that your trees will wither. Su Ming stated flatly, and the trees around him started withering rapidly. Wails shot up into the air. They were without sound, but Su Ming could detect them, and they were reverberating all through the air. I curse you, that your ocean will dry up and your stones will shatter. I curse you, that your life force will disappear. Su Ming pushed his right hand even close to the ground, and immediately, the planet rumbled. An incredible rebound shot up from the earth, the sky, the forest, and the ocean. That rebound swiftly rushed towards Su Ming. It was as if it wanted to dispel the curse and send it back to Su Ming's body so that the curse would turn against Su Ming and attack him. Su Ming smiled coldly. He raised his right hand and seized the withered grass under his feet before swiftly beginning to weave the blades of grass together. In just 10 breaths, a round ball of withered grass was woven, and in Su Ming's eyes, this ball was made in the cultivation planet's image. He bit the tip of his tongue and coughed up a mouthful of blood on the ball of grass. Then with the ball in his right hand, he pushed down on the ground once more. I curse you, that you will be destroyed. Su Ming's voice was calm, but at the instant his words tumbled out of his mouth. Anyone who saw this cultivation planet in the outskirts of Heaven Traverser's territory would be able to see that its green lands were swiftly turning gray right before the eyes. As that gray shade spread out, the ground rumbled, and countless cracks covered it. The trees withered and rotted together. The water from the ocean evaporated until it turned into black drops of rain that fell on the ground. A cultivation planet that was filled with an abundance of life fell into decay in the blink of an eye, as if it had died. I curse you, that your sky will become dull from here onwards and forevermore. Su Ming raised his head at the withered forest. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. 1. Ring. Su Ming obtained it in his fight against Madame G. In chapter The Death of Madame G. Chapter 948. For people. The withered ball of grass in Su Ming's hand had become yellow, as if it would turn into ashes the moment he poked it gently with his finger. At the instant Su Ming raised his head to speak, black clouds formed under the black rain pouring from the sky. Those clouds spread to the horizon, covering the land in darkness. The cracks on the ground became larger. The withered trees turned into ashes. The ocean in the distance turned into a basin, and within that deep pit was limitless mud and withered plants. An aura of death spread out from the withered trees, the basin, and the ground. Once it gathered together, it grew incredibly dense. Su Ming looked at the area around him. As he swept his gaze across it, he found that everything had fallen into ruin. In fact, he could even see dozens of Heaven Traversers fleeing while wailing and shrieking. Clearly, not all Heaven Traversers had taken action previously. The dozens of survivors were withering away right then, and no matter whether they were willing or unwilling, a large amount of their life force was being rapidly sucked out of their bodies by the ground, or rather, it was being absorbed by the dying cultivation planet. If it could acknowledge these Heaven Traversers living on it, then similarly, it would take away its acknowledgement when it needed to, and even take away the life force of these living creatures. Su Ming watched the dozens of Heaven Traversers being reduced to only skin and bones while screaming in pain after traveling less than several hundreds of feet. When all of their life force had been sucked out from them, they were reduced to dust. However, their life force was inadequate for this gigantic cultivation planet. It could only allow this planet remain alive for several more breaths under Su Ming's curse. 10 breaths later, cracks no longer appeared on the ground. The trees stopped withering, and the basin in the distance fell into silence as well. Only the black rain remained as it continued pouring from the sky, and the black clouds remained to blot out all light from shining onto the land. This was a dead planet. The stench of decay and the aura of death filled all corners of the planet. They were so strong that anyone who arrived to this planet for the first time would think that it had died a long time ago. Su Ming lifted his right hand, in which the ball woven from withered grass had turned into powder. Once it was drenched by black rain, the powder seeped through the cracks between his fingers and fell on the ground. They should be here now. Su Ming sat down cross-legged and swung his right hand in the air. Once he flung off the wet powder from his hand, he pushed his palm lightly against the ground. He lifted his palm, then pushed it down once more. With the same rhythm, he performed this action again and again. When Su Ming pressed his palm against the ground 9 times, the cracks in the earth started closing up before his eyes. After a moment, not a single crack could be found anymore. When Su Ming pressed his palm against the ground 18 times, the withered trees suddenly became illusions. Once they faded away, trees overflowing with life appeared. After a short while, the cultivation planet was green once more. It made it seem as if the trees in the planet had never withered. There was no end to the forest here, and all of the trees possessed endless life force. When Su Ming's hand pressed against the ground 27 times, a hazy fog covered the basin in the distance, and soon after, seawater started surging in. Within an instant, the basin that had previously lost its water became a vast ocean once again. The dark clouds in the sky started swiftly changing as Su Ming struck the ground. When he pressed his palm against the ground 36 times, the black clouds disappeared, and a clear, blue sky as well as a brilliant sun reappeared before his eyes and above the ground. The black rain became clear as well as it fell on the ground, creating a curtain that made the cultivation planet look as beautiful as it had been in the beginning. They're here. It's a pity none of them is Heaven Traverser's progenitor. Su Ming's right hand paused for a moment on the ground. As he lifted his head and spoke faintly, loud booms came from the sky. As they echoed in the air, 3 long arcs approached the place. They did not come from the distance, but appeared in the planet's sky as if they had walked out of space. These 3 people were 2 men and 1 woman, and all of them appeared to be in their 40s. They were dressed in long, deep blue robes. As they spread their wings, flowing streams of light could be seen moving about them. Their long hair danced in the wind, and an astonishing power spread out from their bodies. If anyone observed them closely, they would be able to see that the shadows of moons could be seen between their wings. The trio were powerful warriors in Lunar Culpa realm. One of the 2 men had a moon made of water, while the other's moon was made of fire. As for the woman, she had a moon made of flower petals behind her. All of those in Lunar Culpa realm belonged to the central power of a race, and it was the same for Heaven Traversers as well. These 3 were clearly people with extremely high status in this venerated race. At the instant they appeared in the sky, the trio immediately looked towards the ground, and they were all momentarily stunned. We received a call for help earlier, saying that a powerful enemy has invaded the planet, but there's only peace here now. I sensed ripples of death from the planet just now, but now this place is filled with life. The trio exchanged glance. The woman's eyes shone, and she raised her right hand to sweep it across her eyes before closing them. When she opened them again, the forest still covered the ground, and nothing strange could be detected. It's not an illusion. Just as the trio were hesitant and uncertain, dozens of people flew up from the ground. Those people were Heaven Traversers. They were traveling swiftly towards the trio, and the trio instantly looked towards them. What exactly happened here? Where are your garrison elders Zhe Du and Han Duo? The man with the water moon behind him demanded with a frown. When he asked this question, the dozens of Heaven Traversers immediately seemed to have gained sentience. Was the intruder a ferocious beast or someone from another tribe? The other man asked. As his words echoed in the air, the minds of the dozens of Heaven Traversers became even clearer, and they looked no different than before they had died. The woman's expression changed at that moment. But just as she was about to speak, a loud bang suddenly came from the sky. 4 long arcs rushed over, and the crowd immediately turned to them. Even Su Ming looked towards them as he sat in the forest. The 4 were all cultivators, and all of them were men in their 30s. They did not stand far apart from each other, so it was clear that they were in a group. Once they appeared, they immediately came to a halt and stopped in midair. With shock and bewilderment on their faces, the 4 of them gathered together. I am a cultivator from the galaxy beyond, Xianshang, and I am good friends with the tribe leader of Dust Burners, Lu Ka. I have come to this galaxy due to his invitation. This is our authentication token. However, we ran into some trouble on our way there and passed by this place by pure coincidence. We did not know that this is Heaven Traverser's territory, so please don't take it to mind. We will leave now. We will leave immediately. The person who spoke was a man dressed in a long, dark green robe. There was a smile on his face, and he looked incredibly polite. As he spoke, he brought out a black wooden block from his bosom. With a swing, that wooden block floated up and was ignited in flames. The flames were green and looked like a ball of phantasmal fire, but they did not exude hot air. Instead, they let out a chilly aura. The 4 cultivators all had outstanding power, and they seemed to be in the later stage of World Plane Realm. If they were outside Divine Essence Star Ocean, then any one of them would be able to become the pillar of a family, and they could even work out some conditions with the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds. However, in the alien race-filled Divine Essence Star Ocean, they were incredibly cautious with their actions. Their words were filled with courteousness because they were afraid of causing a misunderstanding. In truth, the 4 of them had indeed passed by this place by pure coincidence, just as they had said. They did not come from Western Ring Nebula, but from another galaxy, and were prepared to head deeper into the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. They ran into plenty of troubles on their way and had wasted almost 100 years to reach this place. The dangers they faced time and again had reduced their initial group of 7 to only 4. After arriving here with much difficulty, they saw Outer Sky's planet. The green planet caused them to hesitate for a moment before deciding to come to this place to rest. However, they did not expect that they would run into an alien race there. It was clear that the one who spoke just then understood the alien races in Divine Essence Star Ocean quite well. Because of that, once he saw the wings on the people's backs, he could immediately tell that they were Heaven Traversers of the 4 venerated races. As the 4 retreated, they swiftly sent their thoughts to each other, prepared to immediately fight back when Heaven Traversers blocked their path. They might have sensed that the 3 strongest were in Lunar Culpa Realm, but cultivators who dared to step into Divine Essence Star Ocean would not carelessly come here without some powerful enchanted treasures and divine abilities. It would be impossible for them to reach the inner parts of the galaxy without them. They would die on the way there. Su Ming swept his gaze across the 4 cultivators. He could see their fatigue and also tell that their words were not lies. However, without great temptation, no one would dare to step into the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. These 4 people must certainly be harboring some secrets. The 2 men out of the 3 people in Lunar Culpa Realm and the sky frowned, but when they heard the name of Dust Burner's tribe leader, they paused for a moment. When they saw the authentication token the man brought out, they averted their gazes and ignored the 4 cultivators. The 4 immediately retreated, intending to distance themselves from trouble. They could vaguely tell that there was a hostile expression on these Heaven Traversers' faces, as if something had happened among them. No matter what it was, the 4 did not want to participate in it. Yet right at the instant they were about to leave, the expression of the woman in Lunar Culpa Realm changed several times before she went charging after them. She also started speaking hurriedly. There's something off about the 4. We can't let them leave. The woman flew really fast, and the expressions of the 4 cultivators changed. They began fleeing at full speed. The other 2 Heaven Traversers in Lunar Culpa Realm frowned, clearly puzzled by their companions' actions, but they still chased after the group instinctively. Su Ming sighed in the forest on the ground. There are still some flaws within the illusion of stars, sun, and moon which now contains the power that will exist when I believe in it. If the appearance of these 4 people did not serve as a comparison between illusion and reality, then this flaw would not have been so clear. Su Ming shook his head. He knew that the woman had discovered that there was something off, but she did not dare to voice it out loud due to her surprise and bewilderment, which was why she had chased after the cultivators in an attempt to mask her desire to leave this dead cultivation planet. Since you're already here, then don't leave, Su Ming said faintly and stood up. At the instant he did so, the cultivation planet turned into a withered and dead planet from its previous state of overflowing with life force. Chapter 949, Path of Life Extermination. As the ground withered and died, the pupils of the 3 Heaven Traversers in Lunar Culpa Realm shrank, and their bodies froze for a moment in midair. This pause was clearly not of their free will, but because their feet had started withering at that instant. It was as if their feet had started withering with the planet's ground. At the instant their expressions drastically changed, all the trees in the cultivation planet withered before shattering and returning to their previous dead state. Soon after, a large portion of the Heaven Traverser's skin began sinking. Then, in the blink of an eye, their hair fell off. As their bodies withered, they were reduced to merely skin and bones. Disbelief appeared in their eyes, and they began fleeing rapidly without hesitation. But the ocean rumbled in the distance, and the moment a foggy layer appeared above the water, the seemingly vast ocean turned into a deep basin in the span of a breath. The decaying mud in the basin exuded a foul stench. Then, as if affected by the basin, a large amount of black patches appeared on the 3 Heaven Traversers. Black blood oozed out of those patches, and it was a terrifying sight to behold. What is this divine ability? Everything we saw was fake, and everything we now see is also fake. Don't look at the ground of the planet. We must leave this place. Once we reach the galaxy, this art will naturally lose its effect. It was clear that this was the first time the trio had encountered such a bizarre divine ability. At that moment, they flapped their wings and had their power burst forth from their bodies to turn into 3 long arcs and charge into the sky. The 4 cultivators in the distance were stunned by this scene. Their expressions changed swiftly, and as they retreated, they began flying into the sky. Yet at that moment, Su Ming stood up from the withered ground, and his aloof voice tumbled out of his lips. I curse the sky that its color will be black from now onwards. When his words were spoken, the world roared, and the sky, which originally appeared clear and bright, was instantly torn apart. This was a veil that hid the truth, and now, once it was lifted, an expanse of sky filled with tumbling black clouds was revealed. I cursed the falling rain that it would become dust that will cause the ground to decay. When Su Ming spoke once again, black rain poured down from the sky. The raindrops brought with them incredible corrosive properties. If they touched a person's body, they would feel as if their bodies were being corroded. The path of the 3 powerful Heaven Traversers in Lunar Culpa Realm was blocked by the black clouds. The feathers on their wings also fell off at that instant the weather changed. Black smoke surrounded them, as if it wanted to corrode them. The 3 people's faces were incredibly dark. They looked down and saw everything on the planet as well as the skeletons on the ground, along with the dozens of dried-up corpses that belonged to Heaven Traversers smiling at them. These corpses floated in midair and were staring at them before pouncing on them, as if they had been resurrected. Who are you? The woman shouted out in a sharp voice as she glared at Su Ming, who was on the ground staring at them with his head raised. His long hair danced in the air, and purple light shone faintly in his eyes. His expression was calm, but the purple line at the center of his brows made it difficult for him to hide the strange and malicious air spreading out from him. You are the one who saw through my illusion. Su Ming smiled faintly, but it brought a chill to the spines of all who saw it, especially the 4 cultivators. Their expressions were solemn as they gathered together while staring at him warily. They were groaning in their hearts. They had originally intended to rest in this place, but they had run into the Heaven Traversers. Although they gave them the slip, they then ran into an existence that seemed to be even more terrifying than Heaven Traversers. Based on this person's clothes, he did not seem like a cultivator, but was a member of some tribe in Divine Essence Star Ocean, though they could not tell just which tribe he came from. He's only someone who has attained great completion in World Plane Realm. We'll attack him at full strength. Once we kill him, we'll be able to break out of this illusion. A glint appeared in the woman's eyes. Once she set her plan, she charged down at Su Ming from the sky. The 2 men behind her gritted their teeth, and the full power of those in Lunar Culpa Realm erupted from their bodies. When the illusory water moon and burning fire moon appeared clearly behind them, they took a step forward, turned into long arcs that rushed at Su Ming. An illusion, Su Ming said faintly. This was a grand feast prepared for your progenitor, but the 3 of you can join it beforehand. Planet who is so starved you are near death. The life force from these 3 should be able to let you recover by quite a large margin. Are you going to protect the Heaven Traversers you acknowledged, or absorb the life force of these life forms you acknowledged? This your choice. Su Ming smiled, but it was an incredibly malicious expression. He was not someone who had been acknowledged by the planet, which was why it was difficult for the planet to form a connection with him and absorb his life force through it. But it was different for Heaven Traversers. Once Su Ming spoke, a feeble buzz that was full of rage shot out from the ground and echoed in the world. Su Ming could hear this roar, and all the other people in the area could hear it as well. This was the roar from the spirit of the planet as it struggled with itself. As its roar echoed in the air and the trio closed in from the sky, Su Ming laughed. His laughter fused with the roar from the ground, exuding a domineering air and a malicious presence that surged into the skies. Almost at the instant his laughter traveled outwards, the roars from the ground became even more intense, and the trio coming towards him from the sky spotted drastic changes in their expressions. Large parts of their bodies began withering swiftly, for their life force started being absorbed by the sky in an unseen manner at a speed that left them in disbelief. It was as if they were rejected by the planet. However, it was not due to Su Ming's actions, but the spirit of the planet devouring them for its own survival. It was devouring all the beings that it had acknowledged and who had acknowledged it in return. An average cultivator would immediately have his or her body and soul destroyed if he or she was devoured in this manner. But powerful warriors in Lunar Culpa realm had the qualification to fight against this force devouring them. But the prerequisite to fight against it was to cut off the connection formed between them and the planet after they had acknowledged each other. The 100-something planets within the territory of the Heaven Traversers had always had a strange connection with the tribe's people since ancient times. This connection was formed based on an agreement accepted by both parties. The planets would provide whatever Heaven Traversers needed to practice cultivation, while Heaven Traversers would provide protection and time for growth for the spirits of the planets. Yet this connection that had existed for a long period of time was completely broken off by the three Heaven Traversers as they roared in anger. As powerful warriors in Lunar Culpa realm, when the three of them worked together, they possessed the right to revoke the agreement they had formed with the planet. While withering, the three powerful Heaven Traversers in Lunar Culpa realm revealed conflicted looks on their faces before pressing their right hands against the center of their brows and their left hands against their chests. Once they did so, they gritted their teeth and spoke. I, son of La Songya, Songyan, represent the descendants of La Songya in revoking the agreement between us and Outer Sky's planet. I, son of Dong Nua, Dong Tao, represent the descendants of Dong Nua in revoking the agreement between us and Outer Sky's planet. I, daughter of Yan Di Fei, Ruo Ku, represent the descendants of Dong Nua in revoking the agreement between us and Outer Sky's planet. At the instant they said these words, the roar from the ground turned into one of sorrow. This mournful cry reverberated through the entire cultivation planet, and the suction force surrounding the trio disappeared. Su Ming smiled and shook his head, then took a step forward. He shifted, appearing right in front of the man with the water moon. He raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and hurled a punch forward. At the instant he did so, divine essence runic symbols appeared swiftly in his eyes. Because of that, his punch burst forth with the power of Lunar Culpa realm when it landed on air, despite the fact that the power contained within the fist when Su Ming had thrown it in the beginning only possessed the force those who had attained great completion in World Plane realm. The man with the water moon retreated swiftly. A ferocious look appeared on his face, and the water moon seeped through his body to charge towards Su Ming. In the blink of an eye, the water moon crashed into Su Ming's fist. Bang! The man with the water moon coughed up blood and started falling backwards like a kite whose string had snapped in the wind. Su Ming swayed and was forced 2 steps back. When he raised his head, the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even greater. As expected of Heaven Traversers, a venerated race indeed. Even after having a considerable amount of your life force sucked out from your bodies and the curse corroding your internal organs, you were still able to bring forth such great amount of Lunar Culpa power. Su Ming smiled. At the same time, the other 2 Heaven Traversers in Lunar Culpa realm closed in on him from 2 different directions. The Fire Moon and Flower Moon became a source of bright light in this darkened world at that instant. The divine essence runic symbols shone in Su Ming's eyes. They rose and fell in waves on his body, causing his level of cultivation to rise once again. At the same time, another presence appeared around Su Ming's body. It was a king's presence. When that had appeared, Su Ming's offensive abilities rose once again, and he broke through Lunar Culpa realm. He took a step forward, and with an indescribable speed, he appeared behind the retreating man with the water moon and grabbed his wings. With one vicious yank, he ripped off the man's wings in the mid of the man's pained screams. Blood gushed out. Su Ming raised his right hand. With a speed akin to lightning and power equivalent to those in Solar Culpa realm, He pointed with his index finger at the back of the head of the man with the water moon. Bang! The man's head exploded, but his nascent divinity had left his body beforehand and was fleeing swiftly. Su Ming looked over at it with an aloof gaze. Do the four of you want to live? Once Su Ming said that, the four cultivators who had been watching everything immediately turned pale. Expressions of conflict appeared on their faces, but soon, they gritted their teeth and chased after the fleeing man with the water moon. The person called Xianshang was the fastest. His body flashed once before he struck his forehead and spat out a pearl. That pearl instantly rushed towards the nascent divinity of the man with the water moon. It closed in on him within an instant and crashed with a bang, causing that nascent divinity to let out a shrill cry. At the same time, the pearl exploded and turned into a huge net that enveloped the nascent divinity of the man with the water moon inside. Why you? Xianshang's face was pale. Clearly, he had used up all his strength in the attack just then. At that moment, he let out a low growl, and a man in white by his side spotted a glint in his eyes before he rushed to the nascent divinity of the man with the water moon. Once he closed in, he raised his right hand, and a crack appeared on his palm. Seal his soul. The crack was like a gaping mouth. At the instant he pushed his palm towards that nascent divinity, the shrill screams from the man with the water moon fell silent, and his nascent divinity was devoured by the hand. Chapter 950, Beginning of Light Summer. Su Ming did not pay any attention to the actions of the four cultivators. If they wanted to live, then they had to show their sincerity. If they did not want to offend Heaven Traversers, but did not want to provoke Su Ming as well, then he alone would decide whether they would live or die. If they wanted to complain, then the only thing they could blame was that they had terrible luck. They should not have entered this place at this moment. But since they were here, then it was no longer up to them to struggle against Su Ming's control. They had to make a choice. The screams from the nascent divinity of the man with the water moon fell into Su Ming's ears. He thus knew of the four cultivators' choice, but he did not look towards them. Instead, with one move, he charged towards the two with the fire moon and flower moon. This was a massacre where the parties involved had a great disparity in their levels of cultivation. Ikang's presence spread out from Su Ming, and Ikang's power circulated in his body, allowing him to possess the offensive power equivalent to those in Solar Culpa Realm. Even though he only possessed power equivalent to them and was not truly in Solar Culpa Realm, it was enough to make him the strongest person among all those below Solar Culpa Realm. As he watched the male and female Heaven Traverser rushing towards him, Su Ming narrowed his eyes. He did not retreat, but charged forward, and during that moment, he raised his right hand, formed a seal, and touched the center of his brows before pointing towards the fire moon since it was closer. The life matrix of midwinter is the beginning of my life. With it, moaning gusts of chilling wind immediately rose within the world covered in black clouds. In the mid of these cold winds, snow appeared, as if the world had been frozen, but the snow was not white. It was black. The black snow floated in the world, turning the black rain into ice that filled the whole space. A piercing cold will froze the area, and the incoming fire moon started letting out cracking sounds when Su Ming pointed towards it before freezing mid-move. The man with the fire moon who was glaring at Su Ming while charging towards him was also frozen. He struggled while shouting angrily. In fact, at the instant he was frozen, he brought out a large amount of enchanted treasures and even executed his divine abilities to fight against the ice, but all of them were instantly frozen in midwinter. This was the art brought by Su Ming's life matrix, the power of midwinter. After winter, crimson will be the ruler of the world. This red symbolizes autumn, and it is the pinnacle of autumn's red. Su Ming said flatly, then pointed towards the flower moon with his right hand. The flower moon formed by countless petals immediately turned yellow and withered when Su Ming pointed at it. In the blink of an eye, a red hue that was similar to autumn appeared on it, causing the expression of the woman behind it to change. Her face became pale. This was a divine ability she could not hope to fight against. It was a transformation of an art she had never seen before. Midwinter and the crimson red of autumn should be the changes of the 4 seasons in the world, but when Su Ming executed them, the woman felt as if he were the 4 seasons in the universe. The transformations of the 4 seasons were at his fingertips, but there was nothing strange about it, as if the world had always been like this, as if the 4 seasons had always been changed at will by this man in front of her. I possessed a Kang. My cultivation-based clone is in the later stage of world plane realm, and the physical body of my clone that practices the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole has become complete. All of this is like the light summer during the beginning of autumn. As it continues being brewed like wine and accumulates power in the process, it would erupt forth with flames rife with life, which would only appear during the scorching summer. This fire is still not strong right now. There is only one ball of flame. But this fire of life is the burning sun I lit up when I burned the universe as I walked out of midwinter. Su Ming raised his head. When he lifted it, his long hair swayed in the wind, looking like flickering flames. His body also looked as if it had been lit aflame at that instant. These were the flames of his life. He had obtained them after he moved from winter to autumn, then from autumn to summer. When these flames burned at their brightest, Su Ming moved into the summer of his life. When that time came, what would await Su Ming would be the final step in his life, spring, where all manner of living was resurrected. The resurrection of all lives also symbolized a rise in power, as well as rebirth. When that moment came, it would be the time for Su Ming's rebirth and a burst of power in upon having reached the pinnacle. This step was no longer far away. At the instant the light flames of summer burned on Su Ming's body, he formed a seal with his hands and flung them outwards. A sea of fire erupted from his body and tumbled outwards. In the blink of an eye, it devoured the frozen fire moon, surrounded the withered, red flower moon, and enveloped the male and female heaven traversers. There were no shrill screams of pain, no shocking booms, just the burning sea of fire in the black snow that filled the entire world with red. Yet the scene brought forth by winter, autumn, and summer fusing together brought an even greater impact than any loud bang or shrill scream, and it caused the breathing of the 4 cultivators in the distance to quicken and their hearts to tremble. When the sea of fire disappeared, Su Ming stood in midair with a calm expression. There was no longer any fire moon or flower moon before him, and no traces of the man and woman. These two had already been burned to ashes by Su Ming's flames of life. The cultivation planet was filled with silence at that moment. After a long time, when Su Ming turned his gaze towards the 4 cultivators, they immediately bowed to him with respect on their faces. "Tell me your names," Su Ming said flatly. They were stunned and terrified by Su Ming's divine ability, and there will the fight have been suppressed by Su Ming's mighty display of power. At that moment, after they lowered their heads to bow to him, they quickly told him their names. "I am Xinshang. Greetings, Senior. I am Huayu. Greetings, Senior. I am Yinyu. Greetings, Senior. I am Yinin. Greetings, Senior. Why did you come to Divine Essence Star Ocean?" Su Ming's tone was flat. When he swept his gaze past the 4, he fixed his eyes on Xinshang, who had previously brought out the authentication token from Dustburner's tribe leader. Xinshang hesitated for a moment before lowering his head and saying, "We were invited by the tribe leader of Dustburners to head to their tribe because of some personal matters." Since the moment he saw Su Ming, he never once thought of him as a cultivator, and even now, he still believed that Su Ming was a powerful warrior from some tribe in Divine Essence Star Ocean. Even the 3 people beside him believed the same. After all, Su Ming's clothes, bearing, and that indescribable presence on him was not that different from the locals they saw in Divine Essence Star Ocean. If he was a cultivator, then he would have the same vague presence they had because they were unable to fuse with Divine Essence Star Ocean, making them seem as if they were solitary existences in this place. Even if there were some methods that would help them cover this presence, anyone who had the intention to find them would still be able to detect it. However, they found none of this presence on Su Ming. "Oh." Su Ming smiled. When they saw his smile, they immediately felt their skin crawl. There was nothing eerie about that smile, but when Su Ming smiled, the purple line at the center of his brows seemed to squirm slightly, as if a tiny crack had opened up. A feeling as if they were being watched instantly rose in their hearts, and they felt as if they had been stripped naked in an instant. They could hide none of their secrets, and the small slit at the center of his brows could see all of them clearly. In fact, they had a strong feeling that there was an eye in the slit between Su Ming's brows. "I was also planning to visit Dustburners. I wonder if it would be troubling for you if I asked to join you." There seemed to be a ghost of a smile on Su Ming's lips, but the piercing cold glare in his eyes made the hearts of all who saw it to tighten in fear. How would they dare say that it was troublesome? Even if they were extremely unwilling, they had to smile and nod. "Senior, it would be great if you joined us. With you around, we would be much safer. It is our honor." "I, Xinshang. Thank you for joining us, Senior." Bitterness rose in Xian Shang's heart, but he did not dare to show even a single hint of it. Instead, he put on a delighted face and quickly wrapped his fist in his palm to thank Su Ming. All right, you can leave now. Search for any random place and wait for me. Once I settle matters with Heaven Traversers, I will naturally come find you, Su Ming said flatly. The four immediately experienced shock and bewilderment in their hearts, but did not show a single hint of their emotions on their faces. Instead, they wrapped their fists in their palms towards Su Ming, then turned into long arcs and intended to quickly leave the planet they now regretted entering. But the black clouds in the sky were still around and continued to seal the place. You're leaving just like that? Su Ming landed on the ground, then sat down with his legs crossed. The four people in the sky were momentarily stunned. Then Hua Yu's expression changed. When he lowered his head, he raised his right hand, and a crack appeared on his palm. The nascent divinity of the man with the water moon had his eyes closed and was unconscious. Once Hua Yu flung him out, he drifted towards Su Ming. At the same time, black clouds tumbled about in the sky to open up a tunnel. They stepped into it swiftly, and with the fastest speed they could muster, they quickly left the dead planet. Fellow Taoist Xian Wei, don't say anything else. We have to leave in a hurry. That malicious person is far too audacious. He actually dared to kill Heaven Traversers. This should be Heaven Traversers' territory, and powerful warriors are bound to arrive soon. We must leave in haste, Xianshang immediately said. He bit the tip of his tongue and coughed up a mouthful of blood to activate fleeing blood, an art common among cultivators, but rarely used. The other three did the same thing. Their blood-red shadows left into the distance within an instant. After a moment, they had fled into an area far away from the planet, but Xianshang did not stop moving. Only when he had flown very far into the distance did he turn his head around to look back at the now distant planet with fear lingering in his heart. Just what level of cultivation does he possess? He easily killed those in Lunar Culpa Realm, so could he be a monster in Solar Culpa Realm? Fellow Taoist Yun, you might still have underestimated that person. I observed him and realized just how casually he killed those 3 Heaven Traversers in Lunar Culpa Realm. This sort of person is definitely stronger than an average cultivator in Solar Culpa Realm. He can fight against a master of fate, lives, and death. The person who said these words so adamantly was Hua Yu, the person with the divine ability to seal another's soul. His expression was dark, and when his words left his mouth, they immediately made the other 3 fall silent. There's something really bizarre about that person. For some reason, when I see him, I feel goosebumps all over my skin. Honestly, I've seen plenty of people in my life, but none of them were like this person. That malicious aura about him is just indescribable. I had that feeling too. It's as if there's an evil about him that can suffocate others. Looks like everyone had the same feeling. I felt the same thing as well. And since he actually dared to stay in that cultivation planet, it means that he is definitely in possession of power that allows him to not be afraid of Heaven Traverser's master of fate, lives, and death. He asked to go with us to Dustburners. Should we wait? The 4 fell silent again, and the 3 looked towards Xianshang, which was a telling sign that he was the leader in the group. Xianshang's expression changed. After a moment, he gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to speak, a loud bang came from the distant galaxy, and it was so loud that even they could hear it. In this galaxy, such a bang could only mean one thing. A planet had collapsed. The group's expressions changed drastically, and they immediately fixed their stares towards the source of that bang. Then, they saw the impact formed by a planet self-destructing and the brilliant light that was difficult to put into words in the distance. Chapter 951, Arrival. 10 breaths before the explosion, Su Ming sat cross-legged on the withered outer skies planet. He was waiting for the powerful warrior who would definitely come to him. This was one of the reasons why he came to Heaven Traversers. He wanted to fight against a master of fate, lives, and death. He would fight against him with his full strength, and he would definitely lose. But even if he was definitely going to lose, Su Ming still wanted to fight. He wanted to see the difference between him and a master of fate, lives, and death. He also wanted to figure out the strength of Heaven Traversers. He wanted to know how many masters of fate, lives, and death they had. If there was still only one, then Su Ming would execute his plan. If there was more than one, he would need to change his plan. Time passed breath by breath. When the 6th breath arrived, Su Ming lifted his head. Divine Essence runic symbols sparkled in his eyes before they filled his whole body within an instant. At the same time, His lips curled up into a cold sneer. He raised his arms and pushed his hands at the ground. With it, his body swiftly shot up from the ground. Soon, the planet roared. As cracks continued spreading through the ground, a destructive power erupted from the planet. At that moment, a cold harumph came from thin air. As it echoed, the black clouds in the sky started tumbling about and turned into a vortex. Su Ming then saw an endless amount of earth in the sky, the sort of earth formed after someone was buried under it. Perhaps it was better to say that this was not earth, but a boundless palm. This was Heaven Traverser's master of fate, lives, and death coming over. You're finally here. Su Ming threw his head back and laughed. When he jumped up, the destructive power of the planet beneath him became stronger. At that moment, if anyone watched from the galaxy, they would have seen that there was a group of meteors charging towards Outer Sky's planet. They were packed densely together, and it was unknown how many of them there were. They were incredibly quick, and in an instant, they approached Outer Sky's planet. They surrounded it, and as they connected to each other, they formed a gigantic palm that was several times bigger than the planet. Once this palm was lifted, it went to seize Outer Sky's planet, and judging by its momentum, it seemed like it wanted to crush the planet. Yet right at the moment the palm touched it, the planet collapsed. The impact from the explosion and the destructive power crashed against the palm made of meteors. Deafening booms echoed through the entire galaxy, so even the 4 cultivators who had escaped far into the distance could hear the sound clearly. Despite that bang, the huge meteor palm did not stop moving, and the cold harumph still echoed in space. The palm had seized the collapsing planet, so it was hard to tell clearly whether the planet had exploded by itself or had been crushed by the palm. Despite that, the meteor palm did not stop moving and started closing up to seize the planet's pieces. It seemed as if the owner of that palm was certain that the power that had caused the planet to collapse was in the shattered pieces, along with the culprit who had killed Heaven Traversers. A master of fate, lives, and death, a low voice said from the shattered planet. That voice was calm, and there was no rise or fall in its tone to indicate any emotions. If anyone looked at the shattered planet at that moment, they would clearly see a man standing on one of the shattered continents, his hair fluttering in space. Needless to say, this man was Su Ming. You're just asking for death, an aloof voice said in space. The meteor palm then moved even faster. In the blink of an eye, it closed in on Su Ming as if it wanted to bury him together with the shattered planet in space. Just who exactly is asking for death? At the instant Su Ming spoke, Ikang's projection manifested around him. The huge shadow of the gigantic tree swiftly appeared in the universe and crashed into the hand moving to seize him. Booming sounds spread through the area at that instant. The hand crashed into Ikang's projection, then froze momentarily. As Ikang's projection trembled, it looked as if it was about to collapse. It swayed violently, and blood could be seen trickling out of the corners of Su Ming's mouth where he stood under the projection. Ikang, an aloof voice said from space, but the owner of the voice could not be seen. Even if you have Ikang's blood, those who offend Heaven Traversers have to die. As the voice spread out, the gigantic meteor hand tightened its grip once again and crushed the Ikang projection with a bang. Su Ming shuddered and coughed up a mouthful of blood. With a pale face, he retreated swiftly, but there was no panic in his eyes, only calmness. The Ikang projection behind him appeared once again and continuously crashed into the palm, coming to seize him. The booming sounds that rang in space rose and fell, and every single time they collided with each other, Su Ming's body would tremble. He could sense the great strength within the palm, but similarly, he also sensed that the master of fate, lives, and death was not as strong as the one from the 4 great true worlds acting as a garrison in the barren lands of divine essence. Su Ming needed about a dozen-something breaths for his clone to truly arrive from the moment his projection appeared. To him, this time was really nothing. In truth, his preparations beforehand had been perfect, and his Ikang clone could arrive at any moment. But he did not do so. He stood and watched the Ikang projections be destroyed repeatedly while the giant palm closed in on him. It replaced the sky, the galaxy, and everything else, but he still did not have his Ikang clone appear. Because he noticed that each time his Ikang projection crumbled, the projection that would appear next would be much stronger than before, just like how a normal piece of metal would need to be refined thousands of times before it turned into steel that would not bend or break. This was a form of refinement. Booms echoed in the air. After the umpteenth time Su Ming's Akang projection reappeared after being destroyed, the meteor hand had almost clenched into a fist. When Su Ming cast his gaze around the area, everything he saw around him was the meteor hand, and it looked as if he had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. If anyone looked from the galaxy, they would be able to see that as the gigantic meteor hand continued furling into a fist, it looked about to crush everything in its palm, including the planet, all its lives, and the galaxy around it. At that instant, Su Ming raised his head, and the purple line at the center of his brows opened. Purple light shone from it, and the malicious eye appeared. In an instant, the meteor hand above him was magnified endlessly in his eyes. As it was continuously enlarged, he saw the cracks in it. Su Ming's gaze focused, and he leaped up at full speed, even calling back his Akang projection and having it fuse with him, making him even faster. He flew out in an instant. When a loud bang reverberated through the entire galaxy that belonged to Heaven Traversers, and the meteor palm clenched its fist to crush everything, Su Ming flew out from the crack he had seen with his malicious eye. From the distance, a long arc could be seen flying out from the palm when the gigantic meteor hand seized the galaxy. At the same time, a grim voice came from Su Ming's mouth. Akang. Once he said it, the illusory projection of the Akang tree immediately appeared behind him. It swiftly became clear, and a man with purple hair walked out from within. This man's appearance instantly caused the universe to tumble about, the world to roar, and the galaxy to look as if huge waves had appeared within it. Endless visible ripples appeared in the galaxy around the purple-haired man. These ripples fell back together, though a normal person would not be able to tell just what these ripples were. However, Su Ming knew that these ripples were the laws in this galaxy. At that moment, the laws were being forcefully expelled as Su Ming's Akang clone appeared in the area, as if the galaxy had become Akang's territory once it arrived. Within this territory, all laws, all wills, and all rules would work only due to Akang's will. A long purple robe, long purple hair, and a purple eye at the center of his brows. At the instant Su Ming's Akang clone appeared, his cultivation-based clone moved, and his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole walked out of his cultivation-based clone. With Su Ming's soul as a guide, these three clones of his overlapped in the galaxy. As they did that and turned into one, Su Ming raised his head, and a sinister smile appeared at the corners of his lips. A wave of deep malice spread out from his body, as if his existence alone was the source of all evil in the world. It looked as if all light was replaced by a dark shade of purple at the spot where he stood. His power rose ceaselessly from Solar Culpa Realm, and even though he still had yet to become a master of fate, lives, and death, he was already infinitesimally close to it. An ancient presence also spread out from his body, and this feeling of age filled up the entire area, as if it could even cause the galaxy to fall into decay. With a sinister smile, Su Ming raised his right hand and seized space. Immediately, a white stone appeared on his right palm. Naturally, that stone was the enchanted treasure he had obtained from the Yu family. Peace arrives when the elephant is here. He raised his left hand above his head, and when the universe trembled, a huge mountain appeared in Su Ming's left hand. That mountain was Dao Avenue Mountain. At the same time, a vast amount of purple fog spread out from Su Ming's feet. It swept in all directions while rumbling and filled the galaxy, changing it to Akang's galaxy within an instant. I want to fight you. Su Ming looked at a spot in space in the distance, and a figure gradually appeared before his eyes. It was a middle-aged man with long blue hair, dressed in a long, light blue robe. This man was incredibly handsome, and he had no wings. There was wisdom in his eyes, and it could make others feel as if they were in another galaxy when they looked into them, and they would be unable to free themselves from it. The man's lips were thin, giving him a slightly unkind expression, which turned into a callous air about him. He looked at Su Ming calmly. Should I call you Akang, or Tian Xiezi's disciple? The middle-aged man asked flatly. So you've been here since a long time ago. Su Ming smiled faintly. Leave behind your hands and feet. I will make an allowance for Akang and let you leave with your head. The middle-aged man's expression remained calm. As he spoke, his tone allowed no refusal. When his voice traveled outwards, the purple fog around Su Ming tumbled, and in the galaxy where laws had been chased away, laws appeared once again, but this time, they belonged to the middle-aged man. Chapter 952, A Fork and a Rattle Drum. Su Ming swung his left hand, and Dao Avenue Mountain immediately enlarged endlessly. In the blink of an eye, It turned into a mountain of 10,000 feet, and when Su Ming lifted it, he threw it before himself. The mountain immediately created a loud bang as it broke space and charged towards the middle-aged man. It was so quick that in the blink of an eye, it was already near that person. You still don't understand the rise and fall of masters of fate, lives, and death. The middle-aged man shook his head and raised his right hand to swing it against the incoming Dao Avenue mountain. The rise and fall of fate happens with just a single thought of mind. Fate exists in every single thing in the world, just like this mountain rock. It is connected to you through fate, which is why it was obtained by you. But if I say this fate will be cut off from you, then it will be cut off, the middle-aged man said flatly before he swung his arm. Dao Avenue mountain then came to an abrupt halt in front of him. Su Ming's pupils shrank. He immediately saw endless thin threads around Dao Avenue mountain. These threads were connected to him, but when the middle-aged man swung his sleeve, they were all snapped. As the threads were cut, Su Ming's body swayed, and a feeling of emptiness instantly rose in his heart. His connection with Dao Avenue mountain had been cut. This was not a simple act of taking away Su Ming's enchanted treasure. It was just as the man had said. He had cut off Dao Avenue mountain's fate with Su Ming, causing them to no longer be connected through fate, and Su Ming would never be able to possess it again unless he did something about it. This is the rise and fall of fate. Search for your next master. The middle-aged man's voice echoed in space. Dao Avenue mountain shuddered, but right at the instant it was about to disappear, Su Ming raised his right leg and stepped on the galaxy. The galaxy shuddered, and the disappearing Dao Avenue mountain was bounced back, returning from its dissipating state. You should have fought against a master of fate before. I wonder how that person gave you the confidence to fight against a master of fate with brute force. The middle-aged man smiled. There was a hint of derision in it. You will not be able to enter the area 100,000 feet around me, because that is where the connection of our fate ends. Once the middle-aged man said that, Su Ming's expression changed. He sensed an indescribable power erupting from space, and with it, he was forced back, pushed from his previous position of only several tens of thousands of feet away from the middle-aged man to 100,000 feet. After that, he had a strong feeling that he could not step into that area. It was as if there was a law in there that could not be expelled. This was completely different from Su Ming's first fight against a master of fate. In fact, even though he sensed that this person was slightly weaker than the master of fate he had met in the past, he had a feeling that he absolutely could not strike back right now. Fate. Su Ming's heart trembled. He suddenly understood something. He realized why masters of fate, lives, and death were known as masters of fate by others. They controlled other people's fates, and only when they had control over the fates of the whole world and universe could they be known as masters of fate. Su Ming's eyes shone. When he clenched his right hand, the mountain rock in it shone with a piercing white light. As it did so, Su Ming's power of divine essence fused into him, causing the mountain rock to become tens of thousands of feet big. Once it did, an enraged howl echoed in space, and the mountain rock turned into a loud bang. It was a pity that the threads of fate connecting him to Dao Avenue mountain were cut, but at least malicious spirit weighing the elephant was still with him. However, as the elephant roared and rushed into the area of 100,000 feet, it shuddered and started shrinking rapidly before Su Ming's eyes, until it turned back into the mountain rock. The endless threads connected faintly to Su Ming then were also swiftly cut. You dare fight against me with just these? As the middle-aged man asked this flatly, he raised his right hand and pointed at Su Ming. I see that you have 3 bodies, and thus have 3 fates. I will now cut your fate to your cultivation base. Once he said these words, Su Ming shuddered, for an intense pain rose in his soul. It was a feeling of being torn apart, as if his body was being forcefully ripped apart by an indescribable power which wanted to tear away his cultivation-base clone that had fused with him. Once it was torn away from him, then Su Ming's cultivation-base clone would be like his enchanted treasures and become an independent existence. He would no longer have any control over it. Purple light shone brilliantly in Su Ming's eyes, and as his body shuddered, overlapping shadows appeared around his cultivation-base clone, as if it was about to be ripped apart. The middle-aged man smiled, and he pointed at Su Ming again. I will cut your fate to your physical body. A loud bang shot up in Su Ming's mind. Overlapping shadows also appeared around his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. The connection he had with it started showing signs of being torn apart as the middle-aged man declared to cut his fate with it. A brilliant light shone in the middle-aged man's eyes. He raised his right hand and cut down swiftly in Su Ming's direction through space. And I will also cut your fate with your Akang clone. Bang! The clones fell in 3 different directions. When Su Ming saw that they were about to be torn from him, expressions of intense pain appeared on all 3 of the clones' faces. Su Ming even had the feeling that his will was about to be torn into 3. If that really happened, then he would become 3 independent entities, and by then, he would have lost his true self. In fact, even his memories were being ripped apart, which brought them up to the front of his mind. These memories were shattering, but Su Ming did not panic. He had a way to resolve this danger, and the easiest way to do so was the summoning of the Sand Spirit. This was part of the plan, but he did not do so, because when his memories were being torn, he remembered a particular art he had learned when he was in Dark Mountain. When Su Ming remembered this art, he suddenly gained an epiphany. While Su Ming was in danger, far away from Divine Essence Star Ocean and the barren lands of Divine Essence, war engulfed True Morning Dao World. Within True Morning Dao Sect was a lofty altar. It was located at the center and had nothing on it, but for single crack on its surface. This was an incredibly ordinary place in Morning Dao Sect, since there were plenty of such altars in Morning Dao Sect. No one knew what purpose they served, but the ancestors had left instructions that no one was allowed to step into Morning Dao Sect's altars. There were around 97,000 such altars, and there was an equivalent number of cracks. Only the ancient existences within Morning Dao Sect knew that these cracks were existences akin to coordinates. When they were connected together, they would turn into a set that would point to the isolation grounds of Culpal Lord Dao Chun, the progenitor of the entire True Morning Dao world. That isolation grounds was a fragmented void connected to the entire space of Morning Dao world. It was a fault dimension 1. Besides those in True Morning Dao world, no one knew just how it looked like. Culpal Lord Dao Chun had been in isolated training for a long, long time. If Su Ming could stand on one of the altars and execute the full power of his Malicious Eye, no, he would need a power that surpassed his current level of cultivation. Only when he became a master of fate and used his Malicious Eye would he be able to see that there were endless cracks in space within the altar's crack. If his gaze could pierce through all of them and connect them together, he would be able to see a door. Behind that door was a dimension that existed in space, and it was the dimension where Dao Chun isolated himself. At that moment, there was a large amount of white fog in that dimension. Within its depths was a person. He was sitting cross-legged in there with his head lowered. His entire body was surrounded by fog, making it impossible to see his face clearly. There was no life force on him, only stillness. Placed before him were 2 items. One of them was a fork, and the other a child's toy, a rattle drum. At that moment, the rattle drum was shivering. In fact, some cracks could be seen on it. Those cracks continued spreading, as if preparing to shatter that rattle drum. It could not be seen whether the person sitting in the fog opened their eyes, but it could be seen that as the cracks on the rattle drum appeared, the body, which seemed to not have moved for a long time, shuddered, and the person raised their right hand slowly. Once the person did this, an endless amount of booms immediately rang in the dimension. In fact, those booms even affected the world outside, causing a galactic windstorm throughout the entire True Morning Dao world. The windstorm swept through whole land, shocking all the people fighting against each other, stunning both Morning Dao Sect and the entire Immortals Union. This galactic windstorm caused the entire True Morning Dao world to seem like a bottle that was swaying about violently. This was not the first time a windstorm like this had appeared. It was the second time. The first time was 1,000-something years ago. No one knew why that windstorm had appeared, and several breaths after it did, it disappeared on its own, becoming a mystery that countless people tried to figure out, but could not. Now, 1,000-something years later, the windstorm appeared once more. No one knew that its cause was the figure in the fragmented dimension who had brought about this phenomenon with the wind he stirred up when he raised his hand. The figure was slowly lifting their hand, looking as if they intended to touch the shattering rattle drum. But before the hand could touch it, the cracks on it no longer continued spreading, but instead moved in reverse and closed up on their own, causing the figure's hand to pause in midair. The figure could be seen smiling then. That expression was incredibly amiable, but there was a hint of guilt in it. As the three clones were being forcefully torn from Su Ming's soul in Divine Essence Star Ocean, he raised his head, and at the instant the light of understanding shone in his eyes, the process of him being torn stopped for a moment. I have indeed been careless about a master of fate's strength and overestimated myself. But this battle also let me understand what it means to control fate. It means to control the fate of all the living in the universe. But while other people's fate might be easy to control, controlling your own fate is the hardest. You can control the fate of the entire universe, but you cannot control your own fate. This is why you did not seem as strong as that person I met in the past. As Su Ming raised his head, he lifted his right hand. This battle also allowed me to understand an art I learned when I was a child and why it left a deep impression on me. Every single time I thought about it, I found it difficult to figure out, because the art I learned in the past was not any normal art. It was an art of masters of fate. While enduring the intense pain, Su Ming raised his right hand. He then slashed down at the middle-aged man 100,000 feet away from him. Execution of the three evils. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. 1. Fault dimension. Fault here is a geology term, and the idea to translate the Kongjian, Duan 4 Tsing 2 Kong 1 Jian 1, as fault dimension came from fault rock, since Dunsung is a fault. Chapter 953, Slashing Fate. Execution of three evils, an art which could even kill Tai Sui. The three evils were also known as the three murders. Between heaven and earth, there were three forces: sever, beginning, and nurture. Sever was known as the evil of theft, beginning was known as the evil of disaster, and nurture was the evil of time. They were also known as the murders of theft, disaster, and time. This was the execution of three evils Su Ming had learned when he was in Dark Mountain. Su Ming had used this art in the past to break the divine ability his elder had placed in the house to lock him up when he was in Windstream Tribe. He brought forth the power of murder of theft and broke the screen of light that sealed him in the house. That was the first time he had used the execution of three evils. At that time, he had not understood the fundamentals of this art. The final time he executed this art had been in the land of shamans. When he opened the gap to the mountain, he lured in the miasma in the area and turned it to En aura, causing the corner of the mountain range to seem like a breathing dragon. Because of it, he changed the pattern in the area and brought about the power of the murder of disaster to the area, laying down a rune formed out of nature itself. Su Ming had executed the art after he had gained a deeper understanding towards the execution of three evils. Now, Su Ming cast this art once again in Divine Essence Star Ocean. But this time, he had come to truly understand this art. It was not a normal art, but a master of fate's art. This art could cut the laws of heaven, could change the patterns of the world, could disrupt the harmony between yin and yang, could overturn the universe, could go up against the heavens. The core of this divine ability was in truth using the slashes contained within the art to eventually separate a person's kismet and fate from the galaxy itself. Once all of a person's connections to the universe were separated and they became an isolated, lonely presence, Su Ming could make it so that the person would seem to have lost their eyes and roots, so that they would not be able to exist harmoniously with the universe. It would be as if he had separated the person from his fate, causing him to be unable to control it. Hence, it would perhaps be more accurate to say that the execution of three evils' more apt name would be execution of three fates. You only manage to control the fate that lies around me, but you can't control my personal fate, that is why. Su Ming lifted his head and stared at Heaven Traverser's progenitor with understanding in his eyes. His expression was calm. Even though the overlapping shadows of his clones were still being torn from him, this pain was something Su Ming could ignore, because he had found the strongest art buried in his memories among his divine abilities through this battle. As Su Ming swung his right hand down in a slash, he took a step forward. At the same time, the ends of his hair started to turn white. This is the realm that belongs to a master of fate. Fate is law. With my first slash, I will cut the evil of theft and have it fuse with the universe. Fate will act as its guide. If there is no fate, then the evil of disaster will not exist in the universe. There is a connection between fate and theft, and now, I will cut your fate with the universe. The galaxy roared. The expression of Heaven Traverser's progenitor changed for the first time. When Su Ming executed his first slash, ripples that surged into the heavens rose around Heaven Traverser's progenitor. These ripples continued spreading outwards, making it seem as if endless threads had appeared around him. These threads were all in the form of rings and were spreading outwards continuously, looking like waves. The fate in the universe Su Ming had cut off was the law of fate connecting Heaven Traverser's progenitor with the universe. He could see clearly that there seemed to be an invisible blade around Heaven Traverser's progenitor that was swinging down and cutting all the threads. In the blink of an eye, as the blade swept through the area, the galaxy tumbled and fell backwards like waves. At that moment, Su Ming finished taking his first step and stepped into the area 70,000 feet away from the Heaven Traverser's progenitor. The progenitor's expression changed, and a third of Su Ming's hair turned white, but he did not stop. He took his second step and moved forward once more. With my second slash, I will cut the evil of disaster. Disaster stays in earth and comes from the ground. It originates from the spot beneath our feet and is hidden in space. With this slash, I will cut your fate with space. Su Ming raised his right hand, and without any hesitation, he executed his second slash. The galaxy immediately swayed intensely, as if the universe had been overturned and the cosmos were going through a transformation. All laws and rules dissipated within a moment. Numerous ripples appeared in the space under the feet of Heaven Traverser's progenitor again. But when Su Ming executed his second slash, these ripples shattered, as if the connection between Heaven Traverser's progenitor and space had been cut. The fate of the universe and the fate of space might seem like abstract concepts, but in truth, the cosmos were formed from endless universes and spaces. When these two fates were cut, it would mean that Su Ming had segregated Heaven Traverser's progenitor from the galaxy in the area, causing him to lose his connection with it in this place. This was Heaven Traverser's galaxy, so all the cultivation planets here, as well as the galaxy here, had acknowledged them. Su Ming's actions thus had forcefully cut off this acknowledgement and this law of fate. At that moment, Su Ming finished taking his second step and stepped into the area 30,000 feet away from Heaven Traverser's progenitor. Two-thirds of his hair then had turned white, and the ancient air about him was incredibly distinct. All of this might have seemed to have occurred over a long period of time, but in truth, when it happened, it only lasted for a few breaths before it was over. With my third slash, I will cut the evil of time. I will cut your fate with the galaxy. You still have the concept of time in your head, and because of it, your shadow will last in the passage of time in this place. If time has a spirit, then everything about you will exist within the memories of this spirit. With this slash, I will cut off your fate with time. At the instant Su Ming lifted his foot swiftly to take his third step, the galaxy looked as if it had been overturned. Heaven Traverser's progenitor threw his head back and let out a furious roar. This sound was astonishingly loud, and it shook Su Ming so much that he coughed up blood, but it did not manage to prevent him from taking that last step forward and slashing down the third time with his right hand. Slash. The universe changed. A cyclone centered around Heaven Traverser's progenitor swept outwards with a loud bang. The galaxy where that cyclone passed through looked as if it was suffering from time reversal, all of its memories being wiped off. Once the cyclone disappeared, the shadow of Heaven Traverser's progenitor no longer existed in the passages of time in the spot where the progenitor stood, and the connection between the galaxy and the progenitor could no longer be found. Su Ming's execution of three evils was not aimed at Heaven Traverser's progenitor, but the universe, the galaxy, space, and time. That was why Heaven Traverser's progenitor could not fight against it. In fact, the divine ability Su Ming executed at that moment was one that the progenitor had never seen before. It was the first time he saw the likes of it. In fact, from this divine ability, he sensed two emotions that had been long absent from his life: fear and wariness. What Su Ming had cut was the passage of time in the galaxy, but he also indirectly cut the fate of Heaven Traverser's progenitor. Bang! When Su Ming took his third step, his hair turned completely white, and some signs of time appeared on his face, but the overlapping shadows of the three clones on his body disappeared and returned to their original state. He stood at a spot nearly 1,000 feet away from Heaven Traverser's progenitor, and as his foot landed, Su Ming raised his right hand before he hurled a punch through the air in the direction of Heaven Traverser's progenitor. This was a punch delivered by his cultivation-based clone, his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole, and his Ikang clone. At the instant it came hurling forward, Ikang's projection manifested behind Su Ming. Booming sounds shot up, shaking the sky and earth, and causing the galaxy to tremble. A large number of cracks appeared in it as the punch charged swiftly towards Heaven Traverser's progenitor. Before, the progenitor hadn't even needed to attack. With just the use of words and the power of the fate's law in the universe as well as all manner of living, he had been able to render Su Ming almost completely unable to fight back. Now, the progenitor spotted a change in his expression. He raised his right hand, then swung it in Su Ming's direction, who was coming towards him with his fist in the air. With it, an incredibly large palm appeared in front of Heaven Traverser's progenitor while the universe roared. That palm stood vertically in the galaxy, and as if it was being pushed forward, it charged towards Su Ming. Wherever it passed through, the galaxy would be broken. In the blink of an eye, it crashed against Su Ming's punch. Bang, 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 bang. Deafening sounds rang in space. Su Ming coughed up blood. Once he staggered several tens of thousands of feet backwards, he coughed up blood again. But there was a ferocious smile on his lips, and a brilliant light shone in his eyes. As for Heaven Traverser's progenitor, his expression was as dark as a swamp. He might not even be swaying, but from the expressions of both his and Su Ming's faces, it was clear that he was at a disadvantage. Because he could no longer use fate and was forced to use the power of a master of fate to force Su Ming back. This was the same as someone sealing up his divine abilities and making him fight only using his physical strength. A runic symbol had appeared at the center of his brows. This runic symbol looked as if it was branded on his forehead. It did not appear just then, but it chose this moment to manifest. However, this runic symbol was dull and lusterless. Su Ming could see countless threads floating around it, trying to connect with the threads of the universe, galaxy, and the passage of time Su Ming had cut off just then. But the separation between it and the galaxy caused it to be unable to connect with those threads. This item was incredibly discordant with Heaven Traverser's progenitor, as if it had been forcefully branded to the center of his brows. Clearly, this was not something that came from the progenitor himself, but was a treasure from an external source. However, by doing so, his level of cultivation came to a stop, and he would never be able to control his own fate like the truly powerful warriors who had completed the Fate Realm. If he had been able to control his own fate, Su Ming would not have been able to cut the law of fate around him with the current execution of 3 evils. This is your true power. It is also the reason why you were more difficult to deal with, even though you gave me a feeling that you were weaker than the master of fate, lives, and death I met in the past. Su Ming wiped off the blood at the corners of his mouth. Without bothering about his white hair, he said flatly while standing tens of thousands of feet away, "How does it feel like to have the laws of fate cut from you? I underestimated you. This art created to specifically cut fate is incredibly rare and can only be executed after you offer up your life force. When you executed it, you must have lost quite a large amount of your life force. But, even so, with the supreme power I possess in Mastery Realm, I can still kill you." The killing intent in the eyes of Heaven Traverser's progenitor grew incredibly strong. At that moment, he no longer regarded Su Ming with the same scorn and inattentiveness as he did moments ago. Instead, he looked at Su Ming as an equal, and an incredible amount of greed also rose in his heart. He knew well just how rare the divine abilities to cut fate were in the world, and the art Su Ming executed just then was one he had never seen before. This caused him to be unable to help but desire to possess that art. He took a step forward. His supreme physical power burst forth from his body, and it could be said that the body of Heaven Traverser's progenitor reached a state where he would not be destroyed if the world did not perish, and where he could not fall into decay if the universe did not rot. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. 1. Mastery Realm, Fate Realm, Life Realm, and Death Realm. Mastery Realm is Mastery Realm. There is no short form for it. It's the first realm for the master of fate, lives, and death. Fate Realm is the rise and fall of fate. Life Realm is reincarnation of life, not life cultivation realm. They are 2 completely different realms. Death Realm is death of the universe. Chapter 954, I want to fight. This is what it means to be a master of fate. There must be detailed categorizations in this great realm. It can even be said that being able to control fate and being unable to control fate are 2 different realms, even though they are still masters of fate, lives, and death. The existence I met in the past acting as a garrison to the 4 great true worlds could cover an endless stretch of galaxy and chase me down until I returned to the foreign land. Clearly, he displayed an unimaginably powerful physical strength. But he did not understand the laws of fate. If that is the case, then I understand it now. The main focus of that realm is mastery, which is why he could be known as someone who had completed the mastery realm. This Heaven Traverser's progenitor used that supreme treasure at the center of his brows to forcefully control the fate around him. But his true power is really just in the mastery realm, and he's not as powerful as the one I met in the past either. He had only completed a small part of the mastery realm. If I separate it this way, then I can understand what it means to be a master of fate, lives, and death. The mastery realm exists within this state, and this realm is the pinnacle of physical power. If someone can reach a breakthrough, then they will be able to step into the fate realm. To complete this realm, you would need to control your own fate. Because of that, there is certainly a life realm and a final death realm as well. Only those who complete the death realm could be truly known as masters of fate, lives, and death. The light of understanding shone in Su Ming's eyes. It's worth it to learn about these and understand the true method of using the execution of three evils. Su Ming glanced at Heaven Traverser's progenitor, who was taking big strides towards him with a presence, as if he was looking down on the world with a cold glare. He raised his right hand slowly. Now, I want to see just how great the difference is between me, after I fused with all three of my clones, and you, who has completed a small part of the mastery realm, Heaven Traverser's progenitor. When Su Ming lifted his head, he clenched his right hand into a fist. He did not retreat, but instead charged forward, turning into a long arc that rushed towards Heaven Traverser's progenitor. Ikang's projection manifested behind him. As the galaxy shook violently, a vast aura erupted from Su Ming's body with a bang, and he drew increasingly closer to Heaven Traverser's progenitor. In the blink of an eye, the two of them crashed into each other, and each of them threw a punch forward. The progenitor was in mastery realm. Without using divine abilities and arts, he raised his hand and brought forth a supreme physical power. Bang! A loud bang shook the universe and echoed all around. Su Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered backwards continuously, while the Ikang tree swayed intensely. Even after Su Ming was forced several thousands of feet back, he did not stop, and at that moment, killing intent shone in the eyes of the Heaven Traverser's progenitor. With a cold harumph, he walked forward once more. He might seem calm, but his heart was filled with shock. He might have only used a fifth of his strength in the punch he threw just then, but that fifth was enough to kill all those in Solar Culpa Realm. In fact, it could even break apart all divine abilities cast by those in Solar Culpa Realm and then kill them without being bothered by them. However, when the punch landed on Su Ming's body, it only caused him to cough up blood, shattered his organs, and forced him back. To the Heaven Traverser's progenitor, this was something he did not want to accept. The killing intent in his heart grew even stronger. No one would want his own race to have such a powerful enemy lurking around alive. This was why when the progenitor took that step forward, he raised his right hand, and this time, he used all his strength, intending to finish this battle with one punch. He was so quick that his attack arrived before Su Ming could even regain his footing. When the progenitor threw his punch outwards, the universe roared, and an indescribable power erupted from the fist. The galaxy quivered. In fact, all the cultivation planets in the galaxy trembled at this moment. Even the 4 cultivators who were a distance away from the place shuddered as they charged forward. They turned their heads around swiftly, and shock appeared on their faces. If anyone lowered their heads from the highest place in the galaxy to look down at that moment, they would be able to see that the galaxy had turned into a gigantic fist. As it stirred a rumble, it charged towards Su Ming. All of this might have seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but in truth, the moment Heaven Traverser's progenitor threw his fist forward, it closed in on its target. Su Ming's pupils shrank. A life-threatening sense of danger instantly filled his entire body. At that moment, the most logical course of action for him was to instantly execute the next part of his plan to avoid this life-threatening crisis. But Su Ming did not do so. A monstrous fighting spirit rose in his eyes, and his rationality was replaced by impulsiveness, a sight rarely seen on him. This impulsiveness was not recklessness, but a fighting spirit so great that he could not control it. He wanted to fight. Even if this person was a cultivator in Mastery Realm, he still wanted to fight. Even if his body and spirit would be destroyed, he had a fighting spirit in him that urged him to throw a punch forward as well, to fight against the punch the progenitor had thrown towards him. The intensity of that emotion caused Su Ming's eyes to become bloodshot. It made him lift his head and roar towards the heaven. Something within him was screaming that even if he died, he still had to personally face the Progenitor and learn how strong were the people in Mastery Realm. I already fled once in the face of someone in Mastery Realm. This time, I will not run. I will fight. Su Ming clenched his right hand into a fist. The fighting spirit within him grew to a monstrous degree, stimulating the will to never give in within Su Ming. Death might be frightening, but Su Ming believed that escapism was even more terrifying. He wanted to fight, wanted to throw his fist forward and not think about the consequences or whether he would die. All of these thoughts gathered in his fist. He had a strong feeling that if he could successfully land this punch and not die, then his state of mind would rise once again, and even his soul would become stronger. It would be as if he had broken some sort of seal, some sort limit. That would be a metamorphosis in his state of life. 1. I want to fight. Su Ming raised his right hand. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes were bloodshot. I want to fight. He swung his right fist forward, and the Akang projection behind him swiftly gained corporeal form, as if a formless vortex had appeared on Su Ming's right hand, guiding the gigantic Akang projection behind him into it. I want to fight. Su Ming threw his head back and roared. At the instant he threw his fist forward, his body disappeared, replaced by a gigantic tree. This was a tree with a size that was unmatched by anyone, and it was currently twisting about. All of its branches tangled with each other and turned into a huge fist, crashing in an instant against the galactical punch that was the Progenitor's attack. Bang! Bang! A deafening sound that could not be described with words echoed in the galaxy and throughout all the 100-something cultivation planets within it. It reverberated through the entire divine essence star ocean in this area and caused the blood to pour out of the eyes, ears, nose, and mouth of the 4 cultivators in the distance. Their bodies shook so much that their organs were in intense pain. The Akang tree disintegrated. It turned into countless wooden splinters that crumbled apart. As they did so, Su Ming was revealed within. Overlapping shadows appeared on his body, and his cultivation-based clone was the first to be expelled from him while falling backwards. Soon after, his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole also separated from him as the overlapping shadows appeared around his body, and he fell 100,000 feet backwards. Under the Progenitor's full power strike, the fusion of the 3 clones was broken, and they were forced apart. All 3 of Su Ming's clones coughed up a large mouthful of blood at the same time, and as their faces turned pale, they staggered. But he did not die, because most of the impact of the force was cancelled by his Akang clone, and Akang was a life form written in the Ballad. It was an eternal being. This sort of grievous injury was not enough to kill it. The Progenitor's face turned dark. He stood in his place and did not even sway, but only he knew that the little finger on his right hand had become numb for a single breath when his punch collided against Su Ming's fist. It might have been just one breath, but in his understanding, this was impossible. He was almighty in Mastery Realm, and the Mastery Realm was the symbol of supreme physical power in the universe, a wall that was impossible to be shaken by cultivators who were weaker than him. However, the numb sensation during that moment just then was real. It was as if a crack had appeared on a sturdy wall, and Progenitor's killing intent grew even stronger when he looked at Su Ming. Today, you are going to die. The eyes of Heaven Traverser's Progenitor shone with killing intent, and he took a step once more. This time, he executed power that surpassed the full force of what he could muster. It was the first time he brought forth this strongest power within him after he became a master of fate, lives, and death. As he moved forward, the galaxy cracked and shattered, a sign that it could no longer bear his existence. Su Ming smiled. He wiped the blood off the corners of his mouth, and the 3 clones instantly fused together once more. This time, he did not continue fighting, but instead immediately retreated. His action fell into the eyes of Heaven Traverser's Progenitor, and he laughed coldly in his heart. If there was someone he wanted to kill in Divine Essence Star Ocean, that person would not be able to escape. However, Su Ming's subsequent action made the Progenitor's pupils shrink. Su Ming raised his right hand and swung it forward. Sand Spirit, my first request for you is to kill this person. If you can't kill him, then trap him for a month. When he said these words, the Progenitor's expression changed drastically. He sensed a vast power surging forward from the galaxy all around him. He was rather familiar with this power, and it made him think of far too many things. As his expression changed, he took a step forward and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Su Ming. He raised his right hand, intending to immediately kill him. However, just as he was about to throw his fist against Su Ming's back, who did not even attempt to dodge, a layer of thin sand appeared between his fist and Su Ming's body. The progenitor's fist landed on the fine sand with a bang. It rose into space and reverberated continuously. During that moment, the thin sand behind Su Ming turned into a gigantic palm made of sand. The galaxy trembled, and a gigantic face appeared in space. This face was that of the ancestral spirit of the sand Earthlings who had destroyed his own kin so that he could obtain a promise to be entered into the ballad. The first request. This is an existence who has reached the middle stage of the mastery realm. If I was at the peak of my condition, I could kill him, but now, I can only trap him. 1 month is possible. A muffled hum echoed in the galaxy. The sand spirit's gigantic spirit existed in the galaxy, and its boundless body formed an indescribable wave of shock that was powerful enough to tremble the hearts of all those who saw it. Ancestral spirit of the sand Earthlings. You were someone who completed the fate realm in the past. You haven't died. I know, you are already half a step into life realm. That's why you've obtained a part of eternal life. The expression of Heaven Traverser's progenitor instantly changed drastically. *****. Translator's note. State of life. This is derived from the Buddhist 10 worlds, also known as 10 conditions or states of life. It is believed that a person moves from one to another through the experiences he/she gains in the world. The 10 worlds are hell, hunger, animality, anger, humanity, heaven, learning, realization, bodhisattva, and Buddhahood. For those interested to know more, you can go on ahead to this website. http://www.sgi.org/resources/introductory-materials/10-worlds.html. Chapter 955. It would do it. This was Su Ming's plan. He wanted to first fight against a master of fate and measure the level of his current combat abilities, search for his direction, and find his breakthrough as he fought against a powerful warrior. Then, he would make his first request to the Sand Earthling. If the spirit could kill the Master of Fate, that would be good. If he could not, then Su Ming would ask the Sand Earthling to trap him and buy a month's time. In truth, Su Ming could have asked the Sand Earthling to attack and exterminate all Heaven Traversers for his first request, but after some thought, Su Ming did not choose to do so. If the Sand Earthling had attacked, not only would it have been held back by Heaven Traverser's Master of Fate when he appeared, what would await Su Ming would still be the same outcome as now. More importantly, Su Ming wanted to exact revenge, not cause a simple massacre. He wanted all of Heaven Traversers to pay the price for chasing after Tian Xiezi in the past, and make them perish as they escaped. Perhaps in the eyes of Heaven Traversers, Su Ming's actions were an unpardonable evil, a heinous crime, a deed that would get him punished by the universe. He seemed brutal and merciless. After all, the people who went after Tian Xiezi's life in the past were the powerful warriors among the Heaven Traversers, not their common people. However, Su Ming still did it. No matter whether they were powerful warriors of the race or just normal members, they were all Heaven Traversers. Su Ming did not have the distinction between good and evil. The only thing he held true was doing what he believed he should do. When such thoughts appeared in his head, he had to do them, even if those actions were beyond the understanding of those around him and filled with a malicious air as well as could be considered to be temperamental. However, Su Ming still did them. This was his monomaniacal determination. He was sagacious, but that sagacity was all set by himself. He also had principles, but similarly, he was the one who set those principles. The core of all of his sagacity and principles was, do not provoke me, do not provoke my friends, do not provoke my family, and do not provoke my master and my fellow brothers. The price those who violate these principles must pay is the extermination of their entire race. Booming sounds echoed through the entire galaxy. They were a loud howl mixed with the furious roars of Heaven Traverser's progenitor. Endless sand surrounded him, and when Su Ming looked over, the progenitor looked like a ball of madness who was enveloped by a gigantic sand earthling. More sand kept appearing around the progenitor. After a moment, that sand turned into a gigantic planet, and in its core was Heaven Traverser's progenitor. Muffled booms came from the sand planet, but as it grew larger, the sounds were gradually drowned out. The sand spirit's body also shrank, And in the end, what appeared before Su Ming was a gigantic planet with an ancient old man sitting on it. The old man naturally took the form of the sand spirit. He sat there as if he was guarding the planet, suppressing Heaven Traverser's progenitor, who was trapped inside. The old man who was the sand spirit lifted his head to look at Su Ming and said, "I am already declining. My power grows weaker day by day. I can only help you trap this person for a month." His tone was faint, as if his presence was slowly atrophying. An archaic presence mixed with a thick aura of death surrounded him. 1 month is enough. Su Ming lowered his head to look at his body. He was heavily injured at that moment, but he had already accepted these injuries, because the benefits surpassed them in value. He could sense that his soul was going through a metamorphosis, and his Arcane clone had understood plenty of things after the battle. His clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole had also seemed to come into touch with a power that existed in the universe, and which only those in Mastery Realm could feel. His cultivation-based clone had also obtained a form of enlightenment during that battle. Yet the most important thing was that Su Ming was no longer afraid of those in the Mastery Realm. This was incredibly important to him, because in the depths of his heart, he could never forget how he had fled when he was within the territory of the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds, keeping a lookout over the barren lands of divine essence. The Almighty in Mastery Realm had left behind an impression of his strength and how hard he was to fight deep within Su Ming's heart. This impression was like a seed. Sometime in the future, it would sprout, and when that time came, Su Ming's level of cultivation would regress due to the shoots from the seed binding him. Yet now, the influence ended due to this battle. It was wiped away from Su Ming's heart. Su Ming turned around and charged towards the distant galaxy. He did not move further into the Heaven Traverser's territory, but headed to the galaxy beyond it, and he traveled so quickly that he was gone in the blink of an eye. After a moment, as Su Ming charged through the galaxy, he raised his right arm and swung it in space. Immediately, the totem of the Duke of Crimson Flame on his arm vanished, and the person manifested in front of him. He bowed respectfully towards Su Ming. "Over the course of the next few days, protect me. Act according to the plan I told you previously," Su Ming said faintly. The Duke of Crimson Flame hesitated for a moment before lowering his head and voicing his obedience. Then, Su Ming patted his storage bag with his right hand. 2 arcs, 1 yellow and 1 black, flew out and turned into the bald crane and the abyss dragon in front of Su Ming. These 2 creatures had been locked up in his storage bag for quite some years as a punishment for their deeds in Black Ink Planet. When they appeared, the bald crane immediately lifted its head and started letting out shrill screeches. As it did so, it looked like it was crying. "Oh heavens, this bloody bastard locked me up for a full 12 years, 7 months, and 21 days. It's been 12 years, 7 months, and 21 days since I last saw crystals. I may have sinned, gods in heaven, but don't punish me this way. Next time, lock me up in a crystal. I swear I will cut all ties with Su Ming. I swear it." Once the bald crane finished screaming, it glared at Su Ming. Its expression as it gnashed its teeth exuded a deep hatred born after it had suffered greatly. "Su Ming, this great, handsome, loaded grandpa crane will now part ways with you. We are now enemies. Haha, let me tell you, no one can lock me up for 12 years, 7 months, and 21 days, no." The bald crane was shouting furiously, but with just one flatly spoken sentence from Su Ming, its voice fell silent, as if its throat was seized. "An entire race's crystals. What? What did you say?" The bald crane shuddered violently, and its eyes immediately went wide. Brilliant light shone in them as they focused on Su Ming. The abyss dragon sighed by the side. As it shook its head, it felt that the bald crane would never be able to escape from Su Ming's palm its whole life. As it thought about it, it thought that it was slightly smarter. At the very least, it did not really like crystals that much. When it thought about this, the abyss dragon instinctively looked at its own belly. Within it were the sparkling treasures it had hidden away during the past few years. "Didn't you say that you want to cut all ties with me? Go, then," Su Ming said flatly. "Who said it? Damn it, which bastard said it? I am the best of friends with the great, handsome, and powerful Su Ming. Who wants to drive a wedge between us? Is it you?" The bald crane glared at the stunned and innocent abyss dragon standing next to it. "Didn't you say you want to part ways with me? You can leave now." Su Ming cast the bald crane a sideways glance without any expression on his face. "Damn it all. Just who was it? If I knew just who this diabolical person was, I would definitely bite him to death. I would bite his bum. This is too abominable. too shameless. How can such a kind crane like me say such callous words? Su Ming, we respect each other so much. We love each other so much. No, No, there is definitely something wrong in this. Anxiety filled the bald crane's face. As it gnashed its teeth, it whipped its head around and glared at the Duke of Crimson Flame, looking as if it wanted to pounce on him. You are the one, you old coot. You're jealous of the beautiful relationship your master and I share you. Su Ming frowned. The bald crane was getting increasingly out of hand with the words it said. He let out a cold harumph. The bald crane blinked and immediately grabbed its bald body, looking extremely regretful, but knowing it was too late for it to repent. It stared at Su Ming pitiably. Oh handsome master, oh great master, oh evil master, this bald crane has committed a wrongdoing. Every single thing that went wrong is my fault, but crystals are innocent. Speaking of, you were talking about an entire race's crystals just now. Excitement appeared on the bald crane's face. Yes, and they are not any ordinary race. They are one of the 4 venerated races in Divine Essence Star Ocean, and those are the crystals they had accumulated among over the course of countless years, Su Ming replied calmly. When he said this, the bald crane became so excited that it almost fainted. It hastily went forth and hugged Su Ming's leg while wailing. Master, this is a great deal. Don't abandon me and go on your own. I, bald crane, can help you count your crystals. I swear I will not put even a half of one into my pocket. I can even search for those crystals for you. My nose is extremely sensitive, and I'm fast too. Think about it. With how quick I am, I can immediately run once I steal those crystals, and no one will be able to catch up. And I also know how to transform. I can transform into crystals, and no one will be able to tell. You really want to join? Su Ming lowered his head and looked at the bald crane. The bald crane bobbed its head up and down while staring at Su Ming with excitement. You'll have to pay a certain price. When Su Ming said these words, the bald crane was immediately stunned, and its claws around Su Ming's leg loosened slightly. But I can give you a third of those crystals. Once Su Ming said this, the bald crane immediately hugged his legs tightly and refused to let go. 2/3, it said through gritted teeth, already prepared for Su Ming's haggling next. Deal, but you'll have to listen to me completely. Su Ming nodded without any hesitation. The bald crane was momentarily stunned before its heart filled with slight surprise and bewilderment. But before it could say anything else, Su Ming raised his right hand and patted his storage bag. A buzzing echoed in the air, and the poison wasp with the God Ascension nectar flew out, then stung the bald crane. A slight bit of God Ascension nectar instantly surged into the bald crane's body. Su Ming swiftly raised his hands and tapped a few parts in the bald crane's body. Immediately, a thick wave of God Ascension nectar's fragrance spread out from the bald crane's body. This fragrance instantly filled the entire area, and at that moment, endless piercing roars rang out in the originally calm galaxy. At that moment, the thick fragrance of God Ascension nectar coming from the bald crane had already turned it into a thing that would cause all ferocious beasts in Divine Essence Star Ocean to go mad for it. The Abyss Dragon was originally observing this by the side with the heart of an onlooker for something entertainment, but once it witnessed this, a shudder ran through its body, and it quickly moved backwards. The Duke of Crimson Flame's pupils shrank as well, and without any hesitation, he grabbed the Abyss Dragon and retreated. The bald crane was momentarily stunned before it lowered its head and sniffed its body, then immediately let out a shrill cry as if it had gone mad. God Ascension Nectar. Damn it. This is Divine Essence Star Ocean. There are countless ferocious beasts in here. As it cried, it even forgot its usual act of referring to itself as Grandpa Crane. Lure 100,000 ferocious beasts, and I will give you 7/10 of the crystals. Lure 300,000 ferocious beasts, and I will give you 8/10. Lure 500,000, and I will give you 9/10. Lure 1,000,000, and I will give you all the crystals. Su Ming stated flatly. The bald crane shuddered, then gritted its teeth. It would do it. Chapter 956, Attracting Monsters. The bald crane shouted out in a tone as if it was about to risk everything. It screamed in a language Su Ming could not understand. This was the bald crane after it was excited by Su Ming once he said it could obtain all the crystals if it lured 1,000,000 ferocious beasts. The bald crane shuddered, but brilliant light shone in its eyes. This light could fuse into the universe, could overturn it, could make a weak being instantly turn peerless in terms of power, and could even make the bald crane go mad. Damn it all, I will do it. When a bird dies, its feathers will point towards the sky, but I don't have feathers. I'm destined to not die. I'll do it. I'll definitely do it. The bald crane's eyes were bloodshot as it shouted continuously. Those who understood it knew that this was just it boosting its own morale, because it had gone into a frenzy due to the stimulation of the crystals, despite the fact that it was incredibly terrified. However, if those who did not understand it saw the bald crane acting this way at this moment, they would definitely think that this bird was a mad bird. As it roared, it even circled around Su Ming, instinctively flopping about. Its screeches grew stronger, causing the abyss dragon to widen its eyes by the side, and it looked down on the bald crane for flinging all caution to the wind for crystals. Humph, I am a noble abyss dragon. I won't lose my composure in such a manner for such a small benefit. The bald crane looked very smart during our journey, but in truth, it's just an idiot, huh? As the abyss dragon regarded the bald crane with scorn, Su Ming's voice suddenly reached its ears. That voice immediately stunned the abyss dragon, and then it started shuddering like the bald crane. Abyss dragon, do you want the dragon tendon you lost in the past? The abyss dragon stared at Su Ming blankly, speechless. You don't want it? Then forget it. I want it. But taking away my dragon tendon was the Emperor of Abyss will in the past. He is a culpal lord who is a master of fate, lives, and death. The Heaven Traversers are one of the 4 venerated races. They lived in Divine Essence Star Ocean for many years, so you think there aren't any masters of fate, lives, and death among them? Su Ming asked faintly. The Abyss Dragon shuddered violently. I can promise you, when I leave Divine Essence Star Ocean and gain my footing in True Morning Dao World, I will go to the Emperor of Abyss True World. I will let you reunite with Xuan and seize back the dragon tendon taken from you in the past, Su Ming promised calmly. I'll do it. I'll do it. As the Abyss Dragon shuddered, its eyes turned red. Even in dreams, it thought to seize back its dragon tendon so that it would no longer be in this state. I don't need you luring those ferocious beasts. You can just run with the bald crane, and the rules will be the same for you. If you lure 100,000 ferocious beasts, I will give you 7/10. If you lure 300,000, I will give you 8/10. If you lure 500,000, I will give you 9/10. And if you lure 1,000,000, I will give you all of it. And I'm talking about your dragon tendon. Once Su Ming finished speaking, the screeching bald crane stopped moving, and it looked at him with an expression filled with deep emotion, thinking that he was a great person. He was worried about its safety, which was why he sent the Abyss Dragon to be its companion. All right, bald crane. Whether or not you can get those crystals will now depend on you. Encouragement appeared in Su Ming's eyes. This was the first time the bald crane saw this, and its heart was instantly filled with excitement. It began to think even more that Su Ming was truly great to it. Blood rushed to its head, clouding its judgment, and the excitement from the crystals caused it to roar. With a single move, it rushed forward. The Abyss Dragon's eyes had also turned bloodshot. It flew forward swiftly, its goal 1,000,000 ferocious beasts. After all, what it would receive was not crystals. It did not matter to it how many crystals there were lying about. In the end, they were just crystals, but if a portion of its dragon tendon went missing and it only received 7/10 of it, it would no longer be a dragon tendon. For a period of time, only Su Ming and the Duke of Crimson Flame were in the galaxy. The Duke of Crimson Flame looked at the bald crane and the Abyss Dragon leaving into the distance with a pitying gaze, then shook his head. Su Ming sat down cross-legged and averted his gaze from the bald crane and the Abyss Dragon to look in the direction of Heaven Traversers. After a long while, he closed his eyes and immersed himself in meditating and training. Su Ming might not know the full extent of the bald crane's abilities, but he could still somewhat guess that crane's origins. He knew that no matter how many ordeals it went through, it would not die, unless it ran into ferocious spirits that were on the same level as a king. Besides, Su Ming had controlled the poison wasp when it injected the God Ascension nectar into its body, and the amount in its body was just a tiny little bit. It would not be able to attract ferocious beasts that were on a Kang's level. Most importantly, Su Ming had left a hint of his Atman in the bald crane's body, so he could learn of all the crane's actions clearly. This was something Su Ming had done intentionally after leaving Black Ink Planet because the bald crane had made itself infamous with the dual fiend's name there. At that moment, when Su Ming closed his eyes, he trained with half his attention on the Atman inside the bald crane's body, just as if he was multitasking. If the bald crane ran into a danger it could not solve, then he would immediately have the Duke of Crimson Flame shift with him. The bald crane roared, and with a presence that screamed it would not turn back until it reached its goal, it charged forward like a shooting star. As loud whistles were stirred up due to its movements, it rushed forward. The Abyss Dragon followed behind it, and it was just as crazy as the bald crane. The two old partners could be said to be giving their all, one for crystals, and the other for its dragon tendon. With a solemn, tragic air about them as well as excitement, a thick wave of God Ascension nectar spread out, and like a bright lamp in the galaxy that was as dark as night, they attracted the attention of all the ferocious beasts in the area. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a muffled roar came from the space before them. 3 incredibly huge void beasts manifested in the galaxy. They possessed bodies that resembled crocodiles, and once they appeared, they fixed their stares on the bald crane and the Abyss Dragon, who passed by them in a flash. With loud roars, these 3 void beasts rushed out to chase after the bald crane. The fragrance from the God Ascension nectar had stimulated them so much that they had entered a frenzy. Come to me, I've been waiting for you. The terror in the bald crane's heart had already reached its peak, but the excitement brought by the crystals had also reached its peak, which was why it continued screeching as it charged forward in its craze, as if it could only provide an outlet for its fears by doing so. While roaring, the bald crane and the Abyss Dragon turned into 2 long arcs that charged about in the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. Gradually, a den of flying snakes that had the bodies of pythons but possessed human faces and wings on their backs closed in while hissing. There were tens of thousands of these ferocious beasts, and their tails were shivering. Their eyes had already turned crimson due to the stimulation by the God Ascension nectar. With monstrous aggressiveness, they charged towards the bald crane as if they had gone mad. Sometime later, loud booms reverberated in a spot even farther away. Those sounds came from a swarm of speckled poisonous wasps packed densely together, each of which was as huge as an average man. They came towards the bald crane and the Abyss Dragon with a loud buzzing. The bald crane roared and turned around to change its direction. It charged ahead once more, traveling at the fastest speed it could muster. There were nearly 100,000 ferocious beasts behind it at that moment, and they were all chasing after it as if they had gone mad. The moment the bald crane and the Abyss Dragon slowed down even a single bit, those creatures would immediately catch up to them. How many? The bald crane shouted. Fear had occupied most of its heart at that moment, and the thought of giving up rose in its subconsciousness. 100,000, the Abyss Dragon quickly said behind the bald crane. It was also incredibly terrified, especially of the murderous presence the horde of ferocious beasts exuded. That presence caused it to shudder. Damn it all, just this little? The bald crane was conflicted. There was not even 300,000 of these ferocious beasts yet, and Su Ming might not give it those crystals. Then a thought struck its head. Since it had already become bait, it should definitely not work for nothing. It gritted its teeth and went charging in another direction. As it flew, it continued roaring fiercely. The God Ascension nectar's fragrance spread even farther as it continued moving about in Divine Essence Star Ocean. About an hour later, roars echoed in space, and hundreds of giants walked out. Each of them was nearly 100,000 feet tall, and all of them held giant wooden clubs in their hands. They had no eyes on their faces, only huge mouths. Their hair was made of countless thin threads that looked like snakes, and as they spilled over their shoulders, they exuded an incredibly great primitive presence. Behind them were nearly 100,000 ferocious beasts of all sorts of appearances. At that moment, with a madness they had never experienced in their lives, they charged forward like an ocean of beasts coming forth in the form of a tidal wave. All the roars caused Divine Essence Star Ocean to tremble, and it stirred up a storm that had not been raised for a very long time. The bald crane shuddered. As it continued flying forward, it shouted out, "How many?" "Almost 300,000. Huh." The Abyss Dragon had just said half of its sentence when it suddenly stopped. It looked ahead with a terrified gaze. At that moment, the bald crane also saw the galaxy roaring before them. Countless ripples spread out, and they had appeared due to more than tens of thousands of whirlwinds coming into existence. Each of them was several tens of thousands of feet tall, and they were sweeping forward at a rapid speed. If anyone took a closer look, they would be able to see that there were purplish-red things the size of a palm inside. All of them were spinning rapidly, which was how they turned into whirlwinds. In fact, the galaxy behind them looked as if it had shattered, which was due to black ferocious beasts that looked like elephants that numbered more than 100,000. With a brutal and crazed intent, they charged towards the area. 300,000, 400,000. There are definitely more than 400,000 ferocious beasts, the Abyss Dragon immediately roared. It could not see the end nor the edge of the swarm. There were ferocious beasts in front and after them. There was no end to them, and it was unknown just how wide of an area they occupied. Damn it. Why is it only 400,000? The bald crane had almost gone mad. As it roared, it became conflicted again. If it was 300,000 ferocious beasts, it would have immediately chosen to bring them to Su Ming and complete its mission without any hesitation. But there were around 400,000 of them, and with just a little more, there would be 500,000 ferocious beasts, which would mean 9/10 of the crystals. The bald crane seized its bald scalp with all its strength. As it gritted its teeth, it let out a loud roar and did not choose to leave. Instead, it chose to change its direction to head deeper into Divine Essence Star Ocean. It sped up madly and charged forward. The Abyss Dragon too gritted its teeth, then changed its body into that of a huge dog to flee swiftly with the bald crane. Chapter 957, Idolization. In the deeper parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean were 3 planets. For some unknown reason, they had become connected together in the passage of time. Xianshang and the other 3 cultivators were cautiously heading forward. Their expressions were of extreme vigilance, and they were occasionally observing their surroundings. There's something off about this place. There's a ruthless presence in this galaxy. The person called Yunyu said in a low voice. Perhaps it's due to the battle those 2 terrifying people instigated. Quiet. Based on the marks on the map, violent flame beasts are within these connected planets. The creatures are usually deep in sleep, so as long as we don't bother them, we will be safe. The 4 of them fell silent. While their hearts beat nervously, they slowly approached the connected planets. Their actions made it clear that they were aiming for some sort of item in the planets, or else they could have just circumnavigated this place. Is the map accurate? Is the Flame Fiend really there? It should be correct. We also saw it when we were on our way here. Now, as long as we can obtain Flame Fiend's blood, we will be able to open the violent sun path leading to the dust burners. The 4 of them spoke to each other softly while slowly approaching the connected planets. Suddenly, a piercing screech came from the connected planets. The ruthlessness and heat within that voice caused the expressions of the 4 people to change drastically, and without any hesitation, they retreated, rapidly casting their divine abilities. With nervousness, they prepared for a huge battle. However, the scene they saw next made the 4 instantly lose all their will to fight. Terror appeared on their faces, and they brought forth a speed that was equivalent to the one they mustered when they were avoiding Su Ming. They coughed up blood and instantly executed fleeing blood, intending to hastily leave the area, because they saw shadows of flames rushing out with loud howls from the connected planets. Within them were ferocious beasts in the shape of wolves. They formed large packs and numbered to about 100,000. They rushed out together, and this sight was enough to shock all those who saw it. Behind them were tens of thousands of human-shaped living beings. Their bodies were enveloped in flames, but there was indeed a person within those flames. However, these people's eyes were gray, and there no sign of life within them. Yet there was no aura of death in them either. Some of them possessed wings, and some were cultivators. Some of them were members of the tribes in Divine Essence Star Ocean and were part of the alien races. All of them had been killed by the ferocious beasts in these connected planets over the course of countless years, and their bodies had been possessed by flame fiends. This scene was enough for the skins of the 4 cultivators to crawl. The shadow of death loomed over their heads and hearts, and even after they executed fleeing blood, broken smiles still appeared on their faces. In fact, before they even had the time to regret anything, they already made preparations to self-destruct. They would rather die than become those puppets and be possessed by flame fiends. However, the 100,000-something flame wolves, tens of thousands of puppets possessed by flame fiends, and the flames they brought about in their wake did not even spare a glance at the 4 people at their doorstep. Instead, as they roared, they charged forward as if they had gone mad. The 4 cultivators stood by the side of these ferocious beasts and watched wide-eyed as they were ignored and the creatures left into the distance. The cultivators were completely stunned. The 4 of them looked at each other, speechless. They remained silent for a moment before Xiansheng mumbled. What happened? Could it be that a supreme treasure has appeared? Yunyu immediately exclaimed, and his eyes shone with a bright light. That should be the case, or else the swarm of flame fiends wouldn't have ignored us. Yes, judging by their looks, they were very anxious. All of them must have left their nest. The four of them exchanged glances, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. With shining eyes, they immediately turned into four long arcs that charged towards the connected planets. After a moment, they flew out, and when they did so, excitement could be seen on their faces. Clearly, they had not expected that things would go so smoothly for them. They had successfully obtained the blood they needed in the connected planets. It might not be very fresh, but it was sufficient. At that moment, there were two choices before them. They could leave and head to dust burners, or search for the swarm of flame fiends, and see just what sort of supreme treasure it was that attracted these creatures. But there was a danger in the latter choice. However, cultivators constantly ran into all sorts of dangers in the universe as they continued growing. This was something natural to them. After discussing among themselves in low murmurs, they made their choice. They turned into long arcs and charged at full speed towards the direction where the flame fiends had headed. They wanted to see just what sort of supreme treasure it was. It would be best if they had the chance to obtain it, but even if they did not, it would still be better than avoiding it. They had already obtained the flame fiend's blood, and they now had freedom in their actions. If they ran into danger, they would not need to be bothered about anything and could just run at full speed. In fact, they had already discussed among themselves where they would meet if they parted ways. As the four people charged ahead to search for the flame fiend's tracks, they dashed forth at full speed. About 2 hours later, their footsteps came to an abrupt halt. They had already been stunned once on that day, but now, they felt their jaws falling slack due to shock for the second time. They heard indescribable roars, and they came from a swarm of ferocious beasts numbering to 700,000. They were all letting out astonishing roars, and the four cultivators saw a huge ocean in the distant galaxy. That ocean was formed by ferocious beasts of various types occupying the entire galaxy. Among them were the flame fiends, but most of the ferocious beasts there were creatures that the four cultivators did not recognize. Yet the presence and mighty pressure coming from them, as well as the feeling they gained from the flame fiends, were enough to make their hearts beat with fear. The edge of this sea of ferocious beasts could not be seen. The only thing they could see was a bald crane that was being chased down in a frenzy at the front of this swarm of beasts. There was also a huge dog behind it, and they were both fleeing at a breakneck speed. The four cultivators could not help but stare in shock. They watched the incredibly dazzling bald crane in dumbfoundedness as it shook its bum to lure the swarm of beasts in an incredibly coquettish manner. "Is it in heat?" one of the four cultivators instinctively asked. Soon, the bald crane's loud cries reached their ears from the distance. "Damn you all. Come, chase after your grandpa crane. I'll trounce all of you. I'm invincible. I'm the greatest crane in the universe." Due to extreme terror, the bald crane suffered a mental breakdown. It could only continue shouting so that it would not fall limp due to its fear. "I've walked through the universe and ran into all sorts of things. What are you? You're not birds. I am the true bird here. Come on. Make this beast swarm greater. I'll pummel all of you." The bald crane roared and shook its butt fiercely while flying even faster. The dog that was the abyss dragon had already reached its limit while running and was incredibly exhausted at that moment, but it did not dare to relax. The beast swarm behind it made it think that if it relaxed, it would immediately be torn to shreds. Well, damn me. Why have I never discovered that I'm actually so fast? Not for the first time. This question rose in Abyss Dragon's mind as it charged forward. It did not know that their speed had been increased as Su Ming's Atman continued circulating in the bald crane's body. This was also one of the reasons why Su Ming dared to have them lure the beast swarm. Their fatigue was mostly distributed between Su Ming and the Duke of Crimson Flame, or else the bald crane and the Abyss Dragon would have been caught a long time ago. As the bald crane fled from the roaring beast swarm behind it, it asked loudly, "How many of them now?" "Tell your grandpa crane. 700,000 to 800,000. Maybe a few more or less." The Abyss Dragon immediately roared. Damn it. The bald crane was immediately in conflict once more. It did not dare to look back. It was afraid that at the moment it looked, it would faint in terror. While feeling conflicted, the bald crane swiftly asked, "Say, just how many crystals do you think a venerated race would have?" No matter what, there would be around 30 to 50 million. The Abyss Dragon turned its head back to sneak a glance at the beast swarm behind it, and already regretted promising Su Ming to do this. In its eyes, this was the same as it risking its own life. At just the slightest mistake, it would die here. Damn it all. When the bald crane heard these words, it was immediately stimulated. The conflict it felt in its heart instantly disappeared, and the light from crystals completely replaced the original shine in its eyes. I can get 9/10 with the beasts I've lured now, so by 1/10 less, I will lose from 3 million to 5 million crystals. I won't allow it. I absolutely won't allow myself to lose 3 million to 5 million crystals. I'll give it my all. Abyss Dragon, do you want your dragon tendon to be missing a portion? Darn it all, what's a dragon tendon when it misses a portion? That's a belt. When the Abyss Dragon heard this, it was instantly furious. Your tendon's the one that's a belt. I want those 3 million to 5 million crystals. The bald crane roared furiously. I don't want a belt. The Abyss Dragon roared as well. The two old partners looked at each other and charged forward in a mad dash before changing their direction to lure in more hordes of beasts. The sea of beasts behind them had grown to a monstrous degree. The galaxy trembled as it was swept by what seemed like a windstorm. When they left into the distance, the four cultivators still continued to stare ahead blankly. They could hear the bald crane's words, but they were incredibly vague, and they were unable to know the details. At that moment, when they looked at where the bald crane had disappeared into the distance, their gazes were filled with terror and shock. That crane must be an incredibly powerful existence in Divine Essence Star Ocean. Yes, it must have definitely done something that all of these creatures cannot forgive. That is why it's being chased by such a large swarm. That dog is pretty pitiful. It must have gotten itself accidentally dragged into the mix. But judging by their looks, they don't seem to be too willing. Still, no matter what, they must be very famous beasts in Divine Essence Star Ocean. When I have enough power, I will definitely tame a creature like this. The four of them exchanged glances with each other, and enchanted expressions appeared on their faces. They appeared to idolize the bald crane incredibly greatly in the depths of their hearts. Clearly, to them, being chased down by 1,000,000 ferocious beasts in Divine Essence Star Ocean was an incredibly great feat. That was right. There were already more than 1,000,000 beasts behind the bald crane and the Abyss Dragon. But since the bald crane did not dare to turn its head back to look, it did not know that the Abyss Dragon had an inborn, crippling flaw when it came to counting. This flaw was one that not even Su Ming had noticed. At that moment, sweat broke out on his face, and the Duke of Crimson Flame's face had also turned pale. Only after using their full power were they able to have the bald crane and the Abyss Dragon maintain their speed. However, the duo had clearly lured 1,000,000 beasts already, yet they were still luring more. Damn it, just what does it want to do? Su Ming shouted angrily. Chapter 958, The Frivolous Crane. 800,000 something, No, looks like 700,000 something. Damn it all, we reached 700,000 something just now. Do you know how to count? As the bald crane and the Abyss Dragon shouted at each other, endless dust storms rose in the galaxy in front of them. They were due to meteors that were charging forth, but while these meteors might seem like stones at first glance, all those who looked closely would find that they actually had human faces. These were clearly stone people. When they curled themselves into a ball, they would turn into meteors. At that moment, they were traveling forth and closing in on the bald crane and the Abyss Dragon. There was no end to them, and they numbered more than 100,000. The bald crane's eyes went wide. As it let out a shrill shriek, it heard the Abyss Dragon's voice behind it. 800,000 something. This time, I'm certain there are 800,000 something of them. There's no mistaking it. The bald crane turned around swiftly, and for the first time, looked behind, but when it did so, it nearly fainted. Even though no one would be able to tell with one glance just how many creatures there were, the densely packed and endless swarm of beasts behind the bald crane would allow all those with some experience and knowledge of how to count to be absolutely certain that there were more than 1,000,000 creatures. Well, damn, the bald crane no longer knew how to express its indignation and grievance. With a loud roar, it charged into the distance. It had already decided that it would no longer lure the ferocious beasts in the area. Since there were already 1,000,000 of them, then it would leave in the direction Su Ming had told it to go. The bald crane was so fast that it looked like a shooting star rushing through the galaxy. There's only 800,000 of them. There's still a little more before we reach 1,000,000. Baldy, While you can be content with a few less crystals, I don't want a belt. When the Abyss Dragon saw that the bald crane was fleeing, it immediately knew what it decided to do and became nervous and extremely anxious. The bald crane was burning with anger and ignored the Abyss Dragon's words. It honestly did not want to pay any attention to this stupid mutt who did not know how to count and nearly brought about its death. Bald crane, the Abyss Dragon roared. You idiot, you stupid mutt, why you? Turn your head around and count properly. I could tell with just one glance that there is at least 1,000,000 in that swarm of beasts, and you tell me there's only 800,000? Do you want to bring about my death? The bald crane roared, and without turning its head back, it continued charging forward. The Abyss Dragon was momentarily stunned before it immediately became perturbed. It remembered that Xuan had once told it that it had some weaknesses when it came to counting. While feeling awkward, the Abyss Dragon immediately stopped speaking and lowered its head to follow behind the bald crane, charging into the distance with gritted teeth. At that moment, if anyone cast their gaze across the galaxy, they would see an incredibly magnificent sight. There was a beast swarm that occupied a boundless expanse of galaxy, and it was a swarm rarely seen in Divine Essence Star Ocean. It seemed like there was an ocean roaring, tumbling, and chasing after the bald crane and Abyss Dragon. There were all kinds of ferocious beasts in the swarm, and even the weakest possessed power in Heaven Cultivation Realm. In fact, some of the powerful beasts even had power equivalent to those in Solar Culpa Realm, but this was not important. The number of beasts in the swarm would make even the pupils of a normal master of fate, lives, and death shrink. When the numbers of a certain group reach a certain extent, the strength of the individuals in the group would no longer play a big role. The presence and impact brought by the entire group would crush all barriers. In the mid of this, all living creatures and races would have to face the threat of having all of their kind massacred, especially when the amount of creatures in this swarm was not just 1,000,000. There was actually more than 1,500,000 of them. Even though there were countless ferocious beasts in Divine Essence Star Ocean, and these 1,500,000 something beasts were just a small speck of the total that lived in this small area, to Heaven Traversers, who only numbered to 100,000 something. This would be a disaster that their tribe had never faced before. Even after they had lived in the inner parts for countless years, they had never met a swarm like this. In the past, there would only be 100,000 something up to hundreds of thousands of beasts that would attack. This was the limit. There would also only be one kind of creature that attacked them. Hence, the presence brought by a sea of beasts like this, formed by multiple species and many ferocious beasts that usually moved alone, could crush all forms of willpower. With its obsession with crystals, the bald crane rushed towards Heaven Traversers in long charges, without caring about its own fatigue, with a will that screamed that it would not turn back without getting its crystals, and with a fearless expression akin to the tragic heroes in songs. The misery it felt was something that only it knew, but compared to crystals, all of this turned into excitement within the bald crane's heart. 50 million crystals. 50 million crystals, all mine. Damn it all. It's just luring the monsters, right? It's just about attracting these beasts' attention, right? I've been doing this since ages ago. Huh. Why would I say I'm already used to it? As the bald crane continued fleeing, it growled, and as it did so, it discovered a familiar feeling. This was a feeling that made it think that it had often fled with such a large swarm of ferocious beasts in the past. This thought seemed to be buried in the depths of its memories, not able to appear during all other types of life-threatening dangers. Only in certain uniquely familiar situations would it rise up to the forefront of the bald crane's mind. Could it be that I often did things that made others bristle in anger and was always hunted down? The bald crane blinked in surprise. With its understanding of itself, it seemed like this was actually highly possible. As the bald crane mulled over it, it turned its head around and roared based on that familiar feeling it had in its heart. Come, you bunch of bastards. Come chase after your grandpa crane. Did you see it, you bastards? I can still run. The bald crane was facing the endless sea of beasts and moving backwards. It even noticed to its shock that it was actually moving faster in this manner. Could it be that I truly did this often in the past? The bald crane was feeling slightly excited. It no longer just flew, but as it flapped its wings, it started swaying left and right, flying in a curve. Because of it, it discovered that not only did it become faster, it gradually discovered a feeling in the depths of its heart. As it cackled loudly, the bald crane even twisted its body. While speaking, It even started clicking its tongue continuously at the swarm of beasts chasing after them with bloodshot eyes, in a manner as if it was spitting in their faces. "Yeah, you bunch of dudes on fire. I just looted your nest and kidnapped the beautiful lass among you, you know? Come on, chase after me. I'll trounce all of you. You too, you golems. What now? You're even glaring at me. Oh wow, one of these days, I'll disassemble all of you and use your body parts to build my house." I seem to have done something like this in the past, the bald crane instinctively said. As it did, the familiar feeling became even stronger, and its body became even faster. In fact, its actions became even more practiced. It continued striking poses, and a mocking look even appeared on its face without its knowledge. In fact, it even came to an abrupt halt, and when the swarm of beasts were about to submerge it, it let out a strange cry, shook its butt, cursed, moved its body, and widened the distance between them once again. It occasionally moved by swaying left, then right, and sometimes even used its claws to make provocative gestures. Those movements, those expressions, and those actions had long ago stunned the abyss dragon when it saw them. There were plenty of descriptions that could be used to describe the bald crane at that moment, but if it was to pick the most accurate and direct one, then there were only two choices. Frivolous, despicable crane. The response to the bald crane's actions were roars that were almost connected to each other. Those roars came from the entire swarm of beasts. Their voices were like waves that shook the entire galaxy. Louder, the bald crane became excited. That familiar feeling had become stronger, and it had even almost forgotten about the crystals. As the swarm of beasts roared behind it, the bald crane began to shout loudly. The abyss dragon watched the bald crane with admiration shining in its eyes. It had never thought that the sleazy crane would have such courage and that it would be able to show such a sight on this day. Filled with a despicable, frivolous air, the bald crane triggered the madness within the sea of beasts. This was no longer them simply attracted by the god ascension nectar. In fact, it could even be said that if the bald crane had acted this way since the start, then even without the god ascension nectar, it would still have been able to complete the task Su Ming had given to it, and it might have even been able to lure even more ferocious beasts. Su Ming opened his eyes in the galaxy and found himself admiring the bald crane's courage. In truth, if he was in that position, he did not believe that he would do any better than the bald crane. There are specialists in every single profession in the world. This crane is an oddball, all right. Could it be that before it lost its memories, it often did things like these? Su Ming was absorbed in his thoughts. The bald crane was flying in a frivolous manner in the galaxy. The smug expression and excited look on its face made it seem like it enjoyed luring a million beasts very much. It continued shaking its butt and making provocative gestures with its claws, even occasionally shouting loudly. Coupled with its contemptuous expression, the bald crane became the most dazzling existence in the galaxy. The sea of beasts behind it were driven completely mad and chased after it even more quickly, as if they were no longer chasing the bald crane for the god ascension nectar, but were instead charging forward to tear apart that detestable creature alive. The abyss dragon's admiration grew stronger. Several days later, this admiration rose to fanaticism when the bald crane stepped into Heaven Traverser's territory and turned around to let out a loud roar. "Hey, you bastards, we're here. Trample this place. Wreak havoc in this place. No matter what race they belong to, keep the pretty lasses for me. Find all the crystals and treasures here, and then send them all back to Whooping Crane Mountain. Damn it all, we're occupying this place." The bald crane turned its head around and roared at the sea of beasts. The excitement on its face reached its peak, and once it finished shouting these words, it became perplexed. It seemed like these words only caused that familiar feeling to become stronger. Roar. The roars from the 1,000,000 beasts shook the entire galaxy and reverberated through the entire cosmos, rousing countless heaven traversers from their sleep. The abyss dragon also started roaring loudly while looking at the bald crane with a fanatic expression. At that moment, those who did not know the details of what was going on would definitely believe that the bald crane was the leader of the sea of beasts. Its presence, its frivolous attitude, and its expression all exuded the temperament of the leader of beasts. Chapter 959. What is your Tao? This was a calamity. It was a disaster. Even if Heaven Traversers were one of the 4 venerated races, they had never seen a sea of beasts of this size. When all 1,000,000 beasts rushed into the galaxy that belonged to Heaven Traversers, they were not the only ones who were shocked. Even the sand spirit sitting on the gigantic ball of sand was left stunned. The old man stared at the clamoring bald crane with a blank gaze, then looked at the 1,000,000 beasts behind it, and a wry smile appeared on its face. He finally understood why Su Ming wanted him to detain Heaven Traverser's progenitor for 1 month. This crane, I seem to have some impression of it. The old man stared at the bald crane and sank into deep thought. But he had lived for far too long, and the number of memories that had accumulated in his mind, so he was unable to locate the right memory and have it surface in his mind instantly. He needed time to recall. Only then would he be able to find the thoughts that were buried in the passage of time. Heaven Traverser bastards, come out now and welcome your guests. The bald crane roared smugly and charged towards Heaven Traversers. The beast swarm behind it roared and surged forward, and in the blink of an eye, they filled an extremely large area. In fact, the bald crane did not even need to specifically guide them. The swarm of beasts simply destroyed everything that blocked its paths. The only thing the bald crane needed to do was to continue rushing forward until it reached the end of Heaven Traverser's territory. Then, it would complete its task. There were around 100 cultivation planets in Heaven Traverser's territory. At that instant, countless powerful presences erupted forth from them, and tens of thousands of people rushed out. Yet once they saw the sea of beasts in the galaxy, their expressions instantly changed drastically. The bald crane looked incredibly smug. As it shrieked excitedly, it continued rushing forward. Some time later, a piercing light suddenly appeared around it and the abyss dragon. With a flash, the two disappeared. Su Ming and the Duke of Crimson Flame stood in the galaxy beyond Heaven Traverser's territory. As they watched what was happening in the distance, white light shone beside them. The bald crane and the abyss dragon appeared, and almost at the instant they did so, the Duke of Crimson Flame raised his right hand, and a sea of fire instantly enveloped the duo. Su Ming also swung his right hand. A sealing power appeared swiftly, and with all his and the Duke of Crimson Flame's power, they covered up the God Ascension nectar on the bald crane. Crystals! My crystals! When the bald crane was relocated, it was momentarily stunned, then immediately looked at Su Ming. When the impact brought by the Sea of Beasts is over, you can go over and loot all the crystals you want, Su Ming said while looking at Heaven Traversers in the distance. A cold glint shone in his eyes. No, I want to go now. What if they take everything away? The bald crane asked with a slightly worried tone. The God Ascension nectar is still on you. If you go, you'll be walking straight into your death. Su Ming looked towards the bald crane. God Ascension nectar? The bald crane licked its beak and sucked in a sharp breath. This action immediately caused Su Ming to look at it. In fact, his expression even changed at that instant. He could clearly sense that the presence of the God Ascension nectar on its body disappeared the instant it sucked in a breath. In fact, the nectar became completely non-existent, as if it had been completely absorbed. This bit of God Ascension nectar is nothing to me. Look, there's none of that now in me, right? When the bald crane saw Su Ming's expression, it immediately became smug. It shook its body slightly, and with a swing, it turned into a big yellow dog and even bared its teeth at Su Ming. The abyss dragon was already looking at the bald crane with an incredibly fanatic expression. In its eyes, there was practically nothing the bald crane could not do. Little Su, why aren't you releasing the seal yet? Let me out. I'm telling you, little Su, every single breath of my time you waste, several hundreds of my crystals are snatched by other people. Those are my crystals. Mine, the bald crane shouted out loudly. It knew that it had committed a great meritorious deed, and also knew that Su Ming would not be raided no matter what, which was why it was so proud of itself that it began shivering. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he opened the seal with a wry smile. The Duke of Crimson Flame also extinguished the flames, completely speechless. Brilliant light immediately shone in the bald crane's eyes, and it charged towards Heaven Traverser's territory. The abyss dragon took the form of a big black dog at that moment and quickly chased after the bald crane. The two mutts were so quick that they charged towards Heaven Traverser's territory with a speed that would not lose to the one they used when they were escaping. Su Ming could already imagine that the bald crane and the abyss dragon's arrival would definitely make Heaven Traversers suffer the heaviest blow in terms of crystals under this disaster. Su Ming shook his head. As he took a step forward, he too moved towards Heaven Traverser's territory, where all the beasts in the swarm had now surged in. He did not move quickly, but when he stepped into the Heaven Traverser's galaxy, Loud booming sounds and roars rang in his ears, moving past him like a wave of impact. Su Ming arrived at the gigantic ball of sand where the old sand spirit was. He stood there and looked at the galaxy in the distance before he closed his eyes. He might have closed his eyes, but he swiftly spread his divine sense outwards. This was a Kang's divine sense, and it could cover an incredibly wide area. Su Ming saw an endless number of ferocious beasts. As they roared, having lost sight of the bald crane, and their anger exploded due to what happened before, they began to wantonly destroy everything in the area. Even though they knew that the bald crane had nothing to do with heaven traversers, in their anger, they no longer bothered about these things. It did not matter whether it was the slaughter between the ferocious beasts themselves or the attempted counterattacks launched by heaven traversers. All of these things became the tipping point for this disaster. A bloody stench filled the space and stimulated even more ferocious beasts to go mad. Their charge destroyed the planets one by one, and their slaughter brought damage to heaven traversers that they would never be able to recover from. In fact, even if they were just fighting among themselves, the act of using the place as their battlefield was already enough to bring about great destruction to heaven traversers. This was a disaster, a bloody feast. In the face of this sort of beast swarm, even powerful warriors in Solar Culpa realm would be unable to last. Only a second master of fate, lives, and death could maybe do something. Su Ming saw the bald crane moving through the cultivation planets with the abyss dragon. They continued changing their appearances repeatedly and took on various looks. Occasionally, they would roar in the beast swarm, and at other times, they would fly out of the cultivation planets in excitement. Sometimes, they would rush into a crowd of heaven traversers and snatch their storage bags as the people were too shocked to react. The duo's actions were incredibly rampant, but they didn't attract too much attention to themselves with the disaster all around them. Su Ming retrieved his divine sense. There was no longer any need for him to continue watching. Booming sounds were echoing from the ball of sand beneath his feet. They were the incensed roars and outbursts made by heaven traverser's progenitor after his anger reached a boiling point. Clearly, he could sense the changes in the world outside. Heaven traversers have paid the price for what they did in the past. Su Ming opened his eyes. I know that you can hear me. You are an almighty master of fate, lives, and death, and I am indeed not your opponent. But listen well. Wanting to kill me isn't something that can be done easily. Your tribe has paid the price for what you've done, and I will no longer come to wreak havoc among you again. But if you try to hunt me down, then be prepared to be sealed again, and have your race face the disaster of having a sea of beasts slaughter them. And if there really comes a time when this second swarm will arrive, then it will no longer be just 1,000,000 ferocious beasts who will visit you. Instead, I will do everything that I can to lure more monsters and make sure that you are the only heaven traverser left. Then, from then on, we will fight until one of us dies. This is my threat to you, Su Ming declared flatly. As his voice echoed in the area, it seeped into the sand, falling into the ears of the trapped heaven traverser's progenitor. Almost at the instant Su Ming's words reached his ears, the roars and booms in the sand disappeared and turned into dead silence. You are a cultivator from the world outside. All of you talk about practicing Tao. This Tao is your heaven, and all of you practice the Tao that belong to heaven. You lured these monsters to destroy my race. Does it conform to your Tao? The muffled voice of heaven traverser's progenitor came from the sandball with a loud bang. Tao. Su Ming fell silent for a moment before he raised his head and looked at the galaxy. I've come into contact with quite a large number of cultivators from the galaxy beyond, and all of the Almighties possess their own Tao. I want to know, what is your Tao? You did this for a small matter in the past. Your master hadn't even died. He possesses the fifth stone on his person, and it is only natural that others would want to snatch it. Even if I didn't take action, others would still have tried to snatch that stone. And because of this matter, you harbor the desire to exterminate my race 1,000 years later. Tell me, what is your Tao? As the muffled voice in the ball of sand echoed in space, even the old sand spirit, sitting down cross-legged and meditating, opened his eyes and looked at Su Ming. He, too, wanted to know what Su Ming's Tao was. Su Ming remained silent. You don't have Tao. You are empty. The loud laughter from heaven traverser's progenitor rang from the ball of sand. His laughter contained an ancient air as well as delight. As that laughter echoed in space, it shook the ball of sand so much that it started trembling. You are a person without Tao, and neither do you have a Tao heart. There are 3,000 great Daos in the universe and 79,000 small Daos, but you belong to none of them. You might seem to belong to the killing Dao, but in truth, that is not the case. You also seem like you belong to the life extermination Dao, but true life extermination is not like this. I lost this battle. Don't worry, I will not go after you and bring trouble to you, because you don't have Dao, and you are not worth my time to kill. Because, in the laws of the universe, those without Dao are equivalent to having no future. I will watch you walk towards destruction. I will watch you become lost someday in the future, and continue to be lost until you perish. The progenitor's laughter reverberated in space, while Su Ming continued remaining silent. What is Dao? He turned his head around and looked at the old sand spirit. I am an ancestral spirit, and I don't practice Dao. I only know a bit of it. Dao is the guiding principles for your actions as a cultivator. It is the path under your feet. As for the others, I am unable to say it clearly. But I do know that only those who possess a great Dao can become a master of fate. Even as an ancestral spirit, I have a path given to me by some unseen force in the universe. This is not destiny. It's a trail that cannot be described clearly and distinctly. You must tread down that trail and strengthen your Dao heart. Only then will you be able to break all walls and head to the end. The old sand spirit explained slowly, after having remained silent for a moment. Chapter 960. Your master's name is Xuan, right? The chaos among heaven traversers lasted for nearly half a month before the swarm of beasts slowly dispersed. Without their progenitor, heaven traversers could not hope to stand up against beasts that numbered to more than 1,000,000. All forms of resistance were instantly crushed, and the entire race could only migrate in the face of the ferociousness and savagery of their attackers. It was just like how Tian Xiezi had been hunted down by the 4 great venerated races in the past. As he continued fleeing, he searched for a way to live. However, there was also something different, and it was that the migrating heaven traversers were caught between despair and hope. They were in despair due to the fate they faced at that moment, while their hope lay in their progenitor that may appear at any moment. During the past half a month, 4/10 of heaven traversers died due to the beast swarm. The death of these tens of thousands of people turned into a thick, bloody stench that filled the path the survivors took as they migrated through the galaxy. To heaven traversers, this was an incredibly great blow. In fact, there was a high possibility that they would no longer be able to return to the galaxy in which they originally resided, because once the swarm of beasts occupied the territory, it also divided the area among itself. It was just like how their progenitor had seized this galaxy from the swarm of beasts that occupied it an endless amount of years ago. Heaven traversers did not dare to return to their homeland. The deaths of their people, many of whom were powerful warriors, caused the balance of power between the heaven traversers and the other venerated races to tilt. While the matter of a beast swarm causing a ruckus in the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean might not spread to the tribes in the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean, the other 3 venerated races in the inner parts of the galaxy would definitely learn of it after some time. The 4 races worked together, but they also had a feud between them that lasted for generations. Because of it, once the balance was lost, what would await heaven traversers would only be a devastating fate. Their migration meant that heaven traversers would disappear without a trace for a period of time. They would search for a rural area to rest and recuperate, and when they accumulated power that would allow them to rise in power again, they would make a comeback. While there were plenty of ferocious beasts in heaven traversers' original homeland, and these creatures occupied their territory, the bald crane's abilities and its obsession with crystals allowed it to sweep through these 100-something cultivation planets like a typhoon. With 3 rushes back and forth, it took away all the crystals that it could take. When it returned to Su Ming's side with the Abyss Dragon, it was still in a state of such great excitement that it was practically dancing with joy. Its body shivered ceaselessly due to its exhilaration. I'm rich. Damn it all, I'm rich. 3 crystals. There were 3 crystals in the entire territory of heaven traversers. As the bald crane spoke excitedly, it sneaked a peek at Su Ming. The Abyss Dragon was originally also very excited, but when it heard the bald crane's words, it was momentarily stunned. It remembered that they had looted tens of millions of crystals, but immediately after, the dragon saw the look in the bald crane's eyes. Su Ming paid no attention to them. He knew that the crane was afraid that he would demand crystals from it, which was why it mentioned only 3 crystals. This number would render other people speechless when they heard it. and would think that the level of miserliness from the bald crane had already reached a state where it would cause others to bristle in anger. However, since Su Ming understood the bald crane, he knew that it must have been in conflict for a long time before it mentioned 3 crystals with incredible willpower. After all, this was the bald crane that would consider itself to have lost crystals if it did not manage to pick up any when it left its house. Su Ming looked at the galaxy that once belonged to Heaven Traversers with a calm expression. He did not have a compassionate heart, and there was only a little kindness within him. He could not distribute it for all the living in the world. Let's go. Su Ming stood up and cast a glance at the old sand spirit who was sitting on the ball of sand. This old man lifted his head to look at Su Ming. At the instant their gazes met, the old man's body dissipated and scattered into space. However, a voice that echoed in Su Ming's heart came from the space around him. You can ask to attack twice more. Don't forget our promise. Write my name into the ballad. Su Ming nodded. He swung his arm, and immediately, the rune he branded on himself a long time ago was activated. Once he did that, a layer of ripples spread out beneath his feet. The ripples covered the bald crane and the abyss dragon as well, and in the blink of an eye, the light from the rune grew to a blinding degree. At that instant, Su Ming, along with the bald crane and the abyss dragon, disappeared from the ball of sand. About 10 breaths later, a loud bang spread out from the ball of sand. As the noise echoed in the air, cracking sounds shot up. Cracks appeared on the ball of sand. In the blink of an eye, they spread out until it looked like a cobweb covered the entire surface. When a loud bang shot up in space, the gigantic ball of sand disintegrated, and Heaven Traverser's progenitor appeared in the mid of sand. His expression was dark, and there was extreme anger hidden within his eyes. He stared at the galaxy that originally belonged to Heaven Traversers, looked at the countless ferocious beasts that existed in it, smelled the bloody stench left behind in space by his people after they died, and did not say a word. After a long while, the progenitor let out a long sigh and did not choose to continue searching for Su Ming's tracks, because he knew that he could not kill him. Instead, there was a high possibility that he would be imprisoned once again, and at that time, he already believed wholeheartedly that Su Ming was not a merciful person and was not the type to feel guilty after for killing many people. At that time, what would await Heaven Traversers would be true genocide. If it had been anyone else threatening the progenitor, he would not believe in their threat, and he would also not leave matters as they were. However, just because others had hunted down his master in the past, he already killed 4/10 of the people 1,000 years later. This sort of brutal person caused the Heaven Traverser's progenitor to absolutely not make light of Su Ming's threat. Based on my guess, that sand spirit should have made some form of promise and will not attack multiple times, but even so, as long as he takes action the next time, then even if I manage to kill him in the future, all of my people would have died, and it'll just be like what he said. I will be the only Heaven Traverser left. He has a ruthless and diabolical heart, and he can wipe out an entire race. He can bear with the consequence that come with it, but I can't. Heaven Traverser's progenitor fell silent. With his level of cultivation and his status, he had never felt threatened before. As of then, this feeling in his heart caused him to have incredibly complicated emotions within him. After a long while, he sighed inwardly, then moved to head in the direction of his people. He doesn't have a Tao heart. I will wait for the day he rots and perishes. The Heaven Traverser's progenitor left into the distance. Within the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean was a quiet galaxy, and it was a large meteor. That meteor floated in the galaxy. There were some nests that belonged to some ferocious beasts within it, but half a month ago, a woman had arrived in the place, and with her power of Lunar Culpa Realm, she had killed all the ferocious beasts and became the owner of the meteor. Over there, Su Hui laid out a rune based on Su Ming's request before she sat down cross-legged and slowly counted down the time. This place was far away from Heaven Traversers. The riot brought by the Sea of Beasts could not affect this place, which was why the galaxy appeared peaceful. There was a gigantic void beast hidden in space beyond the meteor. That creature resembling a crocodile floated with its eyes shut at that moment. It did not move, but if any dangerous presences appeared, it would immediately wake. Needless to say, it was the ferocious beast that Su Hui had tamed with Su Ming's help when they were on their way to the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. Su Hui had already been waiting for half a month. Based on the agreement she made with Su Ming, if he did not return a month later, she would no longer need to wait, but would have to immediately head back to meet up with the 9 old frail darknesses. However, Su Hui had her own resolve. If Su Ming did not return a month later, then she would not choose to go back. Instead, she would head off to search for him. She had been staring at the relocation rune in front of her for half a month. On this day, light suddenly erupted right before her eyes. At the instant it happened, Su Hui's gaze focused. She might have seemed calm, but she was feeling slightly nervous in her heart. When she stood up, the light from the relocation rune had grown to a piercing degree. The void beast beside the meteor also stared at it. Once the light reached its brightest, it disappeared, and Su Ming appeared in the relocation rune. Beside him were the bald crane and the abyss dragon, who had taken the form of two mutts. As for the Duke of Crimson Flame, he had already returned to become a totem on Su Ming's arm. Su Hui stared at Su Ming, and a smile appeared on her face. Su Ming saw Su Hui as well and walked to her side. I take it everything went well. Yes. That's good then. Su Hui did not ask for details. Instead, she cast her gaze on the bald crane and the abyss dragon. She stared at the bald crane, and the bald crane stared at her as well in an incredibly arrogant and provocative manner. As for the abyss dragon, once it saw Su Hui, it was momentarily stunned before it became extremely indignant in its heart, thinking to itself that Su Ming was truly shitty because he always had beautiful women by his side, and it could not help but regard Su Hui in a hostile manner. It had to help monitor all the members of the opposite sex besides Su Ming for its young master no matter what. Su Hui smiled lightly at the bald crane's provocative and defiant gaze, and was completely not bothered by it. However, she was slightly interested in the abyss dragon's animosity-filled gaze. It's not yours, right? Su Hui was a mature and charming woman. Her relaxed attitude and wisdom was something that no one else among the women Su Ming had ever met possessed. He nodded. Then let me guess. It's a girl's pet, and for some unknown reason, it came to your side. As Su Hui spoke, a strange light shone in her eyes. When she looked at the abyss dragon, it immediately felt as if the form it took had been seen through. An abyss dragon. I remember now. 1,000 years ago, I heard that the Emperor of Abyss True World sent an abyss dragon into the barren lands of divine essence to banish it and imprison it in this place. Could it be you? Su Hui's calm gaze immediately caused the abyss dragon to take a few instinctive steps backwards. It had a strong feeling that this woman before its eyes would be its young master's great enemy. The abyss dragons are a race that have an incredibly unique status in the Emperor of Abyss True World, so unless they commit a great crime, it is impossible for them to be sent to this place. I remember that there was a piece of news that came out from the Emperor of Abyss True World in the past. The third prince was about to get married, and the bride was a daughter of the greatest aristocratic family since ancient times in the Emperor of Abyss True World, but the woman ran away from the marriage. If she could escape from the Emperor of Abyss True World, then she must have had a world-traversing abyss dragon by her side. Coincidentally, 1,000 years ago, this woman was found and returned to the Emperor of Abyss True World, while you were sent here. Su Hui smiled and looked at the abyss dragon. Your master's name is Xuan, right? Chapter 961. They are in the same group. The abyss dragon almost sucked in a sharp breath. It staggered a few steps back before it looked at Su Hui again, and when it did so, it looked as if it had seen a ghost. The shock on its face was a representation of the astonishment it felt. It might not have a very intelligent mind, but it still knew that people who could deduce so many things in an instant by just casting a glance were definitely not someone ordinary. Its young mistress also had this ability, but compared to the woman before it, its young mistress was still a little wet behind the ears. Looks like my guess is correct. Xuan was the person who was supposed to marry the prince of the Emperor of Abyss True World and was also your young mistress. Su Hui turned her head and looked to Su Ming with a smile on her face. So is Xuan your lover? When she said these words, there was not a single hint of change in her expression. That relaxed demeanor made Su Ming remember how this woman had not acted embarrassed or annoyed like a typical girl when they talked about him changing her clothes, even though she clearly knew that he had seen her whole body naked. Her relaxed and easygoing demeanor was definitely not something a naive girl would possess. Su Ming cast a glance at Su Hui, but did not say a single word. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and started meditating. Only half a month had passed since his battle against Heaven Traverser's Progenitor. He still had injuries within his body and had to recover as quickly as possible. Besides, he had already dissolved the fusion of his 3 clones. His Akane clone had returned to the foreign lands. If he nursed himself there, he would be able to recover much faster. When Su Hui saw that Su Ming did not choose to speak, she smiled and decided not to continue questioning him. Instead, she sat down beside him and protected him. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. In truth, the reason why Su Ming had chosen this place to train was because he was waiting for Heaven Traverser's progenitor to arrive. If the progenitor had chosen to bow to his threat and compromise, then Su Ming could execute his subsequent plan without fear. 3 days was not long, but it was enough time to tell what course of action Heaven Traverser's progenitor took. If the progenitor came here, then Su Ming would have the sand spirit trap him again without hesitation, and then he would personally lure a sea of ferocious beasts to destroy all Heaven Traversers. And since Su Ming had already thought of this plan, then even if the progenitor had the idea of first hiding his Heaven Traversers before he chased down Su Ming, there was no way that he would not be prepared for this in case it happened. 3 days later, Su Ming opened his eyes. He lifted his right hand, formed a seal, and a sparkle appeared in his eyes. After a moment, his expression returned to normal, but a freezing glare flashed briefly in his eyes. Su Hui, I will continue heading deeper into the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. Do you want to come with me, or to go back and meet up with the 9 old frail darknesses? Su Ming turned his head around to look at Su Hui. Since I'm already here, of course I won't go back alone. Su Hui smiled elegantly. Su Ming nodded. As he got back up, he took a step forward and landed on the Void Beast's head. The Void Beast shuddered, and a submissive expression appeared on its face. After all, over the course of the past few years, Su Ming was the one feeding it most of the time. It was rather fond of Su Ming, and had long since ignored the fact that he was one of the 2 responsible for the torment it went through when they tamed it in the past. With one step, Su Hui landed beside Su Ming. As for the bald crane and the abyss dragon, the both of them occasionally discussed the issue of dividing their spoils between them. At that moment, they were both incredibly satisfied with themselves and also ran up to the Void Beast's body, but the abyss dragon kept a wide berth from Su Hui. Clearly, the trauma it suffered previously still remained in its mind, and it did not dare to provoke her. But the bald crane had always held on to the idea that it was the abyss dragon's leader, and when it saw its lackey being so afraid of Su Hui, the thought of standing up for it rose in its head. However, most of what it showed as an act of standing up for the abyss dragon was just provocation and deviance. It was as if only by doing so would it be able to show its statue, but it had indeed managed to make the abyss dragon look at it with a fanatic gaze. I saw 4 interesting cultivators just now, Su Ming said while standing on the Void Beast. As he spoke faintly, the Void Beast rushed forward swiftly, and it was so quick that it instantly left the meteor. For cultivators? Su Hui blinked. 4 cultivators with a secret. They invited me to travel with them, and I promised them to do so, but they went back on their word and did not fulfill their end of the promise, Su Ming said calmly. Su Hui smiled until her eyes were shaped like crescent moons. She could imagine that the truth was definitely not what Su Ming had just said. The 4 cultivators should have been forced to make the suggestion due to fear. That so-called invitation would have also been just a temporary measure. Yes, as cultivators, they should be people who honor their promises. How could the 4 of them do such a thing? Su Hui said by the side with a nod. That's right. They went a little overboard. Su Ming remained as composed as ever while speaking with a cold sneer. We'll have to teach them a lesson, Su Hui chimed in. I'm thinking of leaving behind some seals on them, Su Ming said. Su Hui pondered for a moment before she made a suggestion. That won't do. Why don't we leave some marks on them? I once saw an art that could turn a man into a woman. This art is incredibly useful, and I practiced it on other people many times before. Perhaps we can have their nascent divinities and bodies switch. It'll be like possession. They will definitely remember this sort of punishment for the rest of their lives. Her discussion with Su Ming fell into the bald crane's ears, whose gaze still held a provocation, and it also fell into the abyss dragon's ears. A shudder then wrecked the 2 mutts. It was especially so for the bald crane, whose provocative intent quickly disappeared and was replaced by a look of flattery. It suddenly realized that this woman called Su Hui was actually very sinister. It looked at the woman and Su Ming's backs and listened to the duo's discussion, suddenly feeling that the 2 of them were incredibly suited for each other. As the bald crane mulled over that, it transformed into its original appearance so that it was no longer a mutt, also that it would not provoke this woman and would be able to make a clean break with the abyss dragon. The abyss dragon took several steps back again. In the depths of its heart, It had already elevated Suiyun's status to a level where she was absolutely not to be provoked. The meaning behind the words she spoke sent a chill down its spine. It could already imagine that if the four cultivators were truly tormented in this fashion, they would find it to be the most terrifying nightmare in their lives. This is not very good, right? Su Ming hesitated for a moment. How could it not be good? It's fine. It'll all be fine. Just watch me later. I did this kind of thing all the time in the past. Ahem. As Su Hui spoke, excitement appeared on her face, as if she was feeling incredibly enthusiastic about this. That is. Su Ming turned his head to look at Su Hui. Forget the bald crane. Even Su Ming himself found Su Hui's suggestion to be a little too cruel. Oh, you don't hesitate anymore. Just watch me. I'm very good at this. You don't have to worry about it. I'll definitely make them remember this lesson and know that cultivators must honor their promises. Su Hui licked her lips. This action and the excitement on her face complemented each other, making her incredibly attractive. However, the words she said were ones that made Su Ming laugh wryly. All right then. Su Ming shook his head. Then with the cues he received in his Atman through the brand he left on the four in the past, he guided the void beast and charged forward. In a galaxy some distance away from Su Ming and his group were Xianshang and the other three. They were pressing forward on their journey at that moment. They were all incredibly fast, and they moving as four long arcs. They were so fast that wherever they passed, not a single ripple would be formed in the galaxy due to their movements. It has been half a month now. Are we really leaving like this and not waiting for that person? Yin Yu asked softly in uncertainty. That is a person filled with malice. With him around, we might not be able to obtain anything this time. But I think that since he let us go, he would definitely have a way to find us. Huh. Don't worry. In 3 more days, we will be able to step into a relocation vortex. At that time, we'll be far away from this place. Even if he has a divine ability that can find us or even left a brand on us, as long as we have a sufficient amount of distance between us and he doesn't know about the relocation vortices here, he won't be able to find us. This is the only way now. Besides, if he fought against Heaven Traversers, there is no way that he wouldn't be injured. He might be nursing his wounds right now and not have the energy to pay any attention to us. That's right. Don't worry. Even if he manages to catch up to us, it'll still be fine. He didn't mention where we were supposed to wait for him, but said he would look for us. If that's the case, it's not our fault. The four sent words to each other with their minds as they charged forward. After discussing among themselves for a moment, they traveled even faster. Even though their hearts were still a little uneasy, they rushed towards the relocation vortex that was 3 days away from where they were. Time trickled by, and when the 3rd day arrived, light shone in the four cultivators' eyes. Based on the map they obtained, once they went through the relocation vortex, they would enter the core of the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean. That place would not be too far away from Dustburner's territory. We're here. It's right ahead of us. That fiendish person still isn't here, so it's not as if we weren't waiting for him. Huayu smiled, and the other 3 let out a sigh of relief in their hearts. Even though they might be saying that they were relaxed and no longer worried, in truth, during most of the past month, they were in a state of extreme nervousness. After all, the pressure and terror Su Ming brought to them in the past was incredibly great. After a moment, the 4 of them stopped in the galaxy. Xianshang looked around him, then raised his right hand and swung his arm forward. A layer of dust immediately scattered into space. Then, some of the dust he scattered was swallowed by a small area not too far away from where they stood. That spot was only the size of a fingernail. If they did not look carefully, it would be difficult for them to spot it in the vast galaxy. It's this place. Excitement shone in Xianshang's eyes. But just as he was about to take a step forward into the vortex, a voice caused the 4 of them to completely stiffen up. The 4 of you move so fast. Could it be that you've already forgotten the promise we made? Once this voice spoke, ripples spread through the galaxy. In an instant, a crocodile-like void beast that was tens of thousands of feet tall appeared from space and entered the group's field of vision. They saw Su Ming looking at them coldly from the void beast's head, along with an incredibly beautiful woman grinning with a hint of excitement, as well as 2 creatures standing behind the duo, the Abyss Dragon, who had now taken the form of a mutt, and the bald crane. At the instant the group saw the bald crane, their expressions changed drastically, as if Su Ming was no longer of any importance in their hearts. All their attention was completely absorbed by the bald crane. With just one glance, They were able to recognize that this bald crane was the ferocious beast they previously saw in the galaxy, the one that was chased by 1,000,000 beasts. They are in the same group. Fought all 4 cultivators at once. Chapter 962, Scorpion Lady, Suiyun. The galaxy was filled with silence at that instant. Su Ming stared at the 4 cultivators, and the 4 cultivators stared back at him. No one spoke. After some time, Suiyun's fake cough broke the silence, and it caused the 4 cultivators to recover from their shock. They were not shocked due to Su Ming's arrival. After all, this was within the scope of what they had expected to happen, and they were already prepared for it. What they were shocked about was the bald crane. The ferocious beast they idolized slightly and even dreamed about taming when they became stronger in the future already had a master. They did not know of the bald crane's specific level of cultivation. Even if they noticed that it was not really that strong when they saw it now and sensed its power with their hearts, they still believed that the crane they initially saw leading 1,000,000 beasts into a state of frenzy was definitely not an ordinary crane, since there were 2 things in the universe called hiding one's true power and seals. At that moment, as their hearts were in a state of shock and Suiyun's fake cough echoed in space, the 4 cultivators moved back practically on instinct. Xianshang only managed to take 3 steps back before he forced himself to stop. He knew that he could not escape, and he couldn't bring himself to even give rise to the thought of attacking. Even if the 4 of them had their killing moves, Su Ming alone was enough to make their minds crumble, and that bald crane was also around. The grin on the woman beside Su Ming also terrified him. Xianshang was not the only one who was sensible among the 4 cultivators. Huayu snapped to his senses after he retreated 100-something feet. When he saw that Su Ming and the others did not chase after them, he forced himself to a halt while feeling anxious, then wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed towards Su Ming and his group. Yinyu and Nian Yin were slightly slower in terms of reaction. At that moment, they were already 100,000 feet away. But just as they were about to charge even farther ahead with fleeing blood, ripples shone in the space in front of them, and Suiyun walked out from them. She was still grinning, but there was a murderous look in her eyes. She was slightly angry. After all, these 4 people had only started fleeing after she coughed. Why did you run after seeing me? Once Suiyun walked out, she lifted her right hand and swung it before herself. With it, the image of the moon appeared in front of her, and Yunyu and Nian Yin's expressions instantly changed. Lunar Culpa Realm. The 2 of them instantly moved and split up to run in 2 different directions. The one called Yunyu noticed that 2 of his companions had already given up on escaping, so with a bitter laugh, he stopped as well. Only Nian Yin continued charging forward at full speed, even coughing up blood to execute fleeing blood. His speed increased exponentially, but before he could move 10,000 feet away from Suiyun, his body manifested from the blood shadow, and as he screamed in pain, he coughed up blood again. Strangely, there was nothing bizarre around him, but his body still tumbled backwards, as if he had been bounced back by an invisible barrier. As he fell back, his hair looked as if it was seized by an invisible hand, which was dragging him back. When the cultivator called Nian Yin was thrown to the spot in front of the void beast where Su Ming was, most of his hair had been ripped off. Blood filled the entirety of his face, and it was flowing down his cheeks. His face was filled with shock and disbelief as he stared at Suiyun, who walked out of the space beside him. Go on, run. Why aren't you running anymore? Suiyun asked with a grin, then raised her right hand and pointed at Nian Yin. 2 wisps of red and white smoke surrounded him, and at the instant they touched his body, the red smoke fused into his chest, and the white smoke disappeared into his throat and lower region. The expressions of the other 3 cultivators changed drastically, and they even let out shocked cries, because they immediately saw Nian Yin's originally flat chest rise up. His Adam's apple shrank before their eyes until it disappeared, and his rough skin turned light in the blink of an eye. His fingers turned smooth, so they looked lithe and soft. From all of these physical changes, it was evident that the yin and yang aura of this person had been reversed, and he changed from a man to a woman. Nian Yin was momentarily stunned before he let out a shrill scream of pain. Yet even his screams had a sharp edge to them. They were no longer as sonorous and deep as those of a man's voice, but had become as gentle as those of a woman. His changes were quite evident regarding his posterior, too. As his body changed, it clearly grew in size. In fact, the lines of his body had become curved. All of this brought about an indescribable shock and terror to the other 3 cultivators. and even Su Ming felt his eyelids twitch. His heart thumped rapidly a few times in his chest, and when he looked towards Su Hui after that, a hint of wariness appeared in his eyes. The bald crane also widened its eyes. This scene caused it to shudder, and even the abyss dragon by its side instinctively moved back. When it looked at Su Hui, its gaze was filled with terror. A cultivator prefers death to humiliation. 1. Nian Yin's expression was filled with bitterness. He was the one who knew all the changes in his body the clearest. At that moment, he could no longer describe the complicated feelings in his heart. There was grief and indignation within him as he shouted at Su Hui. Su Ming frowned. He could kill a person without hesitation, but he would not be able to humiliate someone like this. But just as he was about to speak, the cultivator whose physical characteristics had been changed shouted again. I have no grudge or enmity with you, and we only ran into each other due to coincidence. If you do this, aren't you afraid of being punished by heaven? Aren't you afraid of receiving retribution? Come, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Su Hui chuckled softly. You make yourself sound really reasonable. When my husband met you the first time, he did not attack you. It's normal for you to want to run, since you harbor secrets within you, but not being able to escape means that you are simply not good enough. We caught up to you, and my husband was not even thinking of punishing you too greatly. He just intended to question you a little. If you answered frankly, with my understanding towards him, you would have parted ways peacefully. Besides, you are in divine essence Star Ocean. Your power is not sufficient for you to dig out any sort of secrets. If my husband joined you, the possibility of you becoming successful would increase by several-fold. What's not good about it? But I only coughed once and you ran. You didn't manage to escape in the end, but now you're shouting with righteous indignation, Su Hui said with a smile. Xian Shang and the other two fell silent, and a contemplative look appeared on their faces. Su Hui's words were not domineering in their ears, and the truth was just as she said, so the trio could not help but start to think about it. However, Nian Yin's heart was in turmoil due to his physical characteristics having been changed. He refused to register even a single word from Su Hui's speech and let out a cold snort. Yet the moment he did that, Su Hui's next sentence immediately caused his expression to change drastically. The art you practice should be the great annual wheel Dharma art. I only noticed it just now, and judging from this, your family name is Nian, and you came from True Morning Dao World. Let me think. The Nianhua family from True Morning Dao World is a family built by a sect that dissociated themselves from the immortals in the past. 3,000-something years ago, a family member killed another member of his family, and when he was captured, his cultivation base was destroyed and he was sent into the barren lands of divine essence as a punishment. That person is you, right? But your cultivation base is still around. Looks like the Nianhua family is behind you in this operation of yours. Who are you? As Nian Yin's expression changed, Xian Shang and the other two cultivators' pupils shrank in fear. They looked towards Su Hui simultaneously. Me? My name is Su Hui, and I'm from Phoenix Sect. Su Hui smiled faintly and looked at Su Ming, who was frowning, clearly slightly displeased in his heart. Phoenix Sect? Su Hui, you are Phoenix Sect's sacred lady. Nian Yin was momentarily stunned, then all his anger drained away from him. He became dispirited, and in his anguish, he gave up on all forms of resistance. In fact, from the changes of his expression, it was clear that he was filled with alarm and fear towards Phoenix Sect. That's right. It is the Phoenix Sect which all cultivators secretly refer to as the Sinister Sect in True Morning Dao World, and I am the Scorpion Lady Su Hui. One of the two you secretly refer to as the Snake and Scorpion Ladies, Su Hui said with a grin. This was the first time Su Ming heard this, and he was stunned. These things did not exist in Dao Kong's memories, which was perhaps related to Dao Kong's status and experiences. In fact, Su Ming had always been slightly puzzled as to why Dao Kong had so few memories. After all, the more memories a living creature had, the more difficult it would be to possess that person, and Dao Kong's memories were only the basics of what a person would have. Scorpion Lady Su Hui. This was how the cultivators in True Morning Dao Sect secretly referred to one of the two great sacred ladies in Phoenix Sect. Based on the title itself, there was definitely a reason behind why Phoenix Sect was privately known as the Sinister Sect. Su Ming was silent. He suddenly understood why Su Hui had no qualms whatsoever when she did something. If she had such a great reputation in the world outside, then it was surely related to her actions when she was in True Morning Dao Sect. Scorpions were venomous, but the venom did not lie in their mouths, and neither was it in their claws. Instead, it It was contained in their tails. They were incredibly quick and small, which would mean that they would not bring about too much attention from others. However, at a critical moment, just the slightest mistake on their enemy's part would mean death from venom. This was the terrifying aspect of scorpions. Snakes were skilled in hiding and waiting. Usually, they would hide their venomous fangs and would not casually reveal them. They would lie still without moving for long periods of time, but once they moved, they would kill. This comparison reminded Su Ming of another girl, which was related to a pain-filled first love. He had known a long time ago that there were two sacred ladies in Phoenix sect. One of them was Su Hui, and the other was the Snake Lady Bai Ling. This was something he knew from Dao Kong's memories. In fact, Su Ming knew that there was a high possibility that Su Hui had known about his name since a long time ago, whether it would be because Bai Ling had told her, or because Su Hui would have secretly investigated him. Either way, there was a high chance that she knew about him. That was why Su Hui had been able to say right from the get-go that Su Ming was thinking about a woman when they were in the mountain of the 9th tribe. It was also that one sentence of her that had sunk him into a dream that should not have been seen by cultivators, but had been seen by him. It was at that time that Su Ming came to know that he was obsessed with the promise itself, and not Bai Ling. He had then put an end to that burden in his heart and walked through a change of heart. Su Ming did not believe that this was a coincidence, but no matter what, he could tell that Su Hui's actions were mostly filled with good intentions in regards to that matter. That was why he had never pointed it out. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. 1. A cultivator prefers death to humiliation. The original is a scholar prefers death to humiliation. Since we're in this context, I thought it would be more appropriate to say cultivator instead of scholar. Chapter 963, Resentful Wei. Everyone has their own secrets, and there is no need for anyone to forcibly obtain them. Even if the 4 cultivators had a secret, if they insisted on not telling it, Su Ming would not force them. In truth, the thing he saw as the most important was the fact that the 4 of them were heading to dust burners, and he too wanted to go to them. A person's age would not show whether they had truly become mature, and neither would their maturity show in the wrinkles that appeared on their bodies as time passed. It would instead show in whether a person learned how to tolerate another. There were some things that did not need to be spoken. As long as people were willing to tolerate it, then everything would be fine. Su Ming did not know how to be tolerant towards others in the past, but after going through so many things, he had learned how to be tolerant in certain areas. If you do not want to tell, then I won't ask. In truth, the difference between knowing about something then keeping it a secret and knowing about something then talking incessantly about it lay between whether a person was mature or immature. Su Ming sat down cross-legged on the void beast and said faintly, "All right, Su Hui, turn him back." Su Hui turned her head around to cast Su Ming a glance. A smile appeared on her face. How could she not know about the things Su Ming knew? But there was only happiness in this mode of communication. There were no schemes, and neither were there any other sort of thought contained within it. Such moments were rarely found in her life. That was why Su Hui wanted to treasure this. She did not want to lose this atmosphere of their communication after the truth had been brought out. They were foolish. They were being rarely foolish. She nodded obediently, then raised her right hand which she swung at Nian. 2 wisps of smoke that were purple and blue landed on the cultivator, causing his Adam's apple to appear, the bumps on his chest to become flat, his posterior to shrink, and his skin to become rough once again from its formerly smooth state. Once Su Hui finished doing all this, she returned to Su Ming's side. If the 4 of you feel like telling me your secret, you can say it. If you don't want to, I won't make things difficult for you, but I want to know how to get to dust burners. I've been watching the path you took. You should have a map with you. Tell me the route, and I will immediately leave, Su Ming said calmly. The markers regarding dust burners on the map Dgo Sha had given him were incredibly fuzzy. After all, this tribe was not like heaven traversers who were located in the outer layer of the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean. Dust burners were located in a region close to the core of the Star Ocean. It was a place where 9th tribe had never gone before, which was why their markings regarding dust burners only provided Su Ming with a general outline, but not the specifics. If he was to search for them blindly, the difficulty would be incredibly great, and the dangers in it would also be very high. Once Nian's body returned to normal, his face turned pale, and he immediately returned to his group's side. He did not dare look at Su Hui. Perhaps the other True Worlds did not know the details of this woman's reputation, but as someone from True Morning Dao World, He knew well that this woman could be said to be in existence that would cause others' faces to change color when they spoke about her. She killed others as if she was swatting flies, and the level of malice as well as viciousness within her heart was enough to cause others to tremble in fear. However, while being wary of Su Hui, he was shocked by Su Ming. Su Hui, who was known as the Scorpion Lady, was a merciless and heartless person. The open strife and veiled fights between her and the Snake Lady were never-ending. Besides their own masters, it was unheard of that anyone else could make them be obedient. Yet with one sentence, Su Ming had actually made Su Hui turn him back. If he told others about this, no one would believe him. When Nian Ying lowered his head, Xianshang and the others exchanged glances with each other. They remained silent for a moment before Xianshang patted his storage bag and brought out a jade slip. Once he focused his attention and branded it, he threw the slip towards Su Ming. This is the map that will lead you to Dust Burners. Senior, the spot next to you is a relocation vortex. When you walk out of the other end, there will be detailed marks on the map leading you to the place. Su Ming took the jade slip. Once he scanned it with his Atman, he looked at the 4 people in close scrutiny. Then, the void beast beneath him slowly turned around and floated towards the relocation vortex. When they were beside the relocation vortex, the void beast came to a halt, and Su Ming said softly, "All of you, you should go in first." Xianshang nodded. He could guess that Su Ming would definitely not believe in him so easily. After all, if he was in Su Ming's place, he would do the same thing. He was not against it, since he did not do anything to the map. At that moment, he looked at the trio beside him, completely unperturbed, and once they exchanged glances with each other, they chose to obey. The 4 of them turned into long arcs and charged at the relocation vortex. When they closed in, they did not hesitate. Xianshang was the first to step in, while Nian Ying came right after. The other 2 stepped in moments later. After they disappeared, the void beast beneath Su Ming looked as if it sucked in a deep breath. Its body shrank, and when it became only about hundreds of feet in size, it crawled into the relocation vortex. Its body instantly fused inside before disappearing without a trace. Within the vortex was the colorful world. In a gigantic, semi-transparent tunnel were Xianshang and the other 3, and all of them had their eyes closed while allowing their bodies to glide through as they were pulled forward. Behind them was the void beast that was now hundreds of feet in size. Standing on its back was Su Hui, who had her eyes wide open while she observed her surroundings. As for the bald crane, it naturally did not close its eyes due to its personality. Instead, it stared at its surroundings. The abyss dragon did not know about the necessity of closing its eyes, and also looked around. Su Ming had never taken to the habit of closing his eyes in the place. At the instant he entered the world in the vortex, he immediately looked into the distance, at the dark depths where the familiar ripples of power lay. The corners of Su Ming's lips curled up slightly. He sensed the dragon-headed black horse's presence. That black horse clearly remembered Su Ming very deeply. This time, right when Su Ming entered the vortex, it immediately charged forth from the distance at full speed. "It's coming again." Su Hui's voice was calm, but a hint of anxiety flashed briefly in her eyes. She remembered clearly that when the black horse had caught up to Su Ming the last time, he had nearly been unable to leave this world. Who's coming? The bald crane widened its eyes and looked around continuously. While it was searching, a roar that stirred up a large number of ripples echoed in the world. This roar shocked and terrified the people's hearts, causing the tunnel to tremble and made the colorful jellyfish-like existences around them to quickly retreat. It also caused Xianshang and the other 3's Su Ming stood up. He could sense that as the black horse roared from the distance, the void beast beneath him started trembling violently, conveying just how terrified it was. Clearly, the shock and fear brought by the roar was even greater for a beast. "Don't provoke it. The last time you..." Su Hui could not help but worry, which was evident on her face. And it was not fake, but a true manifestation of what she was feeling in her heart. "You don't have to bother." Resolve appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He stared at the darkness in the distance, vaguely able to tell that there was a long arc there charging towards him at an indescribable speed. There were 6 dim balls of light in the long arc. Those were the horse's 6 eyes. The arrogance within them were the source of Su Ming's resolve. This time, the horse had been clearly farther away from Su Ming. That was why, based on his experience, he knew that it would be difficult for the horse to reveal itself before they left the vortex. After all, the distance between them was simply too great. Su Ming wanted to see the horse, And he also wanted the black horse to see him. He wanted that prideful black horse to remember his provocation. He wanted the horse to immediately appear when he stepped into the vortex. To do this, he needed the black horse to have an incredibly deep impression of him. And for this prideful existence, provocation would become the source of an obsession it would never be able to ignore. Su Ming moved swiftly. Once he walked off the void beast, he threw his head back and let out a long roar. That roar shook the entire world. It continued reverberating in the void, stirring up an endless amount of echoes. This immediately caused the four cultivators' expressions to change. They could not help but start cursing in their hearts. This was the world in the vortex. It was a place where they were not allowed to open their eyes and let out a single sound, or else they would run into incredible danger. This was something they learned a long time ago in incredible detail when they were just introduced to relocation vortices. Yet now, Su Ming's long roar behind them completely broke the silence within this quiet world in the vortex. That long roar was also filled with a thick air of provocation, which penetrated through the endless depths and landed in the black horse's ears as it charged forward. Boundless anger appeared in its eyes, and it responded to Su Ming with a roar as well as a speed that increased by almost 100 times. Su Ming smiled. This was the black horse's true speed. Time trickled by. One breath passed, then another, and another. When everyone was near the relocation vortex's exit, Su Ming saw a long arc at the corner of his vision, and it was coming at them with an indescribable speed. Along with that long arc was a sea of fire that surged into the sky, as well as a black horse with 2 dragon heads. This horse was several thousands of feet tall. It stood on fire, and black smoke as well as flames escaped its nostrils when it breathed. A fierce light shone in its eyes. When it lifted its head, it let out its third roar, and galloped on flames while charging towards Su Ming. From the distance, it looked as if the world in the vortex was burning. When the flames crackled, they swept in all directions. Yu. When the black horse's body was completely revealed, the bald crane shuddered violently. It flapped its wings, widened its eyes, put on a face full of disbelief, and pointed at the black horse. Damn it all, that's a Resentful Wei one. There are still Resentful Weiss in the world. 2 dragon heads. This means it's still a baby. Damn it, how can this be possible? The bald crane cried out in a shrill voice, yelling out the things it remembered as some fragmented memories appeared in its head at the instant it saw the black horse. What's a Resentful Wei? Su Ming asked while staring at the black horse. He knew that the bald crane had a mysterious past, and that its memories were fragmented. It would only occasionally remember certain things. Beyond the 4 great true worlds, and even past the 5th true world were 3 great ancient kingdoms. One of them was Wei. This kingdom had countless cultivators, but in a single night, all of them died. Once the entire ancient kingdom was reduced to ashes, all the cultivators' souls gathered together to turn into resentment. This resentment lay in silence for several centuries until eventually forming into Resentful Weiss. Su Ming's pupils swiftly contracted. *****. Translator's note. 1. Resentful Wei, Yuanwei. Yuan 4 Wei 4 2 words originally from Shiji/historical records/records of the great historian, all the same. It's not a term, per se, because the original phrase is Yan Wei Chigu, and the Yuanwei here is a verb plus noun. It means, because he hated Wei Qitzu for almost beating him to death. Yan can only mean grudge or resentment, but for white, it can be 1. A country's name in ancient China, 2. A surname, 3. Big and tall. Since Wei is clearly the name of a country here, Resentful Wei was chosen. Chapter 964. Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. The Resentful Weiss are not accepted by the universe, because it was heaven's will that ancient Wei was destroyed. Yet the souls of Wei did not perish, but gathered together to become resentment. This meant that they were standing up against the universe, and so had to be destroyed. Those who kill a Resentful Wei can obtain the universe's kismet. No matter what they do, everything will go according to their plan. It was also why the 2 other ancient kingdoms had surrounded and exterminated them in the past. This race was then completely destroyed, and not a single Resentful Wei was left. But there's a Resentful Wei in here. Kill it. If you manage to kill it, then no matter how many years pass, you will have the universe's kismet on you. It'll be especially helpful since people who have the universe's kismet are incredibly rare in the years after the Great Destruction. Su Ming, your cultivation-based clone was born with a kismet. Since that's the case, if you kill this creature, you will get even more of it. This kismet thing might be insubstantial, but it'll guarantee you success in everything that you want to do for 10,000 years. There was a solemn, never-seen-before expression on the bald crane's face. The sleaziness that always existed when it spoke was no longer present in its words. Instead, there was an upright and dignified presence within them. However, that presence was swiftly dissipating. The bald crane shuddered, and confusion appeared in its eyes. It was as if the one who had said those words just then had not been the bald crane itself. What is the relationship between the 3 great ancient kingdoms and 5 great true worlds? Su Ming immediately asked. The 9 great true worlds are the earth of the lower realm, and the 3 great ancient kingdoms are the sky of the higher realm. Only when they are joined together do they form the additional Expanse cosmos. Arid Triad Expanse cosmos, 1, the one that is beyond Dark Dawn's 180 Expanse cosmoses, and Saint Defire's 180 Expanse cosmoses. No matter whether it is Saint Defire who loses 1 cosmos or Dark Dawn obtaining 1 more cosmos, whoever will obtain 181 cosmoses first will be able to wage war. When the bald crane said these words, its head lolled to the side, and it immediately fainted. Its body was caught by the abyss dragon. Su Ming's heart trembled. Su Hui's expression also changed as she stood by the side. Clearly, the bald crane's words were secrets they had never heard before. Those words might seem incredibly ordinary, but if one was to mull over the profound meaning behind them, then it would definitely cause a storm in the person's mind. Dark Dawn's 180 Expanse cosmoses, as well as Saint Defire's 180 Expanse cosmoses, meant that Su Ming's knowledge had just been endlessly expanded within an instant. It allowed him to learn just how big and vast was the universe. It did not matter whether it was Morning Dao World or Sacredine World. Even if he added in the Emperor of Abyss World, the mysterious 4th True World and the 5th True World that had disappeared, the other 4 True Worlds that had vanished during the Great Destruction, they still did not form the complete Arid Triad. They needed to add in the 3 ancient kingdoms to form a complete Arid Triad Expanse cosmos. And there were 360 other cosmoses that were about the size of this complete Arid Triad Expanse cosmos. The universe was infinitely huge. Even for a master of fate, lives, and death, where would this single person's power be ranked among all the other people in the 361 Expanse cosmoses? Su Ming and Su Hui were not the only ones who were struck silent by the bald crane's words. Xin Shang and the other 3 in front of them also experienced unprecedented shock. They could not help but open their eyes completely and turn their heads around to look at the bald crane. They had heard its words. Their expressions changed, which was a telling sign that they could not accept this truth for a time being. They thought that the 4 great true worlds constituted the edge of the universe, and what they were surprised about was the 5th true world which existed as a legend in their minds. Yet at that moment, their beliefs were completely crushed. In truth, besides the 5 true worlds, there were 4 other true worlds. Besides them, there were also 3 great ancient kingdoms. And only when the 3 great ancient kingdoms and the 9 great true worlds fused together would a complete Arid Triad Expanse cosmos be formed. And even then, besides the Arid Triad Expanse cosmos, there were still Dark Dawn's 180 Expanse cosmoses and Saint Defire's 180 Expanse cosmoses. There were 360 Expanses cosmoses in total. The first thing that rose in the minds of the 4 people was doubt. However, Su Ming and Su Hui's expressions, as well as the ancient air that came with the bald crane's words when it spoke, just then told the cultivator's instincts that at least 8/10 of all that was said was real, even though there was no proof to verify whether it was so. In the mid of their silence, the 4th roar from the Resentful Wei echoed in the air. The dragon-headed black horse that was thousands of feet big appeared in everyone's field of vision, swiftly closing in on them. The pride in the air that allowed no provocation in its 6 eyes was incredibly strong. Su Ming quietly watched the black horse getting closer to him. As he stared at it, the bald crane's words echoed in his head. He suddenly felt that there was some degree of similarity between him and the black horse. This creature had been sent away by its kin when it was still a newborn at the time its race was being destroyed. It then became its race's sole survivor, and Su Ming was also the same. Others had worked together to kill its kin, and it was the same case for the Abyss Builders. Both the Black Horse and Su Ming had grown up in places that were not their homelands, and they both had yet to enter them. Su Ming's silence and his thoughts were shown in his eyes. The instant the Black Horse saw this, it came to a halt, but soon, It raised its head up high. It gave off the air of looking down at Su Ming and carried itself with a bearing that it did not ask for pity. It stared at Su Ming coldly, then rushed forward. It had become even faster. However, while the distance between them might have seemed close, they were actually far away from each other. In the world within the vortex, distances that did not seem great were in truth incredibly far apart. The black horse's speed might be unparalleled, but since the distance between them was incredibly great, it could not catch up to Su Ming and his group within a dozen-something breaths. Besides, Su Ming could vaguely sense that there seemed to be a certain limit on speed in this world. They could not shift in here. He could see that there seemed to be barriers around the black horse, and it was crashing into them continuously. This was clearly the reason why its speed was limited. As it moved forward, it would be as if it crashed one barrier after another. Su Ming did not choose to provoke it again. Instead, as Xianshang and the other three disappeared, he vanished from the world in the vortex as well. A roar mixed with a note of grief that no one else could hear, but Su Ming came from the black horse's mouth and lingered in the air for a long time. The galaxy in the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean appeared like a clear lake. There was not a single speck of dust there, so those who saw could not help but get immersed in this beauty that they would be unable to see in other places. This place was incredibly far away from heaven traversers. If they had flown normally, Su Ming would have needed to press on without stopping for an entire year with his speed. At that moment, once the group appeared, Su Ming quietly looked at the exit of the relocation vortex. The bald crane's words continued echoing in his head and refused to vanish. Suiyun was in a slightly absent-minded state, thinking hard about something. Huh? We're out? Well, damn it all, how did I fall asleep? The bald crane opened its eyes at that moment, but there was a deep fatigue on its face. It jumped around a few times and mumbled under its breath, incredibly puzzled. However, after only mumbling a few sentences, it saw the abyss dragon looking at it with a slightly complicated look on its face. Suiyun, the four cultivators, and even Su Ming were also looking at it. What's wrong? Why are you all staring at me? The bald crane felt slightly scared, and goosebumps appeared all over its skin. It was feeling incredibly nervous, and a wary expression appeared on its face. It took a few steps back and had its claws press firmly on the ground. I don't have crystals. I don't have crystals. The bald crane shouted loudly. Su Ming stared at the bald crane for a moment before averting his gaze and sitting down cross-legged on the void beast. He patted the beast, and it started moving. It turned around and glided into the distance. Once they came out, the time for Su Ming to part ways with the four cultivators also arrived. Su Ming might have killed many people in his life, having cut living creatures like swatting flies, and appeared to enjoy killing, but the truth wasn't like that. As long as no one provoked him, directly or indirectly, he would not attack. There were no grudges shared between the four cultivators and Su Ming, so he did not harbor the intention to kill them. Once the void beast left into the distance, layers of ripples gradually appeared in the galaxy. Suiyun hesitated for a moment, but after sneaking a peek at Su Ming, she did not say anything. Instead, she sat down beside him. As for the bald crane, it had currently seized the abyss dragon and was asking it something in a whisper. There was not even the need to hear them to be able to guess that the bald crane was definitely asking about why the group was looking at it so strangely just then. When the four cultivators came out of the vortex, they were filled with a high level of vigilance. The bald crane rousing from its sleep might have attracted some of their attention and shocked them with its words, but they were currently facing a matter that concerned their survival, and they did not have the pleasure of thinking about other things. Most of their attention was placed on remaining on guard. They did not know whether Su Ming would keep to his promise, but when they saw him leaving into the distance with his group, the four of them let out sighs of relief in their hearts. Yet at the same time, once they exchanged glances, they saw the hesitation in one another's eyes. One of the sentences Suiyun had said had struck a chord in their hearts. With their power, they did not have too much confidence in succeeding with their plan. In truth, they needed to rely on luck. However, if Su Ming and Suiyun joined them, then the chances of them succeeding would be much higher. This was a choice. On one side, they would suffer no loss, but the chances of them succeeding would not be great. On the other hand, while they would have to suffer some loss in terms of profit, the chances of them succeeding would be greater. When they saw that Su Ming and the others had left into the distance, the four of them exchanged glances one more time, and three faces turned to Xianshang. After all, the leader of this operation was him, and it would be best that he made the choice. Xianshang's expression changed several times. If Su Ming had forced them into an interrogation, then even if he had said it, he would have definitely searched for a chance to counterattack during their journey in the future. However, Su Ming did not force them. This caused Xianshang to fall into uncertainty before he quickly weighed the pros and cons. Then, he gritted his teeth with force, took a few steps forward, and wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming, who had already left into the distance. "Senior, please wait. I am willing to tell you our secret in exchange for you joining our operation. If we work together, we will definitely succeed." "Not interested," Su Ming said, his voice traveling behind him and echoing in the galaxy. The void beast beneath him did not stop and went farther away. "This concerns the activation of the 5th kiln," Xianshang immediately said. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's notes. 1. Lower Realm, Higher Realm, Expanse Cosmos. Taken from Renegade Immortal and ISSDH. Chapter 965, The 5th Kiln. The most important things to Su Ming in Divine Essence Star Ocean were all related to the 5th true world, and if he wanted to go to there, he needed the 5th stone. However, this 5th stone was incredibly rare. All everyone knew was that it was produced in the 5th kiln, but not who had it. However, there was no regular pattern in the activation of the 5th kiln. Sometimes it would activate after a few decades. At other times, it would take several centuries, and occasionally, several thousands of years. The longest recorded interval was 20,000 years. As one of the most mysterious places in Divine Essence Star Ocean, no one except the people who went into the 5th kiln before knew what was inside, and even if someone managed to return alive, they would naturally not tell the others much about it. The information they obtained would become the greatest secrets of their race, so that it would be easier for the members of their race to head into the 5th kiln when it appeared again. The 5th kiln's location had always been a secret. Unless someone searched through the entire Divine Essence Star Ocean with the flames as their guide when it was activated, then the people who wanted to find it could only look to the east of their cultivation planet. There, they would see the strange sun, which was the 5th kiln. Yet if they were to look for it, then even if they walked to the ends of the universe, they would find that they were still unable to reach the 5th kiln. This was like a mirage. A person could see it, could stretch their hand towards it, but what they would obtain in exchange would be just ripples. They would be unable to take anything. Su Ming was not putting on airs when Xianshang invited him the first time. He was truly not interested in it. There were countless wastelands in Divine Essence Star Ocean, as well as countless places where gods fell asleep. It could be said that there was a possibility that any of these places could contain a serendipity and treasures that would cause people to fight over them. He could search for these serendipities alone if he wanted, not taking other people. However, Su Ming's main focus was not on those serendipities. He wanted to go according to his plan and take revenge on the other 3 venerated races while waiting for the activation of the 5th kiln. If it would happen, it would be good, but if he could not wait for long enough, then he could only return to true Morning Dao world with regrets in his heart. That was why, the instant Xianshang's second sentence landed in Su Ming's ears, his eyes flew open. He raised his right hand and patted the void beast, which instantly stopped. When Xianshang saw the void beast stopping, he knew that the 5th kiln had brought about the expected effect. Su Ming stood up, and when he turned his head around, he looked at Xianshang and his group in the distance. He lifted his foot and took a step forward. At the instant his foot landed, he had already moved through space and appeared in front of Xianshang. "Continue," he said faintly. Xianshang remained silent for a moment before saying decisively, "I am a true guard from true sacred Een world stationed in the barren lands of Divine Essence. Or rather, there have been generations of members from the Xian family who have served as true guards. We trace back to 10,000-something years ago. At that time, my ancestor coincidentally found a plate. It was a strange, with an everlasting flame on it. Generations of my family researched the plate and found that the flames on it weren't normal flames, but they were never able to figure out just what type of flames they were. You saw the color of the flames back then. This sort of flame will not extinguish for nearly 10,000 years, and it is stored in the plate. No one knows how it appeared or how it came to be, but no matter where it is, as long as we swing that plate, the flames will immediately appear and burn everything. 7,000 years ago, a progenitor from the Xian family used some unknown method to ascertain the plate's identity in an auction held in Black Ink Planet. It showed up to be a relic left behind by the previous tribe leader of Dust Burners. Before the auction in Black Ink Planet ended, the progenitor went through, a monstrous sea of fire that appears once the fifth kiln is activated. The sea of fire might not have swept up Black Ink Planet, but he could see it on Black Ink Planet. That indescribable flame and the dark color of the flame was the fire on the plate. Xianshang said calmly, "Is the fifth kiln connected to dust burners?" A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he looked at Xianshang. "They are definitely connected." Xianshang nodded. "That is why, over the years, the true guards from Xian family would secretly search for the path leading to dust burners. We spent several thousands of years, and we finally found an incomplete map. On it are some clues regarding the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. There are also some marks about dust burners," Xianshang explained while looking at Su Ming. "As one of the 4 venerated races, dust burners have a master of fate, lives, and death among them." "On what basis are you going there?" Su Ming asked flatly. "Based on the first progenitor of Xian family being friends with a person in true Sacredine world in the past. That person gifted my family's progenitor with a supreme treasure. Even a masters of fate, lives, and death will not be able to see any clues when this supreme treasure provides us with a cover. The meaning behind this treasure is greater than its effect. With this treasure around, Xian family can exist eternally in true Sacredine world, and no one will easily dare to snatch this treasure. More importantly, besides the treasure being connected to the blood of the Xian family, the person who gave us this treasure is the current sublime paragon of true Sacredine world." Once Xianshang finished saying these words, his eyes bore into Su Ming. "We are also heading there based on our confidence with fellow Taoist Hua's soul-sealing art, fellow Taoist Yun's aura-devouring and transformation art, as well as fellow Taoist Nian's great annual wheel dharma art, which is an art passed down through generations of their family. It is a pity that 3 more of our friends died, or else with the 7 of us together and the supreme treasure running through our bodies, we could have all turned into one." Xianshang sighed. A brilliant sparkle shone in Su Ming's eyes. He smiled. "You're intending to disguise yourselves as a dust burner and blend among them, right? And you should be thinking about using the status of a lost son of the previous dust burners tribe leader. If I'm not wrong, your family's progenitor did not just obtain a plate in the past. He also obtained a corpse." Su Ming's voice was calm, but once he said it, a huge storm stirred up in Xianshang's heart, even though his expression remained the same. He cast a deep look at Su Ming. This was the first time he met someone like him, who could discover the truth based on the few clues in his words. It was just as Su Ming said. His family's progenitor had discovered a corpse in the past, but it was not the whole corpse, only half of it. Based on this, that supreme treasure of your family can not only hide your presences, but also transform them. Only then would no one be able to see through anything in your plan," Su Ming said calmly. Xianshang smiled wryly, then wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. He might not have said it out loud, but the 2 of them already knew what was going on. As for the 3 cultivators by the side, there was now wariness in their eyes when they looked at Su Ming. They were not just wary of his level of cultivation and his great power. They were also wary of how meticulous he was in his thoughts. "I would not dare to hide from you. I had indeed thought of this. This was also what the members of the Xian family have concluded. This is the only way that we would be able to blend into the dust burners. After all, the Xian family does not have a master of fate, lives, and death. That is why we contacted our other old acquaintances in the other true worlds and gathered a total of 7 people. 3,000 years ago, we stepped into the barren lands of divine essence, and we have been preparing for this for a long time. Once we perfected our coordination, we entered the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. But it's a pity. On our way here, we ran into danger that we could not avoid, and 3 of our friends died." Xianshang's expression filled with grief as he spoke slowly. "But since we ran into you, Senior, it means that we have gained a greater chance in success. With you around, we will definitely be able to come into contact with the 5th kiln secret. In fact, there is even a possibility that we will enter the 5th kiln." A hint of resolve and hope appeared in Xianshang's eyes. Su Ming stared at Xianshang. He could tell that this person was telling him partial truths, and there were things he did not say. This was understandable. After all, if he told everyone everything, then he would not have survived till now. It would also have been impossible for him to get to the later stage of World Plane Realm. "How are you dividing the spoils?" Su Ming asked faintly. He was throwing this question out with the intention to test waters and learn just what sort of treasures were in the 5th kiln. After all, besides the 5th stone, Su Ming did not know the details of what else was in there. However, based on the resolve he saw on these four, it was clearly that they had a certain item that they were determined to get no matter what. Senior, do you have anything that you absolutely intend to obtain? Xianshang immediately asked, avoiding Su Ming's question. Clearly, he did not want to say what they wanted. Su Ming smiled and did not continue with his question. Instead, he answered firmly and decisively. I only want the 5th stone. Xianshang immediately nodded. The other 3 people beside him also let out sighs of relief. They might not have had much dealings with Su Ming, but their instincts told them that he was not a person who would go back on his promises. As for the 5th stone, even though they also wanted to obtain it, compared to their true goal, this item could be ignored. Then, a faint smile appeared on Xianshang's face. He quelled the excitement in his heart. He knew that the chances of success in this operation would soon become greater. Just as he was about to say something, Su Hui suddenly chuckled lightly beside Su Ming. I want a rouge jade. When she said this, Xianshang and his group's expressions immediately changed slightly. Could it be that me joining you is not valuable, even with my level of cultivation? Su Hui asked with a smile. Xianshang smiled wryly. He looked at Nian, who remained silent for some time before gritting his teeth and nodding. The rouge jade was one of the 2 objects that he wanted in the 5th kiln. Your grandpa crane too. I want crystals. Loads and loads of crystals. When the bald crane saw that Su Ming and Su Hui had obtained benefits out of this, its spirits were immediately lifted, and it shouted loudly. Once it finished speaking, to make itself seem more convincing, it swayed its body and turned into Su Ming. Then it moved again. Judging by its actions, it looked like it wanted to transform into Su Hui as well, but when she looked towards it with a grin, and the bald crane's heart let out a loud thump against its chest. It then forced itself to stop after it had transformed halfway. The bald crane then quickly turned into Xianshang, then Yunyu, Huayu, and Yan Yin's appearances. It even took the form of a heaven traverser after that. How is it? Heh. If I join you, I should be worth several hundreds of millions of crystals, right? In the end, the bald crane looked at the flabbergasted quartet with a smug look. All the crystals in the 5th kiln will belong to you. Excitement appeared on Xianshang's face. The bald crane's transformations perfected the final step of his plan of blending into the dust burners. Chapter 966, Main Soul. The core of the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean was quiet. From the distance, the place looked empty, but there was dazzling light spilling out in all directions, filling the place with an unequaled beauty. Rarely would cultivators come here, or rather, there were very few cultivators who could manage to come to this place. Even for Su Ming and Su Hui, if they did not have 9th Tribe's map, it would have been very difficult to arrive here. As for Xianshang and his group, they had also only reached this region after going through plenty of hardships. They had prepared for this for thousands of years, yet they had still been reduced to the current 4 from their initial 7. Based on the incomplete map I have with me, if we move forward for a month, we will reach Dust Burner's territory. That's why we should make some preparations here. Xianshang looked at Su Ming. Xian family's supreme treasure can contain several people within it, and it can change its external appearance at will. With the Paragon Crane's transformations, there will not be a single flaw in our presence and external appearance. As Xianshang spoke, he raised his right hand, placed his finger in his mouth, and bit down on it. Immediately, blood seeped out, and Xianshang formed a seal with his right hand. After a moment, he pushed his hand forward. The blood on his fingertips started changing rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it turned gold. The now gold blood flew out and shone with a golden light in front of the group, then swiftly expanded to the size of a fist. My fellow Taoists and 2 seniors, please offer up your fresh blood so that my family's supreme treasure can remember your presence. With it, it will accommodate all of you in it. There is no danger in this, and while I might not dare to call myself an honest and forthright person, I am definitely not a despicable person either, so you don't have to worry, Xianshang said in a low voice. Nian was the first to bite his fingertip and fling out his blood. It charged at the gold blood and came into contact with it, fusing with it in the blink of an eye. Immediately, the black blood looked as if it was boiling and swelled up again. This time, it swelled up to the size of a head. It was still gold inside, and it could be clearly seen that a faint golden light had appeared around Nian's body, as if there was some form of connection between him and the ball of blood. It was the same for Xianshang. Yinyu hesitated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and bit his fingertip. Then, He too offered up his blood. After a moment, the golden blood became bigger once more, and the golden light also appeared around Yunyu. Huayu was the last among the four to offer up his blood. His blood was different from the others. There was a hint of blue within red, making it seem as if it was nearly purple. When his blood fused into the golden ball, it immediately started tumbling about furiously. Once it swelled up to the size of an average man's height, it stopped growing. Seniors, please. Xianshang looked towards Su Ming and Su Hui. I'll do it first. Su Hui smiled. Right before Su Ming, she swung her hand, and the blood from her fingertip fused into the golden ball. She was already in lunar Kulpa realm, so the moment her blood touched the golden ball of blood, it started to boil with an unprecedented intensity. This scene caused Xianshang and his group to focus their attention on the ball, but they were not too surprised by it. Clearly, the levels of cultivation from the people offering their blood would determine the size of the ball of blood. The golden ball swelled up rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it grew to become 100-something feet tall from its previous height of an average man. It floated in front of the group with golden light shining from it, causing all the people besides Su Ming to look as if they were wearing a golden cloak. Su Hui closed her eyes. After a moment, when she opened them, she looked towards Su Ming. This is a form of acknowledgement. Once your blood fuses with it, you will obtain the supreme treasure's protection. There is no problem with it. Su Ming stared at the ball of blood which had now grown to 100-something feet. After remaining silent for some time, he bit his fingertip and offered up his own blood. This was the blood of his cultivation-based clone, but that blood contained the presences of his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole and his Akang clone. His blood might have seemed incredibly normal, but the instant it appeared, the golden ball that was 100-something feet started shuddering fiercely. It was not doing so due to excitement. All the people in the area could sense that it was shuddering from fear. This stunned Xianshang and the other four. Su Ming swung his blood forward and had it rush into the golden ball. The golden ball immediately moved back, but as if it was sentient and attracted to it, Su Ming's blood increased its speed, and before the group could react, it touched the golden ball. A shrill scream of pain tumbled out of Xianshang's lips, and Yunyu, Nianin, and Huayu followed suit. Even Su Hui's face instantly turned pale, and pain appeared on her face. At that instant, they felt a powerful impact coming from their souls. This was a form of decentralization from the golden ball of blood once it sensed danger. Xianshang's face turned pale, and he immediately asked in a piercing voice, "Senior, what are you doing?" Su Ming frowned. He not done anything, only delivered his blood. He did not think that the golden ball of blood would react this way. The moment his blood fused into the golden ball, a powerful rejection came from inside it. This form of rejection was due to the golden ball of blood trying its hardest to push out Su Ming's blood, but as if there was an incredibly powerful devouring ability within Su Ming's blood, the more the golden ball of blood rejected it, the more it seeped into the core. I didn't do anything. This supreme treasure of yours refuses to have my blood fuse into it, Su Ming said faintly. He could sense something from it. This was connected to his inborn ability as an abyss builder, so even a drop of his blood contained a powerful possessive power. Also, this was probably connected to his Akang clone as well. After all, if even a sublime paragon of true sacred Een world might not be able to be on par with Akang in terms of status as a life form, then it would be even more so for an enchanted treasure he created. Xianshang's expression changed continuously. His family had used this supreme treasure many times, but they had never run into something like this before. He gritted his teeth. From what he could sense from the treasure, he could tell that what Su Ming said was true. It was indeed the supreme treasure rejecting him, and in a very powerful manner. Damn it! Xianshang immediately used a unique mind art to control the supreme treasure so that it would not reject Su Ming, but would absorb his blood. Even a supreme treasure was still an enchanted treasure. As long as they were treasures, then even if they possessed spirits, they would still have masters. That was why Xian family's supreme treasure gradually stopped rejecting Su Ming's blood and fiercely fighting against the possessive power contained in it, but allowed them to fuse together. When they did so, a powerful roar erupted in Xianshang's ears and echoed in Su Hui's heart. The golden ball of blood expanded at that moment. In the blink of an eye, it turned several thousands of feet tall, and its color changed from gold to black. The dark shade was similar to the galaxy's color, as if they could fuse together and disappear. Xianshang's face was pale, and there was disbelief as well as incomprehension on his face. The Xian family had used this supreme treasure many times, but this was the first time its color had been changed to a shade of black. For some unknown reason, at the instant he looked over, a sinister feeling that spread with no end entered his heart. It was the exact same feeling he got when he saw Su Ming the first time. Compared to the other's stupefaction and astonishment, Xianshang's heart let out a loud thump. After all, this was Xian family's enchanted treasure, so his understanding towards this treasure was incredibly deep, and he knew clearly that the color of the blood would determine who would own the ball of blood after it accommodated them. He was originally confident that even if it was Su Ming and Su Hui, they would assimilate with the supreme treasure. They might not be controlled by him, but they could only provide power, and the core person who would determine how the supreme treasure would transform would be him. However, the moment the golden blood turned black, even though he could still sense the connection of blood between him and the treasure, he had a feeling as if his own belongings had decided to listen to another person's commands. In anguish, his gaze when he looked towards Su Ming contained an even deeper wariness and fear compared to the past. Su Ming looked at the black ball of blood, then after a period of silence, he smiled. Me too. When the bald crane saw the other people doing things, it immediately shouted loudly to prevent them from casting it aside and making it lose its chance to obtain crystals. It was a illusory body, but no one except Su Ming knew about this. Without even batting an eyelid, the bald crane bit the tip of its wing, and blood flew out to fuse into the ball of blood before it disappeared without a trace. It might have seemed like fusion, but all of this was fake. There was a connection between the bald crane and Su Ming's souls, which was why even if it did not offer up its blood, the effect would still be the same. I think I understand the basic principles of this supreme treasure, but I will still need your help with it, fellow Taoist Xian. Su Ming looked towards Xianshang. Xianshang smiled wryly. This feeling of having his control snatched from his hands in the open caused him to be unable to find a way to resolve his frustrations even if he was feeling indignant. Please use your hands to touch the ball of blood. It will suck you in, and then the ball will transform. Xianshang put away his gloomy feelings. Since this was the road he'd chosen, he could only continue treading it. Once he finished speaking, he became the first to walk next to the ball of blood. He pressed his right hand on it, and immediately fused into it. Then, Yin Yu, Hua Yu, and Yan Yin did the same. Su Hui turned her head around to look at Su Ming, then with a gentle expression, she too fused into the ball of blood. The last were the bald crane and Su Ming. As for the abyss dragon, Su Ming had already put it away. Su Ming also sent away the void beast to wait for his call. When Su Ming fused into the black ball of blood, he sensed that his body was enveloped by liquid. A strange connection rose swiftly in his heart. He could sense Xianshang and his group's presences as well as that Su Hui was right by his side. He could also sense that all of their power would gather together with just a single thought from him, and that power would be shown outside. In fact, they only needed to communicate with divine thoughts for all of them to know what the others were thinking. If Su Ming was to compare this black ball of blood to a single person's body, then at that moment, he and the others were 6 different souls within that one body. Chapter 967, A Show. One body, 6 souls. Not every soul could control this body. Even though they were all inside it, only one soul could control it. This soul was the main soul, while the other 5 acted as assistants. Originally, the position of the main soul belonged to Xianshang due to his natural advantage, but due to the transformation brought by Su Ming's blood, the main soul became Su Ming. If a normal person had 6 souls in his body, then when the main soul controlled the body, the other 5 would be in deep sleep. Yet now, the black blood which they had entered was formed by a supreme treasure. Because of it, even if Su Ming acted as the main soul, the other 5 were awake. They could see and sense everything around him. Besides being unable to control the body, they didn't suffer in any other way. Xianshang might have lost his ability to control the supreme treasure, but he was not too worried about being under someone else's control. Forget the fact that he was not Su Ming's opponent with his level of cultivation. If Su Ming wanted to kill them, he had plenty of methods to do so. Besides, he was not worried that Su Ming would harbor covetous thoughts for this supreme treasure either. In true Sacredine world, there were too many people who lusted after this treasure, but no one dared to fight for it. This was a treasure that belonged to their sublime paragon. Without sufficient power, touching it would mean causing trouble to themselves. Besides, Even if he was unable to control this supreme treasure now, this treasure still belonged to the Xuan family, and it was connected to them by blood. Because of it, as long as he wanted to, he could make the supreme treasure instantly dissolve, causing the people to immediately separate from each other. Due to all this, Xianshang felt at ease. When he sent his divine thought to Su Ming, he also formed a picture in everyone's heads. Senior, please think of this picture in your heart. My fellow Taoists, we have to join in as well. Let us fall into a trance with this picture in mind. Do not be distracted and don't add in other things as you wish. By doing so, the ball of blood will turn into the shape I just sent you. Xianshang's voice echoed in the people's hearts, and soon a person's image appeared in their heads. It was a thin, middle-aged man. He was fair, and his hair was a flaming shade of red, while his pupils were blue. At the center of his brows was a ring-shaped mark formed by 9 balls of flame. He was dressed in a long hide robe. His face was pale, and there were 9 blue lines on his right arm. They were branded deep into his flesh, and they flickered as if there were flames contained within them. On his chest was a huge gash. That wound had already rotated slightly, which was a telling sign that he had been injured badly and unable to heal himself. This is a dust burner we formed based on the body of the dust burner's previous tribe leader, as well as the near 10,000 years of understanding we have on them. We set this person's identity as a descendant of Dustburner's previous tribe leader. When he was born, his father died. He drifted about with the relics from his father while searching for him. At one point, he was injured badly and swept into a relocation vortex. When he came here, he fell unconscious. The wound is too fake. Su Ming sent his thoughts to the others. There are also far too many coincidences with him being relocated here. Senior, what do you mean? Xianshang immediately sent his thoughts over. He should have your map in his hands and have come to this place based on it. His injuries should not be on his chest, but on his entire body. All of you, imitate the wounds you see based on my imagination. As Su Ming spoke, his divine thought changed, and the injuries on the middle-aged man's chest immediately healed in their heads. There was a faint scar there. However, his whole body now wore countless wounds that were healing. They seemed to have been left behind by claws that had ripped through his skin. Aside from these, there were also endless small dots on his body. They were small holes that could not close up and heal, and everyone could imagine that the ones who had caused them had been thin and long worms. There was also a long scar on the man's face. The appearance of that scar not only made the person look slightly more ferocious, but also made him exude a thick, ancient air. This person cannot be unconscious. He has to be awake to find his people, Su Ming said faintly. If that is the case, we will have many things that we will have to take into account. Xianshang hesitated for a moment. He knew that having the person they were about to change and to fall into a state of unconsciousness was also slightly inappropriate. But if he was not unconscious, then they might reveal themselves right from the start. I will control him, Su Ming said calmly. Xianshang thought about it for a moment before he gritted his teeth and chose to agree. Gradually, as the same image appeared in the other's head, the black ball of blood standing thousands of feet tall in the galaxy boiled, tumbled about, and shrank swiftly. The bald crane's transformation art fused together with Supreme Treasure's transformation. They complemented each other, causing the transformation to be even more perfect. As the black blood shrank, the silhouette of a person was gradually formed. After around the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, what appeared in the galaxy was no longer black blood, but a middle-aged man covered in wounds and a scar on his face. His expression exuded an ancient air. There were 9 balls of flames that formed a ring at the center of the man's brows, while 9 blue lines on his right arm looked as if they contained flames. He stood in the galaxy with his eyes closed. Several breaths later, his eyes flew open. His blue eyes were originally blank, but they soon gained a sparkle of intelligence and perplexity. He looked like a wanderer who had lost his home and was no longer able to find his way back. That perplexity was not shown obviously, but was hidden deep in his heart. He stood quietly in the galaxy and looked at his surroundings silently, as if he could find a hint of familiarity in all the unfamiliar sights around him. After a long while, he dipped his head down and looked at his body, at the countless wounds on it. Some of them were healing, and some were not. The claws marks were left behind by waves of tears, while the small holes were left behind by some creatures he fought against that were incredibly difficult to deal with on his way to the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean. There were plenty of other wounds on his body as well. Some of them were external, and some were internal. However, The wounds that covered his body did not seem important to him. The fatigue in his heart was born from the insistence to search for his people despite crying silently, because he had no parents, no family, and no kin since young. This emotion had accompanied him for his whole life, turning into fatigue deep in his heart, and it would never melt away. Home, Su Ming mumbled softly, as if he was truly an orphan of dust burners who finally found his homeland after going through far too many things. There was not just perplexity in his gaze, but also hesitation, along with an incredibly powerful grudge. It was as if he was resenting the universe's injustice and his people for forgetting him. At that moment, the other 5 souls in his body turned dead silent. They could sense Su Ming's current state and the transformations that occurred on the body under his control. The more it went on, the more shocked they became. It's too alike. This feeling, it's precisely this feeling we want. It was the most correct decision to let you control this body, Senior. If it was me, it would have been difficult for me to execute it so perfectly. Xianshang was incredibly excited as he watched Su Ming control the body and sensed the emotions on it. It was difficult to imagine how anyone who had never gone through this personally would be able to bring out this authentic feeling. Su Ming watched the galaxy in the distance, and the perplexity in his eyes slowly disappeared. The hesitation in his heart was also forced down. As a hint of resentment appeared in his eyes, he took a step forward. He was so quick that in the blink of an eye, he had already went extremely far. A blue sea of fire spread from the 9 blue lines. As they surrounded his body, they also went under his feet, causing him to become so quick that he disappeared without a trace. Su Ming maintained this high speed. He was not the sole person providing the energy necessary for it, since it was split by all 6 people. Because of that, Su Ming could sense that even the offensive power erupting from this body had become incredibly shocking as the 6 of them were combined together. It could bring forth power that surpassed Solar Culpa Realm. In fact, this body was already infinitesimally close to becoming a master of fate, and this was before Su Ming even fused his Akang clone, or else he could make this body possess power that surpassed what Su Ming could bring forth at his strongest, even if it would still be unable to obtain power equivalent to a master of fate, lives, and death. Yet, he could certainly make masters of fate who had yet to master fate frown and think that it would be incredibly difficult to fight against that body. Su Ming was so quick that he surpassed his original speed by a lot. This was the speed the body had obtained after the 6 of them had fused together. And it was not a normal fusion, but summation. The terrifying aspect of this summation was the important feature in the supreme treasure that allowed the Xian family to become successful. Su Ming's speed instantly reached a state where he was moving at a speed equivalent to shifting. In fact, as he moved forward, for the first time ever he didn't notify the Duke of Crimson Flame before shifting. All he needed to do it himself was to think about it. This outburst of speed surpassed Xianshang and the other people's expectations. The trip that was previously estimated to require 1 month would now only need half a month based on the speed at which they were traveling. Time trickled by, and days went by. As Su Ming moved forward at his extreme speed, he looked like a shooting star in the galaxy. As loud bangs shot up in the air, he sliced through endless ripples. In the blink of an eye, half a month was over. On the 16th day, an endless amount of fog that filled the entire area appeared before him. The fog might have seemed as such at first glance, but if anyone took a closer look, they would find that it was a sea of fire in the form of fog. Before the body even closed in, a wave of hot air that could burn a person into a crisp came crashing into their faces, but Su Ming did not stop moving. He charged towards the fog with resentment hidden in his eyes, as well as murderous aura. Looking like that, he took a step forward. He was so quick that in the blink of an eye, he turned into a long arc that charged into the distance. Xianshang and the others immediately sensed the murderous aura. After being momentarily stunned, they immediately sent their thoughts to Su Ming. Only Su Hui looked as if she was absorbed in her own thoughts. Senior, quick, put away that murderous aura of yours. What does he want to do? Noisy. Su Ming's divine thought echoed calmly in the body. Not only did he not stop, but he became even faster. With a bang, he rushed into the fog that was a sea of fire. At the instant he stepped there, he felt the space around him distort. This was the dimension itself distorting under the extreme heat. Dust burners, come out. Su Ming threw his head back and roared when he was in the fog. In that roar was resentment, readiness to risk everything, desolation, and an ancient air. Chapter 968, Dust Burners. Besides Su Hui remaining calm, the four cultivators' expressions changed. They were feeling rather anxious and were unable to tell what Su Ming was thinking. In truth, this was a manifestation of an insider being too concerned with someone else's matter, or else they would not feel so perturbed with their intelligence. Xianshang hesitated for a moment before laughing wryly. It was impossible for him to deactivate the supreme treasure at this moment without everything coming to naught. As he sighed, he calmed his heart and mulled over Su Ming's actions. Gradually, a hint of understanding appeared on his face. The other three also forced themselves to calm down in this state where they could do nothing. As they pondered over it, they came up with a few reasons for Su Ming's behavior. He was mixing the truth with falsehood. They were intending to pass themselves as the real son of the tribe leader, but under Su Ming's control, this deception got infinitesimally close to the truth. In fact, it would soon no longer be a falsehood mixed in truth, but be turned into the truth from a lie by him. This was the true epitome of passing off a deception as the truth, without causing chaos. In the sea of fire that had turned into fog, Su Ming controlled the body as he charged forward. Mixed in with the sadness and anger on his face, there were a lot more complicated emotions. As he roared in a hoarse voice, it seemed as if he was venting his frustrations. "Dust burners, get out here." Su Ming's words were deep and sonorous. It spread out and reverberated in the fog brought by the sea of fire before going in all directions and lingering for a long time without disappearing. As time trickled by, Su Ming controlled the body to travel even faster through the fog. His grudge-filled roars continued echoing in space, but the dust burners had yet to appear. However, the fog created by the sea of fire around him seemed to be guided forward as he charged ahead. A form of friction seemed to be created due to that. This friction caused the fog around Su Ming to become hotter. Eventually, blue flames rose with a bang from the fog. Those flames were initially just sparks, but in an instant, they grew larger and surrounded the area around the body Su Ming controlled. Then, they turned into thick, furious flames. They were formed from the fog, but the fog also came from them, making it seem that the distortion of the dimension was the flame's limit. At that moment, the fog returned once again into a sea of fire, and with an incredibly high temperature as well as a presence that could burn everything, it charged towards Su Ming from all directions with a loud bang. The sea of fire submerged his body in the blink of an eye, but the instant it did so, Su Ming let out a cold chuckle. "You are just mortal fire, and your only function is to guard the entrance to the dust burners' territory. How dare you come and block my path?" Su Ming controlled the body, so it raised its right hand to swing its arm forward. Immediately, blue light rose from the 9 blue lines of fire. 2 of them shone, and as they waved about in the air, the booming sounds in the area surged into heaven. The sea of fire that filled the area and charged towards Su Ming rushed into his right arm. In the blink of an eye, all of it was absorbed by the blue lines. Almost at the instant Su Ming did so, a cold and sinister snort came from the fog and echoed through the area. Along with the voice came a figure that charged towards him from the distance. Su Ming's footsteps came to a halt. When he looked over coldly, he saw a young man. There was pride on his face, and there were 6 marks of flames at the center of his brows. He was dressed in a fire-red long robe. As he strode forward, he instantly appeared in front of Su Ming. At the instant he looked towards him, his expression changed, and the sound of his snort died off. In fact, he even took a few steps backwards on instinct. With an expression of disbelief, he stared at Su Ming, at the face of the body he controlled, and the 9 marks of flames on him. The more he looked at them, the more familiar became the appearance of the body that Su Ming controlled, especially the 9 marks of flames at the center of his brows. It instantly caused him to remember something. The young man's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in surprise. Tribe leader. The body Su Ming controlled was formed based on the corpse Xian family obtained in the past. However, some changes had been made, making it appear younger, and it only looked similar to the corpse instead of being identical to him. After all, they were forging a father-son relationship, not imitating the tribe leader himself. However, to increase the persuasiveness of the similarity between this father-son pair, the body had gone through a lot of modifications, which was why a person who saw it at first glance would have the feeling as if they were looking at the old tribe leader. The young man had never seen the previous tribe leader in person before, which was why he had not immediately recognized him. However, Due to the annual ceremony to worship their ancestors, the portraits of the 40-something generations of tribe leaders they worshipped since he was young were etched into his memory, and one of the old tribe leaders looked just like the person he saw right then. The 9 marks of flames between the brows of the body Su Ming controlled acted as the key to guide the young man's thoughts. Yet soon, once he cried out in surprise, this young man noticed that something was wrong. This person only looked similar to the person in the portrait, but he was not that person. Because of it, when he connected the stories regarding the previous tribe leader to the status of the person in front of him, the answer to his identity arrived at the tip of his tongue. Know who I am now. Resentment appeared in the eyes of the body Su Ming controlled. He took a step forward, raised his right hand, and seized the air in the direction of the young man. Shock had already filled the young man's heart. At that moment, he could not bring himself to give raise to any will to fight. As he retreated, he lifted his right hand, placed it by his mouth, and quickly blew a whistle. The whistle echoed with piercing tone in space. At the instant it spread out, the fog around the area started tumbling. A ball of flame manifested and charged towards the center of the young man's brows. It spun once there and turned into a firebird before rushing out towards the depths of the fog at an incredibly fast speed. Once he finished doing all this, the young man retreated once more. Su Ming cast a glance at the firebird. With his power, he could make it stop, but that firebird was clearly used to pass a message. A glint appeared in his eyes. He felt that there was something off about this. After a moment of contemplative silence, he went to chase after the young man. When the young man retreated, his expression was one of incredible nervousness. Once he saw that Su Ming was chasing after him, he muttered a curse, and fog instantly rose around him. It turned into an image of flames in front of him and charged behind him. Su Ming did not say a single word. He did not even spare a single glance at the incoming image of fire and just rushed forward, crashing straight through it. As a loud bang reverberated, a deafening sound of something shattering spread through space. The fire image shuddered, and Su Ming went straight through it. He raised his right hand and quickly seized the air in the direction of the young man. With it, the fog around him looked as if it was ordered around and turned into a gigantic fire hand to grab its prey. The young man's expression changed. When he saw that the hand was about to catch up to him, he gritted his teeth with vicious intensity, wrapped his arms around his chest, bent his body, and curled himself into a ball. Once he did so, he stretched his limbs outwards, and the 6 marks of flames at the center of his brows started flashing intensely, looking as if they were melting each other. Moments after, they formed a single, huge mark of flames. At the same time, a thick wave of fierce, crimson flames spread out from that mark. In the blink of an eye, it filled the young man's body. As it burned, it changed, and from a human, the young man turned into a flame giant of several dozens of feet. His clothes could not be seen, and neither could his appearance. The only thing Su Ming saw was a giant, formed by flames. There was an incredibly large mark of flames at the center of his brows. He threw his head back and roared, then ran towards the palm from Su Ming rushing over to him. Booming sounds instantly echoed in space. At that instant, Su Ming's eyes focused. He could tell that this transformation art was an inborn ability among dust burners. It was the same as heaven traversers possessing wings. Dust burners had been able to become one of the 4 venerated races and exist at the edge of Divine Essence Star Ocean's core because they had this inborn ability to transform. The young man had originally been only in the middle stage of World Plane Realm, but when he transformed, his level of cultivation instantly increased exponentially and reached the later stage of World Plane Realm. Yet even so, before Su Ming, he was still so weak that he could not withstand even a single blow. If it was not because he wanted to observe the dust burners, he could have killed him instantly. Su Ming's eyes flashed, and he changed the direction of his right hand. Instead of seizing the young man, it turned to slap him. The two crashed into each other. Booming sounds echoed in the air, and the young man let out a shrill scream of pain. As he coughed up fresh blood, his body was sent flying backwards by the slap from the giant flame hand Su Ming had formed in space. When the transformation due to his innate ability fell apart, the flames scattered, and the young man returned to his original appearance. His face was pale, and he coughed up blood again. Without even having time to wipe away the blood at the corners of his mouth, he used the force of the strike to help him retreat. Su Ming chased after him. Yet at that moment, the expression of the young man fleeing in the distance relaxed. Dozens of whistles came from within the fog, and it was a sign that a dozen-something long arcs were closing in on the area. Su Ming stopped moving and looked coldly at the source of that sound. Immediately, he saw a dozen-something dust burners within the long arcs. Most of them were middle-aged men, with only the person in the lead being an ancient old man. Their expressions were incredibly solemn, and there was disbelief and deep doubt contained within them. When they arrived, the old man took hold of the injured young man. Once he saw his wounds, he frowned. When he raised his head, he looked towards the body Su Ming controlled. When he saw him, his expression changed drastically. Shock appeared on the faces of those behind him. "You are." The old man stared at the face of the body Su Ming controlled. That face was incredibly familiar to him, and what especially gained his attention were the 9 marks of flames at the center of the body's brows. All of these caused the old man's expression to become complicated. "Well, who do you think I am?" In the face of the old man's query, Su Ming threw his head back and laughed. There was enmity in that laughter, along with forlornness, as well as an ancient and anguished air that seemed as if it had been accumulated throughout thousands of years. The old man fell silent, but in the blink of an eye, a hint of resolution appeared in his eyes. "Seize him." Once he said these words, the dozen-something people behind him stopped moving for a while, as if they were hesitant. "Seize him," the old man shouted out again. The dozen-something people behind him then gritted their teeth and flew out together to charge towards Su Ming. Chapter 969. Change into a burning spirit. "Don't threaten his life," the old man said with complicated emotions. The dozen-something people charged forward. When they closed in on Su Ming, his shrill laughter echoed in space. With great anger and sadness, he raised his right hand and threw a punch towards the dozen-something people before him. With it, he executed the most powerful force he could bring out in this body, the offensive power of those in Solar Culpa realm. Loud boom sounds surged into the sky. As it grew so loud that it was deafening to the ears, the dozen-something people's bodies stopped altogether. In fact, even the old man's pupils shrank. The power that erupted from Su Ming's body caused him to be apprehensive. "So this is my people." Su Ming spoke with a bark of laughter filled with anger and sadness. However, the anguish in his laughter was an emotion that only those who had lived through his experiences could sense. "This is the people I never forgot and insisted on searching while living a life of trials and hardships, going through dangers that almost cost me my life." Su Ming raised his right hand and threw a punch forward again. "I did not come here today for you dust burners. I will take the things my father left here, and with just you, you will not be able to stop me." Su Ming took a step forward and threw a punch again. The full power of Solar Culpa realm erupted from his body at that moment. Booming sounds reverberated in the air, and by himself, he forced the dozen-something dust burners to continuously retreat. Su Ming's punches did not land on anyone's bod, but struck the area in front of them. Because of that, it formed a powerful impact. It swept up the dozen-something people, preventing them from getting close to him. They could only move back continuously. The old man's expression changed. His pupils shrank, and a strange light appeared in his eyes as he stared at the body Su Ming controlled. The previous tribe leader left this place 10,000 years ago. This child's appearance is practically the same as his, and he has the presence of us, dust burners. There is no possibility that we could be wrong in this. I might not know with what woman and from what race the previous tribe leader had this child, but the 9 marks of the flames at the center of his brows clearly show the purity of his blood. He does indeed belong to the main bloodline of dust burners. If we judge based on this, then he should only be some thousands of years old, but with just thousands of years, he has already reached this realm. His potential, even if he doesn't have the main bloodline, he would still become a presence that surpasses all of the others in our tribe. It's a pity. If Progenitor could egress, then we might still be able to change things. As the old man shook his head, he fell into contemplative silence. Suddenly, his eyes shone, as if he had come to some sort of decision, and he spoke swiftly. "All of you, turn into the burning spirit." As the old man spoke, the dozen-something dust burners stopped and wrapped themselves into a ball together. The marks of the flames at the center of their brows fused together, and suddenly, booming sounds reverberated in space. The dozen-something people turned into a dozen-something large flame giants in the blink of an eye, and as they roared, they charged towards the stranger. Su Ming saw the old man's expression change, and a thought formed in his heart. He did not believe that this had not caught the attention of Dust Burner's master of fate, lives, and death, not when this happened right at the tribe's doorstep. However, that person had still not appeared. There had to be a reason behind it. Su Ming had a few ideas why that might be so. There was a large floating continent at the core of the fog. That continent was not too large, but it was big enough for 100,000-something dust burners to live for countless years. This was where the dust burners tribe was stationed. There was a desert on the continent, and not a single plant could be seen there. Hot air filled the entire area, and there were hot gusts of wind occasionally blowing through the place. There were towers on the ground. Their heights were different, but even the shortest tower was thousand-something feet tall. As for the tall ones, they were several hundreds of thousands of feet tall. If a person cast their gaze across the land, they would find that there were hundreds of thousands of these towers around. They were scattered all over the place, and there were flames burning around them. The most important ones were located at the top of the towers. As for those around the buildings themselves, they were formed by the sea of fire spilling down from the top, like flowing streams of water. The flames at the tops of the towers did not seem too strange at first sight, but if anyone looked carefully, they would find that each of them formed eyes. Because of it, the continent gave off a feeling that it had hundreds of thousands of eyes that seemed to be looking at all the secrets in the universe for all eternity. At that moment, at the top of the tallest tower, which stood at 100,000-something feet tall, was a middle-aged man sitting under the eye of the flame. His face was blackish red, and his expression gave off an awe-inspiring air. There were 9 marks of flames at the center of his brows. He watched the gigantic eye in front of him, not doing anything. Standing beside him were 9 old men. None of them were speaking at that moment. They only looked at the eye of the flame. Within it was the image of Su Ming fighting against the dozen-something dust burners in the fog beyond the continent. After a long while, the middle-aged man asked faintly while remaining seated, "Has Progenitor shown signs of aggression?" "There's no signs whatsoever," one of the old men behind him answered in a low voice. "No signs, Then it means that the old man has already egressed." The middle-aged man smiled faintly, but there was a dark and sinister aura to it. This was due to the presence of the body Su Ming controlled in the eye of the flame. This person is not old, but he has already reached this realm. It's clear that he has run into plenty of dangers and difficulties in the years he has wandered outside. The middle-aged man said softly, "I have never showed any care towards him over the years as his uncle. I feel slightly ashamed to face my older brother." The middle-aged man sighed softly. "Oh well, just kill him. The 9 of you, go personally. Use the fastest speed you can muster to wipe out all his traces. I feel incredibly uncomfortable just looking at the 9 marks of flames at the center of his brows." The middle-aged man's voice remained calm. The 9 old men by his side hesitated for a moment before lowering their heads and voicing their obedience. In the span of a breath, all 9 of them disappeared without a trace. How can the old man not feel tempted by the presence of such a prodigy? "But why have you still not said anything? Could it be that there is something wrong with this person?" "Oh well, I'll help you solve this," the middle-aged man mumbled and closed his eyes. In the endless expanse above the fog formed by the sea of fire was a spot far away from the battlefield. It was quiet there, and even the rumbles from the fright could not reach this place. In the fog was a blurry figure sitting cross-legged. He was not tall and appeared very thin and small, having the appearance of a boy. He was currently staring at the area beneath him, as if his gaze could penetrate all the fog and see Su Ming on the battlefield. The blurry figure shook its head and said softly to itself, "There's nothing wrong with his presence. There's nothing wrong with the mark of his flame. The feeling of his blood is also correct, and his expression seems incredibly real as well. But why do I constantly sense an unfamiliar presence about him? When Zhe Rong and his brother had a falling out in the past, it was a pity that I had something to attend to outside. When I returned, he had already left the tribe. I predicted that he would run into a disaster that would cause his death, and it was of a kind that could not be resolved, which was why I did not chase after him and search for him. The tribe then obtained a new tribe leader. But in my predictions, Zhe Rong did not have children." The eyes of the blurry figure sparkled, and a piercingly cold look appeared within them, but there was still hesitation within them. "Whether or not you are a dust burner and Zhe Rong's descendant will depend on whether you have awakened our people's inborn ability, Burning Spirit. If you can transform into a burning spirit, then I will appear and recognize you, as well as let you return to us. If you can't, then I'd like to see just who is scheming against us dust burners." The blurry figure laughed coldly and no longer spoke. Booming sounds surged into the heavens from the battlefield and reverberated in space. In the face of the dozen-something dust burners who had turned into burning spirits, which were the flame giants, Su Ming kept going forward and did not stop. Even if these people's level of cultivation increased exponentially once they transformed, the highest among them was just in Lunar Culpa Realm. Compared to his current body, which could bring forth the power of Solar Culpa Realm, the difference was too great. And this was before Su Ming even activated the power of his Ikang clone. If he did, then he could let this body fight against an almighty who had reached Mastery Realm, just like Heaven Traverser's progenitor. If Su Ming had been in possession of this body created by the Supreme Treasure at that time, then he was confident that he could have engaged Heaven Traverser's progenitor in an intense fight, and even made him frown. The anger and sadness on Su Ming's face did not falter. With a cold harumph and a step forward, he threw 3 consecutive punches. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 punches landed in space and stirred up a powerful impact that turned into loud bangs that traveled in all directions, causing the dozen-something dust burners who had turned into burning spirits to look as if they were being blown by violent gusts of wind. They immediately fell back, and with a single move, Su Ming rushed out of their encirclement. Yet at the moment he rushed out, a sense of danger rose in Su Ming's mind. Xin Shang, Hua Yu, Yin Yu, Nian Yin, and Su Hui's hearts felt it as well. Careful, powerful warriors are coming. It's not just one, there are 9 of them. The group's voices all reached Su Ming. At the same time, the expression of the old man who had appeared the earliest changed. 9 powerful vortices appeared in the space around Su Ming. Then, 9 people walked out from them. They were 9 old men, and they were 9 almighties in Solar Culpa Realm. Their appearance immediately caused the fog that was the sea of fire to surge like waves, and loud bangs rang out. As the fog fell backwards, a hot wave that could burn everything erupted from the bodies of the 9 people. At the same time, a piercing light spread out. It came from the 9 suns behind the newcomers. Once the 9 people appeared, killing intent radiated off their faces. A solemn look appeared on Su Ming's face, but he did not forget to throw his head back and laugh. Its sound betrayed that Su Ming intended to bid farewell to the world, but it also contained intense anger. This fitted his status. It also caused conflict to appear on the face of the old man who had appeared the earliest. Then it turned into resolve. The previous tribe leader did a favor to me in the past, and I have never been able to repay him. Today his son came here. Why should I hesitate any longer? The old man gritted his teeth. He did not attack, but instead immediately sent word to Su Ming. Young tribe leader, hurry up and transform into a burning spirit. With your current level of cultivation, you must have definitely awakened your inborn ability. Transform into a burning spirit, then all will be resolved. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. When he saw dust burners transforming, he had already recorded the process in his head. He had also seen some clues regarding that transformation. Once the old man spoke, Su Ming took a few swift steps back. He was already certain in his heart that the reason why Dust Burner's progenitor had not appeared was because he had not transformed into a burning spirit. This was definitely because he was uncertain of Su Ming's status. Transform into a burning spirit. The moment Su Ming sent this thought to the bald crane, he also sent it to Xin Shang and the others. He prepared himself to curl into a ball, but then a thought appeared in his heart. He gave up on that action and instead stood there and executed the transformation into a burning spirit in a completely different manner. As he did so, he began activating Ikang's presence in his soul and dispersing it. Chapter 970, Dust Burner's Progenitor. Su Ming had decided to disperse Ikang's presence because his so-called burning spirit transformation was fake. For him, it was just an external transformation, but the other dust burners' level of cultivation would increase exponentially once they turned into burning spirits. Since that was the case, then if Su Ming transformed and retained his current level of cultivation, everyone would be able to tell with one glance that he was a fake. Once he fused with Ikang's presence, his power would increase. Because of that, the body he controlled would also have its power increase by leaps and bounds. The quick rise in power and presence would be almost the same as when a dust burner transformed into a burning spirit. Once Su Ming sent his divine thought outwards, Xin Shang and the others immediately focused. The image of dust burners transforming appeared in their heads. The bald crane also used every ounce of its strength while yelling for crystals in its heart to transform with Xian family's supreme treasure, while Su Ming acted as its main soul. Su Ming did not know what form he should take as the son of the tribe leader and a dust burner who had 9 marks of flames. Thus, He could only act according to his own judgment. As he transformed, the marks of flames at the center of his brows fused together, and his body was enveloped by a sea of fire. With a bang, flames that were the exact same as the ones the burning spirits had let out appeared distinctly in the fog. Su Ming intentionally made the transformation slow. His eyes were hidden in the flames, and as he transformed, he observed the changes in expressions of the people around him, especially the 9 old men in Solar Culpa Realm and the old man who had previously given him a reminder. These 10 were the ones Su Ming prioritized in his observations. As he watched them, he noticed that when he began transforming, the 9 old men in Solar Culpa Realm stopped and did not attack anymore. Instead, they focused their attention on him. But when they noticed that he was changing into the same form as the other dust burners, 7 of them appeared as calm as they did before, but there were 2 who looked as if they were sighing in relief. This scene caused Su Ming to focus. When he looked towards the old man who had given him the reminder just then, he saw a hint of disappointment in the old man's expression. Su Ming thought quickly. At the instant his body was about to complete the transformation, he lifted his right foot, stomped on the galaxy, and let out a low growl. Blue flames swiftly appeared with a bang from the marks of flames that had fused together into one at the center of his brows. The blue flames were formed from the blue lines on the right arm of the body Su Ming controlled. When they appeared, they instantly enveloped his body, causing the flame giant that was Su Ming to turn into a blue flame giant. When he brought forth this transformation, Su Ming's eyes, which were still hidden in the flames, did not show a single hint of inattentiveness. Instead, with bright, sparkling eyes, he saw the expressions of the 9 old men in Solar Culpa Realm change at once. In fact, a hint of nervousness as well as shock appeared on their faces. The disappointed look on the old man who had reminded him earlier turned into excitement in the blink of an eye. When Su Ming saw this, he no longer hesitated. He might still have been a little uncertain, but there was no longer time for him to think too much about this. With gritted his teeth, he finished his transformation in the blink of an eye. What appeared before the people was a flame giant several hundreds of feet tall. The flames on its body were azure blue. While surrounded by other dust burners, Su Ming's flames became the most brilliant flames in this galaxy. If it was just his body that had transformed, it would not have been enough to shock these people. Yet right then, power erupted from Su Ming's body. While it might still be power equivalent to those in Solar Culpa Realm, it was a presence that was much stronger than that of a normal cultivator in Solar Culpa Realm. It gave rise to a loud bang and formed a mighty pressure that forced the 9 old men to retreat as their expressions changed. And this was just Su Ming fusing Ikang's presence into his body and not him truly having his Ikang clone descend into this place. If that happened, he could fight against an almighty and mastery realm with the supreme treasure around. With the bald crane around, the supreme treasure formed a perfect layer of protection, preventing the presence of Su Ming's Ikang clone from spreading outwards. Because of it, his transformation had no flaws. Almost at the instant the body Su Ming controlled turned into a blue flame giant. The eyes of the middle-aged man sitting and meditating at the top of the 100,000 feet tower in the Dust Burners continent located in the depths of the fog flew open. He stared at the eye of the flame in front of him, and as his expression changed, he stood up. He reached blue flame transformation. At the same time, the blurry figure who seemed like a boy in the area above the fog curled his lips into a faint smile. At the instant he saw the body Su Ming controlled turn into a blue flame giant, all his doubts were dispelled. In truth, even if this person had just turned into a normal crimson flame giant, he would not have suspected him anymore. He would have been just slightly disappointed. After all, crimson flames were something all of them could do once they awakened, but the level of difficulty for blue flames was far greater. This required a second awakening, and it had nothing to do with level of cultivation. The key to it was in the blood. With just a few thousand years, he reached Solar Culpa Realm, and his blood reached blue flame transformation. Zerong, you delivered a great gift to our race. The blurry figure stood up with a bark of laughter, then took a step downwards, towards the battlefield. This child has reached Solar Culpa Realm, but a son formed by his cultivation base did not manifest. This can only mean that he has not truly reached Solar Culpa Realm, but attained it due to some sort of serendipity. If that's the case, then it explains why he obtained such offensive power within thousands of years. Not bad at all. The blurry figure was indeed a boy. He had a head full of white hair, but appeared only to be about 7 or 8 years old. He strode forward with a smile, and the expression of praise as well as joy spread through his face. On the battlefield, once Su Ming transformed, he looked at the 9 old men in Solar Culpa realm whose expressions had changed by then. At that moment, everything around him was in dead silence. The dust burners' gazes when they looked at Su Ming were no longer the same as before. There was respect contained in their eyes, along with zealousness. Su Ming looked towards the 9 old men in Solar Culpa realm and asked in a ghastly voice, "Do the 9 of you want to kill me?" A vast, mighty presence spread out as he spoke, sweeping up the fog around him while his voice echoed in the area in loud booms. The 9 people's expressions changed, and anguish appeared in their hearts. They knew that there were plenty of rules in the tribe, and one of them was that those who had more marks of flames were to be regarded with respect. These 9 old men had only 8 marks of flames, and when they attacked just then, they could be seen as going against the rules of their tribe. However, this person had not been considered a member of their race moments ago, so it did not bring about too much of an effect. Yet at that moment, once he transformed, revealing blue flame transformation, they knew that there was absolutely no need for anyone to verify his identity to make sure that he was a dust burner. When they added this fact to the one that he possessed 9 marks of flames, a mighty pressure greater than his power was formed. Even the tribe leader did not have the right to kill one of their own who possessed 9 marks of flames and the blue flame transformation. As the 9 old men in Solar Culpa realm hesitated, a long string of laughter broke the silence. The fog tumbled backwards as the laughter echoed in space, and a blurry figure walked out of thin air. With one step forward, his body gained corporeal form, and eventually, a boy with white hair walked out. The boy's appearance immediately caused the expressions of the 9 old men in Solar Culpa realm to change. Without any hesitation, they knelt down and worshipped him. "Greetings, Progenitor." The dust burners around the area and the old man who had given Su Ming a reminder also knelt down together to worship him with zealousness and reverence. Su Ming's pupils contracted as he stared at the boy walking towards him. He could sense the mighty pressure spreading out from the person's body incredibly clearly. This was a master of fate, lives, and death. The feeling that the other's entire body was filled with supreme power allowed Su Ming to know that this person had already perfected Mastery Realm. His power was almost the exact same as that of the one he had met in the territory where the 4 great true worlds were stationed. "What is your name?" A smile appeared on the boy's face when he looked at Su Ming. "Mo," Su Ming replied faintly. At that moment, Xian Shang, Yin Yu, Nian Yin, and Hua Yu immediately became nervous in the body he controlled. Su Ming's answer was not the name they had set previously, but Su Ming had been the one taking the lead all this while. During the course of their journey here, the decisions he made brought about a crucial effect, so his choices were clearly much better than the original plan, which was why even though they were nervous, they did not send out any thoughts to him. "Oh, why did you name yourself this way?" A light crease appeared between the boy's brows. This was not a dust burner's name. "Because ever since I can remember myself, I had an important person in the place where I lived. His family name was Mo," Su Ming replied calmly. There was a hint of obstinacy in his voice. "Who was your father?" the boy asked again. Su Ming stared at the boy in front of him coldly and did not speak. The boy was also staring at him, but as he observed Su Ming, he heaved a sigh in his heart. He could see the resentment, anger, and sadness in this person's heart, and there was no longer any need for an answer as to why those emotions were in him. When this child was born, his father should have died soon after, and he was brought up by a person whose family name was Mo. He must have been able to come to this place because Zhe Rong had entrusted him with an authentication token and some pointers to this place before he died and left him an orphan. "I don't have a father." Su Ming let out a cold snort. "What are you saying?" the boy shouted out. There was a hint of solemnness in his voice as he continued speaking. "Your father's name is Zhe Rong. He is the previous tribe leader of Dust Burners. I watched him grow up into an adult, and you are a Dust Burner as well as the young tribe leader of our people. Oh well, I will tell you about your father later. Now, child, you are home." The boy looked at Su Ming, and a kindly expression appeared on his face. "I am not a Dust Burner. I came here to take that Zhe Rong's belongings. Since you Dust Burners could cast my father and me aside for thousands of years, The obstinacy in Su Ming's voice became even stronger, but before he could even finish speaking, the boy swung his arm forward, and all the fog in the area let out a loud bang before swiftly turning into a gigantic hand. That hand occupied most of the galaxy. It was made of fog, and no end to it could be seen. Once it appeared, it swiftly clenched into a fist. What it grasped was not just Su Ming, but all the dust burners in the area. Booming sounds reverberated in the air. Su Ming could fight against it, but he did not attack. If anyone looked at the fog in dust burners' territory from the distance, they would find that they could see a hand formed by fog dissipating the moment it clenched into a fist. The fog spread out once more then, but all the dust burners present moments ago had disappeared. Chapter 971. I want to go to the fifth true world. In the depths of the fog was the continent where dust burners lived. On it was a tower several thousands of feet tall, and hovering over it was a ball of flames resembling an eye. In that eye was Su Ming, and he was sitting cross-legged in there without moving. There was an endless sea of fire around him, making it seem as if he was in another world. Beyond the eye of the flame where he sat was Dust Burner's progenitor, who was sitting cross-legged. It was the 9th day since Su Ming was brought back to Dust Burner's continent from the battlefield of fog. How very impervious to reason. You are just like your father in the past. I've told you plenty of times that when your father and your uncle had a falling out and left in the past, I was outside and could not rush back. As for you, I told your father's fortune years ago, and in that prediction, I saw that he would never have children in his life. That is why I never had anyone venture out to search for you. But I'll admit that there are times when predictions do not end up true. This was caused by your father meeting someone who changed his fate when he was outside. That is why your existence was not part of my predictions, and it is also why your power reached this state within just thousands of years and even awakened to blue flames. The boy said with a frown while staring at Su Ming sitting in the flames. He had detained him for 9 days. Since the first day, the man did not acknowledge dust burners and did not want to become a part of their people. On the 9th day, it was still the same. In fact, he no longer spoke and was fighting back with silence. This vexed Dust Burner's progenitor. If it had been any other member of his race, he would have killed them with a smack and not have bothered wasting his breath on them. Even if they were members of his race, he would not have paid any attention to them if they only had normal potential. Since they did not want to become dust burners, then they might as well get lost and live on their own in the world outside. Yet he was incredibly happy with this MO before his eyes. He was already this powerful at such a young age and had awakened to the blue flames. Even Zhe Rong and his brother could not do this at his age. In fact, in Progenitor's eyes, if he educated this child well, there was a high possibility that a second master of fate, lives, and death would appear in the tribe. At that time, if he didn't begin failing in health, they could bring about a time of glory for dust burners and fight against Rongwu race. Son, I can understand your resentment and will make up for the lack of concern from your people in the past. But you've already returned to the tribe, and I've already made an announcement that you are the young tribe leader. While you're here, no one will be able to harm you. Even your uncle, who is the current tribe leader, won't be able to do it. As soon as you form your own solar culpa instead of reaching that realm with your offensive power, I will immediately invalidate the current tribe leader and make you the new tribe leader. By doing so, you can also make your father rest in peace. Besides, I can guide you in your training. I already look forward to you becoming a master of fate, lives, and death and making dust burners return to their former glory. The progenitor who looked like a child continued advising Su Ming earnestly and patiently with good intentions. Su Ming sat in the flames with obstinacy on his face, but Xianshang and his group were in a state of excitement and were itching to make Su Ming immediately agree to it. But he was the leader and had even helped them obtain success that they would not have been able to obtain with their own plan. Because of that, they did not dare to advise him though and only watched helplessly as he sat without saying a single word. After several days of silence, Su Ming opened his eyes and asked, "How can you make me a master of fate, lives, and death?" Dust Burner's progenitor immediately smiled. As long as Su Ming spoke, it was fine. The thing he worried about the most was him having made up his mind to not speak again. But since he spoke, everything could be settled through discussion. Even if you don't become a master of fate, lives, and death, when my health starts failing, I will turn all the epiphany I have gained into the 10th flame and fuse it into your body so that you can become an almighty in mastery realm. However, that will cause your level of cultivation to come to a halt, and you will never be able to gain an epiphany of fate realm. Dust Burner's progenitor looked at Su Ming and smiled with kindness. When Su Ming saw that smile, he fell silent, feeling rather complicated inside. That smile was real, and everything the other had done during the past 9 days were also true. He truly treated him as Zhe Rong's child and a dust burner. Su Ming had only seen this smile scant few times. The first to show it to him was his elder, next was his master, and the third was Dust Burner's progenitor. "Mo, don't worry. I promise. I will make up for all the grievances you suffered over these years." Dust Burner's progenitor looked at Su Ming, and his smile filled with even more kindness. The praise on his face grew stronger as days went by, and as he communicated with Su Ming, he truly grew fond of the child before his eyes. He was smart, but also loyal. Stubborn, but also impulsive. Thousands of years of loneliness might have made him slightly extreme, but it also gave him a trough of experience that other people could not obtain. Dust Burner's progenitor could see all of this. The youth must have gone through plenty of trials and tribulations as well as countless life and death situations to be able to reach this state, obtain such power, and find where Dust Burners were located. Dust Burner's progenitor saw all the scars and wounds on the body Su Ming controlled. Some of them had already healed, but some were still closing up. Progenitor could even tell which beast left behind which marks on his body. Fate Realm is after Mastery Realm, so Life Realm is after Fate Realm. Su Ming raised his head and looked at Dust Burner's progenitor. He did not have an in-depth understanding of Masters of Fate, Lives, and Death. Even a Kang had only a vague notion of it in its memories. Since it did not train in the path of cultivation, it had no details. Master of Fate, Lives, and Death, Rise and Fall of Fate, Reincarnation of Life, Death of the Universe. These are the 4 great realms. Dust Burner's progenitors said with a smile and explained in detail for Su Ming. He was very eager to explain this to make Su Ming excited and become hung up about this so that he would stay among Dust Burners. The people in the 4 great realms can all be known as Masters of Fate, Lives, and Death, but in truth, that title signifies 4 realms, and Mastery Realm is the limit of physical power. The second is Fate Realm. With the limit of power, you will control the fate of the things around you, and from it, you will come to understand your own fate. Once your fate fuses with the fate around you, you will gain completion and be able to control the rise and fall of fate. The third is Reincarnation of Life. This is a realm where it can be said that you have obtained eternal life, but there are simply far too few who have reached this state. I am not too certain on the details on how to get to that realm either. The fourth is Death of the Universe. This is the final realm for Masters of Fate, Lives, and Death. Progenitor's voice was ancient at this moment and gave off a feeling of time. It reverberated in the area, and there was a hint of yearning on his face. However, a stage of decline will exist for all within each realm. This is a disaster, but once we get through it, we will have a chance to reach a new realm. Yet it is just a chance. If we don't manage to get through it, our forms and spirits will be destroyed. When he said these words, he sighed. Su Ming remained silent for a moment. Then a hint of resolve appeared on his face when he looked at Dust Burner's progenitor. What comes after the Masters of Fate, Lives, and Death? Is there anything else after that? There is. Progenitor nodded. After the Masters of Fate, Lives, and Death is the Sublime Realm. This is a realm that I do not know the details of as well. Rumors have it that those in the Sublime Realm are known as Sublime Paragons and can replace an entire galaxy. However, these were Sublime Paragons of the ancient era. They have all perished in the Rho Leonis disaster. As of now, there are 4 great true worlds beyond Divine Essence Star Ocean. There are Sublime Paragons in them, but there should not be anyone who has become a true Sublime Paragon. They are only inferior Sublime Paragons, Dust Burner's progenitor said calmly, but the impact brought to Su Ming by these words was incredibly great. It also caused Xian Shang, Nian Yin, Huayu, Yin Yu, and Su Hui's hearts to tremble as well while they were in the body Su Ming controlled. They realized that when they were with Su Ming, they seemed to be able to learn some things that they would have otherwise remained oblivious to their entire lives, such as the 3 great ancient kingdoms, the Resentful Wei, and the 361 Expanse cosmoses. And just moments ago, they learned of the categorizations of Masters of Fate, Lives, and Realms, as well as rumors about Sublime Paragons. What is after that? The resolution on Su Ming's face grew greater. After that, is Avicania? Dust Burner's progenitor looked at Su Ming and shook his head. Avicania is a realm, and just like the meaning of the word Avicania itself, unless you have reached this realm, you are not allowed to speak of it, or else you will bring great disaster on yourself. That is a realm that has surpassed the imagination of all the living. Su Ming fell silent. This was the first time he had heard of such a circumstantial realm. At that moment, he might have seemed calm, but a huge storm had already stirred in his heart. All the realms were like ravines that were placed in front of him, but they stimulated the resolve in his heart. He longed for the day that he would cross these ravines and reach a realm about which all the living could not speak of, or rather, did not speak of. Perhaps this is the true meaning of Avicania. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. There are plenty of lives in the universe, and a long period of time has already passed. Countless races have risen and fallen. Some of them remain to this date, albeit as remnants. Some have been destroyed, their bloodlines having disappeared. Some have become greater. The way to make a race strong is to have powerful warriors, to find people who can take over the tasks of these powerful warriors, and whether there is anyone who can become a master of fate, lives, and death. Mo, you are a dust burner. Dust burner's progenitor said sincerely and earnestly. I am not. Su Ming felt slightly complicated in his heart as he looked at dust burner's progenitor in front of him. You? Progenitor, who had the appearance of a child, stared at Su Ming, and after a long while, he sighed. Since you are not willing to become a dust burner, then why did you come here? I do not believe in the things you said about wanting to take the things your father left behind. Tell me, what is your goal? Dust burner's progenitor asked while shaking his head. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before his gaze landed on progenitor. I want to go to the fifth true world. When Su Ming said these words, the boy's eyes suddenly focused. Dust burner's progenitor cast a few scrutinizing glances at Su Ming before he asked calmly, what is the reason? Su Ming met progenitor's gaze and answered softly, to return a debt of gratitude. Dust burner's progenitor fell silent. He did not ask for details, but instead stood up. Once he cast a profound look at Su Ming, he no longer spoke, but swung his arm and walked away. He then disappeared into space. He left behind Su Ming, who closed his eyes in the flames on the 1,000-feet-tall tower. Chapter 972, Master of the Kiln. Xianshang and his clique had incredibly mixed feelings in their hearts. On one hand, they felt excited over the success they obtained after Su Ming changed their plan, but on the other hand, they were filled with surprise and a hint of uneasiness when Su Ming spoke about the fifth true world to Dust Burner's progenitor. After all, this was where Dust Burner's tribe was located. Once their identity was exposed, it would be impossible for them to escape, and what would await them would be certain death. While their hearts were filled with nervousness, Xianshang, Yinyu, Nianyin, and Huayu did not send thoughts to each other, but instead thought by themselves. Su Hui had always acknowledged Su Ming's decisions. Even at that moment, it was the same. The bald crane was a simple-minded creature. No matter what Su Ming did, the main thing it would focus on would only be crystals. Su Ming sat cross-legged in the fire with closed his eyes. His expression was calm, and not a hint of emotion could be seen on him. He did not want to deceive Dust Burner's progenitor too much, even if he had harbored the desire to kill this race before he came here. However, the kindly and amiable expression on progenitor's face had turned into a sigh in the end in Su Ming's heart. Humans were complicated creatures. They would be moved by certain things, and as their hearts were touched, their thoughts would also change. This was common sense. Others would be affected in this manner, and it was the same for Su Ming. If Dust Burner's progenitor had been half-hearted towards him, then he would not have moved Su Ming's heart. But the more amiable he was to Su Ming, and the more he looked at him with a kindly face, the more complicated Su Ming's emotions became. He was not a dust burner. He also came to this place with a motive. With those thoughts in his head, Su Ming had replied that he was not when Dust Burner's progenitor said he was a dust burner. To Dust Burner's progenitor, this was brought about by Su Ming's obstinance and resentment, but in truth, Su Ming was telling him the truth. That was also why he had told the true reason why he came to this place. But clearly, it had been misunderstood by progenitor as Su Ming making a request to him. If he fulfilled this request, then he would choose to become a dust burner. This misunderstanding came about not because Dust Burner's progenitor did not have enough experience, and neither was it because he was dumb. Instead, it was because there was simply no flaw in Su Ming's transformation due to the supreme treasure, coupled with some changes the bald crane had made on some details. There was not a single flaw in Su Ming's story, his expressions, his gaze, and all his words. It could be said that if any one among the supreme treasure, the bald crane, and Su Ming was missing, they would have never reached this point. Days went by with Su Ming continuing to sit in the flames and waiting. When 1 month went by, Dustburner's progenitor appeared beside the 1,000 feet tall tower, right beside the flames. There was a hint of fatigue on his face when he looked at Su Ming in the ball of flames. Su Ming opened his eyes and saw the fatigue on him. "Are you certain you want to go to the fifth true world?" Dustburner's progenitor asked calmly. Su Ming nodded. "If you want to go to the fifth true world, you will need the fifth stone to go to the fifth ocean. Over there, the fifth stone will be attracted by the fifth true world in the void and with rush there at an extreme speed. You must remember to hold onto the stone tightly, for only then will it be able to lead you through time and space. When you go there, you must keep the fifth stone close to you at all times. It is the only way for you to come back." Dustburner's progenitor remained silent for a moment after that. He then swung his right arm in space, and 2 jade slips immediately charged towards Su Ming. They seeped into the flames and floated in front of him. When Su Ming raised his hand to receive them, he scanned them with his Atman. His heart shuddered. The first jade slip was divided into 2 parts. The first one was a detailed map of the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean, with the fifth ocean clearly marked in there. The second part was a gigantic outline. 3 words were written on it: Fifth True World. This was a general map of the fifth true world. Even if it was just a small part of it, it was enough to stun everyone. After all, this was the fifth true world that had disappeared countless years ago. There was only a small part in the second jade slip that was an unknown region. Beatty's it. The place was divided into 9 layers, and each layer was incredibly detailed. In the 9th one, which was the deepest layer, was a flaming red region. There were 3 words marked on it: the fifth stone. The second jade slip is a map of the fifth kiln. If you want to go to the fifth true world, you will need the fifth stone, and it is only produced by the fifth kiln. Dustburner's progenitor saw shock on Su Ming's face and explained the reason why he gave the second jade slip to him. Su Ming fell silent, the shock in his heart becoming even greater. Besides the 3 maps, there was another reason why he was stunned. On the first jade slip, he had sensed a bloody presence. That bloody presence did not seem ancient, but was fresh. "Progenitor, how did you obtain this jade slip?" Su Ming hesitated for a moment before he looked at Dustburner's progenitor. When he once more saw the fatigue on his face, he gradually came to an understanding. "It's nothing. I already had the map on the second jade slip, but the first part wasn't complete, and while I might know the way to the fifth true world through the fifth ocean, I've never went there myself. I didn't know how to come back either. Besides, if you truly reached the fifth true world, you would need a map. That is why I went to the fifth ocean to search for a few old friends and got myself a map." He might have described it with a casual air, but Su Ming could hear the bloody slaughter behind his words. During the last month, Dustburner's progenitor had to have stirred up a storm in the fifth ocean, and only after a great battle would he have managed to snatch the first jade slip. The fatigue on his face was the proof of that great battle. This was an important map, especially the parts regarding to the fifth true world. Those in possession of such a map were definitely not weaklings, or else it would not have taken Dustburner's progenitor a month to obtain it, and he would also not have returned this tired. By the way, if you truly obtain the fifth stone, then once you reach the fifth ocean, remember to make a copy of the map and throw the first jade slip into the ocean. At that time, someone will come get it, and once they get the jade slip, they will not make things hard for you," Dustburner's progenitor said calmly. Su Ming fell silent. He could already imagine that there were alien races in the fifth ocean, and they would not let just anyone enter their home ground. Then the jade slip in his hands was an authentication token, one that could allow him to enter and exit the fifth ocean at will. And him coming to possess this authentication token was related to Dustburner's progenitor venturing out this time. It was certain that besides fighting against them, Dustburner's progenitor had also paid some kind of price. "Oh, come now, don't act like a child. I admit that I have been unjust to your father in the past and didn't search for him, making him wander outside for so many years. I said that I will make up to you. Since you brought up the request to head to the fifth true world, I naturally had to help you with all that I could. As for me, I'm fine." Dustburner's progenitor smiled kindly as he looked at Su Ming. His expression was that of a senior member of a family looking at a promising junior member of the family. Su Ming stayed silent. He had incredibly mixed feelings in his heart, along with a hint of regret. "Now, let's talk about the main point. The fifth kiln." The progenitor's expression became serious. Very few people know where the fifth kiln is located in Divine Essence Star Ocean. However, Most of the ancient existences still know about the connection between the fifth kiln and dust burners. The fifth kiln is the supreme treasure we dust burners protect, Progenitor explained while looking at Su Ming. However, there is one thing that most people do not know. If you could come here, then you must certainly know about the 4 venerated races in the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. Heaven Traversers have wings, Virtue Rooters have snake bodies, and Rungwu race. It is a group that is completely isolated from us. They live with ferocious beasts, and they have completely turned into them. In fact, I suspect that Rungwu race has evolved from a group of beasts. Only dust burners look somewhat normal, if you ignore our inborn ability to transform. Do you know the reason why? Dust Burner's progenitor looked at Su Ming with a smile. Su Ming hesitated for a moment before he looked back. Suddenly, an inconceivable idea formed in his mind. Once it took root, it continued growing, until it occupied all of Su Ming's head. His eyes focused. You came from the fifth true world, from inside the fifth kiln. He only said these 2 sentences, but once they reached the child-looking progenitor's ears, he laughed loudly. The praise on his face grew even stronger. As expected of a dust burner who possesses the greatest amount of potential since a long time ago. That's right. Accurately speaking, we dust burners do not belong to Divine Essence Star Ocean. We belong to the fifth true world. In fact, we are not even a race within the fifth true world, but are a race formed after the vessel spirit in the fifth kiln was dispersed. Our original appearance is how we appear after we transform with our inborn ability. However, once the fifth kiln reached Divine Essence Star Ocean and we obtained the forms we could manifest, we broke our previous master's seal. Since then, dust burners appeared in the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. It has been an incredibly long time since that time. I, too, only learned about this through the words passed down the generations. It's a pity that it has been a long time since then. When we were vessel spirits and had not left the fifth kiln, we did not know much about the fifth true world, or else I would not have needed to go to such trouble to search for a map, Dust Burner's progenitor said faintly. Su Ming might have guessed a part of it, but he was still incredibly shocked by progenitor's words. In his shock, another vague guess formed in his head. This guess made him unable to keep calm. In fact, he thought that this was even crazier and even more inconceivable than his previous deduction. It was highly impossible, but the guess still continued circling in his head, out of his control. Su Ming forced down the guess in his heart and looked at Dust Burner's progenitor before he asked. Then, the master of the fifth kiln was. The young boy raised his head and looked at the sky before he said softly, Have you ever heard of a race known as Abyss Builders? A loud bang went off in Su Ming's head. Chapter 973. Is he a dust burner? The fifth true world had disappeared many years ago. No one remembered any longer when it had happened, just that it was in an age-long past. Perhaps the amount of years dust burners had lived in Divine Essence Star Ocean could be used to calculate how many years the fifth true world had been missing. Then just how many years had it been since Progenitor Daochun from True Morning Dao World had isolated himself? In fact, how many years had it been since one man brought his pregnant wife to pass by True Morning Dao World and was chased by Morning Dao sect? The wife was injured gravely as she was about to give birth. With a smile, she died, and when the man held her in his arms, he had shouted a sentence in a shrill voice. This world shall be built for Abyss. How many years had it been since then? Su Ming's heart trembled. Various thoughts appeared in his mind, but were immediately sealed up by his power, preventing Xian Shang, Yunyu, Nian Yin, Hua Yu, and Yu Xian from sensing anything. The time isn't right. They should not have left the fifth true world with the fifth kiln. Su Ming mumbled in his heart, but there was uncertainty in his guess, because even he did not know for just how long he had lived. You are still a child. You wouldn't know about Abyss Builders. Progenitor's words reached Su Ming's ears, and he forced down the hint of complicated emotions and melancholy in his heart. He had long since been able to ascertain that the man who had wreaked havoc in True Morning Dao World was his father, and the pregnant woman who was about to give birth was his mother. He had seen her in the depths of his memories when he was in Western Ring Nebula's foreign lands. At that time, she had held him in her arms and insisted on protecting him even if she had already died. However, he did not want to think about it, did not want to ponder over it, did not want to let himself sink into a vortex in which he could lose himself. In regards to parents and familial love, perhaps it had once existed when the man looked at the woman with a smile, and she lowered her head to look at her large stomach. The hands that caressed it belonged both a man and a woman. There was anticipation contained within that touch, along with parental love, happiness, and warmth which Su Ming had never experienced in his life. Perhaps it should be said that before that warmth could even get close to him, it had already reached the end of its existence without making a single sound. In the end, it was just a scene akin to mountains and rivers falling to eternal silence and the passage of time reaching its end. It was just the lonely snow. Su Ming was lonely, just like the celestial beings in heaven. Time seeped through the cracks between his fingertips. His memories sank into the depths of his mind as he continued changing. His heart sought for a way to escape reality, and his dreams were laden with grief in the dark. This was Su Ming's emotions towards his parents, and they were mixed with a hint of anguish that he did not want to dwell upon, along with a hint of resentment that suited his current identity. What he resented was not his mother who held him after she died, or his father who died after he went mad, but Morning Dao sect who had brought about all of this. That was why he possessed Dao Kong. The simple destruction of Morning Dao sect was not enough for him to vent his resentment and frustrations. He wanted to rain down chaos on the sect and become the sect's master. At that moment, he would smile and lead the entire Morning Dao sect through a windstorm of self-destruction. In fact, if he had children, he would not even choose to destroy Morning Dao sect. Instead, he would turn the entire Morning Dao sect into a pen of livestock for the descendants of the Su family to possess for generations to come. Abyss Builders were the strongest race in the fifth true world. Progenitor's voice was slow, and Su Ming's mind, which currently had a storm raging within it, slowly returned to reality. The fifth kiln was created by Abyss Builders, and Dust Burners were in truth created by Abyss Builders as well. There was a slightly complicated look on Progenitor's face as he told Su Ming the story that he knew. The fifth kiln had two masters. The first one was Abyss Builder's progenitor, but he died during the disaster. The second master was his grandson, Suiyun. He was the second strongest person among Abyss Builders, next only to Abyss Builder's progenitor. There was originally a third master. He was Suiyun's son, but this child never appeared, which is why the fifth kiln doesn't have a third master even up to this date. When Su Ming heard this, he could no longer hide the emotions on his face. His body shuddered, and his expression changed continuously. When Dust Burner's progenitor saw this, he did not speak of it, but continued his tale. During the disaster of the fifth true world, Abyss Builders were exterminated. Only Suiyun managed to escape and bring his pregnant wife through an all-direction seal, which he opened with the fifth kiln. When he escaped from the fifth true world, he appeared in the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. They lived there for a long time and opened the fifth kiln so that Dust Burners could venture out. We regarded him as our master and lived for generations in Divine Essence Star Ocean. He wanted to break the curse placed on the baby within his wife's body. That curse had been placed by a sublime paragon, and it would result in Abyss Builder's bloodline going extinct. This curse killed the baby, but Suiyun used his power and desperately maintained a hint of life force within the baby. A long time later, they ventured out once and never returned. Dust Burner's progenitor finished softly, his voice echoing in space. Su Ming was silent. After a long while, he asked, if they were such a powerful race, how did they disappear? And even the fifth true world disappeared from the universe. This is a story that happened a long time ago. I am not aware of the details. After all, at that time, I was just a ball of fire in the kiln and did not have my own consciousness. However, Dust Burner's progenitor looked at Su Ming. Once I gained my consciousness, I heard a few progenitors of the past generations mention some of it. This matter is related to sublime paragons, limits, numbers, and ancient Wei. Su Ming's pupils contracted. This was an incredibly great question at the bottom of his heart. Why was the fifth true world destroyed by the four great true worlds working together? And Abyss Builders, why were they exterminated? Originally, Su Ming believed that this was somehow related to Abyss Builders' inborn ability. However, when he heard Progenitor's words, he suddenly felt that his guesses were wrong. Since this concerned sublime paragons, then there was definitely not just one or two of them. Instead, all of sublime paragons from the four great true worlds had caused this to happen. Then just what reason could push these sublime paragons who had surpassed the masters of fate, lives, and death to the point that they would want to exterminate Abyss Builders to the last person? Numbers, limitations, ancient Wei, These three words echoed in Su Ming's head, but he could not connect them together. How great was the number, and whose limit was it that made it necessary for them to destroy Abyss Builders? Why was it also connected to the already destroyed Ancient Wei? Alright, these are all the things regarding dust burners that you need to know. Now, I will take you to the 5th kiln. As for whether you can find the 5th stone in there will depend on whether you can encounter a serendipitous event. After the changes the 5th kiln went through in the past, plenty of things have transformed in it. The signs of manifestation of other vessel spirits have also appeared. There is a great amount of danger in there, but you are a dust burner. You have a natural advantage. But, once the kiln is activated, it'll be impossible for you to be the only one who will step in, because a sea of fire that will sweep through the entire Divine Essence Star Ocean will appear. Due to that, some almighties in Divine Essence Star Ocean and cultivators from the galaxy beyond will rush over. Are you certain that you want to go to the 5th kiln? Dust Burner's progenitor looked over. Su Ming remained silent for a moment, then nodded. Dust Burner's progenitor cast Su Ming a profound look. When he raised his right hand and swung it in the air, the flames around Su Ming immediately fell back, and Su Ming's body appeared in the air. Immediately after, Dust Burner's progenitor swung his arm again. The weather instantly changed. Winds rose and clouds surged, as if time and space had changed. It could be said that clouds were charging forward like flowing water in the sky. This scene made it seem as if the heavens and the land were being changed. Su Ming obviously felt that he was not moving. In fact, even Dust Burner's progenitor stood in his place without moving, but when everything about them stopped within a few breaths, Su Ming discovered that they were no longer in Dust Burner's continent. They were surrounded by an empty galaxy. Not a single sound could be heard in the dead silence. The only thing present, there was a gigantic picture of a flame in front of them. The flame was so big that when other people saw it, the image could reflect in their entire pupil. There was no end to the flame. It made no sound, and there were no hot waves crashing into Su Ming's face. In fact, he felt as if the gigantic flame was fake. It existed between a state of being real and fake. Su Ming's pupils shrank. He was first shocked by the shift Dust Burner's progenitor just executed. He had never seen that sort of shifting before. Clearly, this was a divine ability that only masters of fate, lives, and death possessed. Dust Burner's progenitor cast Su Ming a look and said faintly, as if he could see the thoughts in Su Ming's heart. That was the position-changing art. If you reach Mastery Realm someday, you will be able to do it as well. This is where the 5th kiln that Dust Burners protect lays. It might seem close, but it is in truth very far away. Even if we fly for 10,000 years, we would not be able to get closer. There are two ways of going inside. One of them requires you to be the master of the 5th kiln, and the other needs you to open it and make the outer flames spill out. By doing so, you will be able to enter the 5th kiln. You will need 3 days to activate the kiln. When the outer flames spread out through the entire Divine Essence Star Ocean, you will bring about a disaster. You will need half a month. Use that half a month to prepare yourself. When the color of the outer flames changes to purple, you can enter the kiln. Remember this. It will first be crimson, then it will turn blue, and then purple. In the end, it will turn black. When it turns black, all the living beings in the sea of fire will die. Wait here. I will go back and activate the kiln. Dust Burner's progenitor cast Su Ming a look again. When he turned around, his body gradually faded away. Su Ming looked at the 5th kiln in the distance. As his pupils shrank, he fell silent and did not speak, but there were hundreds of thoughts spinning in his head as he carefully analyzed progenitor's words and the several profound looks he cast at him. Gradually, a brilliant light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. At that moment, in the core of the fog where Dust Burner's continent was, Progenitor's body walked out of thin air on the 100,000 feet tall tower in the land. There was a person sitting cross-legged on the tall tower. This person was middle-aged, and he was Dust Burner's tribe leader. Once he saw the child-looking progenitor, he immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to him. Activate the kiln. Dust Burner's progenitor said flatly. The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned. When he looked over the boy before him, he hesitated for a moment. Dust Burners can never return to the kiln. This is the law set by our ancestors. If you value him so highly, I can give him the position of tribe leader. For if he returns to the kiln, he will immediately return to become a fire spirit. Is he a Dust Burner? Dust Burner's progenitor was silent for a moment. Then he sighed softly. The meaning behind his words was incredibly shocking, and it caused the middle-aged man's expression to change swiftly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. Su Ming and Su Xian. Both their family names are the same character Su. Yes, my mind is running wild with theories at this moment. Chapter 974. He died. There was no way people who became masters of fate, lives, and death could be easily deceived. Even if not a single flaw could be found once the Supreme Treasure and the Bald Crane worked together, and even if not a single mistake in Su Ming's not just similar, but extremely alike acting. Even if the power that erupted from him was also the exact same as the blue flames obtained in Burning Spirit transformation. However, if it could have deceived Dustburner's progenitor, then he would not have survived up till then. Progenitor would also not be worthy of being known as a master of fate, lives, and death. Old men who had lived this long and who had become Almighty's all-possessed monster-like intelligence. The breathing of Dustburner's tribe leader quickened slightly. He cast an eye on the child-looking progenitor and could not keep his heart calm. He had been deceived. He had come to believe that Su Ming was his older brother's orphan son, yet with a single sentence from progenitor, things turned over their heads. The middle-aged man could not say anything even after a long while had passed. Progenitor, then why do you still want to help him activate the kiln and get close to it? For this person, you even spared no pains in having flames cover the entire Divine Essence Star Ocean once the kiln is activated, and are willing for Dustburners to be sealed for nearly a month. Dustburner's progenitor was silent while standing at the top of the lofty tower. By his side was the Eye of the Flame. He looked at the sky, and after a long while, he sighed softly. I might not know who sent him here, but I admire his courage and resolve. I also admire him for telling the truth. There are only a few people in the world who would still tell the truth when they were in his situation. Dustburner's progenitor said softly. I can see the complicated emotions within him. Part of them is due to me showing him love as an elder, and the other is due to him lying to me. He did not choose to hide these complicated emotions. Even I was uncertain because of them for a moment, but they also caused my killing intent to dissipate. If not for all this, I would have killed him right away. Dustburner's progenitor shook his head, and an ancient look appeared on his face. I still don't understand. A freezing glare appeared in the tribe leader's eyes. If it was him, he would have definitely not let Su Ming to just leave like that. How dare he disguise himself as a Dustburner? This was a taboo. You don't understand, huh? Dustburner's progenitor averted his gaze from the sky and fixed his eyes on the middle-aged man. Then there is no need for you to continue trying to understand it. Activate the kiln. Dustburner's progenitor did not say anything anymore. The middle-aged man's mindset might have changed due to Su Ming's matter, but he still bowed his head and voiced his obedience. He took a step forward and stepped straight into the Eye of the Flame. He moved in the flames, and in an instant, he turned into a burning spirit. Flames spread out with a bang. From the distance, it seemed as if the tall tower had turned into a gigantic torch. A piercing roar spread out in all directions from the flames. All the Dustburners who heard it were momentarily stunned, but they soon charged towards the tower that was the closest to them. After a moment, flames spread out from the countless rising and falling towers on the entire continent. They formed torches on the land, and after the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, all the towers turned into burning torches. A vast amount of power erupted from them with a bang. A buzzing sound echoed throughout the area. The entire land of Dustburners shuddered. Almost all Dustburners had turned into burning spirits at that moment. This lasted for 3 days. It was an offering. If someone wanted to activate the 5th kiln, then all Dustburners had to make an offering to do it. 3 days later, all Dustburners disappeared from the ground. The fog in the area enveloped the whole place. At that moment, a surging sea of fire erupted from the 5th kiln and swept through Divine Essence Star Ocean, forcing countless living beings into hiding as they trembled for their lives. If they were exposed outside, they would definitely die. This would last for nearly a month. When it ended, Dustburners would reappear in the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean. When all Dustburners who were qualified to make the offering blended into the fire and transformed into burning torches on the ground, Progenitor swayed and disappeared from the tower. When he reappeared, he was at the top of a tall mountain. Over there, he sat down quietly and looked at the sky. Fatigue and something ancient appeared on his face. Why should I help him? Dustburner's progenitor shook his head. That's because I didn't want to bring a huge problem to Dustburners. Because the method he chose was within the area I could accept. because he let me feel as if I had found a truly talented dust burner for the past few days. He has a treasure that can turn him into a dust burner. It's definitely not something a normal master of fate, lives, and death could create. If he could reach this level of cultivation, then the power of the person supporting him behind his back is even higher. The time for my decline is nigh. The person who can take over my place has already obtained enough power, but to take over the burden of an entire race does not just require power, but also the making of a choice. Oh well, if he wants to go to the fifth true world, why should I stop him and bring unnecessary trouble to my people? However, while I can activate the kiln for you, whether or not you will have the ability to step in will depend entirely on your own luck. Dustburner's progenitor lowered his head. Everything that he had said to Su Ming was true. The purple flames in the kiln were indeed the weakest flames, but their heat was next to the black flame's heat. Under that high temperature, all those who wanted to get close to the kiln and step in would not only need a sufficient level of cultivation, but also a serendipitous event. If he was truly a dust burner, how great would that be? Dustburner's progenitor mumbled under his breath. As his figure was illuminated by the endless torches on the ground, he was surrounded by an ancient and lonely air, along with worry about his race's future, because he felt as if he had no successor. This was an old man who had already reached the end of his path. He did not want to bring about trouble to his race. If he could pass through this possible disaster and have everything change without a sound, then it would be the best choice. Su Ming sat in the area where the fifth kiln was located and watched the piercingly bright kiln. He could not see the kiln's appearance, only a ball of strong light. He could also sense a vast and might pressure within that light. The fifth kiln was akin to a sun, making people unable to help themselves as respect formed in their hearts. But Su Ming felt no respect as he remained in his silence. There were only complicated emotion within him. In the past, he came to this place with the kiln, and he brought with him his wife and the cursed baby. Su Ming stared at the kiln, and resolve suddenly appeared in his eyes. Has he truly died, or is he? Uncertainty appeared on Su Ming's face. After a long while, he sighed. He did not want to continue thinking about this. If Su Xian had truly died, then he would let it slide. But if that person was still around, Su Ming could not help the great resentment that rose in him. The emotion was so great that it caused him to clench his fists. Senior, what happened just now? Xianshang's voice echoed in Su Ming's heart, and it cut off the surging emotions that had risen due to his thoughts about Su Xian. We didn't manage to hear anything from the moment Dustburner's progenitor returned to talk to you. Some form of power cut off our connection with you, as well as the body, Su Hui said softly. Su Ming's pupils shrank swiftly. That's right, Senior. What did Dustburner's progenitor say to you? And this place, this is... Could this place be the fifth kiln? We actually arrived here. Su Ming's connection with Xianshang, Yun Yu, Nian Yi, Hua Yu, and Su Hui had clearly been restored just then, and only at that moment could they sense the body too. They immediately noticed the fifth kiln, which was shining with a bright light. As Su Ming's pupils shrank, he frowned. After a long while, he sighed. If he still did not understand what had happened, then he would not be worthy of having lived through years of hard experiences. He knows that I am not a dust burner. The words he said previously were also aimed solely at me. He did not want anyone else to hear them. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes before he fell into contemplative silence. After a moment, he stopped caring about Xianshang and the others in his group. He only sent a divine thought to Su Hui to ease her mind before he charging into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the area around the fifth kiln. On the first day of the kiln being activated, wind rose in the galaxy within the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean. This was an incredibly rare thing. There was no wind within the galaxy, so when this wind rose and blew in all directions, the bodies of all living creatures who sensed it shuddered. No matter what they were doing, be it fighting, searching for food, or sleeping, all of them revealed expressions of extreme terror. In the planet serving as a nest for flame fiends, the creatures who had gained human form after they occupied the bodies of cultivators were sleeping, but at that moment, all of them were shocked awake. They looked at the sky and sensed the wind from the galaxy, as well as a hint of scorching flames. Immediately, they screamed shrilly. There were many void beasts in the galaxy, but when the wind blew past them, all of them quickly revealed their bodies and headed into the distance with an unprecedented speed. There was terror on their faces, and they roared in voices that echoed in all directions. Things like this happened in all the nests with ferocious beasts once the wind blew past them. The thing that would happen after the wind began to blow was deeply branded in their memories. This was a disaster affecting the entire Divine Essence Star Ocean. Before the brunt of the disaster came, they had to search for a place where they could hide for a month. If they were slow, then what awaited them would only be death. There were numerous planets with green flora on them. When the wind blew past them, they instantly turned black and withered away, reduced to ashes. Soon, all the planets in the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean looked as if they had died. Heaven Traversers had now migrated to a new place, but when the wind reached them, the expression of their progenitor changed. With his fastest speed, he executed all his divine abilities, and with a bang, turned into a gigantic palm that enveloped all Heaven Traversers within it. Virtue Rooters were a race possessing snake bodies. Once the wind whistled through space, all of them hid themselves deep underground. Similar things happened everywhere within the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean. All sorts of living creatures of all shapes and sizes, and even powerful ferocious beasts, reacted in this manner, because they knew that the fifth kiln was about to be activated.